Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The city of Seoul appeared. Many cars were stuck in a traffic jam. People were peacefully walking along the street. There were 2 glasses with drinks on the table and some words were heard. The girl sitting opposite her friend asked how this could happen, and she simply agreed. Suddenly the phone vibrated and one of them apologized and explained that she needed to read the message. She closed one eye and listened to her friend's question about whether it could be a message from that man, and she answered in the affirmative. An emergency message appeared on the phone, which said that a state of emergency would be declared in the country and therefore citizens were required to evacuate immediately, and her friend asked what kind of message she had received. The girl opened her mouth wide, not understanding what was happening. She closed her eyes and said that it looked more like a joke and suggested that the message had been sent by mistake. Her friend smiled and asked what she meant. Everyone around picked up their phones as they too began to receive the message. Looking at the phone, the friend asked what it meant. Loudspeakers appeared as people tried to understand what was happening. Suddenly, the girl looked up, saying that it was impossible. The friend, her eyes wide open, could not say a word as the other asked her to leave quickly. A huge creature appeared above them. The girl, trembling, could not say a word. The creature's eye was closed. Suddenly it opened. The presenter, his mouth slightly open, was talking about how almost 15 days had passed since the gate appeared in the world and that the government had declared a state of emergency in the country and was taking the necessary measures. A television appeared, from which words were heard that all the heads had gathered in the United States of America to fight the invasion and also that all the high-ranking officials from all over the world had arrived to hold negotiations. A human hand lay on the sofa as the presenter continued to say something about the statements of the military authorities. A creature stood in front of the TV as the news reported on the military taking effective measures to eliminate the invasion of monsters. A second monster ate a man's arm as the presenter said that they were sure that every citizen was safe, but it was still strongly recommended to evacuate as soon as possible. Suddenly, something flew through the window. The thing hit the floor. The monsters noticed a grenade that had landed in the room. The explosions blew out the door. Raising his machine gun, the soldier ordered the others to open fire. They began shooting at the monsters. The bullets bounced off their skin. Gritting his teeth, the soldier realized that he had imagined something like this before. The monsters opened their mouths, screaming loudly as the shooter realized that even bullets had no effect on such enemies. One of them turned around, called out to the soldier and ordered him to just shoot at the creatures. The man loaded an explosive shell into his rifle. The monster, opening its mouth even wider, screamed. Holding onto his helmet, the commander ordered them to open fire immediately. A fiery trail flew out of the muzzle. The projectile was flying straight at the monsters. After hitting, a huge amount of dust rose. The man opened his eyes when someone tried to call out to him. Looking at his hands, the commander asked if he had managed to survive, but his comrade explained that no matter how many times he called him, he did not respond. The commander, bowing his head, asked if there were any wounded, but his subordinate said that everyone was safe, with the exception of Soldier Choi, who was injured in the explosion. The soldier, rubbing the back of his head, listened to the commander's question about what happened, but the commander simply explained that he just needed to come up and take a look. Opening his mouth, the man asked what it was. Looking at the body of the monster, the soldier said that everything was exactly as the chief saw it, and this monster continued to move even though its head was torn off, which gave the soldiers goosebumps. The commander's eyes widened as he remembered hearing about these creatures from a colleague before, but he had no idea how many of them there could be and what would happen if these creatures came in a crowd. Another soldier pointed his finger somewhere and said that the commander should have seen something there. The man's mouth widened as he exclaimed in bewilderment. The phone was hanging on the line when it began to say that all military operations had failed and that an order had been given for an immediate retreat to avoid losses. Military helicopters began to fly away from the city. An American plane appeared. Many people were in the on-board conference room. The politician, his mouth slightly open, asked about what had happened during a certain operation. Someone picked up the remote control and said that they had just received this video. A huge dragon appeared on the video. All the people looking at the screen said that this was impossible. The politicians continued to talk about how even nuclear weapons were useless and how they were barely able to contain these monsters. One of the men opened his mouth and said that if such creatures appeared in their country, they would need to use more powerful nuclear weapons, and the other asked if he was in his right mind talking about such things. The president covered his face with his hands, listening to the verbal squabbles of the other politicians. Suddenly, something began to appear. A portal appeared in front of their table. A man came out of them as someone asked how the gate could be here. The guards raised their guns and shouted for the president to evacuate because of the possible danger, and he asked them to wait. The stranger closed his mouth. Turning away, he said that this situation was quite serious. The president, opening his mouth, asked who he was. Smiling, the guest noted that he thought it was a bit late for an introduction, but he said he would do so and introduced himself as a monster who had arrived from a cosmic multidimensional federation and that he had an excellent proposal. Remembering the monster, the guy asked what would happen if he could give the world the power to help it resist these monsters. Raising a finger, the alien also explained that this would only happen if the Earth joined their cosmic multidimensional federation. The president, leaning on the back of his chair, said that they accepted such a proposal, and the assistant asked how a politician could trust this imposter. Opening his mouth, the president shouted that they simply had no other choice. The man, raising his fist, listened to the leader's words about how he also did not like this whole situation, but they had nothing left that could prevent this situation. There was a smile on the alien's face when the president said that this was reality, and he would have to take full responsibility. The guy put his hand in his bosom. A cube appeared in his hand. Smiling, he said that if they all agreed, then they could start the game from now on. 20 years passed and a ruined building appeared. A young man was firing a machine gun. The bullets bounced off the scales of a creature. The old man, with his mouth open, shouted for his ward to concentrate, as they should not interfere with the hunters under any circumstances. 3 people stood in front of the monster's head as the manager shouted that if the wards made even one wrong move, they could all die. Holding the weapon in front of him, the boy agreed with the leader. Looking at these 3 people, the young man realized that these were hunters who had been awakened and who were able to fight the monsters that came out of the gate. Remembering that huge monster, he also realized that 28 years ago, there was a massive invasion of monsters through the gate, because of which the entire human race was on the verge of despair and had already lost all hope. He also imagined the alien who had offered the deal and realized that humanity had been able to make a pact with the man from the Cosmic Multidimensional Federation who had appeared from another gate. He also imagined 2 people and remembered that since then, awakened ones had begun to appear all over the world, who were people with superhuman abilities who were able to defeat monsters. The young man remembered a certain hunter girl when he thought that such people had received the skills and power of the Cosmic Multidimensional Federation, and therefore the human race had the opportunity to resist the monsters by uniting in the name of preserving the planet. Imagining how this man was leaving, the hero realized that about 10 years of fierce fighting had already passed, but people had been able to reclaim some cities that had been captured by monsters, and also that the man who had come from the Cosmic Multidimensional Federation had returned immediately after giving the strength and skills to the awakened ones, and since the Earth had just joined the Federation, he had given them 30 years as a trial period. Remembering his father, he realized that it was still his generation. While reloading the weapon, the boy realized that this had happened during his birth, but it no longer concerned him, since he now had to be an ordinary porter. A sphere began to appear in the girl's hands. Suddenly, a bright stream of energy burst out of her hand after using a fire charge. It was aimed straight at the monster's head. The fighter began to run up to the monster. Suddenly, the hunter jumped. He raised the blade above his head. Opening his mouth, the swordsman shouted something about a powerful attack. Suddenly, his eyes turned white. The fighter's body flew to the side. The monster began to appear. Opening its mouth, it roared loudly. Shooting, the third hunter asked if they really couldn't damage this monster, and the girl answered affirmatively. Opening his mouth, the protagonist knew that silver-scaled lizards were monsters with strong fire resistance. Rubbing his head, the hunter said that this was not a joke at all, but the hero did not understand that they really did not know such basic things about their enemies, because even he knew it. With his mouth open, the swordsman shouted a question about what they should do, and the girl answered that she herself did not know. The young man, with his mouth open, could not believe that these hunters already had 2 years of experience, while one of them shouted that they also needed time to recover. Turning around, one of the fighters said something. Suddenly, the monster began to glow. The shield bearer, throwing away his weapon, shouted that they should all quickly go back. A certain sphere began to appear near the monster's mouth when the hunter shouted that they should stop talking and run away faster. A bright beam hit the fighter's shield. Holding back the attack, he shouted something. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on it. The hero, with his mouth open, realized that this could be dangerous, while the other 2 porters were saying that they should probably run away too. The leader, pulling the bolt, shouted a question about what they were doing. As he fired, the man shouted that they should also help the hunters. The 2 porters looked at each other. The bullets began to bounce off the monster's scales again. They continued to shoot at it. With his mouth open, the swordsman shouted a question about where the enemy was looking. In the air, the fighter was going to use a power attack again. This blow hit the monster. Frowning, the hunter said that the monster should not have turned away. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. The young man covered his ear. The second porter pulled the trigger. His machine gun began to shoot. The bullet was aimed at a certain place below the monster. It was getting closer and closer. This bullet also broke. The swordsman smirked and ordered the beast to take action. It was looking somewhere. The porter, his mouth open, listened to the hunter's words about whether he had just done that. The manager, his eyes wide, called out to one of them. The monster opened its mouth and growled as the leader shouted for the porter to run away from there. The weapon fell to the ground. The guy started to run away. Covering his face with his hand, the hunter did not understand what kind of a burden it was. Looking at his comrades, the swordsman realized that they could use it. Suddenly, the guy's foot hit a stone. The porter fell to the ground. He looked to the side. The monster was already right above him, and the guy screamed for someone to help him. Gritting his teeth, the hero did not understand why the fighters were doing nothing. The swordsman, his mouth open, asked if his comrade was okay. The same one replied that he felt a little better and asked what they should do with that porter. The hunter, baring his teeth, apologized and explained that people like them die several times a day and therefore they should think that it is an honor for a porter to die on the battlefield. The hero, with his mouth open, shouted that they were just a bunch of scum. The guy pulled the bolt when the leader tried to call out to him. Looking somewhere, the young man tried to remember the vulnerable spot of the monster. Looking at his comrade, the protagonist assumed that such a place was on the neck or lower and tried to figure out if he would be able to get there. With his mouth wide open, the porter continued shouting requests for help when the hero realized that there was no time left. The guy pulled the trigger. The protagonist ran away, not understanding how this happened. His mouth was wide open. Right behind him was this monster. Holding the weapon, the young man tried to understand what he had to think about when such a decision was made. The lizard looked at him as the boy realized that he had managed to divert the enemy's attention to himself anyway. Opening its mouth, it growled again as the hero thought about how he was not awakened and therefore had no chance to do anything. Looking back, the boy tried to think of what to do. The manager, running up to the porter, asked if he was okay. The hero understood that the good thing was that everything would be fine with the newcomer. The shield bearer, bending down, noted that it looked extremely dangerous and asked if they needed help. The swordsman said that they were all extremely annoying. Gritting his teeth, the hero realized that he had previously expected help from these bastards. Continuing to run, the boy tried to think of what he should do, because if this continued, he definitely would not have a chance of survival. Looking at the clip, the young man knew that these regular bullets were absolutely powerless against the lizard's scales because they did not contain mana, and if he had to shoot this monster, he would not even be able to wound it. Looking at the destroyed street, the young man tried to think of another way. Looking at the pole, the boy realized that this could be a solution to the problem. Continuing to run, he understood that if he used it correctly, then everything could work out. Suddenly, the hero stopped. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist decided to try to buy at least a little time. The guy frowned. The young man aimed straight at the monster, realizing that he only had one chance. Looking through the sight, the hero decided to act right now. The weapon began to shoot. Bullets began to tear off the wires. The monster raised its head, not understanding what was happening. A pole was falling on its head. After the fall, clouds of dust rose. Looking there, the guy tried to understand if he had succeeded. Suddenly, something flew past him, when he was thinking that even if not, at least for a while the enemy would stop moving. The hero was still looking in that direction, not understanding what had happened. The protagonist looked to the side. Part of that pillar flew up into the air. A certain girl appeared. Suddenly, a certain thing on her chest lit up. She opened her mouth. Having risen, the girl said that time had flown by extremely quickly. Smiling, she noted that she already needed to move out little by little. The hero opened his eyes, hearing certain words about how it was time for him to wake up. Sitting by the wreckage, the guy tried to understand how this had happened. Rubbing his head, the protagonist assumed that the lizard had simply managed to knock him down with its tail, since there was a feeling of a blow. The young man turned around. Looking at the bags, the boy assumed that these things and this mattress helped him block the attack, and suddenly a voice said that he was right. Looking down, the boy asked himself what it was, because was he really so shocked that he had voices in his head? But suddenly he heard words that he was now in a normal state. The protagonist froze in place. Clutching his head, the boy screamed that he had most likely gone crazy, but the voice asked him to stop and calm down. The monster looked somewhere when words were heard that the hero could really be surprised, but he should not forget that the monster is still alive. With his mouth open, the boy listened to some words that the enemy also had not noticed him yet, and also that the level of this monster is much higher than the boy's level. The monster looked away when the voice said that it was only a matter of time before the monster would be able to detect him, and if he had to fight such an enemy, he would have no chance to defeat it. The hero, with his mouth open, thought that this was just madness, but decided to listen to the voice in this situation and asked if he was suggesting that he just die here. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, said that this was impossible, because she had not been outside for about 10,000 years and she did not want to die like this. The young man stood up when he heard the words that he would be endowed with special skills and also that he should look at that dagger, the skill of which should be good. The protagonist's body was covered in some kind of glow. A system message about the skill of the piercing blade appeared in front of his face, with which you can instantly kill an enemy by striking a knife in a deadly area, and the voice also said that the young man would now receive a temporary gift. Suddenly, the message duration of the skill began to decrease, when the voice said that it was time for the hero to act due to lack of time. Taking the knife in his hands, the protagonist realized that he had no idea how all this was supposed to work. The guy ran towards the monster. Continuing to run, the hero listened to the words about the remaining time. The monster opened its mouth wide. The guy ran towards it, realizing that it was moving in exactly the same way. Suddenly his foot began to slip as the voice continued to count down the remaining time. The boy slid along the ground, realizing that he should repeat his actions. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist listened to the words that he only had 15 seconds left, and therefore he needed to hit the enemy in a vulnerable spot as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he disappeared. The boy held the dagger with both hands. His target was the place on the neck. The blade pierced the monster's body and messages appeared that the penetrating blade worked, and therefore the monster suffered an instant death. The boy was sitting on the ground. The knife was stuck in the monster's neck. With his eyes closed, the boy talked about what he did and heard words of congratulations for successfully completing his first hunt. Opening his eyes, the boy listened to the voice, which said that this could be considered training. Then the hero asked what he was talking about. With her mouth slightly open, the girl said that she had not yet had time to introduce herself. The boy listened with his mouth open to the words about a certain code. Cabbies, standing in front of him, introduced herself. Winking, she congratulated him on his awakening. Remembering those monsters, the hero realized that the awakened ones were the people who began to appear 28 years ago, at the time when terrible monsters began to arrive in the world through the gate, and all such people were endowed with mana, an unusually strong power that went beyond the human imagination. With his mouth open, the boy could not believe that he had become one of those people. Slapping his cheeks, the boy understood that this simply could not be and that he should think rationally. The girl leaned over him, not understanding what was happening. The boy also glanced at the corpse of the monster and thought about the rationality of what was happening. With his mouth wide open, the hero shouted that this whole situation did not even fit with common sense. The ruins of one of the buildings were visible. The manager, with his mouth open, shouted a question about whether Hanel was okay. Noticing the monster's corpse, the man tried to ask something. Rubbing the back of his head, the hero understood that in any case, all this was happening for real. Suddenly, someone pushed him and told him to move. The swordsman, standing over the monster, asked if an ordinary porter had killed this monster. Looking at the knife, the hunter did not understand how he could defeat him with such a paltry weapon. The girl, opening her mouth, asked if the porter had finished off this monster, since they had initially caught it, and her comrade said that this was quite logical. Opening his mouth, the swordsman asked if he thought so too. The young man was looking somewhere when the hunter called out to him. Looking at him, the fighter asked if he had any complaints. Smiling, the guy said that he had nothing like that. Grinning, the fighter praised him. Gritting his teeth, the hero realized that he had been a complete fool for expecting any help from them. Frowning, the young man realized that they had used the man as bait from the very beginning. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that he had to put his life on the line and go into the attack alone, and that was exactly how they treated the porters. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and called out. The manager, looking at him, said that he understood him, because it was not the first day that the hunters behaved like this. The guy bowed his head when the man asked about what had happened to him. Opening his mouth, the hero explained that he simply had a sharp stomach ache and realized that no one except him could see cabbies. The monster's tongue lay on the ground when one of the hunters said that the porter was not at all simple, since he managed to defeat this lizard with one blow. Putting his hands on his hips, the leader said that now he did not even know, because will the protagonist really become awakened? The same one answered that this could not even happen. The guy glanced to the side, thinking about it. The girl smiled when the hero realized that he had most likely already become one. Taking the radio, the man ordered to bring a car here when the guy thought that nothing good would happen if he told this now, and therefore it was better to keep it a secret for now. A truck drove up to them. Its body appeared. It immediately opened. The young man took one of the boxes. Handing over another box, the manager said that it was time for them all to get to work. The hero put it on the ground. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked what was in this box. The protagonist answered that it was the executioner's equipment. Inside were parts of a chainsaw, and the guy explained that with the help of this thing they cut off the monster's material, which is then transported. Cabbies asked if they really do such things. Putting on gloves, the protagonist answered affirmatively and said that this is the usual work of porters, and that is precisely why hunters usually take them with them. Taking the tool in his hand, the guy also noted that this was all done for the money that could be obtained for the materials from the monster. Picking up the saw, the young man said that it was time for him to start. Holding it in his hands, the hero noted that there were two of them and suggested cutting the monster into two parts so that the manager would start from the head. The manager agreed with him. The girl watched what was happening. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hand. The young man stood up, hearing the manager scream. Running up, the guy asked what happened there. A broken saw was lying on the ground and the man said that it was completely broken. Removing the mask, the young man noted that hard work awaited him. The manager agreed with him. The new porter was sitting nearby and the protagonist asked if they had equipment. The leader answered negatively. The girl stood by the pole when the young man said that in this case he would do the main work while the manager would finish. Blood splashes rose into the air again. The truck bed was already closed. The young man was sitting on the ground. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him. Looking at it, the guy read that the lizard monster was completely defeated and had an A rank. There was also another message about assigning the executioner skill to rank F. The hero, with his mouth open, did not understand what this meant. A fence was visible and a shout was heard that everyone worked hard today. A notification about the transfer of funds appeared on the phone when the leader said that the daily salary of 500,000 won should be credited to everyone's account. 3 hunters were walking away when someone said that they finished earlier than planned that day and therefore the rest can also go home and rest. The protagonist assumed that they must have been very scared since they were already leaving. Looking at the screen, the hero realized that no one was going to pay him an additional 50,000 for a full 8-hour workday, which would be nice for him. The man, hugging him, asked why he was staring at the phone like that. There was a notification on the phone about sending 500,000 and the manager asked if all the money earned today had already gone. Closing his eyes, the man asked if he had really been covering his father's hospital debts for 4 years, to which the guy answered affirmatively. Opening his eyes, the head asked about the rest of the family. Because they really don't help, the protagonist said that when he was little, his mother took his older sister and left home and since then he only had his father. The man apologized. Holding the phone in his hands, the guy said that everything was fine, because he was more worried about his father lying in a sick bed. Opening his mouth, the manager said that he knew that the young man was a really good person. The hero asked the manager to stop. The man told him to stop calling him that, and calling him by name, and also added that he heard that the guy did not have his own car and asked him to get in quickly. The car drove away and words were heard from it that they would see each other soon, when the guy was thinking that this person was very nice, but too clingy. Looking at the phone, the young man realized that it was good that they had already ended, because he still had some time before his part-time job at the factory, and also thought that he had forgotten something. Opening his mouth wide, the hero screamed that he had left cabbies in that place, and the girl asked if the guy knew her. The protagonist fell to the ground screaming. Opening his mouth, the guy asked where she had been all this time, because how could she have ended up here? The girl, bowing her head, said that he might think that she was a part of him. Lying on the ground, the hero said that he had a bad feeling. The girl, opening her mouth, said that that uncle was kind of strange, and her mother asked her not to look there. The roof of a wooden gazebo appeared. Lowering his head, Hainel began to speak. The protagonist asked if cabbies wanted to say that he would not leave him alone now that he had become awakened, to which she closed her eyes and exclaimed that it was true. Raising her eyebrows, the girl explained that in other words, she was acting as his assistant. The protagonist frowned in alarm. The companion asked if he was unhappy with something, to which he opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that of course he was not. The boy looked away and noticed that she appeared out of nowhere, that he almost fainted, and besides, he had no idea how awkward it was for him when people thought he was talking to nothing. Spreading his arms and legs apart, the porter indignantly asked if this entity could at least understand how he felt. Lowering her eyelids, the assistant asked if this was all his fault, to which he thought about the person who had followed him. Biting his lips, the young man mentally said goodbye to his personal life and to a happy and joyful time. Opening his mouth wide, cabbies called out to the protagonist. Folding her hands, the girl asked what he meant by a happy time, to which he thought about her question. The protagonist put his palms out in front of him and said that he was asking out of curiosity, then asked if she could read his mind, and was told that of course she could, after which he asked her not to. The edge of a wooden bench appeared. The entity decided to ask the guy's opinion about testing his powers, to which he grinned and asked if it was worth doing. Suddenly, the assistant asked him to first say the word state, to which he wearily raised an eyebrow and asked her again. At the same second, the companion reported that the request was approved, and was now detecting his current state, when suddenly a bright flash of light appeared in space. Looking at the system screen, Hainel was perplexed. Dropping his jaw, the protagonist noted that it was like some kind of game window, to which cabbies replied that it was something like that. The hologram showed the hero's stats, and the girl explained that his 5 points were divided into strength, constitution, agility, magic, and luck, and then asked if she needed to explain what each of those skills meant. Putting his finger to his cheek, the protagonist said that he wanted to ask her something, to which the interlocutor exclaimed that he could ask anything. After reading the names of his abilities, the guy asked why her name was included there. Smirking, the assistant replied that she didn't even know. Raising her hand to the light, the entity stated that the skill itself was what it was, but wondered if it was because she was so special. Putting his hands in his pockets, the porter asked if she thought so, to which she cried out that she was serious. Closing her eyes, cabbies asked if he had by any chance felt any connection between the game's status window and that hunt. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and mentally said that he thought the girl was right, because it had been 20 years since the awakened appeared. The assistant smiled broadly, while the protagonist realized that no one knew exactly how the power of awakening was born. A bright aura surrounded the silhouette of a military man, and the protagonist said that, for example, this power could have appeared on the battlefield with monsters. The student was sitting at a desk, and the guy noted that it could have happened at school during classes. The mother was holding a newborn in her arms, and the porter said that the child could have had it even from birth. A dark symbol appeared above the man's head, and the young man explained that due to the fact that these abilities manifested regardless of place of birth, time or reason, no research could be carried out. Equipment icons hovered above the man's body, and Hanel noted that, according to already known facts, most awakened have one of three abilities. 3 teenagers stood next to each other, and it was said that according to the existing skills, one can become a hunter in the circles of catching monsters. The blacksmith sharpened weapons, and it turned out that it was also possible to become a hunter in the circle of dressing, namely the one who creates weapons for the former. Looking at the system screen, the protagonist noticed that so far he only had 2 abilities. Remembering the notification about the successful assignment of the skill, the protagonist realized that the ability of the executioner appeared after awakening. The guy dropped his jaw and called out to cabbies. The girl grinned, and the porter asked her if he was by chance a unique hunter. Squinting, the entity said that her interlocutor grasped everything on the fly. Anxiously raising his eyebrows, the porter laughed and thought that he could not believe that he was a unique hunter. Imagining the silhouette of a girl in a black cloak, the young man mentally said that in their country, unique hunters are called formidable rays, and they are true masters of their craft, and one of them is called Hien. Looking at the system screen, the main character asked if this meant that the skills he now had and that ability, the cabbie's defense, were all thanks to her. Putting her palms together, the girl answered that it was true, to which she was asked how this happened. Squinting, the entity decided to explain it to him in simple words. 2 people appeared, and the assistant explained that other awakened ones can get a house when they manifest their powers, but in his case, he only got bricks. The guy was laying building materials in a wall. A large building appeared in front of him, and his companion explained that depending on his actions, these bricks could become not just a house, but an entire castle. The protagonist lowered his hands and asked if she meant that he could make a castle out of bricks, to which she replied that it was just a metaphor. Cabbies grabbed her hair and said that she was tired and did not want to explain everything so briefly. The girl exclaimed that, if we were to put it very briefly, then all the abilities that the hero pumps up and all the skills he has are from her, to which he raised his eyebrows. The inside of the roof of the wooden gazebo appeared, and a puzzled cry was heard. A long staircase led to the 2nd floor of the slaughterhouse building. The iron cabinets in the locker room were stained with blood. Hanel threw open the doors and said hello. The man closed his eyes and noticed that the protagonist had arrived. The employee noted that the protagonist had arrived early today, to which he scratched his neck and said that he had simply finished another job faster than he had planned. The boy lowered his eyelids and asked what kind of monster they had received today, to which he received the answer that it was a good question. Putting his hands on his hips, the colleague said that he had heard that they had an albatross bird today, to which the porter was surprised that a B-rank monster could have ended up here. The man explained that it was all thanks to their boss's connections, and the boy put on his cap and said that when he had time, he would have to take a look at it. Removing the mask from his face, the slaughterhouse employee noted that their boss certainly didn't know how to do anything, but his connections were very good, to which the protagonist replied that that was for sure. Looking at his wristwatch, the colleague noted that it was already very late, so he would go first, to which the protagonist said that they would see each other on the line later. Slamming the closet door, the boy mentally wondered if cabbies wanted to leave everything like that. The girl raised her finger and stated that there was a saying that it was better to see once than to hear 100 times, so for now he should just continue his job as a porter, since he would soon learn his abilities, to which Hanel wondered where she could even know such a proverb from. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth and said that he had done quite a lot in his 3 years as a porter, when suddenly someone started calling him loudly. Turning his head back, the protagonist answered and thought that it was a familiar voice. The boss narrowed his eyes and stated that if he wanted to get paid, he should work and not just stand around, while the guy mentally said that their director was a beggar and a pig. The boss yelled at the worker to hurry up and run to his workplace, while the porter closed his eyes and thought that because he spilled coffee on him on his first day, he was now picking on him for every reason. There was a sign near the entrance to the 4th room, and the young man remembered that the boss had deliberately pushed him. Sharpening the blade of his knife, the protagonist realized that he couldn't tell him anything, since he was the director. Beads of sweat were running down the man's neck. The animal's eyes had noticeably turned white. Standing directly above the beast, the protagonist didn't understand what had happened to it. The guy noticed shining lines on their bodies. The slaughterhouse employee was cutting up the carcass, and the porter was thinking that he could see them even on the body of the crazy deer that his partner was working with on the line. Looking down, the young man decided that he was imagining it. Bright lines were visible on the animal's body, and the executioner didn't understand what they were. The stripes divided the animal's carcass into parts, and the sword master wondered what these things were. Taking the remote control in his hand, Hanel realized that he had to continue doing his job. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist mentally said that for some reason the arrangement of these lines seemed very familiar to him. A moment later, the protagonist touched the fur with the blade of the knife. Tilting his head to the side, the boy realized that these were the same lines he usually used to cut up monsters. Remembering the notification about the successful assignment of the skill, the executioner did not understand how this happened, and whether it could be due to the skill. Clenching his hand into a fist, the porter asked if cabbies could hear him, and received silence in response. Raising his eyebrows, the young man called out to her again and wondered why she did not answer. Closing his eyes, his partner asked if he had been called, to which he was told that he was simply talking to himself. The protagonist asked not to pay attention to this, when suddenly the entity appeared next to him and asked if she had been called, and he wondered why she always came late. Closing her eyes, the girl clarified that this time, and the protagonist thought that he did not know that people like her also needed sleep. Looking at the animal's carcass, the boy said that he wanted to ask about this deer, to which the assistant added that these stripes appeared thanks to her skill. Raising her finger up, the companion asked if he was talking about the guidelines that help the user, after which she said that there was nothing unusual about this. The porter noted that this is why he sees these lines, when suddenly his colleagues turned their heads back and said that this guy was having a hard time. Cabbies advised him to start working first, and then he would understand everything himself, to which he tightly grasped the handle of the blade with his fingers. Looking away, the executioner exclaimed that if this is so, then he will chop him into pieces now without any problems. Squinting, the magical entity was silent. Suddenly, the lower part of her body began to disappear in the beams of teleportation. Rubbing his forehead with his palm, the young man was surprised that he finished this work so quickly. Looking at the progress counter, the protagonist thought that it usually takes him at least 3 hours, so he couldn't believe that he managed to do this skill in just an hour. Inserting his hand into the beast's body, the protagonist realized that if he kept this up, he would be able to do 8 hours of work in 3 hours, and this skill was still effective. Looking down, Hanel didn't understand what was going on, and his colleague asked if it was a magic stone. Clutching the magic crystal in his hand, the protagonist explained that they were usually collected by porters during hunting, and his partner noted that it seemed like it hadn't been discovered. Throwing the find into the basket for low-grade magic stones, the protagonist admitted that he still couldn't believe that such a crystal could fetch 1,000,001, and the monsters were simply teeming with all sorts of expensive things. Leaning over the animal's body, the porter mentally said that he felt like his knife was cutting better and better. Suddenly, a system screen appeared in front of him, and cabbies announced that repeating a certain action had given him an understanding of sword art, so she was assigning him the corresponding skill. Looking at the notification, the guy thought that he had thought so. Lowering his hands, the young man noted that it was still unexpected that he had received such a skill, after which he wondered if it was possible that this same skill had also increased the speed of his work. It seemed like a slaughterhouse employee was mopping the floors. The man closed his eyes in bewilderment. Lowering the mask from his mouth, his colleague asked if his partner was giving up already. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked him again. Looking at the timer, the porter said that not even 2 hours had passed since the beginning of his shift. The worker folded his arms and noted that the boss already thought he was useless, and was also pretending that he was having a hard time, so he didn't understand what he was trying to achieve, to which he replied that he had been misunderstood. There was a progress counter on the wall, and the protagonist said that he had simply already fulfilled his quota, which greatly surprised his colleague. Squinting, the man asked if his partner was serious and how it had happened, to which he didn't know what to answer. Winking with one eye, Hanel explained that he could say that he had simply grasped the essence of how to do it better, and he himself thought that now was not the best time to say that he had become awakened, so he would make something up. Reaching his hands up, the slaughterhouse employee suggested that the device might have broken down, but suddenly cried out that this couldn't be, and the protagonist said that in that case he would go, and he himself thought that he was considered normal as long as he controlled his mana. His partner asked him to share the secret of how he finished it so quickly, to which he turned his head to the side and wondered if it was too suspicious that he finished the job in only 2.5 hours. Looking ahead, the protagonist decided that he would control his strength better next time. Suddenly, the boss opened his mouth wide and began calling his subordinate loudly. The boss put his hands on his hips and ordered the slaughterhouse employee to come to him, to which he thought that it was that pig again. Closing his eyes, the guy asked if something had happened, and mentally asked himself to be patient a little longer. Biting the corner of his lips, the boss was indignant that the employee was asking him about what had happened. Lowering his eyebrows, the man noted that the guy was just walking around like that during working hours, after which he clarified whether he had too much free time. Gritting his teeth, the boss asked if he had already done all the work, to which he replied that he had already finished. The director, clutching his jacket with his hands, was perplexed by what he had heard, to which the porter said that he had done his part, and the mad deer had been cut into 80 pieces. The young man applied the card to the progress counter, and the system reported that he had completely fulfilled the daily quota, all 80 pieces, to which the chief remained silent. Turning his head to the side, the chief shouted that he could not believe his ears, and wondered whether he had really managed to do everything in 2.5 hours. Adjusting his cap with his hands, Hainel replied that it had happened that way, and his chief thought that it could not be, because even if some veteran with 20 years of experience had come, it would probably have been difficult to manage so quickly. The protagonist said that in that case he would go, and his chief clenched his hand into a fist and did not understand how he had managed it, and called him an impudent fellow. The protagonist decided that in that case he would look at the albatross and go home, after which he looked out from behind the wall and apologized. Holding a folder with documents in his hands, the slaughterhouse employee asked if he had also come to look at the albatross, to which he answered in the affirmative. The bird was hung on hooks by its wings, and the man said that they had just started, so he could come and look, to which he thanked them. Lights were on in some of the windows of the houses. A single lantern illuminated the dark alley. Suddenly the door began to open. Collapsing onto the bed, the guy exclaimed that he had come home. The girl with short hair lowered her head and was silent. Closing his eyes, the porter noted that he had not finished so early in a long time, after which he added that he had also been able to look at the albatross. The young man swung his legs off the bed and said that since he had awakened, there was no need to work at the factory at all, since he had seen the albatross, and there were other good specialists besides him, so he didn't have to worry. A message from the boy appeared on the phone screen saying that it was time for him to return the money, and the protagonist said that he still couldn't leave this job. Biting the corner of his lips, the protagonist noted that he had just recently sent them 500,000 won, and sent them immediately after he had received them, but he didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. Grabbing his hair with his hands, the executioner shouted that he didn't know anything, since he had paid everything today, so that was it. The girl clenched her teeth angrily. The guy said that he would go wash himself first, when suddenly there was a loud knock on his door. Pulling the door handle towards himself, the sword master wondered who could have come at such a time. Dropping her jaw, the lady began to call her uncle and apologize. The woman in the house folded her arms and said that she understood that he was in a good mood, and then asked if it was too late to be making such a noise. Hainel, with his mouth wide open, wondered if the girl was his neighbor, when she suddenly said that she was a high school graduate, and if she failed her exams, would he be willing to take responsibility for it, to which he apologized. Insects were flying around the lamppost. The neighbor squinted and said that she had warned him anyway. The protagonist lowered his head and answered that he understood, but he thought that teenagers these days were very difficult. The lady turned away and started to leave, when she suddenly said that there was very little time left until her exam, to which he wondered if she had accidentally said that she lived with her mother. Putting his finger to his cheek, the porter decided that he would go to bed early tonight, and next time he would have to be careful. The girl raised her eyebrows sadly and sighed heavily. Lowering her head to the table, she did not understand whether she would be able to enter the university. The light was on the top floor of the multi-story building. A cockroach had been crawling on the table at night. A clock hung on the wall and made sounds of its hands moving. Putting his hands under his head, the boy said that he couldn't sleep. Squinting, the porter assumed that it was because a lot had happened during the day. There were things under the bed, and the boy noticed that many things of interest to him had also appeared. Bending his arm at the elbow, the executioner thought about whether he should ask cabbies, since he had such an opportunity, and then called out to her. Sitting down next to his bed, the girl said that he pestered her with questions so often, as if he were constantly writing to his ex, and then added that she was almost in a bad mood. Tilting his head to the side, Hainel thought that perhaps because she constantly appeared out of nowhere, he had stopped being afraid, but he didn't understand from whom she had learned such phrases. Cabbies threw her head back and asked him what he wanted to know. Introducing the mage's girlfriend, the protagonist said that he knew that hunters could use their mana, to which he was told that this was true, and he continued that he initially already had a certain amount of this mana, so it turns out that he can also use it. Raising her finger up, the entity said that she was not sure, because he still had quite a few points, after which she added that she was going to tell him about all this a little later, when she moved to a higher level and his mana points increased. The assistant noted that it was quite difficult to explain in words, and suggested that he try to find out about it himself, to which he raised his eyebrows and clarified what he needed to do now. The companion explained that he first needed to close his eyes and put his hands in front of him, to which he agreed and did these actions. Opening her mouth, Cabby said that the type of his mana depended on his spiritual power, so if he really wanted to and concentrated, he could use it. The symbol on the girl's clothes glowed brightly, and she said that next he needed to try to concentrate on the spiritual world and imagine that he was a tree trunk. Raising his head, Hainel asked her again, to which she exclaimed that it was exactly that. Magic particles rushed upward, and the entity said that next he should imagine that the nutrients from the roots rushed upward. Opening one eye, the protagonist did not understand whether the assistant was serious about saying this. Suddenly, a glowing sphere appeared in front of his palms. Raising her eyebrows, the companion noticed that it was smaller than expected. A notification appeared that the skill formation was successful, and Kabi said that repeating a certain action gave him an understanding of the use of mana, so she assigns him the corresponding skill, which surprised him greatly. With his mouth wide open, the guy did not understand what it was. The entity explained that this was his pure mana, to which he asked her again, looking at the magic ball. Grinning, the companion noted that in this state he would not be able to use it. The girl continued that the amount of his mana could be increased either by prolonged training or by adding points in the status window, to which the porter raised his hand and said that that was it. There was a trash can in the corner, and the young man said that in that case he would train tonight. Putting her hands on her hips, the neighbor shouted that she had just arrived, but because of him it was still incredibly noisy, to which he apologized. The next day, the roof of the building appeared. Hainel's closet was dirty. Stretching his fists upward, the protagonist cried out that he was going home. Smiling, the protagonist thought about how he had left for work earlier and had fulfilled his quota much faster, and he could not believe that he was already going home. Remembering how he held the animal's body with his palms, the protagonist thought about how the boss had been looking at him with suspicion the entire time he was working. The boss's pupils had noticeably shrunk in bewilderment, and the porter said in his mind that when he finished the job at such a high speed, his stunned face should have been seen. Running away, the guy screamed that, in short, his quota was fulfilled, so he was leaving, because he needed to get home quickly. Gritting his teeth, the man called the employee an asshole. Food was cooking in the pot. The young man turned the temperature control knob on the stove. Sitting at the table, the executioner said that he should have at least run into the canteen at the plant. Holding chopsticks between his fingers, Hainel noted that he didn't even have any pickled Korean cabbage. There was a washing machine under the stove, and the protagonist wondered if he had returned home too early, when he suddenly wondered when the owner would fix the stove, because she wouldn't live long if she heated up ramen with a burner. A baseball game was playing on the phone screen, and the protagonist said that nothing could be done about it. The player pulled his hand back, and the commentator said that the athlete throwing the ball was gone L, and no matter how you look at it, his pitching style was hot. Raising his eyebrows, the porter assumed that it would probably hurt like hell if someone got hit by something like that. Chewing his noodles, the guy stopped his thoughts. Looking up, the executioner clarified whether his assistant was there, to which she answered affirmatively and asked him if something had happened. The cartridges were surrounded by bright energy, and the young man said that he knew that hunters were able to imbue weapons and gunpowder with their mana, but he did not understand whether it was possible. Squinting, the companion replied that it was true, although not so much, but thanks to the skill of mana control it was possible. A diagram of turning stone into muscles appeared, and the assistant explained that if mana was introduced into a solid substance, its durability would increase significantly, which surprised the protagonist. Reaching forward with her hands, Cabbies quietly asked to give her one spoon. The protagonist put the empty saucepan on the stove and said that he would take a short walk. In the darkness, light was visible in some windows. There was a small wooden bench on the outskirts. Insects were flying near the lantern. Warming his hand, the porter put forward the idea that this was enough. Raising her eyebrows, the entity asked him what he was going to do here in the middle of the night, to which he replied that he did not even know. The tin can reflected light, and the boy said that he had dabbled in baseball a little in his school days. The stone in the executioner's hand lit up, and he remarked that he had of course given up that hobby. Preparing to throw, the boy raised his knee. At the same second, the sword master threw the projectile forward. The boulder headed straight for the tin can. A moment later, the stone approached it. The impact left a hole in the side. Hainel stood with his arms down. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that he still had strength. It seemed as if the top of another can flew off. A moment later, the protagonist broke another container. The silhouette of a porter was visible through the hole. Leaning forward, the boy sighed heavily. Lowering her eyebrows, Cabby suggested that he take a little rest, to which he objected that it was still too early. The sword master opened his mouth wide and said that he could do more, and his assistant noted that he had been using mana to throw for an hour without stopping. The young man grabbed the can with his fingers, and the entity explained that if he overdid it with all this, there could be bad consequences. Clutching the stone in his hand, the protagonist remained silent. Raising his hand up, the protagonist exclaimed that he needed a little more. The projectile, surrounded by mana, flew straight to the target. At the same second, the can exploded into pieces. Curling her lips, the girl screamed that his blows had become more powerful, and this could not be. The porter looked at the system screen, and he was informed that repeating a certain action gave him an understanding of the use of mana, so he was assigned the corresponding skill. A notification appeared on the hologram that the formation of the crushing blow ability was successful, to which the guy noted that he thought so. Putting his fingers to his chin, the executioner asked if the hunter had used the same ability back then, and then asked his assistant to explain it to him in detail, to which she agreed. The entity said that his request was approved, so it was displaying information about the skill, when suddenly a message appeared on the screen stating that its effect was to deal a powerful blow by concentrating mana in the physical body. Tilting her head to the side, Cabbies asked if he had figured out how to obtain this ability, to which he replied that it looked like it. Raising his finger up, Hanel explained that before this, all his skills were obtained either under certain conditions or by repeating the same action, so he thought what would happen if he practiced without stopping, and his assistant suggested that he was just lucky. Clutching the stone in his hand, the protagonist said what he would do right now that he had received a new ability, when suddenly he was called out loudly. The boulder fell to the ground, and the porter noticed that he had no strength and everything was floating. Insects were flying near the lantern. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Leaning his head on his palms, the girl said that he woke up. The guy, opening his mouth in alarm, wondered what happened. Raising her eyebrows, the companion explained that this was called loss of consciousness, and this was a side effect that occurs after excessive use of mana. Frowning, the assistant shouted that this was exactly why she told him to rest a little, to which he apologized. Looking at the time on the phone screen, the young man said that he had been out for an hour. The roof of the wooden gazebo appeared, and the sword master suggested that in that case they finish here and go home, and Cabbies noted that no matter how you look at it, this was a good decision. The man was climbing a high staircase in the dark. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he had been shivering all day today. There were paper notices and advertisements on the wall, and the protagonist thought about how strange he felt. The porter pressed his lips together and suggested that it might just be hallucinations. Looking ahead, the guy wondered what that sound was. Beads of sweat were running down the man's face. Dropping his jaw, the man exclaimed that he needed to be quiet and do something. Grasping his weapon with his hands, the stranger said that This is infuriating. The bully lowered the corners of his lips and advised the girl to be quiet if she didn't want to die, while the other praised her and told her to stay put. Leaning forward, the thug asked her to be quiet several times. Hiding behind the wall, Hanel thought about how he always avoided situations like this. Lowering his chin, the protagonist decided that it would be best to call the police. Frowning, the porter thought about the fact that he first needed to see what was going on there, while the villains wanted to tie the girl's hands too. The people turned their backs to him. The protagonist's neighbor closed her eyes while the men wondered what they were going to do with her, and the guy realized that she was a high school girl he knew. Putting his hand to his mouth, the sword master didn't know what to do now, because if you think about it, she was his neighbor. Clenching his fist, the young man decided that he didn't care about it. Curled up in a ball, the lady mentally begged for someone to help her, while the bully said that she had finally shut up. The thug said that now they needed to put her in the car, and tears were streaming from the girl's eyes, who wanted to see her mother. Suddenly, the man's pupils noticeably shrank in bewilderment. At the same second, a stone hit his head. The villain fell to the ground, and his partner did not understand what was happening, while the protagonist realized that he had managed to cope with his strength. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that they needed to let her go now, and then thought about why he thought the idiot was temporarily out of it. Squinting, the bearded man exclaimed that the guy was very brave, and the guy noticed that he had a knife. Holding the blade in front of him, the bully told him to get out of here, to which the guy thought that he meant it. Clenching the chain in his fist, the boy wondered if he could. Gritting his teeth, the bandit began to scream loudly. A moment later, Hanel attacked the man with metal links. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist decided that now was the time to channel mana into the weapon. At the same second, a thick chain surrounded the hooligan's hand. The man with the beard tried to push him away and screamed loudly. The knife flew out of the villain's hand, and the protagonist thought that this was great. Spreading his legs apart, the porter remembered that he had seen this move on the internet, but he did not think that he could repeat it so easily in reality. Frowning, the boy wondered if physical strength also increased with awakening. Swinging his fist, the bandit screamed that this bastard would get it, to which the latter thought about what would happen if he was right. The sword master tightly clenched the chain in his fist. His pupils noticeably decreased. The young man brought his fist to the opponent's cheek and dealt him a crushing blow. A moment later, the bandit flew back, and they shouted at him to die. The man with the beard opened his mouth wide and began to scream loudly. Clenching his jaws, the protagonist thought that everything had gone as it should. His opponent was already lying with his head on the ground. The protagonist's hand was wounded, and he said that he had defeated them. The girl's wrists were tied with bandages. The guy removed the cloth from her mouth. Extending his palm forward, the porter asked if the schoolgirl was okay and if she was injured. Raising her nose, the graduate was crying, and the savior did not understand what was wrong with her. At that very second, the future student rushed into his arms with a scream, to which he remained silent. Hugging the hero's back, the girl screamed loudly, and he told her that everything was okay, because everything was already behind us. The lights were on in the windows of the building. The hands of the clock moved and made a sound. The man dropped his jaw and said that, based on the testimony of the witness, those people threatened with a knife and were going to kidnap Mrs. Yubi. The bandits were sitting behind bars, and the law enforcement officer clarified whether Mr. Hanel, who was passing by, had neutralized them with his bare hands, to which he replied that everything was correct. The policeman asked if he was an awakened case, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and thought about how he had a good sense, after which he said that in fact, he had recently been doing sports. The door to the room opened slightly, and one could hear the employee wished a good working day. Stretching his hand upward, the protagonist noted that he was also a victim, so the officer had overdone it, because he had asked him too many strange questions. Standing in the middle of the dark street, the young man said that now he could safely go home. Suddenly, the neighbor threw herself on his back and screamed loudly. The high school graduate asked him, her eyes wide, if he was leaving her here alone, to which he was surprised by what she called him, and thought about the fact that she had just recently choked on tears in a police car. The porter assumed that the girl had come to her senses by now, while the future student closed her eyes and asked if he would take her home. The protagonist realized that he had only learned her name when they were giving statements, but she seemed like a nice person to him, after which he dropped his jaw and said that he would do it without a problem. His pupils visibly narrowed. The neighbor was happy, and her fingers trembled, which made the protagonist think about the fact that he had a feeling that she was still worried about something. Walking forward along the dark alley, the guy offered to go home, to which she agreed. Yubi waved her hand and exclaimed for her friend to come in quickly, to which he replied that she should do the same. Leaning his back against the door, the porter thought about how after everything that had happened to her, she still remained positive, so she really was a strong girl. Sitting down on the bed, Hanel sighed in relief and said that now it was time to rest. A small piece of paper appeared in his pocket, and the protagonist noted that it was already late. Suddenly, a note fell on his hand, which surprised the porter. Looking down, the guy wondered what it was. On the sheet of paper, it was written that the protagonist should call this number if he was bored. Words of gratitude appeared in the corner of the note, and the executioner thought that it was cute. Collapsing onto the bed, the young man said that the guys would probably call him a kidnapper and curse him if they saw him in such a situation, and then added that Yubi was a beautiful name. Imagining the silhouette of a powerful Chinese general asking for kakao talk, the sword master noted that at the same time, this name was funny. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked cabbies if she could show him his status window. A system screen appeared in front of him, and the protagonist noticed that his level had increased. Looking at the inscriptions, the porter wondered when the coercion skill appeared. Putting his hands under his head, the guy thought about how a lot had been happening lately, and tomorrow was a day off at the factory, so he could go there for a walk. Sunlight fell on the roof of the building. On the fence, a sign to the Muay Thai boxing gym was visible. A bell hung on the front door. The man turned around and greeted the client. The manager was surprised to see Hanel, to which he scratched his head and asked him how he was doing. Hugging the protagonist, the manager exclaimed that he was fine and that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which he thought that this man was being overly friendly as always. The man's mouth wide open, he was surprised at how many months had passed, which made him think that the porter had died on one of the missions. The training hall appeared, and the guy could be heard explaining that he had been very busy lately, but now he had decided to start working out again, to which he agreed. With a wave of his hand, the manager of the gym asked him not to worry and to make himself at home, to which he happily exclaimed. There was a framed photo on the table, and the manager asked how his father was doing. In the picture, the men were smiling contentedly, and the guy said that he was going to visit him in the hospital a little later, and the interlocutor was outraged at how he had caught this disease. The manager asked him to say hello from him in that case, to which the executioner grinned and replied that he would definitely do so. Turning away, the administrator cried out that he was already running, and the young man thought about the fact that he was a good person after all. The handles of the skipping rope appeared, and the protagonist noted that he was letting people use the gym for free, and then remembered that he had taught him how to play baseball as a child. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist decided that he would need to help him clean up the gym before leaving. A moment later, the porter began jumping rope. Bending his knees, the guy sighed heavily. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him that the formation of the skill improved physical strength was completed successfully, which made the hero happy. Wearily opening his mouth, the executioner said that to some extent he had expected all this, but surprisingly, he spent only 2.5 hours. The sword master exclaimed, stretching his arms upward, that he could now do some cleaning. The building of Seoul National University Hospital appeared. On a small screen, it was clear that the elevator had stopped on the 6th floor. The nurse, with her eyes wide, exclaimed in surprise. The girl greeted the guy, to which he responded with his hands in his pockets. Closing his eyes, the porter asked how his father was today. The nurse handed the documents forward, saying that unfortunately it was too difficult to say anything yet, and then asked him to sign the paper, to which he remarked that he had thought so. Holding the pen with his fingers, Hanel declared that he was still very glad that his father was being looked after, and that they were worried about him. Handing the sheets back, the protagonist noted that all the other doctors had refused to treat his father, but not her, to which she thanked him for such warm words. Putting her hand out to the side, the nurse asked him to go there in that case, to which he agreed. The porter closed his eyes, apologized, and said he would quickly check the message on his phone, to which the girl replied that it was nothing to worry about. The screen showed a conversation in which the villain asked for his money back, to which the protagonist thought that he was a bastard, since he had already sent him money. The nurse grinned and asked if something had happened, to which the guy cried out that everything was fine. There was a sign on the wall with information that this was room 603 in Building B of the intensive care unit, and the executioner decided that he would simply ignore it for now. The father was lying in the bed, connected to medical devices. The man turned his head to the side, and his son called out to him. Hanel turned to the nurse, to which she raised her eyebrows and responded. The protagonist asked how many hours he had been sleeping lately, to which she turned up her nose and replied that starting this week, about 14. Putting his fingers on his father's hand, the protagonist noted that in that case, it turned out that he did not have much time left, to which he was asked again. Kneeling down next to the bed, the porter said that he accidentally overheard the doctor's conversation last time. Lowering his chin, the guy said that with each passing day, the number of hours that his father spent sleeping would increase, and when it reached 24 hours, he would no longer be able to open his eyes again. A large number of windows were visible in the building. A medical device appeared, and the executioner said that 4 years had passed since his father suddenly fell ill. The man's name was written on the documents on the bed, and his son noted that at that time the doctors did not know either the cause of the disease or the method of its treatment, and they only assumed that it was some kind of cancer. Chung Sam lay with his eyes closed, and the young man said that they had tried both anti-cancer and clinical treatments for the past 4 years, but all they had done was temporarily prevent his health from deteriorating further. Looking down, Haniel said that his father had started opening his eyes, but now the number of hours he spent sleeping was increasing each time. Standing up, the protagonist said that he would go, which surprised the nurse. Raising her eyebrows, the girl muttered that it was the first time he had come to see his father in a long time, so he should stay with him a little longer, since it had not even been 10 minutes since he had come, to which he replied in the negative. The man's head was lying on the pillow, and his son countered that, on the contrary, he thought that if he had known that he had come at such a time, he would have told him that he was only causing unnecessary trouble. Closing his eyes, the porter noted that, besides, his presence nearby could not cure him. Approaching the door, the boy said that he would go, to which the medical worker remained silent. The girl grabbed the folder with documents in her hands and began to ask him a question. There were notices on the board, and the nurse asked if he knew of a method of treatment with magic, to which he asked her again. There was an article in the newspaper about doctors, and the interlocutor explained that now it is considered a new method of treating patients in medical circles, and this method is used by awakened ones with the gift of healing. Raising her nose, the girl noted that from the financial side it would be problematic, when suddenly Hanel thanked her for her concern. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character said that he himself would find a way to cure his father. The porter continued that, besides, he did not want to cause her unnecessary trouble, because she had already been caring for his father for 4 years, to which she sadly dropped her jaw and called him. Grinning, the protagonist asked her not to worry, then added that everything would be fine. Opening his mouth, the executioner said that he had told the nurse exactly that. Grabbing his hair with his hands, the guy wondered who had prompted him to say such a thing, and how he would find a way to cure it if even the doctors didn't know it. A moment later, the sword master calmed down and sat down on the chair. Turning on the computer, the young man decided that he should first look for the method using magic that the nurse had told him about. After a pause, the protagonist raised his eyebrows and wondered why it wasn't turning on again. Kicking the system unit with his foot, the protagonist shouted that it wasn't working. The monitor showed the loading process, and the porter noticed that it had turned on. The guy moved the cursor over the link about an unusual method of healing with magic. Clenching his hand into a fist, the executioner thought about the method that awakened ones with the ability to heal could use. The young man called cabbies, when suddenly she appeared behind him and asked if she had been called. Hanel asked if he could master the skill that heals people's illnesses, to which the entity lowered its head and replied that she did not know. The assistant suggested that if the understanding of this skill meets the conditions, then everything will work out, after which she leaned forward and asked what was this small thing here, while the protagonist did not understand if this was true. The cockroach raised its head, and the companion noted that no matter how you look at it, even if he had enough understanding of this ability and received it, then in order to use it, it is necessary for his level to be higher than his current one. Suddenly, the insect in front of her face spread its wings. Putting his fist to his chin, the porter said that he understood her. Having typed in the search bar Paradise of Porters, the guy noted that in this case, he first needed to raise his level. The executioner said that as expected, all the porter positions were already taken this week, and then wondered how it was that there wasn't even a single position, while Cabbies was running after the insect with a shoe in her hand. Reaching for the phone, the protagonist suggested that he could call him. The cockroach crawled under the table, when suddenly the protagonist greeted the interlocutor and asked if he could talk now. The executioner asked Taisu if there was any more work for the porters this week, and then exclaimed that he could come tomorrow before noon, while the entity's eyes sparkled like stars. The insect raised its mustache upward, and the boy loudly thanked the elder. Suddenly, the cockroach's brothers crawled out onto the table, and the sword master said that in that case, they would see each other tomorrow morning. Lowering his head, the boy sighed in relief. The assistant sat by the door, and her companion asked what she was doing. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. It seemed as if someone was pressing a finger on the door lock. At that very moment, the protagonist opened one eye and did not understand what was happening. Scratching his temple, the porter responded to the knock and wondered who could have been brought in so early in the morning. Coming out of the apartment, the guy noticed that there was no one. The executioner leaned forward and assumed that the children were joking, and then wondered what it was. On the ground, he saw banana milk and a note next to it. Unfolding the paper, the young man read a message from Yubi, where she wrote that she thanked him for saving her then, after which she admitted that she did not know how to thank him for his help, but decided to bring him his favorite banana milk. Hanel began to open the lid of the drink. At that very second, the protagonist inserted a straw into it and said that this girl was lovely. The neighbor hid behind the wall, and the porter exclaimed that he would have the same energetic and cheerful day today. The guy, holding the phone in his hand, noticed that time was passing slowly. In the distance, the young man noticed a moving car. The wheels of the car quickly stopped. Suddenly, the window of the vehicle began to open. Taisu, smiling, asked if he had been living well all this time, to which he received the answer that it was all thanks to him. Scratching the back of his head, the teenager apologized for calling so abruptly yesterday, and the man said that it was nothing special, because he was always happy to work with him, and let him get in quickly, because they were going to get equipment. After some time, a government agency of the city of Seoul appeared. The manager raised his hand and explained that he would go get the material handling vehicle and that they would see each other later. The sign for the porter maintenance department was visible, and at that moment the names of the guys could be heard. The girl, looking at the guys, asked if they were porters from Team A, leaving for a mission at 9 in the morning today, to which she received a positive answer. The employee, holding a tablet in his hand, said that first they would go through identification and that they should follow her. A sign with the inscription "Restricted Area" appeared, after which the employee said that all the necessary things and weapons were here. There was equipment on the floor, and it was heard that there were 3 submachine guns, 2 boxes of ammunition and 4 frame backpacks, and that they should check if everything was in order and get their personal ammunition. The employee, raising his eyebrows, said that since they had been here for over a year, he thought that there was no need to explain to them the rules and procedure for handing over the equipment, and then turned to Hanel. The girl said that she didn't know what had happened there, but the equipment he had used last time was now in disrepair, and they had had to fuss a lot about it, causing sweat to run down the protagonist's face. Smiling, the employee exclaimed that they would be very grateful to him if the equipment remained intact this time, and the protagonist replied that he would be careful. Sighing heavily, the girl noted that the most important thing was their safety, and therefore she wished them to return safe and sound. After some time, barbed wire appeared. Taisu, sitting in the truck, asked to let them through. A moment later, the car moved forward. Slamming the door, the man said that they had finally arrived. Squinting, the manager decided to start hunting them. Suddenly, someone's leg appeared. A notification appeared on the phone screen, and it was heard that the connection was starting to disappear. Hanel opened his mouth and asked if they were already near the field, to which he replied that it looked like it, since there were always network problems in the field. A squad was visible in the distance, and Taisu added that it might be for the best, after which he suggested that they stop here. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth wide. Extending his index finger, the manager said that as they all knew, their enemy today was dogs, and also explained that they were called dogs, but in fact, they were the size of calves. Introducing the evil monsters, the porter said that if we talk about features, they were ferocious, and compared to their size, they had a well-developed motor nerve, and they usually attacked in 2s or 3s, so one should be especially careful. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, wondered if they were bait, and then thought that the manager was good at the briefing. The soldier, squinting, said that when he and the porters first attracted their attention, they would need to hand them over to the hunters, and the protagonist thought that he probably thought so because he had already met many monsters. The guy abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Looking at his squad, the young man asked if they were with them again, and at the same time Taisu decided to change the subject, asking if the hunters had any questions. Suddenly, they addressed the man, causing his pupils to narrow, and he muttered that he had a premonition of something bad. The teenager, raising the corners of his lips, asked if he knew if it would be so dangerous this time, because there would be problems if something happened again, to which the manager whispered that this guy, as always, was behaving like an idiot. The porter held out his hand and said that of course it wouldn't, and that these creatures were nothing compared to their abilities, and if they were careful, nothing would happen, so he should calm down. The soldier, clenching his jaw, noticed that his words were really calming him down, and thought that they should believe him, like last time. Raising his eyebrows, Taisa asked why he had such a stern expression, and was he really scared already? The executioner, looking at his partners, muttered that this was real psychological warfare. The manager was visible in the distance. Taking out a flare, the man noted that, whatever the case, so far everything was fine. A second later, the porter loaded his pistol. Raising the weapon up, Taisa added that that's why they would start hunting. A moment later, a shot rang out. The flare quickly shot up. The monsters raised their heads from the explosion in the sky. The monsters suddenly opened their mouths and growled. Suddenly the evil spirits rushed forward. The man turned around and said that the dogs were coming. The monsters ran quickly. Saliva was flowing from the mouth of one of the monsters, and it was heard that the porters needed to shoot now. A second later, the guys started shooting. The bullets hit the evil spirits. The manager continued firing, and at the same time turned to the hunters. It was possible to see how the cartridges were flying out of the machine gun. The hunter, baring his teeth, replied that he knew. Suddenly, the young man rushed towards the dog. The monster furiously opened its mouth. The guy grabbed his weapon tightly. The teenager quickly delivered a crushing blow. Suddenly, another monster appeared. Looking to the side, the soldier noticed the creature behind his back. It seemed like the hunter was holding his sword. A moment later, the guy delivered a slashing blow. The warrior in armor fired from a machine gun. The monster stuck out its tongue in pain. The enemy fell to the ground abruptly, and the tank hunter muttered that these creatures were weaker than he thought. The swordsman, opening his mouth, asked if it was too easy, to which his comrade noted that it was even a little strange. An unusual light was visible in the girl's palms, and she was asked not to use her ability, because it was already over. The magician, through the sweat on his face, asked if it was already over, after which she exclaimed that she could not believe it, because she had not even finished creating the projectile. The hunter, standing in place, asked what to do with it now, and then received the answer that he should just throw it somewhere. The soldier objected that how could she throw it to him, because it was a fiery projectile, and at the same time the protagonist, turning his gaze to the side, heard that something was not right here. The protagonist clarified with Kisa what had happened, and he, squinting, replied that nothing of the sort. Looking at the monsters, the man explained that he was just thinking about these dogs, because they did not use any force and fell to the ground at the first blow. The manager added that he had a feeling that someone was interfering with all this, which made the executioner widen his eyes in bewilderment, thinking that this could not be. The weapons store appeared, and the sword master wondered if it was discovered, and also said that it was really strange. Scratching the back of his head, Taisa noted that in any case, they finished the job faster. Suddenly, Hanyo was asked to come over, and he, drooling, thought that it seemed that no one knew yet that he was indirectly affecting the fight. 20 minutes ago, the protagonist was watching the manager and the hunter. The protagonist's partner, raising his hand, asked that if he had time, he would help them check and distribute the store, to which he answered yes. The executioner opened the box and decided to at least work first. Looking at the contents of the magazine, the unique hunter said that everything was fine and they would share 12 pieces between each. Taking the ammunition in his hand, the sword master muttered that he remembered that if he gave it mana to something with high hardness, it would become even stronger, and then wondered if it meant that using his magic on the bullets would help them. Looking at the bullets, Hanel added that if everything went well, experience points would increase. Suddenly, Taisu, approaching him, asked if he was stuck there, since it was time for them to go. The man, lowering his head, asked what he was doing now. Several loaded magazines appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist replied that he simply decided to check the bullets before using them, and the manager noted that he was much more serious than at first glance. With a heavy sigh, the soldier explained that it was time to go, and so he should finish faster. The guy, through the sweat on his face, asked his partner if he thought they had finished too quickly this time, to which he received a positive answer. The warrior held a machine gun in his hand, and the protagonist realized that now everyone was loaded with his bullets. A moment later, a screen appeared in front of the executioner. Looking at the system notification, the sword master asked if his level had really increased, and if everything would be okay. Suddenly, a sharp weapon appeared. The monster sharply stuck out its tongue. Taisu, turning his head, asked Hanel how much was left, and he explained that this was already the third, and he had just started. The magician released a powerful flame, and it was audible that he had to press on in order to keep up with the hunters, but he couldn't work at such a speed. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that he understood, and also thought that he would really go crazy like this. Imagining the loaded magazines, the protagonist thought that it was good to introduce his Mna into the cartridges and get indirect experience as a hunter, but he did not think that it would lead to this. The swordsman could be seen swinging his weapon, and the executioner muttered that because the mission difficulty had become much easier for the hunters, they, the porters, could no longer keep up with them. Through the sweat on his face, the sword master realized that at this rate they would not last long. Thick foliage was visible, and Hanel shouted that he would definitely go crazy at this rate. There was a saw on the floor, and someone suggested taking a rest. The protagonist, wiping sweat from his forehead, said that they were finally resting. Suddenly, the protagonist narrowed his eyes. Noticing the porters sitting, the guy whispered, as he thought that the other porters were barely able to stand on their feet, and the hunters were not tired, and only continued hunting. The girl, extending her index finger, suggested going on a trip somewhere, because this time they would earn money, after which the executioner noted that the hunt was successful and now they were sitting contentedly. Looking up, the hunter thought he was embarrassed in front of the other porters. The screen showed the level of the sword master, and he realized that thanks to this, his level had become even higher. Looking at the system notification, Hanel asked to show him his status window for a second. After a moment, the main character's characteristics were displayed, and then he muttered that he already had 20 points, and his strength had increased. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered if he still lacked points, and he did not yet know how to use them, plus he would not be able to return the points already spent. Opening his mouth, the boy said that even with his bullets, it was not easy to hold off those creatures. Warming his hands, the young man said that at least now he knew who was stronger and who was weaker. Suddenly, the teenager's pupils turned white. Taisu, squinting, asked if he wanted to ask how to find out whether the hunter's monsters were stronger or weaker, to which he received the answer that he thought he could know. The man waved his hand and said that he wasn't even a hunter, but he was worried about such things, and at the same time, the executioner explained that he was just always curious. Crossing his arms, the manager noted that a veteran like him had already seen a lot and gained a lot of experience, and therefore he could compare the mana amounts of hunters and monsters in advance. Raising his eyebrows, the sword master asked again about comparing the mana amounts, after which Taisa said that he thought he should know that before awakened ones are enrolled in the ranks of hunters, their mana amounts are measured. Clenching his fists, Hanel replied that he knew that this was one of the procedures in the association to officially become a hunter, and then his interlocutor said that he knew a lot, but he was not sure if managers could make a request to measure mana. Smiling, the protagonist said that he just found out about this, causing the man to laugh. Having introduced the man and the monster, the manager said that they, the managers, before going out hunting, make a rough comparison of the mana of the hunters and enemies, and each monster has a different amount of magical abilities, but if on average their strength exceeds the enemy's strength, then you can be calm. Holding a large remote control in his hand, the porter added that if you have to face monsters of different levels, then the outcome will depend only on the experience of the hunters. Noticing an unusual device, the protagonist asked what it was in his hand, to which he received the answer that it was a new detector for measuring mana. Lowering his gaze, the guy asked if this thing was like a radar that detects the reaction of mana in monsters, after which Taisa said that this is true, but it seems that she has run out of mana. The young man clarified whether he could take a look, and then the man handed him the detector. The manager added that it was quite expensive to give the equipment mana, and therefore did not know what to do with this detector now, and the teenager, biting his lips, thought that he had told him so much useful information, and therefore, why not help him? It was visible how the executioner held the device in his hand. Suddenly, the gadget started working. Thisu, opening his jaw, asked if he had used magic, to which the sword master explained that it seemed that the equipment had failed. Looking at the small screen, the man reported that 1 kilometer from the northwest there were 3 more creatures, and this radar was their eyes on the hunt. The manager, leaving, exclaimed that then it was necessary to warn the other hunters to prepare for a new attack, after which Hanel thought that he had lost precious time to rest. The protagonist, squinting, thought about the eyes that recognize magic and monsters, and at the same time Cabbies asked if he had called him. The protagonist lowered his hands and asked what would happen if he gave magic to the body, for example, the eyes. The unusual creature extended its index finger and replied that it didn't even know, and if that part of the body was strong enough, it thought it was possible. Smiling, the girl added that if he did something wrong, everything could explode. Winking, Cabbies noted that if he didn't try, he wouldn't know. Looking at his palm, the guy realized that it could really be dangerous. Scratching his eyes, the young man couldn't decide what to do. Suddenly, darkness appeared, and the executioner noticed that his eyes had suddenly darkened, and he wondered what this strange feeling was. Suddenly, a pupil appeared, and Cabbies asked if it was okay. Through tears, the sword master screamed that it was very painful for him. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, objected that she had told him not to do that, and then asked why he always did things his own way, to which he replied that she herself had said that she would not know until she tried. Hanel clenched his fists, and then the unusual creature asked him to stop rubbing his eyes with his hands and let the tears flow. Suddenly, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Noticing the grass, the protagonist wondered if he was imagining things or if his vision was gradually returning. The soldiers, looking at the guy, asked what was going on and what he was doing, and he could not understand what the swaying aura above them was. Cabbies, clenching her fingers, asked him not to do anything stupid. Suddenly, the system reported that it had acquired an understanding of the use of mana, and therefore assigned the corresponding ability, after which the young man, through the sweat on his face, asked if he had succeeded. A description of the skill mana study appeared on the screen. After a while, the sunset appeared, and it was heard that everyone had worked hard as always. There was a system notification on the phone, and Taisu explained that the payment for today was 500,000 won, and to check if the money had arrived. Suddenly, the man spat on the ground. The soldier, baring his teeth, objected that they had twice as much work as the other group, but they were also paid only 500,000 won, and if they earn more than others, then maybe they should accept it. The warrior clarified that didn't everyone think so, to which the executioner apologized to himself, because this was all because of him. The manager, squinting, said that he was no longer a newbie, and then asked what kind of nonsense this was, and whether this was his first day working as a porter, and at the same time he wondered if this meant that he sided with the hunters. As he left, the soldier exclaimed that how could he even come to this team again. Taisa asked how he was going to continue working as a porter, and the sword master, closing his eyes, repeated his question. Extending his palm, Hanyo muttered that let them forgive him. After all, it was all his fault, but it was still good that he had acquired a new skill. A moment later, someone addressed the protagonist, and he, with his mouth wide open, answered that he was coming, and also thought that for now he felt that all this was not enough, and he needed to continue to further increase his level. The next day, Seoul National University Hospital appeared. The sign said that a consultation was in progress. The guy, raising his eyebrows, clarified whether they were saying that there was no way to cure his father yet, after which they apologized to him. The doctor, through sweat on his face, said that the current level of medicine was not yet enough to overcome Mr. Chun-sam's illness, and the young man realized that it was the same thing again. The doctor added that they could only keep him alive, and the executioner muttered that all doctors said the same thing. The door of the ward was visible, and at the same time the medical worker noted that since he had come, he might as well visit his father, since he was currently awake, and he thought it would give him strength. The man raised the corners of his lips when he heard that his son had come. Sitting down, Jun-sam said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, Unfor appeared. The sword master placed his palm on his father. Sadly lowering his gaze, Hanyo thought that his father looked tired. The man, squinting, asked why he had come again. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he wanted to say that he had found a job at a good company, and muttered that in fact, he risked his life during the day working as a porter, and also worked as an executioner in the evening. The bed was visible, and at the same time the protagonist added that he now had a job outside the office for a short time, and a little later he would have to meet with a client again, after which he whispered that he was already sick, and so there was no need to worry about him. Crossing his palms, Zong-sam said that when did he manage to grow up so much that he was already talking about work, and thought that now it would not be so hard for him if he were gone. Through the sweat on his face, the young man exclaimed that he was saying such a thing, and asked him not to say such a thing, because he had not yet managed to give him a good life. The teenager touched his father's fingers, and his father said that he thought that such a worthless old man like him was only preventing him from building his own life. An unusual aura enveloped the executioner's hand, and he said that at that moment, from the sudden emotions that had swept over him, his magic was transferred to Zong-sam. Blood particles appeared, after which the unique hunter added that through the veins, penetrating every cell of his body, led to an unexpected outcome. The sword master lowered his head, and it was heard that one way or another, seeing him for the first time in a long time somehow magically gives him strength. Suddenly, Haino's eyes bulged in surprise, and it was said that thanks to the transfer of mana, an understanding of the ability to restore vital energy appeared, and the corresponding skill was also assigned. A moment later, a screen appeared in front of the protagonist. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked Cabbies if she could see this now too. The father, squeezing his fingers, asked again about Cabbies, to which the guy confusedly replied that nothing like that. Opening his mouth, the young man explained that he was talking to himself about work, and then muttered that he was so surprised that he opened his mouth without knowing it. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if he was making things too hard for him, since he was starting to worry, and his son said that everything was fine and asked him not to worry. His clothes were visible, and at the same time, Zong-sam noticed that he was getting sleepy again, and the teenager then said that he should not overexert himself and rest. Smiling, the executioner said that he would drop by to see him again, and also thought that his father wanted to sleep anyway. Closing his eyes, the close relative exclaimed that seeing him after a long time made him sleepy. Raising his eyebrows, the hunter said that if he could wait a little longer, he would have to see his face for the rest of his life. A moment later, his father, lifting the corners of his lips, fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, Cabbies, grinning, asked if she had been called, to which the sword master asked if she could explain in more detail about his new ability. A system notification appeared, which stated about the healing effect, namely, by transferring mana, it is possible to heal external damage and restore vitality. Hainel, through sweat on his face, asked if he could cure his father's illness with this ability, to which he received the answer that she was not sure, and it seemed to her that this skill alone would not be enough. Winking, the unusual creature added that, however, if he continued to develop this ability and acquire new ones, then curing his father would no longer be a problem. Squinting, the protagonist said that he understood. Suddenly, a nurse entered the room, apologized for coming in, and explained that visiting hours were over. As he left, the protagonist thought that his father should be patient a little longer, because he would definitely find a way to cure him. The guy bit his lips sharply. Suddenly, the young man raised his head. A hooligan stood in front of him. The bandit, baring his teeth, turned to the teenager. The villain raised his eyebrows and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked who these gentlemen were. Hugging the executioner, the bandit asked if the pretty nurse was talking to him like that and if they knew each other. Clenching his jaw, the hooligan said that it would be great if he quietly followed them, otherwise he knew what would happen. Smiling, the hunter replied that she shouldn't worry, because they were just his acquaintances. Frowning, the villain asked if she had heard, because he and Hanel had business. A second later, the guys walked away from the doctor. Suddenly, it seemed like one of the bandits was beating the sword master. The hooligan, holding the phone in his hand, asked him to go easy and not to hurt him too much. The villain, looking at the screen, said that this daredevil hadn't even read the last messages, and then asked if he thought they would leave him alone so easily. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he had sent them everything last time. The man leaned over and explained that it was the principal amount, and that this month he had raised the interest. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and shouted that they hadn't even told him that. The bandit sighed heavily and said that it was all written down in the promissory note. Clenching his fist, the guy called them swindlers. The hooligan, with his hands in his pockets, asked if he thought that in his situation he shouldn't make such statements, and that he should think about his father, who was currently in the hospital. The villain added that he didn't think the young man could do anything about it, which made him frown angrily. The man raised the corners of his lips and said that from now on he had 7 days. The bandit asked if the executioner understood what would happen to his dear father if he didn't return the money on time, to which the man, narrowing his eyes, called him a bastard. The bully remarked to his partner that this idiot seemed to be still not in his senses and that he should help him, and at that moment, the latter, flexing his fists, responded positively. After some time, the hunter, sitting near the garbage, thought about why everything was happening this way. Looking down, the sword master muttered that he was trying to help his father by paying for the hospital expenses, but in the end, he was only putting him in danger. Looking at his hands, Hanel thought that if he could not pay off his debts within a week, after which he did not understand that even if he did pay, then what then? The protagonist suddenly clenched his fingers. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted that it was very easy. Raising his head, the guy exclaimed that he just needed to try. Sitting at the computer desk, the young man said that he had shouted exactly that at that moment. The teenager typed in the search engine about the procedure for registering with the Hunters Association, and also realized that he did not have much time. Touching his wrist, the executioner said that in order to return the money in such a short time, he would have to go hunting with monsters, and therefore wanted to officially join the association, but the registration procedure was very complicated and he had no time at all. Continuing to touch himself with his fingers, the hunter said that he did not think that by officially becoming a hunter, he would be able to earn the amount he needed in a week. Opening his mouth, the sword master noted that the wound was indeed healing. There was a clock on the wall, and then Hanel exclaimed that what he could do now was put his life on the line and indulge in gambling. After some time, shops near the supermarket appeared. A small sign was visible. Moving his feet, the protagonist said that his body was shaking. Standing in a dark alley, the protagonist decided to act. Introducing the soldiers, the guy said that the Hunters Association is a kind of national certification body for awakened ones, which was created 28 years ago during the World War, by a group of active hunters. A personal card was shown, and the youth continued that in this organization, hunters are given a registration card and a license, and registered hunters also receive various privileges. The warriors stood in combat stances, after which the teenager explained that awakened ones who join the Hunter Association receive permission to legally exterminate monsters, and thanks to the connections with the institution as a porter, the organization also deals with the transportation of monster materials. An unusual artifact was visible, and then the executioner added that in particular, these are valuable materials, such as a magic stone, and they are usually used for high-tech industrial or military purposes, and trading them outside the association is strictly prohibited, but of course, this only happens if all of them belong to the organization. Suddenly, a small sign appeared, and it was heard that he was cheap, and at the same time the hunter thought that the time given to him was not that much. Looking at the backpack, the sword master asked how much it cost. The seller replied that he would sell it for 30,000 won, after which Hanel handed over the bills. The merchant, waving his hand, thanked him and told him to come again, and the protagonist wondered if he could earn a lot of money in a short time. What he could do now was illegally hunt without a license. Walking down the street, the protagonist thought that he had heard many times that this was done either by civilians who were in dire need of money, or by hunters who wanted to evade taxes, and so they committed a crime and ended up on the police wanted list as black hunters. Lowering his gaze, the guy muttered that such things were no longer uncommon in the criminal world, and of course, illegally exterminating monsters was a dangerous step. Raising his head, the young man asked for the item he needed, and also whispered that now was not the time to choose, and he had no choice but to try. Putting his backpack on the ground, the teenager thought that he would prepare everything for the hunt as little as possible. Putting the bag on his back, the executioner realized that now only the weapon was left. Introducing the guns, the hunter said that until now he had relied on the help of an organization that issued various types of weapons and bullets, but now he could not use all of them. Shaking his head, the sword master said that according to rumors, weapons can be found on the black market, but he did not have much money. Looking to the side, Hanel decided that he first needed to replenish his strength. An old man with closed eyes was visible, and the protagonist turned to him. Extending his index finger, the protagonist asked if it was a fake, to which he received the answer that of course it was not a fake. There was a bow on the floor, and it was audible that it was the real original. A long-range weapon appeared, and at the same time the grandfather told him that he had once had a bow in his time, and used it for hunting, but his wife did not like it. The seller added that she began to threaten to throw it away, and so he had to put it up for sale, after which the boy asked if he could touch it. The merchant exclaimed that he could touch it as much as he wanted, and a moment later the young man took the bow in his hand. Pulling the bowstring, the teenager noticed that it had a very good pulling force, and thought that it would be nice if he endowed the arrows with his mana. Opening his mouth, the executioner asked how much it cost. Raising his head, the old man replied that he was giving 2 more bundles of arrows in the set, so the total would be 150,000 won. With his mouth wide open, the hunter was very surprised, after which the grandfather asked if he thought it was too cheap. Opening his wallet, the sword master muttered that 150,000 won was his monthly food expenses. Hanel thought that it couldn't be helped, and then the merchant, raising the corners of his lips, asked him to take care of it. The merchant added that although he had to sell the bow at his wife's request, it was still his hunting partner, and at that moment the protagonist examined his new weapon. Putting the bow in his backpack, the protagonist said goodbye to the old man. Sitting on a chair, the grandfather wished him luck. Walking down the street, the boy thought that he had solved the problem with the long-range weapon, and he needed to find another one. Suddenly, the youth looked at the merchant. The merchant, with his mouth slightly open, asked what he needed. Closing his eyes, the teenager apologized for asking. Noticing the knives, the executioner asked if he sold these weapons here. The old man, frowning, shouted, "Can't you see that he is a merchant?" Through the sweat on his face, the hunter thought that he was selling all this without a license, but now it made no difference to him whether it was all sold legally or not. Looking at his grandfather, the sword master decided that he needed to find something that might be useful to him. Hanel, looking at one of the knives, asked if he could touch it, to which he received a counter question whether he was going to buy it. Taking the weapon in his hands, the protagonist answered positively, and also muttered that this thing was very similar to the knives that they give out in the association. Inspecting the dagger, the protagonist noticed that it was not bent anywhere, and in surprisingly good condition. Squinting, the guy realized that he needed to buy another knife just in case for unforeseen situations. The young man asked if the seller had a knife that did not slip in his hand, after which the latter, bulging his eyes, asked him again. Digging in the drawer, the merchant exclaimed that of course he did, and let him wait a second. Taking out a knife with a handle, the old man said that he should take it and try holding it in his hand. Grandpa added that it was a trench knife, and one that would definitely not fly out of his hands, and the teenager, taking it in his hand, said that this was definitely true. Raising his eyebrows, the executioner thought that this was the best weapon option for him right now, and at that moment he asked how much 2 of them would cost. The seller explained that everything would be 70,000 won, after which the hunter handed over the money and whispered that there were a lot of expenses for today. Leaving, the sword master wished the merchant good trading, and the latter asked him to take care of himself. Smiling slightly, the old man noted that he had done well today. Raising his head, Grandpa asked if they had also come to buy weapons. A personal card appeared, and the man replied that they were from the district police station. Adjusting his glasses, the policeman said that they had received a call about illegal trading here. The salesman was asked to come with them, which caused him to open his jaw in confusion. The roof of the house was visible, and the salesman objected, "What nonsense." After some time, steam was swirling in the protagonist's room. Putting a towel on his head, Hanel decided to look at something. Looking at the backpack, the protagonist said that all the things were packed, after which he wondered how he could avoid getting caught at the checkpoint. Crossing his arms, the guy said that the car was given out by the association, but he could not use it now. A moment later, the young man said that there was one way, and he needed to get the car himself, and then wrote in the search bar about renting a truck for hunting monsters. With his eyes bulging, the teenager was very surprised by the rent per day of 500,000 won, and asked why it was so expensive. Moving the computer mouse across the table, the executioner noted that these were improved trucks, but still somehow too expensive. Pressing the pay button, the hunter said that since he was going hunting, there was nothing he could do. Through tears, the sword master said goodbye to his 2 months' rent for the apartment. There was a clock on the wall, and Hanel said that he now had a car too. Lying on the bed, the protagonist thought that he seemed to have prepared everything. Taking out his phone, the protagonist exclaimed that there was still something left. Lights were on in several windows of the building. A small envelope appeared. The boss was sitting in his chair. Looking at the guy, the chief clarified what it was. A white sign was visible, and at the same time the manager asked if the young man had the courage to be late, and whether he thought that since he had started doing his job well, everything was now possible. The director abruptly touched the letter. Tearing the paper, the man asked if he thought that having brought him a letter, he would read it. A moment later, the boss narrowed his eyes. Straightening his jacket, the boss muttered that quite often, some brats, whom he couldn't stand, handed him letters, and he was sure that in them they asked him for help. Suddenly, the boss sighed heavily. Looking at the frightened teenager, the director added that every time in such a situation, he simply tore these letters into small pieces right in front of them, so that they would not show off anymore. There were pieces of paper on the table, and the man explained that this is why they left after some time, but it didn't matter, since there were enough workers anyway. Clenching his jaw, the boss thought that he would let this guy experience the bitterness of life, after which the executioner asked what he was doing. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the hunter said that it was his resignation letter, to which the boss angrily asked him again. The sword master closed his eyes and asked if his ears were blocked, since he said it was a resignation letter, and if he thought they would write him any other letter besides this one. Hanel said that he shouldn't flatter himself, which made the director's face look confused. Raising his palm, the director asked how he dared. The protagonist sighed in displeasure. The protagonist grabbed his wrist sharply. Looking forward, the boy exclaimed that he had come to talk to him, and that he should stop swinging his fists. The young man continued to hold the director's hand, and the latter wondered if he should have a lesson. Suddenly, the boss bared his teeth menacingly. Swinging his fist, the director called the teenager a loser. The director hit the executioner in the face. Grabbing the man's wrist, the hunter noticed that he had hit him first. The boss's eyes widened in bewilderment. A moment later, the sword master began to lift the director. Hanel unexpectedly knocked the director over. A second later, someone opened the door and asked what all the noise was about. An employee entered the room and asked what had happened. The protagonist turned around and greeted him. The director lay with his mouth open, and at the same time, the protagonist explained that this run had raised his hand against him, and that was why he had hit him back. The guy started picking up pieces of paper. Suddenly, the young man shoved the trash into the boss's mouth and said that it was a resignation letter, and he had to accept it from him. The teenager added that he should behave well, and the man, through the sweat on his face, asked if this was a rowdy behavior now. Looking at the executioner swinging at the boss, the employee thought that he was more dangerous than he seemed. The night sky was visible. Stretching his arms, the hunter noted that he knew that this would happen, and also added that he had suffered a lot from him. There were gnats flying around the lantern, and the sword master said that one way or another he would no longer be able to live as before. Clenching his fist, Hanel explained that his main task now was to hunt monsters. Suddenly, the protagonist caught a hook. Opening his mouth, the protagonist wondered if these were the executioner's hooks. There were several hooks lying on the ground, after which the guy could not understand why they were left there, and whether they wanted to throw them away. Standing in place, the young man thought about whether he should take them with him. After some time, the daytime sky appeared. There was a small mug on the floor. The teenager, removing the bandage, said that everything had already healed. A moment later, the executioner threw it away. Looking in the mirror, the hunter decided that he needed to go. The sword master raised his eyebrows when he heard how he was addressed. The guy, holding out a small map, said that he was from a transport rental company, after which he asked if he had rented a truck to hunt monsters, to which he received a positive answer. The transport company employee asked if he could check his ID, and then Hanel handed him the document. The young man extended his palm and said that he should follow him. Standing next to the car, the boy explained that it was his car. A second later, the employee took out the keys. Holding a tablet in his hand, the young man mentioned that if the rental time exceeded 24 hours, he would have to pay an additional amount. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist heard how they wished him a great hunt. The protagonist fastened his backpack with a belt. Touching the start button of the transport, the executioner said that the truck was ready. Suddenly, black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe, and the hunter thought that it was time to go. The car could be seen driving along the road. A green sign appeared. There was a small fence on the road. Looking out the window, the sword master noticed that they were working hard, and then the soldier asked for his ID. The soldier, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he was a porter, and then asked to show his entry documents. Scratching his head, the guy replied that he was from the advance group, and that the documents were with the second team, and he also hoped that this would work out. The young man added that therefore the car driving behind him would show him his documents, to which the guard objected that this was not according to the rules. Suddenly, a question was heard from a small building about what was going on with the private, and he answered that there was a porter here who said that he did not have entry documents in hand. A window of the building appeared, and the man exclaimed that he should just let him through, and then the soldier asked that they could do that. The soldier clarified whether the guy could see how many cars had already gathered behind him, and therefore he should let them through, and at that very moment the private, looking at the car, obeyed the order. A fence was visible, and it was heard that Hanel could drive through, and he wished them a good job. As he was leaving, the protagonist thought that it was good that it had worked out, and that it had been a good decision to leave at such an hour. Suddenly, a helmet appeared and the soldier remarked that they had done a great job. The guy, closing his eyes, asked the corporal if he thought it was the right decision to let that guy through without documents, to which he received an answer that he did not know, but hoped that nothing would happen. The soldier, sighing heavily, said that he was a porter and also the only one. The young man asked if he had ever let a single hunter through, let alone a porter, after which his partner said that he had never. It was visible how the protagonist adjusted his backpack. The executioner put on all his gear. The hunter walked forward, and the corporal explained that even if he had not deceived them, going there alone was tantamount to suicide. Suddenly, a checkpoint appeared and he informed the corporal that it was time for the change. Turning his head, the guy wished them a good job. There was a sign that said about the monster spawn zone, and at the same time the young man asked his partner if he could ask something, to which he received a positive answer. The soldier, through sweat on his face, said that some porter went into the forest alone, and that it was a real suicide, and asked if it was really so dangerous there. Looking sharply at his colleague, the soldier asked if that was what he called a question. Sighing heavily, the corporal asked to listen carefully, after which he clarified if he knew what a battlefield was, and the guy asked a counter-question, whether this was not the territory they were currently guarding. A dense forest was visible in the distance, and the young man explained that this was a place where, even after the end of the war, the portal to a parallel world was still open, and they maintained it by drawing power from an extraterrestrial world. After introducing the phone and the monsters, the soldier added that all external communications were unavailable due to radio interference, and if he ended up trapped with the monsters, he would be finished. The soldier asked if his comrade was saying that the porter was all alone, and then exclaimed that a hunter, let alone a porter, would not have gone there alone, and therefore, if he had not gone there alone for the sake of suicide, then for what purpose? And the other, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that he was furious, but still explained everything in detail. Suddenly, tall grass appeared. At the same time, Hanel was biting his nails. Looking at the screen, the protagonist wondered by what principal points were divided in general. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he would have to hunt, relying on his abilities, and then asked if he could distribute 10 points to strength and 10 to magic. A system notification appeared, in which the guy's characteristics were written, and the points were distributed. The young man thoughtfully lowered his gaze. The artificial intelligence reported that the distribution was complete, and was reconfiguring the abilities. A moment later, the reconfiguration of the abilities was complete, after which the teenager tightly clenched his fist. Opening his mouth, the executioner said that he had an unusual feeling again. Turning his head, the hunter wondered whether he should start. It was possible to see the sword master walking along the path. Suddenly, Hanel noticed tracks on the ground. A small paw print appeared, and the protagonist wondered if these were the tracks of a monster. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist decided to try using magic. Suddenly, the track lit up white. Looking ahead, the guy asked if they led there. Making his way through the bushes, the young man wondered whether he should follow these tracks first. A second later, the teenager looked down. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the grass. The executioner opened his jaw in surprise. The hunter quickly reached for his knife and wondered if the enemy was behind him. The sword master quickly parried the enemy's attack. The monster was clutching the blade of the dagger with its claws. It was visible how the knife began to slip out of Hanel's hand. The protagonist clenched his jaw in confusion. A moment later, the weapon fell to the ground. Looking at the terrible monster, the protagonist wondered if this creature was Volax. Through the sweat on his face, the guy thought that it was obvious that he was a low-ranking monster, but he would not be able to use a bow at such a distance. Snapping his fingers, the young man decided to try something. Suddenly, the monster's head opened into 4 parts. Lowering his eyebrows, the teenager realized that he needed to act now. A second later, the executioner threw a hook at his enemy. The weapon quickly cut through the air. Threads enveloped the body of the evil spirit. The hook flew over the monster's head. The rope abruptly tied the limbs of the monster. The hunter opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at his opponent, the sword master noted that this ability was really good. Squinting, Hanel muttered that the hooks tied him up as if they were alive. Taking out his knife, the protagonist realized that now was not the time. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it was good that he bought a couple of knives for such an occasion, and then added that he needed to cut his throat. Suddenly, drops of blood appeared. After some time, the guy could be seen sitting on the ground. A screen appeared in front of him, which said that his level had increased from 4th to 5th. Looking at the notification, the young man exclaimed that he had succeeded. The teenager, clenching his fingers, said that he could do it too with such morale. Suddenly, his pupils turned white. Turning his head, the executioner said that this sound did not bode well. Suddenly, several monsters came out of the bushes. Through the sweat on his face, the hunter thought that he was finished. The monsters opened their heads into 4 parts, and the sword master wondered if these were the creatures that liked to attack in groups. A moment later, Hanel began to run away. Opening his mouth, the protagonist noted that he did not want to face one, and here there was a whole bunch of them. Moving his legs, the protagonist wondered why these monsters were so fast, because if he did not think of something, then they would definitely grab him. Suddenly, the guy's eyes bulged in surprise. The young man noticed a huge stone. The teenager abruptly put his foot on it. Jumping high, the executioner hoped to hit. It was visible how the hunter grabbed a branch. Standing on the tree, the sword master asked how they could do this, and if they could get him here. The protagonist's face was confused. The monsters began to gnaw the tree trunk, which made the protagonist perplexed. The creature opened its mouth. The tree began to crack. Looking down, the hero realized that they were trying to chew the tree trunk he was currently standing on with their jaws. The boy grabbed his bow tighter, saying something about these monsters. There were still many arrows in the quiver. Taking aim, the young man asked them about whether they really thought that the fighter would just stand there like a pillar. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that he needed to focus all his energy on his fingertips. His fingers took on a blue glow as he began to imbue the arrows with mana. The arrow covered in a blue glow flew out at the enemy. The monster's mouth was still open. Suddenly it flew back. Blood spurted out of its mouth. A bloody arrow lay nearby. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that the arrow had gone right through. The hero took another projectile from the quiver, deciding to destroy the creatures one by one with such force. Suddenly, the boy began to fall. The creatures continued to gnaw at the tree trunk. Turning his head, the young man realized that the tree trunk would definitely fall soon. The protagonist looked at another tree and decided to move there. The tree trunk was almost completely destroyed. The guy pushed off the branch. Immediately after, he jumped to another tree. His previous tree fell to the ground. The creature, opening its mouth, growled. The knife fell on the monster's head. Immediately after, the weapon fell to the ground. The monster raised its head. The hero hung on the branch, realizing that he had managed to survive. The monster, opening its mouth wider, began to growl even louder. Looking down, the guy realized that these enemies were extremely persistent. The creatures were still standing under him. The protagonist climbed onto the branch. The monsters began to run towards this tree. Preparing another arrow to shoot, the guy began to understand that just as many enemies had come to this place. Having released the arrow, the hero asked if they really thought they could defeat him. The arrow was aimed straight at the monster's head. It pierced its body. The monster immediately fell to the ground and the protagonist realized that there were 2 more enemies left. The young man pulled the bowstring again, giving the arrow mana. Looking at another monster, he decided to kill it next. The guy released the arrows. The arrow fell to the ground and the hero assumed that this happened because of the sudden blow. The second monster was hitting the tree trunk with its whole body when the protagonist realized that this creature had knocked his aim off course with its push. Having released another arrow, the hero screamed that the monster was getting in his way. Immediately after the hit, blood splashes appeared and the guy realized that there was only 1 enemy left. Looking down, the hero could not understand where it had disappeared to. The guy immediately turned around. The monster was already hanging on one of the branches and growling. Aiming, the young man said that it was a good try. The hero wiped his face with his hand. Looking at the monster, the protagonist wondered if it was the last creature when it suddenly began to roar. Blood splashed as the guy said that these monsters were extremely tenacious. Sitting by the rock, the young man said that he thought he was finished. Looking at the corpses, he remembered that he barely killed one, and then 4 fell on him, which was really dangerous for him. Opening his mouth, the young man also noted that thanks to his abilities, he remained alive, when suddenly the girl said that the ability and level had changed. 2 notifications appeared in front of him about increasing the level and improving the skill of a crushing blow. Opening his eyes wider, the hero could not believe that both the skill and the level had improved. Suddenly, the guy turned around. Looking at the corpses behind him, the young man tried to figure out how to drag all these creatures. The protagonist's backpack was lying on the ground. One of the corpses fell to the ground. Wiping his forehead, the fighter said that he seemed to have already dragged everyone. Looking at them, the boy decided to get down to business before the other monsters smelled blood. A faint glow appeared on his blade. Crouching down next to the monster, the boy said that these enemies were of a lower rank, like Volaks, and therefore they could be cut down without a special porter's saw. Having pierced the monster's flesh, the hero said that he had finally found it. Putting his hand out, the boy asked where they had hidden like that. In his hand was a pink crystal. The boy looked at it closely, saying that they needed to find out how strong this stone was. Raising it above himself, the boy asked if this stone was of a lower rank. Immediately after, a notification appeared about improving the executioner skill. Looking at it, the hero asked how this happened and also decided to try to catch as many of these creatures as possible. A butterfly was sitting on a tree. Suddenly, something appeared near it. It was a hook. Suddenly, another monster appeared. The rope immediately tied it up. The guy grabbed it with his hands. Gritting his teeth, the young man wanted to pull the enemy towards him. The hero began to pull the rope. The monster was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the young man lifted it into the air. Immediately after, he let go of one hand. The monster's body flew into the trunk of one of the trees. A cloud of dust rose from that place. The monster was lying on the ground when the protagonist thought that he succeeded the first time, as expected. Suddenly, another monster appeared behind him and growled. The hero, turning around, asked why another creature appeared so suddenly. It approached him. The guy pushed away, realizing that in such a situation it would be better to step back first. The hero stepped back, deciding to first dodge the attack. His hand again took on a blue glow when he had to endow the knife with mana. Immediately after, the protagonist used a crushing blow on the enemy. Blood spurted from his mouth and the guy realized that everything worked as it should. Looking down, the young man realized that he had already gotten the hang of it. His hand was still covered in that glow as he thought about how he had finally figured out how to act. The treetops were visible. There was a bag lying on the ground. There was a chest with crystals nearby. Looking at the system window, the hero realized that he had been hunting all day and had already reached level 8, and realized that it was rising much faster than expected. In front of him was a window with characteristics as he said that his mana compulsion and control skill had also increased to rank E and new skills had also appeared. His gaze was fixed on the chain master and pierce skills. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man called out to cabbies. Smiling, the girl listened to his question about whether she could show him detailed information about the new abilities and answered affirmatively. 2 windows appeared in front of him, in which each of the skills was described. Opening his mouth, the hero asked if they were some kind of passive abilities. There were still corpses of monsters lying on the ground when the protagonist said that everything was clear to him, because today he had killed about 30 Valaxes and that's why he had such abilities, and the assistant agreed with him. The hero looked at the characteristics window again, getting ready to ask something. Opening his mouth, the guy asked where he should now transfer the points. The girl stood next to the corpse when the young man thought that in most cases he had to rely on magic, and therefore he could increase the mana reserve. Raising his hand to his chin, the hero also realized that in order to better use his own skills, he also needed to increase the strength and constitution characteristics. Looking at the system window, the young man decided to distribute 5 points to each of their characteristics, in addition to luck. Suddenly his hair stood up and he realized that this was the same feeling when a voice was heard saying that the distribution was complete and the abilities were being reconfigured. Looking at his hand, the guy said that it was extremely strange to feel how his body was changing so quickly in real time. The hero turned around. Looking at the corpses of the monsters, the young man tried to figure out what to do with them. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if they could finish for today. A barrier appeared. The soldier, opening his mouth, said that they needed to conduct an inspection and asked if the guy would allow them to show them an ID and let them check the truck. The same one answered affirmatively. The young man opened the back of the car. There were many corpses of monsters lying there, and the soldier noted that he had caught a lot of them. Holding the card in his hand, the protagonist explained that he did not have to catch them. Looking at one of the monsters, the soldier said that the hero showed them entry documents on the way here and asked if he was carrying someone alive among all these creatures. The same one answered negatively. Turning around, the guard said that everything was fine, and his comrade allowed him to drive through. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man wished them a good job. Closing the door, he realized that everything went well. Fastening his seatbelt, the hero realized that the military only checks documents at the entrance, as expected. The car was parked in front of a barrier. Driving away, the hero realized that the next time he has to go here, he will have to become an official hunter. The forest appeared. The shovel was stuck in the ground. The truck bed was open. The monster's body fell into the hole. Wiping his forehead, the protagonist said that first he needed to bury the corpses of these monsters to avoid suspicion at the checkpoint, and asked himself if this was the last one. Standing near the car, the young man said that it was all for the money, and since he had to do it all illegally, no one would buy these monsters from him at the plant. Grabbing a shovel, the guy understood that if a mistake was made and he was exposed, he would definitely go to prison. Taking the shovel in both hands, the young man also realized that he still had no other choice. Digging a hole, he said that he needed to work. The door opened. The young man put his hand on the switch. The backpack fell to the floor. A mattress appeared. The hero was already lying on the bed, realizing that he had finally returned home. Night had already fallen over the city. The guy was still lying on the bed. His face was buried in the pillow. A phone was lying near his hand. The hero took it in his hand, trying to figure out what time it was. The time appeared on the phone. The houses on the mountain appeared and the hero realized that he had been lying around all day. There were dishes in the sink when the protagonist said that after returning home yesterday he slept for 20 hours. Something was hanging on the clothes dryer and the guy noted that he had used up a lot of mana during his hunt. Wiping the stone, he wondered if he had overdone it. Immediately after, the stone went into the box. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man tried to figure out what to do with them now. Looking at the stones, the guy said that he knew that each of these magic crystals was worth several million won and therefore, if not sold, they would be of no use. There was also a bow by the wall, and the hero realized that the factory would not buy the stones that were collected illegally. Imagining himself in handcuffs, the guy realized that if he was caught doing all this, he would immediately be sent to prison. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that no matter how much he thought, he could not find a way to sell these stones and also that he was not sure that he would be able to sell them on some black market. Looking at his phone, the guy said something about the black market and suggested that a certain person could help him. The hero looked away when he was called out. Taisu, raising his hand, asked how the young man was doing. Hugging him, the man asked why the guy needed such an old man in the middle of the night. They went inside the tent when the manager said that they should first go inside to talk. There was a table inside. Sitting opposite, the man said that he had already told him how many times he almost lost his life on the battlefield. Taking the glass in his hands, the interlocutor explained that if it hadn't happened then, they wouldn't be sitting here now, while the hero tried to figure out how to start the conversation. With his mouth slightly open, the young man said that he was glad that everything worked out, wondering whether it was worth telling him this now at all. The manager still had the glass in his hand when the protagonist realized that he was deceiving this man. With his eyes slightly open, the interlocutor asked about the reason the guy had called him. They were sitting opposite each other when the manager said that he didn't think that he had decided to meet him just to have a drink together, because he had been kind of nervous all this time that they were here. With his mouth wide open, the hero listened to the man's question about whether he wanted to tell him about his power after waking up. Looking at him, the young man asked if he knew about it all this time, while Taisu explained that he had been living in this world for a long time and therefore it was impossible not to notice. Remembering the lizard, the hero listened to him say that he had started to suspect that something was wrong back when he had managed to kill that silver-scaled monster all by himself. Sitting in front of him, the boy apologized for not telling him, and the other man said that everything was fine and he was just wondering when he would tell him about it. Putting his hands on the table, the manager asked if it was really great to be awakened and also how this had happened to him. Putting his hand in his pocket, the boy said that there was a reason why they were sitting here. The man, looking at the package, asked what it was. Inside was a magic stone. The glass fell on the table. Taking it in his hands, the manager said that the boy should explain in more detail where he got this stone. The man exhaled when the hero told him about everything that had happened to him since he had become awakened. Holding a glass, Taisa said that the guy urgently needed to pay the debt, but he did not have time to officially register as a hunter, so he decided to become a hunter illegally and asked if this was all he wanted to tell him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered in the affirmative, realizing that he did not stutter about the fact that he happened to become a unique awakened, since he did not want to make their conversation even more tedious. Bowing his head, the man said that he now understood what the young man had been doing all this time. Opening his mouth, the guy apologized, and the interlocutor replied that everything was fine, because he did not have the opportunity to choose whether to be in such a situation or not. Looking at him, Taisa asked if he wanted to hear from him about the black market, to which he answered in the affirmative. Lowering his gaze, the young man explained that he did not know anything about all this, and it seemed to him that the interlocutor could tell him something. The man crossed his arms over his chest. Raising his hand, he asked if he could borrow a pen and paper from the owner, who replied that he would bring it right away. The manager was writing something on a piece of paper. Handing over the paper, the interlocutor said that all the information regarding the black market was there, and when he got there, he just needed to say the manager's name, and then there would be no problems. The guy looked at the piece of paper when the man explained that this was the last time he would help him, because they would not need to see each other anymore. Getting up from his chair, he said that in that case he would go first. Looking down, Taisa said that the young man should succeed. Bowing his head, the hero said that he was in his debt to him. Waving his hand, the man wished him luck. The young man put his hand on the piece of paper. The protagonist went outside. A certain sign appeared. Standing in front of the door, the hero understood that according to Taisa's words, this was the right place. The guy went down the stairs. There was another door ahead. Looking at it, the hero realized that it was iron. Immediately after, the young man knocked on it. A small window in it began to open. Looking there, the hero heard the words of a certain person saying that there was no place for people like him here and that he should get out. Looking through the door, the guy said that he came from Taisu, realizing that judging by the reaction of this person, this was the place he needed. The door began to open. It was dark ahead and the words of a certain person were heard that he could enter. The hero went inside. With his mouth open, Someone asked if the manager told him to come here. The woman, folding her hands on the table, asked what the young man needed. In this room there was a cage with a certain creature. There were also many jars with different things. The woman, sitting at the table, said that she had not heard this name for a long time. The hero stood near a certain guard when she said that she did not believe that this person was still alive. The woman opened her mouth and asked if this man was still working as a worthless manager. The protagonist looked at her and said that he had not come here for idle talk. The man opened his mouth and listened to the young man's question about why the woman did not ask him about it herself, and said that this guy was a bastard. He raised his fist and shouted a question about how he dared to address his elders like that. His fist was aimed straight at him, when suddenly the head told him to stop. The man looked at her and asked again, and she said that he would not be able to defeat the guest. The protagonist was still standing there, and the man asked again. Smiling, the woman said that Taisa had brought a very interesting person to them. Looking at him, she asked about the reason for his coming to this place. The protagonist bowed his head slightly. The light was on in the room. There was a box with magic crystals on the table. Adjusting his glasses, the leader asked if these were low-ranking magic stones. Looking down, the young man said he wanted to sell them. Opening her mouth, the woman noted that judging by how many stones he had managed to obtain, he had some serious skills. Leaning over, the guy listened to her question about how he had ended up there, and replied that it was not for him to know. Opening her mouth, the woman laughed, and said that she understood everything. Sitting at the table, she asked if he could show her his hunter's license. Raising his hand, the hero asked why he needed to show it, and the woman explained that the world was full of different personalities, and therefore it was unknown who might show up at her place. Looking at her, the young man asked her to stop talking nonsense, and asked if she would buy the stones. Adjusting his glasses, the woman said that she knew it would come to this. Opening the drawer, the head explained that she then needed to get everything she needed. Putting a device on the table, she said that first she needed to measure their density. The stones began to pour out onto the device. Dashes appeared on the display. Immediately after, a certain value appeared on it. Looking ahead, the hero realized that he had initially hoped that more than 2,400 would come out and assumed that there were several defective ones and immediately thought that there was nothing to say, because the Volax was not such a valuable monster. Tilting her head, the woman began to say something about the density and quantity of stones. Crossing her arms over her chest, she said that the hero was hunting Volax. Sitting on the chair, the head noted that there was nothing surprising in this, because such stones often came with defects and therefore an ordinary hunter would not bother with such creatures. Putting her hand on the table, she began to say something. Smiling, the woman asked if the guy was hiding something from her. Frowning, the protagonist asked if she would buy the stones from him, and she replied that she would definitely buy them from him. With her eyes widened, she said that she would only give 8 million won for them. The hero asked again, slamming his hand on the table. Bending over in front of her, he shouted a question about who she was trying to fool, because surely she didn't know how much these crystals were worth now. The man, flexing his fist, said that his patience had already snapped. Opening his mouth, the leader again ordered him to stop. Tilting his head, the big guy tried to say something. Looking at her, the young man didn't understand what this strange feeling was. Smiling, the woman asked where they had left off, and the protagonist thought that everything around him seemed to have frozen. Looking at him, the leader asked if she should repeat it again, and the hero answered negatively and apologized. Adjusting her glasses, she asked if they had talked about the price of these stones, while the protagonist tried to figure out who this old woman really was. Tilting his head, the young man listened to her words about what she knew about the real price of these stones. They were still lying on the device when the leader said that she meant how much the Hunter Association would buy these crystals for. Opening her mouth, she said that this would never do, especially for an unofficial hunter. Smiling, the old woman asked if she had guessed right with this fact. The hero, wide-eyed, realized that this woman saw right through him when she said that it was written all over his face. Opening her mouth, the leader also said that he most likely collected these stones illegally, and there was hardly any place where anyone would buy them from him except here. Tilting his head, the guy realized that he was in trouble when the woman asked about what they would do in such a case. Suddenly, rolled-up money began to fall. The protagonist looked at it as the leader said that there were 8 million won. The young man picked up one of the rolls, realizing that she had dropped it a lot, but he didn't know when he had last held a larger amount in his hands. His eyes turned pale as he asked if the bills were counterfeit. Holding her hands in front of her, the woman said that they had long since severed ties with Taisa and it would be nice to do business with him again. Looking at her, the hero asked if she really thought he would have to come here again, and she called him a shameless, impudent person. Looking at him, the old woman noted that if she were a little younger, she would have killed someone like the protagonist due to her lack of upbringing. Bowing her head, the guy asked if she had enough confidence now and added that she should have killed him earlier. Turning around, the hero said goodbye to her, and the head of the house called him impudent. The man, holding a mug, said that this man was a real rude guy. The shelf in the table was still open. There was a photo of a soldier with a girl, and the head of the house said that back then it was still a good time. The protagonist stood at the ATMs. He put his card in one of them. Immediately after, the guy picked up the phone. The young man sent a message that he had finally sent the entire amount, and the bandit should not approach him anymore. Walking along the dark street, the hero tried to understand if he had managed to put out this sudden fire. There was a black and red lettering on the top. Someone was nervously tapping their finger on the table. Coleman's sweat dropped as he looked at his interlocutor. A message about a money transfer was visible on the phone screen. Gukyeon looked at the phone, asking how the protagonist was able to collect so much money. He gritted his teeth and added that it was impossible to earn so much in 3 days, even if he worked at a high hourly rate. The blonde closed his eyes and assumed that the boy took out a loan from the bank, but his companion shouted that in that case, he wouldn't ask them for money. Coleman looked at the thug in shock, who asked him to find Henyo and find out everything. The man took the book. He threw it at his companion's head, shouting that they could take even more money from him if they found out how he earned it. Someone was running ahead. The boy grabbed the handrail while someone shouted loudly at him to stop. He opened the door and ran out. The vital signs were displayed on the screen. The patient was wearing an oxygen mask. The nurse closed her eyes, breathing heavily. The boy looked at the patient, asking the girl how this happened. She sweated and replied that 2 days ago, Chung Sam's condition was normal, but 14 hours had already passed since he fell asleep yesterday. The man lay with his eyes closed, while the nurse said that at this point, he had not regained consciousness for more than 20 hours. Hanel opened his mouth in shock when the girl said that the doctor in charge had advised him to mentally prepare himself. She frowned and added that all was not lost. The boy sat by the bed and asked if he could be alone with his father. The girl froze, looking at him silently. Then she nodded and agreed. The door of the ward closed loudly. The nurse leaned against the wall and exhaled loudly. In the corner stood a wilted flower. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he had failed to keep his promise to heal his father with his own strength. He lowered his head and called out to cabbies. The spirit immediately appeared next to him and mentioned a healing skill. The protagonist took his father's hand. The girl sweated and asked what the boy was going to do. He gritted his teeth and a white glow appeared around him. He decided to never give up. The spirit raised her hand to her face in fear. The protagonist frowned, putting all his strength into the healing process. A loud beeping sound came from the screen with green lines. The boy's hands were sweating. Cabbies looked at him and warned him not to use too much of his mana. Hanel gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide. He then fell onto the bed and let out a loud, painful groan. The spirit raised her eyebrows in fear, looking at the boy. The protagonist pressed his hand tightly to his mouth. Sweat was pouring down his skin, while the girl watched him tensely. He opened his mouth and said that everything was fine. The boy turned around, saying that he could still continue, although he looked incredibly weak. Cabbies looked down, not believing his words. Hanel gritted his teeth and put in some more effort, changing the skill level. A blue flash flashed. A system notification about the skill level increase appeared in front of the hunter. He sweated, looking at it in confusion. Then his eyes turned white, and he began to fall down. A nurse entered the room and asked how the protagonist was doing. The boy was lying on the floor, trembling. White foam was flowing out of his mouth. The girl dropped her notebook on the floor. She raised her hands and screamed loudly in fear. There was a daisy growing in a pot. The boy's eyes were closed. Then he suddenly opened them. Hanel sat up abruptly, letting out a loud scream. He was in a hospital room. He turned around. Cabbies was sitting next to him, who said that he woke up quite quickly. She closed her eyes and said that the protagonist had overexerted himself and had been unconscious for 2 days. The young man shuddered in shock when he heard this, and the spirit added that the nurse had immediately carried the hunter here after he lost consciousness. Cabbies furiously frowned and screamed that she had warned the young man that it was dangerous. She crossed her arms and said that this time she would turn a blind eye to it, because everything had ended well. The young man broke out in a sweat and asked if everything had ended well. The spirit pointed at the nurse and said that she would explain everything in detail herself. The girl opened her mouth in fear, looking at the patient. Hanel smiled awkwardly and greeted her. The tray with the syringe and drugs fell to the floor. The nurse froze and screamed loudly in shock. A large spider was sitting by the lamp. The bandit was sweating and breathing through his mouth. He put his hands on his knees and asked why the idiot's house was so high up. He straightened up and added that the protagonist should be home since he quit his job at the factory. Coleman knocked loudly on the door and asked if Henyo was home. There was banana milk on the floor. Someone was coming up the stairs. The bandit kicked the carton in anger, not understanding why everything was going wrong. Suddenly, he looked to the side. There was a high school girl standing in front of him. She scared him. The guy raised his hands and thought he hit her with a bottle. He asked if she was okay. The milk spilled on the floor, and Yubi said that the bandit would have to clean it up. There was a letter from the protagonist on the floor. The high school girl was sweating and said that she failed the exam, so she was in a bad mood. Kalman closed his eyes and apologized when the girl said that he threw the milk that Haniel left for her at her. She gritted her teeth and asked why this was happening to her. Her face turned furious, and she lashed out at the man. A sign was visible saying that a consultation was in progress. The doctor sweated and said that it was a miracle. He sat at the table, saying that he was referring to the situation of the protagonist's father. He remembered how the patient looked at the nurses and said that Chung Sam suddenly woke up after his son passed out, and in just one day, his sleep hours returned to normal. Cabby smiled and Haniel understood what she meant when she said that everything ended well. The doctor adjusted his robe and the boy thought that the man seemed overly excited, but such a reaction was quite predictable. The hunter sweated and carefully called him. A bag of medicine was visible. The protagonist asked when he would be discharged from the hospital. The doctor adjusted his glasses and asked why the patient was suddenly asking such questions. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied that he didn't want his father to know that he was here. The boy walked down the hallway, thinking about the doctor's words about not yet knowing why he suddenly lost consciousness. Hanel was having lunch. He took out his phone. They promised to let him out of the hospital if he was okay in a couple of days. The hunter lay down on the bed and asked if it was worth it. He closed his eyes and added that he had wanted to rest for a long time, but definitely not in a hospital bed. The protagonist jumped up abruptly when a nurse entered the room. She smiled, asking if the boy wanted to run away, and he answered negatively. The girl put a blood pressure monitor on the hunter's arm and said that Chung Sam had recently eaten and fallen asleep. She asked with a smile if the boy was afraid of running into his father here. The nurse was measuring the patient's blood pressure, who admitted that he did not want the man to worry about him. The girl looked at the hunter and asked if he wanted to visit his father now. She smiled and explained that his condition had improved significantly, and that they would only be visiting him for a short while. The boy looked at her in shock when she said that she would report this to Dr. Khan and that Haniel would not escape from them anyway. The protagonist ran out into the hallway, shouting loudly that he was grateful to the girl. A large white flower was visible. Chung Sam was lying with his eyes closed. The protagonist touched his father's hand and thought that he could use the healing skill again because it worked last time. He closed his eyes and thought that the main thing now was not to overdo it and to be more careful. The boy imagined blood cells and decided that he needed to continue concentrating his powers gradually. Suddenly, the blood flow accelerated significantly. The protagonist gritted his teeth, not understanding what was happening to his mana. His hand emitted a bright light. All his mana was transferred to his father. Cabbies frowned and screamed for Haniel to let go of Chung Sam right now. The hunter sweated and clenched his teeth. He held his father's hand because he couldn't move. The spirit created a screen in front of her and said that she would try to do something about it. The system reported an error. Red notifications filled the area. The girl opened her mouth in fear, not understanding what was happening. The flower began to wither, and Cabby said that she would still think of something, asking the protagonist to be patient for a little while longer. She frowned, looking down. Her hand clenched into a fist. Then the spirit stretched his hands forward, using an emergency lock. Hanel was sweating and breathing heavily. The flower completely withered, and the boy asked what it was. His father lay on the bed while Cabby said that she herself was not sure what it was, but it reacted to the protagonist's healing skill. The man's hand was relaxed, and the girl assumed that something seemed to be resisting the boy's skill. She sweated in fear and told the hunter to urgently use his mana to examine it. The protagonist stared at the spirit, not understanding what all the fuss was about. Cabbies covered her mouth with her hands, and the protagonist then understood why his father had not woken up for such a long time. He opened his mouth in fear. Now he understood why they could not figure out the cause of his illness. There was something black lying on the man's body. A strange substance was stuck to the patient's stomach. The monster's eyes were closed. Then it opened them, and Haniel realized that it was not an illness to begin with. There was a lot of milk in the bag. The bandit scratched the back of his head, handing the bag to the girl. Yubi pierced the package with a straw and asked if Keelman wanted to ask her something. The man sweated and said that Haniel had not answered his calls lately. The schoolgirl closed her eyes, and the blonde man asked if she had seen the guy recently. She remembered how she had crossed paths with the hunter at the door about 5 days ago when she was walking home from school. Haniel raised his hand and said that he had been in the mountains all day. He was carrying a heavy bag, similar to the ones used in the army. The man frowned and asked the girl if she knew anything else. She touched her face with her hand, and Keelman thought that he didn't understand how the protagonist was able to pay them back so quickly if he quit his job at the factory. Suddenly, Yubi raised her eyebrows and said that she remembered something else. Back then, the guy was getting into a taxi, and she met him at the library. The schoolgirl waved at the guy, who was in such a hurry that he didn't even notice her, and immediately drove off somewhere. The girl raised her eyebrows and added that day, Haniel asked the taxi driver to go to the Seoul National University Hospital. She stood by the door, saying that she had never seen him since. The boy broke out in a sweat and thanked her. Standing by the door, he thought that something was wrong, and then said goodbye to the schoolgirl. The nurse's office. The girl put a document on the table and said that this needed to be signed. She handed the patient a pen and added that he should then give one of the copies to the administration on the way out. The girl raised her eyebrows and expressed relief that the boy had been discharged so quickly. Hanel touched his hair, apologizing to her for fainting in the hospital room, which had frightened her. The protagonist's hand trembled when he heard that his father's condition had improved significantly. He looked down and thought that he had thought so too at first. The hunter remembered seeing a black substance on the man's body. The monster had one eye. Cabby's closed her eyes and said that she did not know what it was. Chung Sam was lying with his eyes closed, and the girl said that his condition was definitely caused by this clot. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. The monster looked away, and the protagonist said that it had been devouring his father all this time. His hand began to emit mana, but the spirit asked Hanel to calm down. She began to sweat and said that she understood his feelings, but right now they could not do anything. She arched her eyebrows sadly and added that they would definitely find a way to solve this problem, so they should endure a little longer until she could figure out what to do. The protagonist abruptly pressed his hands to his face, and Cabby screamed in fear. He sighed heavily. Then he frowned and thanked his friend for helping him collect his thoughts. He turned around and said that they needed to go. The hunter with a tense face mentally asked his father to hold on a little longer. The boy raised his eyebrows in fear, emerging from his memories. The nurse looked at him and asked what he was thinking. Henyo closed his eyes and replied that he had an important matter to attend to. There was a document on the table, and the boy said that he had decided to take some kind of exam tonight. Standing by the door, he said goodbye to the girl. The door closed loudly. The nurse touched her face with her hands and expressed relief. The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. The doors slowly opened. Someone's shadow fell on the girl. The thug leaned over and asked if a guy named Hanyo was coming to the hospital. The nurse turned around and said that the protagonist had just left. Coleman scratched the back of his head, saying that he had missed him again. Suddenly, the nurse remembered that she had seen the man in the hallway before. She furrowed her brows angrily and asked if he was the villain who had dragged the protagonist somewhere by force last time. There was a time on the phone. The guy put the gadget in his pocket and said he had 3 hours to spare. He was wearing a large backpack and said he had prepared well while he was at the hospital. Hanel walked up to the door. He decided with a determined look that it was time to hit the road and become an official hunter. There was a sign about roadworks. There was a rope. Suddenly it made a loud sound. The man in the mask asked what it was. 2 workers were standing nearby, asking how this was possible. They looked at the hole, wondering how it could have formed right under Seoul. There was a sign at the entrance to the dark space. There was yellow caution tape around it. The workers were standing behind it, wondering how this could have happened. They were in their uniforms, saying that they had very little time to fix the problem with this hole. Suddenly, someone opened their mouth wide and attracted attention. The workers turned around and the stranger said he wanted to ask them some questions. The man began to sweat when the man asked about the black hole. The stranger pulled out his map when the workers asked where he got this information from. Sung-hoon showed his map and said he was an investigator from the Hunters Association. He raised his eyebrows and asked where the crime scene was. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if that was all the information about what had happened. He wrote everything down on his tablet while the workers said they had discovered the hole by accident, and that was all they knew about it. The way was blocked. The construction worker looked at his colleague and said it was a big deal for even an investigator to come here. Their boss was shaking in fear as he spoke to Sung-hoon. The investigator was holding a tablet in his hand, a kind of awakened policeman. There was a red notification on his screen, and he said they needed to know at least the general situation. The worker stood next to him as he said that they would be occupying this place from now on, so all the employees needed to evacuate. He looked to the side and asked if everything was okay with the boss of the construction workers, and he said yes. The worker sweated in fear, saying that he would inform the others to evacuate. Sung-hoon turned around and asked if he heard any sounds just now. The fence was visible, and the construction worker said that he did not understand what the investigator was talking about. They came closer to the hole, and the worker warned that it could be dangerous. Suddenly, the policeman's eyes shone. He waved his hand and shouted for everyone to leave immediately. The lamp was on, and Sung-hoon shouted for them to hurry. A gust of wind shook the chandelier. The investigator gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. A large shadow fell on them, and he said that they were already too late. The sky above the city was blue. Maps were visible on the phone screen. The protagonist looked at his gadget and said that he had to walk for about an hour. Birds were flying through the air, and he thought that he should have taken the bus. The traffic light was green, and the hunter decided that a walk would be good too. Then the light changed to red. Hanel staggered, and the girl next to him opened her mouth in fear. His eyes turned white with fear. He did not understand what kind of vibrations were. Bright sparks came from the wires, and he assumed that it was an earthquake. Suddenly, something exploded loudly around him, raising dust into the air. The hunter raised his hand, His face was scared. A man was driving in a car, asking what happened up ahead. Suddenly, the asphalt was covered with cracks. The driver opened his mouth in shock. A hole appeared in the ground. The man's car began to fall down, while he screamed loudly in horror. The young man was standing near the abyss. He turned around, not understanding what was happening here. A little girl was crying and loudly calling for her mother. Someone's hand was visible under the rubble. The protagonist slapped his cheeks and ordered himself to come to his senses. He turned around when someone loudly asked for help. Haino ran up to the guy, who reported that a person was crushed under the rubble. The teenager ran up to the hole and started filming it on his phone. There was a huge black abyss in front of him, and he decided it would be cool to post it. The stranger pulled the man out and thanked the hunter for his help. Suddenly, the protagonist began to sweat, experiencing a strange feeling. He turned sharply towards the teenager. His eyes shone brightly. The stranger was filming the abyss on his phone. Suddenly, something quickly flashed there. A huge monster crawled out of the hole and climbed up. Then, in place of the teenager, only splashes of blood and his cap remained. The monster crawled out of the abyss while everyone was screaming loudly in fear. The protagonist was covered in sweat, not understanding what it was. The creature looked like a huge crayfish. The light bulb came on. The man immediately stepped into the corridor. He saw the corpse of a builder leaning against the wall. The group, walking along the corridor, tried to understand what had happened here. Hanul, frowning, asked the chattering newbie if he really wanted to die. If not, then he should shut up and work. Along the way, they saw many corpses. The girl, taking the phone in her hand, saw a request for help. Examining the surrounding corpses, she ordered to comb everything here. If they find something strange, then immediately report it to her. The girl shuddered in horror, not understanding what was going on here. Opening her lips, she said that this hole was too big. The soldier, approaching her, said that they found a survivor. When Hanul approached, Sung-hoon looked at her and said that she had been looking for him for too long, even though he had signaled for help a long time ago. Hanul opened her mouth in alarm, asking what had happened before they arrived. Sung-hoon glanced at the broken phone and said that it would be best to report this to the Hunter Association as soon as possible. Pointing to the edge of the hole, the guy said that this was not an ordinary hole. He tried his best to block it, but it did not work. A portal lit up in the depths of the abyss. The cap fell to the ground. The monster examined its prey with its own eyes. The people were horrified and recoiled in fear. They did not understand where the monster appeared from in the center of the city. The beast opened its mouth. A moment later, it roared, forcing the people to cover their ears. The protagonist opened his mouth and was horrified. The monster in front of him was moving its limbs. Suddenly, mana began to gather in the monster's mouth. Hainul's whole body shuddered when he saw this, and he immediately screamed, ordering everyone to run. Poisonous gas burst out of the beast's mouth. People turned around and ran away. The man was sweating heavily, escaping from the gas. Suddenly, smoke caught up with him. A moment later, his entire body was hidden in smoke. The protagonist closed his mouth, mentally saying that this creature was breathing deadly poisonous gas. Carefully got out of the car, saying that this was not his first day as a porter, otherwise he would have died by now. Examining the body of the monster, the guy tried to understand what kind of monster it was. Looking down, he said that there were no awakened people nearby except him. Grabbing his bag, the young man asked himself what to do. The girl was breathing heavily, her mouth open. She clenched her teeth, lying on the ground. The shadow of the monster covered her. The woman turned her head sharply. The girl began to cry and scream in horror. The monster moved its claws. He raised one of his limbs. The arrow shot towards the beast. A moment later, the arrow hit the monster. The protagonist opened his mouth and screamed. The young man stood up and clenched his teeth, screaming that he was his opponent. Taking the arrow out of his quiver, the boy mentally said that he was going to use these arrows in today's exam. Pouring mana into the arrow, Hainul said that he might get into trouble for illegally using skills, but in this situation, it didn't matter at all. A moment later, he released the arrow, saying that the most important thing now was to turn the attention to himself. The beast's eyes twitched. It abruptly raised its limb. Hainul, clenching his jaw, began to take out the second arrow. The beast, opening its mouth, roared. The monster raised its limb. The protagonist barely managed to dodge the monster's blow. Falling to the ground, the young man rejoiced at his success. Looking at the monster in the middle of the destruction, Hainul said that not only did it have a deadly poisonous breath, but also those terrifying claws. Looking closely at the beast's head, he said that it seemed like its attack was useless. When he thought about running away, the boy involuntarily looked at the woman. His hand twitched. Standing up, Hainul shouted, saying that he simply had no other choice. The huge insect raised its claws, while his opponent was thinking about at least holding out until the rescue team arrived. The sign slightly tilted. The protagonist ran. He pulled an arrow onto the bowstring. The boy sharply turned his leg. He immediately released the arrow. The arrow rushed towards the monster. A moment later, It hit the armor near the head. Hanel clenched his jaw. He saw that his attack could not harm the enemy. The monster's limbs moved. He stopped using defense altogether. The beast raised its claw. The protagonist ducked, barely escaping from the enemy's attack. The elevator reached the first floor. Kalman was sweating profusely. Scratching the back of his head, he asked what was going on here. Looking at the people in front of him, he said that he needed to leave quickly before he got into trouble. Approaching the girls, the blonde decided to check what had happened. The screen showed the protagonist running away. The young man ran away screaming. Kalman frowned, recognizing the boy. A policeman suddenly approached and called out to the blonde. He quickly turned his head, saying that this was starting to irritate him. Looking again at the screen and how Haniel dodged, Kalman realized that his acquaintance was most likely awakened. The protagonist was breathing heavily, saying that too much time had passed since this creature appeared, but there were no hunters. The young man looked at the monster's head. Taking one of the arrows in his hand, he said that his arrows were running out, and he himself was already at his limit. Pulling the bowstring, Hanel wondered how long he could hold it off. The young man involuntarily looked at the people to the side. He noticed 3 people to the side near the car. They were the idiots he had worked with recently. The protagonist screamed, calling for the hunters. The swordsman clenched his jaw. The monster's eyes darted around. He looked closely at Hanel. The claw rushed towards the young man's back. He barely managed to jump back and save himself. One of the guys asked his comrades if they should fight back the monster in front of them, because there were no other hunters here except them, and the guy would not last long. The swordsman, opening his mouth, said that they would sit quietly for now. They would hardly be able to do anything to this colossus without any weapons. The monster roared again, opening his mouth. The protagonist had to dodge the attack again. He couldn't hold off the monster for long, and there were no hunters nearby. Hanel, barely dodging another attack, said that these hunters were idiots. They weren't even going to help him. His eyes widened. The boy gritted his teeth, starting to curse. Releasing an arrow, he started cursing everyone. Looking at the beast's head, he asked if they still called themselves hunters. The arrow flew past the monster. It rushed towards the sign. A moment later, the sign was hit. A shadow covered the back of the beast. A huge sign fell right on its head. A moment later, the monster's head was driven into the ground. It immediately stood up and roared. The protagonist, standing in front of him, realized that this monster was in pain from being hit by the sign. He took another arrow in his hand. Pulling the bowstring, the boy apologized to the shopkeepers. After firing another arrow, Hanel said that he had no other choice now. The projectile hit the sign. A moment later, another sign was hit. 2 huge pieces of iron fell on the monster. A huge amount of smoke rose up. The beast burst out of the smoke and roared. The boy put his hand in his pocket. He shot his rope, using duress. The rope wrapped around one of the signs. The protagonist grabbed the rope with both hands. Hanel opened his mouth. Gritting his teeth, the boy pulled the rope. The bracket crumpled under the boy's force. Hanel swung the sign straight at the beast's head. The huge structure hit the monster. Blood burst out of the insect's mouth. The protagonist grabbed the hook. The monster opened its mouth and roared again. It began to inhale a huge amount of air. The boy, gritting his teeth, realized that it was about to use poisonous breath. He looked back sharply, hearing crying. The little girl was crying, calling for her mother. Hanel's mouth dropped open, realizing that not everyone had managed to escape from here. Looking at the smoke in the beast's mouth, he asked why all this was happening at such a moment. He didn't have the strength to watch her at the same time. The girl was crying, standing in one place. The protagonist involuntarily imagined those 3 hunters. The guy clenched his teeth. He didn't know the girl, but if he didn't save her, then he would be no different from those idiots. The young man didn't want to end up behind those 3, worse than them. The worker ran. He grabbed the door handle. Opening the door to the office, the man said that they had an emergency. Hien, raising a cup of tea, asked if he hadn't been taught to knock before entering another room. The man, approaching the sofa, wanted to object, but the blonde interrupted him, saying that she knew what was happening. She smiled, saying that she was interested in something. After thinking, she looked at the boy on the screen. Opening his mouth, the boy asked what he should do now. The boy threw away the bow and rope. Gas burst out of the beast's mouth. The protagonist grabbed the girl. He picked her up and ran away screaming. The smoke almost reached his feet. Hanel fell on his back. He immediately turned over, hiding behind the car. Clenching his jaw, the boy tried to figure out if he had dodged. Hanel involuntarily looked at the crying girl. He froze with his mouth open when she called him a strange uncle. A shadow covered the boy's body. Hanel cursed and raised his head. The huge monster raised its claws. One of the limbs rushed down. The protagonist closed his eyes. Lightning flashed in the darkness. The boy opened one eye. The monster's limb lay in front of him. The beast roared in pain. The protagonist, staring at the girl, recognized her. The blonde, standing in front of the boy, said that he was not bad, since he was able to hold out for so long. Hien smiled, asking if he was okay. The boy, opening his mouth, said that he was safe thanks to her. The monster opened its mouth and roared. Hien, narrowing her eyes, said that he was too impudent, since he was interfering in someone else's conversation. Poisonous gas began to accumulate in the mouth. Hanel, who was standing behind the blonde, told her to be careful, because the beast was about to release poison. Electricity sparked around the sword. A moment later, the sword split. Taking a stance, Hien said that this was too expected. Gas burst out of the beast's mouth. A huge amount of smoke rushed towards Hien. The girl, parting her lips, used an electric discharge. A moment later, a stream of lightning cut through the poisonous smoke. Light flooded the monster's body. A moment later, only a shadow remained of its body. A moment later, its body disappeared. The sword returned to its original state. The girl chuckled. Smiling, she said that there was nothing special about the poisonous breath. Then she slightly bowed her head. The protagonist and the girl gaped, realizing the power of a master-level hunter. Ambulances soon arrived. The rescue team tried to save every wounded person. The woman bowed and thanked her savior. The little girl clung to her mother. The protagonist, raising his hands, said that he simply did his job. The girl waved her hand, saying goodbye to the strange uncle. Haina waved back. The boy turned his head. Hien, holding a bow in her hands, said that she found this thing nearby. The young man immediately thanked her. Looking at his bag, the boy introduced himself. Hien, looking at the corpse of the beast, introduced herself, saying that thanks to it, she was able to easily finish off this monster. Hanel, scratching the back of his head, said that he should be grateful, because she saved his life, but in his mind, the boy tried to figure out if he forgot something. He shuddered with his whole body, remembering something. The protagonist looked at the time on his phone. Hien, smiling, asked if he had any business. He answered, saying that he urgently needed to go to the Hunters Association now. The blonde pointed to the road and said that all the roads to the association were clogged with cars. Hanul shuddered with his whole body, saying that he needed to get there before 5. The blonde glanced at Hanul and called out to her. The girl turned around. She was running up to Hyun while she was saying that she had a favor to ask of her. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock. A helicopter was landing right in front of him. The blonde, smiling, thanked Hanul for her help, who responded by saying that she needed to go there herself. Turning to the guy, the girl told him not to stand there like a pillar. The protagonist shuddered with his whole body and thanked Hyun. The events take us to the Hunters Association. When the elevator doors opened, Hanul said that it turned out that he was the one who fought the monster before Hyun arrived. Putting the card on her, the girl asked why he was here. After passing through the turnstile, the girl asked him why he wasn't getting through, showing the card. The young man scratched his head and said that he had a hunter exam today. Hanul, her mouth open, squinted. The lamp dimly illuminated the room. The protagonist was clenching his fists. The investigator sitting in front of him asked him why he had committed such a crime. The man in glasses said that he should have known that using the powers of the awakened without official qualifications was prohibited. The guy, raising his eyebrows, said that he was tired of repeating it to him. It was a hopeless situation. Besides, today at 5 o'clock he was going to go to the awakened exam. The reflection of the young man was visible in the mirror while he was saying that he had no choice. When the monster attacked on the way to the association, was it really worth it for him to leave civilians to die? Hanul stood behind the mirror, watching the interrogation. Soon the door opened. The girl turned around, realizing that Sung-hoon had come in. She suddenly shuddered and laughed. Hanul immediately apologized, saying that she was not laughing at his face. The man leaned over and said that it was too noisy in here. Looking at the computer screens, he asked if it was true that she had given a helicopter ride to a guy who was not a hunter and brought him to the association. Taking a closer look at the young man, he asked what the guy's problem was. The girl answered by saying that he was going to take the awaken exam. Sitting down at the computer, she asked him to look here. Pointing to the video, she asked if he saw anything strange in his movements. Pointing to how the guy was dodging, Hanul said that despite the fact that he had 4 years of work as a porter behind him, even veterans were not able to handle this monster. Sung-hoon narrowed his eyes. Opening his lips, he said that they should let the boy go first. It seemed that he was not lying, and all the testimony matched. The protagonist shouted and got angry, saying that all of this was unfair. Sung-hoon, looking sadly at the screen, said that if he had any selfish goals, the boy would not have decided to take the exam in the first place. Pointing at the boy on the screen, he said to let him go and try to find something on him. Soon, the handcuffs were removed. Hanul sighed, saying that since they had this situation, they had not yet decided to carry out the punishment, but he should not forget that his actions were still illegal. The boy, rubbing his wrists, mentally said that he was neither thanked nor apologized. The girl, opening her eyes, asked if he wanted to say something. Hanul, opening his lips, said that in fact, he wanted to report something else. Introducing the 3 hunters, he said that they were the hunters from the group registered under the number SW5587. He encountered them at the scene, but they abandoned their duty. Recalling the monster and his comrade, he said that this group also uses porters as live bait when hunting. While writing down the group number, Hanul said that he would check the information about this group. Pulling the handle, the boy said that he would leave now. When he passed by the girl, she said that the exam location was on the 12th floor. The boy turned his head, asking if he didn't have to take it next time since so much time had passed. Hanul, while checking the information about the hunters, said that since he tried so hard to protect civilians, the association decided to give him a break. He now needs to go up to the floor and undergo the mana measurement procedure. He will also receive a certificate without taking the exam. The protagonist shuddered all over, shocked by what he heard. He glanced at the signboard involuntarily. Soon the elevator reached the 12th floor. The elevator doors opened. The protagonist's mouth dropped open when the girl said that they had been waiting for him. Raising her hand and smiling, she said that now they would need to measure his mana level. The guy began to look around the office. Looking at the empty chair, he asked if it was really that empty all the time. The girl, smiling, said that all the workers had already left, because their workday ended at 6, so now there was no one here, now only he remained. After they finished, she could go home. The protagonist sweated and became nervous, asking for forgiveness. Soon they entered the measurement room. Handing over some clothes, the lady asked him to change into this, then she said that he was very lucky. The protagonist, his mouth open, froze. The manager bowed her head and said that he was allowed to take the exam differently than usual, and it was a rare case that an awakened person would be given such an exception. The boy closed his eyes and asked if he hadn't distinguished himself today, he would have had to take the written exam like everyone else, and the girl answered by saying that after that he would have had to train together for 4 weeks in the association. Leading the boy along, she said that many people give up during the exam, and the protagonist mentally noted that he would have had to do illegal work anyway. Raising her hand, the manager said that he could change here. The door closed. Hanel smiled, saying that he was really lucky this time. The manometers began to glow slightly. The protagonist, standing in the middle of the area, tried to understand why everything was shaking so much. At that moment, the pole began to glow brightly. A moment later, it completely turned off, and the manager asked Hanel to leave. The protagonist closed his eyes, mentally saying that instead of his 30 seconds, the others had to work for 4 weeks. Leaving the room, the young man asked to see his results. The manager, looking at the sheet, asked if he knew that his mana level was F rank. Was it possible that some kind of glitch had occurred? The girl closed her eyes and said that usually everyone got A, C or D rank. Hanel immediately remembered cabbies telling him that his mana was much lower. The girl, trying to calm him down, said that his mana level could still increase, and besides, there was still a test of his skills in action. The guy, parting his lips, said that he understood everything, but mentally he noted that his skills were still in the development stage. Looking at the sheet, the manager said that now they would see how he demonstrated his powers in practice. First, he should describe his skills in this document. After that they would move on to the demonstration. Pointing to the camera, the girl said that the entire process would be recorded and stored in the association. A drop of sweat rolled down the boy's face. He understood that his first skill was Cabby's defense, but it was unclear whether it was worth mentioning. Only he could see Cabby's, even if she was fooling around and smiling. Even though the association members believed him, they still would not stop watching him. The protagonist thought for a moment, and wrote down his 3 skills. The manager took the sheet of paper, saying that it was time for them to begin. She involuntarily opened her mouth, mentally noting that this guy had a very low mana rank, and it was also unclear who he was, a dealer, a healer, or an assistant. Looking at the young man rubbing his neck, she asked herself how an exception was made for him, which guild would agree to accept him, or even a simple group. The girl twisted her lips and suggested starting the testing. The events take us to the coast. Hanel, parting his lips, said that it was getting cooler here. Hearing someone calling him, the young man turned around. Gyptian smiled and introduced himself, after which he greeted the guy in the armed squad, Onyx. 2 days ago, the young man was clicking on the mouse. Looking at the screen, he said that everyone was now in a panic after yesterday. Looking at his phone, the boy said that he worked so hard yesterday and there was not a single headline about him. Was his rank really F? Putting his hands behind his head, the boy asked to show his status window. A moment later, the status window appeared in front of him. The boy, looking at it, said that he had leveled up quite well. Cabbies, appearing, said that it was because that monster was very strong. Squinting, Hanel asked if he should allocate most of his points to magic since his mana measurement results were so low yesterday. After the experience points were allocated, the boy stared at his stats. Leaning on the back of the chair, Hanel asked what he should do now. Cabbies immediately suggested that he go hunting with another group. Smiling, she said that it would be good for him to improve his skills. The protagonist, remembering the 3 hunters, said that there were only 3 who knew him well. He jumped up and shouted, saying that he would never join them. The guy started typing, saying that they should first check out the association's website. The young man froze with his mouth open, saying that most hunters were at least class E or D, And what's more, the skill requirements were too high. The protagonist posted a message saying he was looking for a group. Cabbies and Hainel fell asleep, waiting for an answer. The protagonist scared the girl with his sharp scream. He threw the pillow away, saying that even though today's society selects based on skills, this was too much. At the last moment, the protagonist managed to catch the phone, which suddenly rang. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist began to arrange a meeting. Hainel, looking at her friend, said that the world could not be destroyed for now. Cabbies, sighing, said that it could be left for now. The boxes were lying on the floor. The protagonist was unloading ammunition. The man grabbed the guy by the shoulder and asked what he was looking at. The boy looked at the commander, who stood next to him, and said to just call him Egyptian. Hainel, looking at the ship, said that he knew that they would hunt trolls, but he did not think that it would be on such a large scale. Scratching the back of his head, the boy said that he was originally a porter, so he felt strange. The boy looked away sharply, hearing a whisper. 2 hunters were whispering to the side, saying that if this guy knew where he came to, he would not have come at all. When Hainel tried to ask Egyptian about what was happening, he stepped forward and asked if this was his first time hunting trolls. The protagonist, looking at the commander, said that he saw them 2 years ago when he was a porter. The man, smiling, said that they were just looking for an experienced person like him. They suddenly lost an assistant, and because of this, they could have faced big problems. The boy closed his eyes, expressing understanding. Hainel smiled nervously, realizing that something was wrong. Suddenly, the horn blared loudly. Jipyong turned around, saying that it was time for them to move out now. Stepping onto the bridge, the boy heard a familiar voice. He turned around, listening to someone cursing, asking what he was doing, saying that his hunting license had been suspended. The now former hunter frowned and shouted, asking how this had all happened. The old man showed him the screen of his phone, saying that an official statement had just arrived from the Hunters Association. Frowning, he said that he didn't know what he had done, but orders were orders, there was nothing he could do. The protagonist's mouth fell open in amazement, realizing that the association had taken action much faster than he had expected. Tysus suddenly leaned over. He noticed Hainel ahead, realizing that he had already become an official hunter. His pupil shrank at the sight of the group. The events take us to another island. A warning device was installed on the shore. The group unloaded all the supplies. The protagonist looked at the camp and said that it was really huge. Egyptian smiled and said that when hunting a troll, they definitely needed to be well prepared. Then he asked the boy if he knew that a gate to another dimension had opened on one of the islands. Hainel closed his eyes and said that the place was isolated and no one could escape the troll attack. The commander turned around when his subordinate reported that the preparations were complete. Soon, a group of 5 people moved forward. The protagonist glanced to the side. The hunter next to him said that it would be good if he got serious, because he couldn't stand unnecessary trouble. Narrowing his eyes, the boy mentally asked what this guy was getting at. Looking at the birds in the sky, Hainel assumed that this soldier was hinting that he was weak, since he was only an F rank. The commander clenched his fist and ordered everyone to stand. Looking at the device, he said that they had picked up a signal. Holding his hand up, Egyptian said that he was not yet sure if it was a troll or not. The bushes ahead began to move. Something flew out of the bushes. A huge log rushed towards the group. The commander shouted, ordering them to duck. The tree trunk sank into the ground. The protagonist clenched his jaws and cursed. The monster's clawed foot stepped into the clearing. A huge troll stood in front of the group. The soldier immediately pulled the bolt. He and the porters began to shoot. Bullets rushed towards the monster, hitting it. The troll cackled, as if laughing at the efforts of the people. The bullet left a small wound on the body. A moment later it healed. The monster, opening its mouth, roared. It squeezed the tree trunk. The porters began to run away, dodging the monster's attack. Egyptian took the shield in his hand. Enveloping himself in mana, he used provocation. The wind swirled around him. The monster turned around. The commander, smiling, ordered the beast to look at him. It swung its weapon. Egyptian, taking the attacks on the shield, was glad that he attracted the attention of this ogre. The monster opened its mouth. It grabbed the barrel with both hands. Egyptian barely held back the troll's attack. Using a floating zith, he knocked the barrel out of the monster's hands. The boy frowned, ordering Jean to act. Jean immediately poured mana into the machine gun, saying that he was waiting for this. A moment later, he fired using explosive fire. The bullets, hitting the monster's body, exploded. Huge and terrible wounds formed on the body. The troll, enveloped in smoke, roared in pain. Hansol ran forward. She jumped up. The girl swung her spear. Hansol used chain lightning while smiling. The blade of her spear glowed brightly. The wound on the monster's body began to heal. It suddenly grabbed a tree. He threw it at the girl, throwing it away. Jipyong frowned and screamed. Hansol looked to the side. Seeing the troll's paw approaching, she realized that she could not dodge. Suddenly, the beast's hand stopped. The protagonist, using a rope with a hook, was able to stop the troll. While his hands were shaking, the boy shouted, telling him to attack now, otherwise he would not be able to hold off the monster for long. The girl's mouth was open in shock. Hansol swung her spear, knowing that she could not miss this opportunity. She rushed towards the troll's head. The spear blade pierced his chest. An electric shock ran through the monster's entire body. A moment later, he fell to the ground. Sighing, Hansol said that she almost died. Jipyoung approached the girl and asked if she was okay. Hansol thought about it and said that if it weren't for Hanel, she would have died. The commander heard her and said that he didn't have high hopes for him at the very beginning. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he could hear everything. The commander looked at the corpse of the beast and said that they should get down to business. Jean got nervous when Jipchen asked him to deal with the troll. Looking at his gun, the guy said that he was alone. Hanel shuddered when Jipchen said that Hanel would stay to help him, since he had experience in hunting trolls. So 3 of the group left, wanting to get equipment. The 2 guys froze, left alone. Loading his gun, Jean asked his comrade if he knew what to do with this troll. The protagonist thought about it and said that they should first check its weak points, heart and brain, otherwise it might get a second wind and rise from the dead. While adjusting his weapon, Jean said that Hansol had fried the enemy's heart with her attack. Suddenly, the monster's paw twitched. Walking up to the troll, the boy said that they needed to decapitate it. He put his finger on the trigger. Suddenly, the beast roared, frightening him. The beast's paw rushed towards him. Blood spurted. When the arrow pierced its mouth, Hanel said not to let down his guard. Holding the bow in his hands, the boy said that the vitality of these creatures is too high. Jean, standing up, agreed with him. Something appeared right at the back of the boy's head when he wanted to thank Hanel. The log that hit him threw Jean back. A moment later, 2 trolls came out of the forest. The monsters kept their mouths open. The protagonist realized that things were bad for them, and his hand trembled. His wounded comrade was lying on the ground. Hanel wondered how everything turned out like this. The boy looked up in fear. He looked at the trolls in front of him, and wondered why there were twice as many of them this time. The monster swung a piece of wood. The young man ducked to avoid the blow. The unique hunter slipped right under the club. The second monster opened its mouth in confusion. The body of a squad member lay nearby. Saliva poured from the mouth of the hungry troll. The monster took a step forward. It extended its clawed paw. Suddenly, something chopped off its fingers. Holding a bow in his hands, the executioner called on the enemy not to touch his comrade. The monster raised its head and screamed. The protagonist wondered how he would cope with all this. A club appeared above his head. Hanel looked back and widened his eyes in horror. The troll knocked him down with a powerful blow. The boy dropped his weapon and fell to the ground. He fell face down and realized that he had let his guard down. A broken bow lay next to him. The young man was upset that the enemies had destroyed it. The monsters opened their ugly mouths and approached him. The unique hunter took out a knife and thought that now this was a fight to the death. The executioner trembled and called on his opponents to attack. The monster raised the club above its head and rushed forward. Someone raised a grenade launcher in front of them. The shell flew past the protagonist. An explosion occurred right in front of the muzzle of one of the trolls. A huge cartridge case fell to the ground. The savior said that his comrade had officially become a hunter, but his actions were still reckless. Taisa smiled slyly and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. There was a huge wound on the monster's shoulder. The man assumed that his friend wanted to know what brought him here, and promised to answer all the questions another time. Looking back, he saw reinforcements and said that they had arrived just in time. Jipyoung's eyes widened in fear and asked what had happened. After reloading his weapon, the manager was indignant that he had time to be surprised and asked him to shut up and help. Taisu raised the grenade launcher and fired. The shell hit the monster's chest straight. Shrouded in black smoke, the monster raised its hand and screamed. The man gritted his teeth and asked if it had worked. The monster walked out of the smoke with a piece of wood in its hands. The troll roared furiously and rushed forward. The boy swung his shield and cast a spell. He raised the shield in front of him and asked his teammate to drag Kyeoljin to safety. The unique hunter looked down and tried to object, but the boy reminded him that only he had the healing skill and that he would not be able to fight in this state. The manager sighed heavily and concluded that he still had a conscience. The squad went out to meet the monsters. Jipyoung asked the old man who arrived to give it his all. The guys carried away the wounded comrade. The executioner said that this would be enough. Unbuttoning his friend's bulletproof vest, the protagonist noticed that he was not breathing and asked if the porter knew how to do CPR. Hearing an affirmative answer, Hanel put his hands on Chuljin's head and asked the team member to do CPR while the healing skill was active. Screams were heard from the battlefield. The guy gritted his teeth and realized that they were not in the best position. Another blow from the monster threw Hansol back. The young man wondered what he should do in such a situation. The squad captain ordered the others to continue the attack. One cartridge fell out of the bag. There was some kind of inscription on it. The unique hunter realized that this was ammunition for the shotgun that Chuljin had recently used, and decided that this could not be just like that. The executioner looked down and used magic analysis. The porter shouted that their comrade had started breathing again. The cartridges were enveloped in a red aura. The protagonist thought that his guess was correct. The squad member asked him to provide first aid to Kyoljin. Hanyo picked up the rifle and said that he would be grateful if his comrade did not object. The boy frowned and asked if he could fill this weapon with most of his mana. Cabbies asked where he got such questions from. Light particles appeared around the machine gun. The young man asked his ally to answer faster. An affirmative answer was heard. Jipyong opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. The dead troll fell to the ground. His comrade raised his clawed paws. The tank concluded that they did not have enough charges to defeat him too. He asked where those missiles went. Tyson narrowed his eyes and replied that they had just used the last one. The wounded monster opened its mouth. The hunter said that everything would have worked if they had the opportunity to land one more good blow. Han Sol trembled. The captain noticed that she was no longer able to use skills and shouted that if they left things like this, the monster would come back to life again. The executioner took the backpack in his hands. Jipyong asked what they should do now that even Kyoljin was not around. The protagonist opened his mouth furiously and ordered his comrades to leave here. He threw the backpack towards the troll in a flash. The tank looked out from behind the shield in confusion and said that this could not be. Realizing that he only had one chance, Haino pulled the trigger and prayed for everything to work out. The bullet burst out of the rifle barrel and flew past the squad members. It crashed into the backpack with ammunition. The guy asked his comrades to duck. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. In the mountains, there was a huge tent. The squad member started the chainsaw and suggested to begin. He approached the monster's corpse and asked to leave it to him. The young man looked ahead thoughtfully. His comrade asked what happened. The unique hunter spread his arms and replied that everything was fine. Han Sol closed her eyes and said that she was very interested in what he was thinking. The executioner replied that it was nothing special. The team member began to cut the troll's body. Hainel explained that he had also been a porter, so now it was strange for him to stand and watch others do this work. The huntress opened her mouth in surprise and said that she had also been a porter before. The boy put his hands on her wounds and asked if this was true. Han Sol explained that she had been doing this work for about half a year, and that she immediately gave it up when she woke up. The man stood by the decapitated monster. The girl praised her comrade for his talent, and admired his healing abilities. The boy replied that there was nothing special about it. The executioner closed his eyes when the woman reminded him of how he had saved her from a dangerous situation and thanked her for the praise. The huntress smiled and said that she couldn't believe that her friend had just woken up. The protagonist wondered since when F rank was given so much attention. The chainsaw got stuck in the monster's body. The porter asked what was going on. He took out the saw and blood spurted everywhere. It got on Hansel's suit right as they were talking. The girl touched it and clenched her teeth in disgust. The woman turned around angrily when the squad member asked if she was okay. A golden aura appeared around her body. She was outraged that the porter was asking her such questions. Hainel grabbed her friend by the hand. The huntress said that this man had ruined her mood with his jokes. Closing his eyes, the guy asked her to stop and assumed that it was an accident. Han Sol immediately turned away and stated that it irritated her. The young man narrowed his eyes and was surprised that a man who had once been a porter was acting like this. The team member bowed and thanked him. The hunter asked him to ignore it. Smiling, the executioner said that nothing terrible had happened and wondered if those who stopped being porters eventually forgot about the past. The protagonist looked away. Jipyong stood next to Taisu. Hanyeo mentally wondered what they were talking about. The guy stood on the platform. He stretched his arms and was glad that they had finally finished. The soldier helped his wounded friend walk. The young man realized that they had finished earlier than expected and decided that the condition of their group left much to be desired. The crane lifted the cargo container. The unique hunter assumed that his team did not regret anything, since they managed to catch 3 trolls. The executioner looked at the status window and wanted to check how much his abilities had grown. The owner's information appeared on the system window. The protagonist was indignant that he had only managed to raise 2 levels, and remembered that during a hunt, points were distributed equally in a team. One of the skills on the list was underlined. Hanyeo realized that he had a new unusual ability. The guy imagined the bullet crashing into the ammunition and assumed that it was due to that attack. Jipyong approached him and asked if he was really smart enough to understand everything from the beginning. The young man raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what they were talking about. The man asked him not to pretend that he didn't know anything. Waving his hand, the squad leader promised that the money would be sent to his account tomorrow and warned that the cost of Kyoljin's broken equipment would be deducted from it. The unique hunter frowned and asked what just happened. Taisu approached him, displeased, and said that Jipyong had shown his true colors. The executioner narrowed his eyes and asked what he was talking about. The man called him too naive. The old man put his hands in his pockets and explained that his friend had almost been scammed. The protagonist asked what that meant. There was a Kmart sign hanging above the doors. There was an aluminum can on the table. Hanyeo wondered if the Onyx Strike team was known for scamming newbies. The answer was yes. The guy closed his eyes and explained that he had been promised 1.5 times his daily salary. The manager frowned and explained that low-ranking hunters usually received 3 to 4 million won per day, and the most important thing was the 100 million won dividend from selling monster materials. The young man's eyes widened in shock when he realized that there was no talk of any dividends. Taisu assumed that they had not even made a written contract. Opening the can, the man said that Unyx was very easy to trick inexperienced and gullible hunters, and added that his friend should have left immediately. The old man picked up the drink and said that he immediately realized that something was wrong and followed his comrade to help him. The executioner clenched his fist and wondered why all the awakened were the same. The manager asked if he was okay. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered in the affirmative and asked how his friend managed to negotiate with Jipyeon. Taisu explained that he threatened to tell the association about everything. Hanyol's eyes turned white when the man said that he had many connections that would help close down the Onyx strike team. The old man spat out the drink in surprise when the guy asked why his comrade helped him if the last time they met. He said that they would never see each other again. The manager threw up his hands and said that he was amazed that the boy could become an official hunter so quickly and asked what had happened in the meantime. The young man explained that the association had made an exception for him. The executioner smiled awkwardly and said that due to some merit he was allowed to not go through the standard procedures. Tyson narrowed his eyes and thought that the association very rarely gave such concessions. The protagonist scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. The man realized that if the association found out something about him, it was not good. There was a backpack next to the table. The old man wanted to know what really happened and asked if everything was okay with his comrade's equipment, and if it was broken. Hanel sighed heavily and said that he was worried about this because the trolls destroyed all his things. The manager took a business card out of his wallet and said that he had something that could help. The boy took the card and asked what it was. Taisu replied that there was a large shopping area in the city where they sold hunting items and all the necessary equipment. On the black paper was the inscription Hunter Mall. The man suggested his friend to stop by there when he had time. The boy thanked him. The sun was shining on the sign. After the conversation, the old man offered his friend a ride home when he found out that he was going to take the bus. There was a dragon on the black sign. The villain tapped his finger on the table and asked if Hanyol had really become awakened. His accomplice confirmed this and wondered when he would now pay them back. Gukyeon slammed his fist on the table and asked how they could deceive the debtor. Kalman closed his eyes and suggested raising the interest because he had become awakened. The bandit threw a book at him and asked if he really thought he could do it. The man shouted that it was just a joke. While they were arguing, someone opened the office door and asked if there was anyone there. The criminal scratched his head and asked what he wanted. The stranger opened his mouth wide and asked if there was a search party here, and when they answered in the affirmative, he asked the villains to find the one who had deceived him. The sun was shining brightly above the building. There was a pink pillow and blanket on the sofa. The protagonist picked up the phone and said that he couldn't believe his eyes. A message about a transfer appeared on the screen. Hanyol saw that he had received almost 30 million won. The guy opened his mouth in shock and wondered if he had almost been deceived for that much money. Squinting, the young man realized that he could pay off all his debts, and suggested that he should have another drink with Taisu. There was a black business card on the table, and the unique hunter decided that it was time for him to go. The executioner looked up in surprise and thought about the address on the card. In front of him were 2 giant skyscrapers. The doors opened. The protagonist was afraid to go inside. The girl at the reception greeted him and asked him to come to her. Hanyol put his license on the table. He looked away when the receptionist asked him to go through another entrance. Closing his eyes, the guy assumed that there was a special door for hunters and decided that it was a little strange. The woman bowed to him and said hello. Smiling, Suyin explained that she would be accompanying the visitor and said that she could help him find something specific. Scratching the back of his head, the young man wondered if he was considered a VIP, and remembered that you can buy specially selected equipment here. Holding the pass in her hands, the receptionist realized that it was about offensive and defensive weapons, and promised to show everything. The hunter was surprised that he now had a personal consultant. A red light lit up on the device. The executioner assumed that such excellent service here is because the employees of Hunter Mall are well paid. A small cart followed the heroes. The protagonist decided that it was nice when someone served him. There was a sign on the ceiling that said Hunter Production Workshop. There were shopping arcades ahead. Suyin told him that there were specialized stores for hunters in this place, where you could buy magical weapons or handmade protective equipment. The cart stopped. The girl said that she would wait for the visitor here, and wished him great shopping. Hanel opened his mouth in amazement, and wondered which store he should go to. There was a sign on the floor that said Dwarf Workshop. The guy assumed that they would be able to make equipment that would suit him personally. The doors opened right in front of him. The young man wondered why this store had such a name. The store employee was sleeping right behind the cash register. She raised her head and asked the customer who he was. The unique hunter mentally wondered what was wrong with her. Frowning, the executioner doubted that he could trust this shop and explained that he wanted to entrust the production of equipment to this workshop. The girl reached for her glasses and realized that she was a customer. The woman clicked her pen and asked what kind of equipment he needed. When the cashier picked up a notebook, the protagonist said that he needed restraining chains. The employee clenched her teeth in disgust. Hanel wondered what kind of reaction she was having. The boy closed his eyes, thinking he had said something wrong, and explained that he needed equipment that could hold an object and prevent it from moving. Hearing a shocked cry, the young man opened his mouth wide and realized that the girl did not know that he had the skill of coercion. The stranger pulled back the black curtain when the woman asked the customer not to approach her. The unique hunter tried to convince her that she had misunderstood. The executioner looked back when the man asked why it was so noisy. The old man crossed his arms over his chest and asked who he was. The cashier immediately complained to him about the inappropriate behavior of the visitor. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist declared that he had been misunderstood, and thought that in front of him was not a dwarf at all. There were tools hanging on the wall. Loud laughter was heard. The owner of the shop apologized for his granddaughter. The employee's head was swollen. The shop owner explained that she was always sleeping behind the counter and saying stupid things. Hanel said that everything was fine. The man raised his eyebrows and was surprised that the customer wanted to use the monster restraining equipment as a weapon. Holding a hook in his hands, the old man asked him to show his skills with it, and said that it would help in creating a suitable weapon. The guy threw the chain forward and used the compulsion skill. The hook flew to the training dummy. The chains immediately wrapped around it. Coming closer to the doll, the shop owner concluded that the customer was using the restraining skill by aiming at the hook, and said that his abilities were very interesting. The shop owner remembered that he also knew how to use melee weapons. The young man closed his eyes and confirmed this. The man put on gloves and said that everything would be ready in 3 hours. The unique hunter asked him about the price. After throwing him out of the store, the old man asked him why he was talking so much and asked him to take a walk until work was over. The executioner wondered what was wrong with him. Suyun approached him and asked if her client had finished his business. The girl smiled and asked where they were going next. The protagonist decided to walk around the mall for a while and asked the consultant to take him to a gun store. There were many guns hanging on the wall behind the counter. All the rifles were labeled. Hanyo remembered that now is the time when anyone can buy a gun with a special license. The body of the machine gun was shining. The guy was surprised that there were so many different types of weapons here and wondered which one he should take. The rifles were hanging on the wall at an angle. The young man realized that he had used each of them before. Someone asked if the customer didn't like the K-series weapons. Looking around, the unique hunter confirmed this and told him that he used them often when he was a porter, so he just got tired of them. Raising his eyebrows, the store employee explained that the K-series was no longer needed after the large-scale release of new firearms for large monsters, and suggested that this was the reason for their low price. The executioner closed his eyes when the manager asked what exactly he was interested in, and admitted that it was his first time buying a gun. A light lit up above the boy's head when the protagonist asked if he had anything with good firepower and easy to use. The seller took out a case and decided that this would suit the customer. Inside was a rifle. The employee explained that it was a new improved model from Germany, which also came with a grenade launcher. The weapon was placed in a special compartment. The consultant offered the client to test it himself. Hanel was surprised that he had such an opportunity. The bullet burst out of the long barrel. It hit the target in the very center. The guy pressed the button. The empty magazine fell down. The young man inserted a new magazine into the machine gun. The cartridge rose into the barrel. Holding the weapon in his hands, the unique hunter fired another shot. The cartridges fell to the floor one after another. The executioner pulled the trigger. A powerful projectile flew out of the wide barrel. It approached the target. There was a loud explosion. When the smoke cleared, it was clear that nothing was left of the target. The store employee approached the client and asked if he liked the weapon. The protagonist's eyes sparkled, and he replied that this rifle was very cool. Hanel released the trigger. The salesman explained that this model is equipped with a sturdy barrel with high magic conductivity, and that its functionality can be demonstrated even better when using magic bullets. The guy smiled widely and asked how much this rifle cost. The salesman replied that it was 10 million won. The young man opened his mouth in shock and asked if it was not 4 times more expensive than any other weapon. The salesman closed his eyes and explained that such a price was due to the fact that it was a high-end imported model that was developed specifically for hunters. The executioner looked at the machine gun in confusion. The salesman added that its price was fully consistent with its functionality. The destroyed target began to smoke. The salesman asked if he needed to show the customer other examples. The protagonist decided that at the moment this was the best weapon that could protect him. Hanel opened his mouth wide and declared that he would buy it. Holding out a credit card, the guy said that he would pay the entire price at once and thought that 10 million won was much cheaper than the price of his life. The store employee inserted the card into the cash register and stated that the payment was made. The young man smiled awkwardly and decided that he would need to think about investments when he had money. The salesman asked if he needed anything else. There was ammunition on the table. The consultant told him that their store also had bullets, gunpowder, and other things. He smiled widely and asked if he needed to recommend anything. The unique hunter realized that he would have to spend even more money than expected. The cart was fully loaded. The store employee thanked the customer and wished him luck. Holding the receipt in his hands, Hainel realized that he had spent all the money and concluded that the manager was excellent at selling. Looking at the shopping list, the guy decided that he would need all of it. The young man looked back and asked Suyan if he could arrange for delivery. The answer was yes. There were boxes of ammunition on the cart. The girl said that personal storage of weapons and explosive devices without documents is prohibited and that they will be delivered to a special agency in the area of the client's residence. The unique hunter stretched his hands and decided that it was time to return to the dwarf's workshop. There was a corresponding sign on the wall. The doors opened in front of the executioner. The cashier wanted to greet him, but suddenly shuddered. The main character did not understand what her look meant. Hainel closed his eyes and said that he came to pick up his order. The man took off his welding mask and said that he was almost done with his work. The guy followed him and glanced at the dissatisfied girl. The young man opened his mouth in surprise when he saw something in front of him. The owner of the shop closed his eyes and asked if this was not a masterpiece. There was a knife on the table. The unique hunter said that he did not ask for it to be made. There was a strange device with straps lying nearby. The executioner asked what it was. The owner of the workshop explained that he hadn't made such unusual equipment for a long time, so he got too carried away. The protagonist was furious. The man raised his hands and asked him to calm down, since the most important thing is the functionality of the weapon. In front of him stood a mannequin. The old man asked the client to take the new equipment and use the compulsion skill. Hainel looked down and agreed when the owner of the shop suggested that he should like everything. The guy attached the device to his hand and decided that it was very different from what he imagined. The owner of the workshop asked him to insert a knife into the bracer before using the skill. The young man grabbed the handle and thought that he should still try to do this. The unique hunter inserted the blade into the device. The rope flew towards the mannequin when he used the compulsion ability. The sharp knife rushed forward. Suddenly, one of its parts detached. The dagger turned into a real hook. He grabbed the mannequin's body tightly. The man was glad that his invention worked as it should. The executioner looked at the tied mannequin in surprise. The old man said that this was a weapon of mana modification, which changed its shape depending on the amount of magic. The protagonist squinted and remembered that Master Hien used a weapon of the same type. The rope was taut. The owner of the shop offered the customer to stop the flow of mana. At that moment, the rope began to wind onto the reel. The knife folded back and ended up in the hands of the owner. Crossing his arms over his chest, the owner of the workshop explained that when the mana flow was blocked, the weapon returned to its original shape, and asked if the customer liked everything. Hainel looked at him with shining eyes and said that he was delighted. The boy looked at the cashier in shock and asked what it meant. The girl looked down and assumed that the customer had not heard her. The woman looked at him and said that the wire gloves, knife and hook, together with the production fee, would cost 50 million won. The boy opened his mouth in shock and thought that he could not even imagine that it would be so expensive. The cashier asked how he was going to pay. The unique hunter asked if it was possible to pay in installments. The cashier adjusted her glasses and realized that he did not have enough money. Suddenly, a lump appeared on her head. Standing next to his granddaughter, the man said that she could hold a grudge against another person for a long time. The executioner closed his eyes when the old man decided that such a newbie could not have such a large amount. The protagonist looked up when the shop owner promised to give him a weapon for 5 million if he fulfilled one condition, and asked what he needed. The knife was lying on the table. The owner of the workshop asked the customer to come back to his shop if he needed to improve his equipment, or buy a new one. Hainel asked if this was his condition. The man closed his eyes and confirmed it. The boy scratched the back of his head and thought that it seemed a little selfish. The old man explained that this work inspired him because it was not often that people came to him with such unusual requests. The sun almost disappeared behind the building. The young man was glad that he finally finished all his business. The unique hunter took out his phone and decided that shopping was much more tiring than he thought. The executioner opened the bank application and was upset that he had so little money left. Frowning angrily, the protagonist said that money was needed to spend it, and remembered that he still had to pay off his debts for the next month. Suddenly an error message appeared on the screen. Hainel did not understand what happened, since the account number was correct. The guy put the phone to his ear and decided to call that scoundrel. His eyes widened in surprise when he heard that such a number did not exist. The SUV was driving along the highway. The news was on the radio. The young man held the steering wheel. The host reported that after the opening of the dungeons in Seoul, new interdimensional gates began to be discovered, and invited a specialist to the studio. The radio wave number appeared on the screen. The journalist asked if the appearance of the gate was related to the fact that the 30 years given to them by aliens would soon expire. The guest replied that these were just rumors. One of the turns on the sign was crossed out. The host asked what the specialist thought about the association's statement that they were planning to seal the gate with the help of the Hermos Guild. He said that even so they would not be able to avoid great losses. The space was visible in the rift. The guest explained that the monsters that appeared from the interdimensional gates were the same species as the creatures in this world, but were stronger. The car drove up to the guard post. The specialist said that if the association did not take this information into account, the hunters could suffer great damage. Looking at the road, the executioner assumed that it was a monster that he had already encountered. The protagonist drove up to the fence and decided that he did not want to encounter this monster again. After saluting, the guard said that he needed to conduct a small check and asked Hanel to show his license and entry documents. The man took the papers and asked if he was really going to enter the ogre settlement alone. The boy confirmed it. The young man smiled awkwardly when he was called a solo hunter, and remembered that the workers at the checkpoint in the association were also surprised when they found out that he wanted to go hunting alone. In the memory, Jipyeon waved his hand. The unique hunter realized that by working alone, he could quickly improve his skills and earn much more money, and decided that he could not trust other groups. The guard looked away and said that everything was in order with the documents. The executioner thought that his choice was the best at the moment, despite all the risks. There were high protective walls ahead. The steel gates opened. The protagonist realized that these walls were built to prevent the monsters from escaping from here, and realized that the residents would not be able to do so either. The car drove into the territory of the destroyed city. In the trunk was a case. Hanel put on a bulletproof vest and finished the preparations. The phone showed that there was no signal here. The guy wondered where the bandits who extorted debts from him had gone. The young man looked away and decided that they could not just escape. The unique hunter saw a car in front of him and wondered what was going on here. There was a group of people standing nearby. The executioner assumed that they had also come to hunt ogres. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and thought that he would need to stay away from them. Hanel picked up a rifle. The guy smiled confidently and decided to start hunting. The road sign was destroyed. The young man raised his binoculars. There were several ogres ahead. The monster looked back. The unique hunter asked who decided to call them ogres, because they did not look like the creatures from manhwas or games at all. The executioner tugged the rifle and thought that these beasts were just as violent and ugly. The protagonist took aim at the enemy and realized that it did not matter now. Hanel fired and used a crushing blow. The bullet approached the back of the unsuspecting monster's head. The other ogres looked at their wounded brother. The monster immediately fell to the ground. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. The boy frowned in displeasure and realized that he had been discovered. The young man turned the switch and decided to use something else. A bright light burst from the barrel. A hail of bullets fell on the monsters. The ogre gritted his teeth. The shells bounced off his thick skin. The monsters looked at each other and growled. They rushed towards the building where the unique hunter was hiding. Gritting his teeth, the executioner noticed that the enemies ran in different directions and assumed that they were using their heads to dodge the bullets. His rifle was covered in a light aura. The protagonist fired a grenade launcher and offered the enemy to try to dodge it. The shell approached the monster. A powerful explosion engulfed its body. The ogre's hand fell to the ground. Hanel angrily gritted his teeth and thought that there were 2 more enemies left. The monster climbed up the floor along the wall. The boy pointed his rifle at it and wondered when the creature managed to do this. The young man fired a shot and wished death on his opponent. The monster covered its head with its paw and squealed. There were no more shells in the magazine. The ogre jumped into the room. The unique hunter took out a knife and thought about how he needed time to reload. The executioner threw the hook forward and used the compulsion skill. At that moment, the monster rushed straight at him. The sharp blade cut off its paw. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion and wondered what just happened. The rope tied the monster. Hanel could not believe that the new equipment cut off his hands after using the usual compulsion skill. A pool of blood formed under the paw. The guy wondered how good the functionality of the modification knife was. A system window appeared in front of him. The user formed a new skill, strike chain. The young man squinted and decided that he still needed to reload. Another ogre appeared right behind him. The unique hunter grabbed the rope and realized that he couldn't do anything to it. The system suggested that he use the skill he had just acquired. The monster rushed forward. The executioner gritted his teeth and decided to listen to Cabby's advice. The tied monster opened its mouth in fear when the protagonist used the shock chain. The ropes wrapped around the ogre's body even tighter. At that moment, it was cut in half. The hook flew towards the running monster. The blade cut it into 2 parts. Hanel caught the dagger and wondered what had just happened. His eyes turned white with shock. The boy thanked Cabby's and assumed that it was not a shock chain at all, but a dismembering one. There were purple crystals in the container. The young man, dressed in a protective suit, was upset that there were so few of them. The unique hunter took off his mask and thought about how everything was easier last time, during the Volax hunt, and now he had to do everything alone. The executioner wiped his forehead and understood why people hired porters. The stranger sat down behind him and asked what he was doing. A smile shone on her face, and the protagonist wondered who she was. In the memory, this girl was standing next to other people. Hanel mentally wondered how long she had been wandering around here. Raising his eyebrows, the guy hoped that she had not heard his conversation with himself, and replied that he was dealing with the monster he was hunting. The equipment was lying against the wall. The woman asked where all the other hunters and porters had gone. The young man opened his mouth in confusion and said that he hunted alone. He clenched his fist and was indignant that all the people thought he was strange and said that his actions were tantamount to suicide. The stranger folded her hands together and declared that this was very cool. The unique hunter tilted his head and asked what this meant. Standing in front of him, the girl asked if he had managed to kill those 4 ogres by himself, and called his skills amazing. Her eyes sparkled. The woman said that she was very lucky to encounter such a professional and asked if she could ask her a few questions. She frowned in disappointment, and said that she was worried about the executioner, since he had no one to help him in a dangerous situation. Suddenly, another hunter came up behind her and got angry because her friend had separated from the group and was causing trouble for other people. The girl grabbed her teammate and said that it was time for them to go. Gia said goodbye to the protagonist. Hainel looked after her in shock. The woman asked him to tell her everything the next time they saw each other. The guy took a step forward. There were traces of blood on the ground. The young man's eyes lit up thanks to the magic observation skill. Drops of blood led to a hole in the asphalt. The unique hunter approached it, and wondered how the ogre managed to get through it. The executioner looked down and decided that he shouldn't go there because he didn't have equipment for the dark. The protagonist took out a grenade and wanted to make the monster get out of there on its own. The grenade bounced off the rocks and fell into the hole. Hainel covered his head with his hands when an explosion was heard. The guy raised his rifle and called the enemy to come out. A white aura was visible in the darkness. The young man concluded that something was approaching. The aura became much larger. The unique hunter realized that there was more than one monster hiding there. The ogres poked their heads out of the darkness. They shuddered when they saw a man in front of them. His face was covered in cold sweat. The executioner jumped back from the pit. He immediately ran away. The ogres climbed out of the pit and growled. There was a car parked on the street. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist wondered why there were so many monsters there. A skull lay on the asphalt. Hainel realized that he would be dead if the monsters caught up and grabbed him. There was ammunition in the trunk. The guy decided to finish hunting for today and thought that he needed something else to continue hunting alone. The next day, a sign for Starbucks coffee hung on the wall. There was a mug on the table. The girl said that her lover had something on his face. She raised her hand to remove it and asked her friend to remain still. The young man almost cried, because at such moments he wanted their planet to be ground to dust. The unique hunter opened Wikipedia and realized that it was his own fault for coming too early. An image of an ogre appeared on the site. The executioner realized that he had disturbed the lair of monsters, which is why they crawled out. Holding a mug in his hands, the protagonist decided that he was very lucky to leave there alive. Suddenly, Gia approached him. The girl smiled widely when she recognized him. Hainel remembered how they met in an abandoned city. The woman was surprised that they met again and called it fate. The guy closed his eyes and felt as if she would often catch his eye from now on. The hunters saw an empty chair and asked if she could sit down. The young man answered in the affirmative. The awakened one placed her glass on the table and said that her friend was late for a meeting. Gia raised her eyebrows and asked what her new acquaintance's name was. Closing his eyes, the executioner introduced himself and remembered her name. The girl's eyes widened in shock and she asked how he knew him. The protagonist replied that he had heard his friend call her that. The woman scratched her head in embarrassment. Hainel wondered if she had been plotting something against him since yesterday. The glass was closed. The huntress asked what her acquaintance was doing there. The guy explained that he had a meeting to hold. The awakened one waved her hand and said that it was time for questions. Gia asked why her friend had started hunting alone. The young man raised his eyebrows and thought that he knew that everything would be like this. Lowering his gaze, the executioner asked her not to ask about it, and hoped that she would not insist. The girl leaned her elbows on the table and asked her friend not to avoid answering. The main character did not understand what she wanted from him. Hainel looked up and asked why she wanted to know this so much. The woman looked at him carefully. The guy promised to tell everything about himself if her answer sounded convincing. The huntress looked at the glass of coffee with disappointment. The young man smiled broadly and decided that his tactics worked. The awakened one said that she could not even dream of hunting alone. She squeezed the glass in her hands and said that she was afraid of being alone. Remembering how she had to hide under the rubble, Gia told about how during the war there was an explosion not far from her house, because of which her parents died. A bright light illuminated her. Until the moment rescuers found her, she sat in the darkness for 2 days. The girl stood in the middle of nowhere. No one wanted to take in an orphan, so she had to rush from one relative to another. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that she couldn't stay alone. Yesterday, while hunting ogres, the huntress looked back and saw the protagonist. As she watched him go, the awakened one wondered why the man would do such a dangerous job alone and decided that she could change if she knew the answer to that question. Jia closed her eyes and apologized for her story. With an awkward frown, Hainel apologized for making her remember such painful moments and realized that he had pushed her too hard. Smiling, the girl replied that everything was fine and explained that she had a friend who was always by her side. The woman picked up her phone and said that she had already arrived. The huntress stood up from her chair and said that it was time for her to go. The guy told her that he didn't trust hunters. The awakened one looked at him in surprise and asked what that meant. The boy replied that it was the reason he started hunting alone. The executioner opened his mouth wide and said that there was something else. The protagonist turned to the woman he knew and said that he could trust her. Jia smiled happily and suggested that they meet up next time and chat. The girl ran to meet her friend. The huntress scratched her head and apologized for being late. Hanyo remembered seeing her yesterday during the hunt. The woman turned to him and Jia said goodbye to her comrade. The guy waved his hand at her and wondered if he could trust her. There was an application for a porter on the table. Sunbeam raised his eyebrows in confusion. Ari looked ahead indifferently. The man sitting in front of them asked if they were willing to work with him. A cloud of smoke rose from the street of the ruined city. A shot rang out from a rifle. Its owner was extremely displeased. The ogre raised his hands to protect himself from the bullets. The man wondered who would even think of attacking a lair of monsters alone. As he continued firing, the hunter thought that a normal group should be operating in such a place, and was outraged that the F rank decided to work alone. In the memory, the protagonist was sitting in front of two people. The awakened one decided that he should have understood this from the very moment he said this, since solo hunting is too dangerous an adventure. The price of the service was written on the document. The soldier remembered that they were promised to triple the daily earnings, and realized that no one in his place would refuse such good conditions. Sunbeam gritted his teeth and realized that it was his own fault for signing so quickly. A few shots scared off the monster. It collapsed on the ground in front of the hunter. Ari looked down and thought that today, killing ogres has become too easy, because usually you need to spend a lot of bullets to kill even one. In the memory, the awakened one pointed to the trunk of the car. The girl realized that the only difference was that today they were shooting with the bullets he gave them. The magazine fell to the ground. The woman assumed that the man had cast some kind of magic spell on the bullets. The monster ran up to her from the side. The porter glanced at it and wondered where it had suddenly appeared from. The monster stuck out its tongue. Ari realized that she couldn't do anything because it was reloading. Suddenly, a rope wrapped around the ogre's body. Someone opened their mouth wide and asked if his comrade was okay. The protagonist pulled the rope and asked the girl not to overexert herself so much. She wondered if he was really an F rank. In the past, Hainel had killed the enemy with one blow. The woman thought that his movements and the power of his skills were too great for an F rank. Closing her eyes, the porter thanked her friend for his help and realized that she had seen such a person for the first time in 3 years of hunting. Another monster appeared in front of the guy. It jumped out from behind the debris. The young man disconnected the rope from the device. He dealt a powerful blow to the ogre. The monster immediately fell to the ground. The executioner shot at it and thought that he had prepared well for this moment. In the memory, the owner of the workshop looked at him in surprise. The protagonist had to return to him to improve his chain, because he did not want a repeat of that situation. The whips fettered the monster's body. Hainel realized that he could separate the bound chain, and mentally called the owner of the shop a skilled craftsman. The guy frowned with displeasure when he realized that a lot of money was spent on this. The boys continued firing. The young man decided that hiring professionals was the right decision, because compared to ordinary porters, they had excellent equipment and skills. Holding a knife in his hands, the unique hunter thought about how he could fight the ogres one-on-one if his mercenaries continued to distract their attention. Blood sprayed in the air. The executioner decided that this battle would end successfully. Dead monsters lay on the ground. Standing in front of one of them, the protagonist was glad about how many monsters they caught. Ari said that this happened because they attacked an entire lair. Hainel looked around and asked her to load the corpses into the car. There was a destroyed building nearby. The guy decided to hide there in case more enemies appeared. The door handle turned. The young man kicked the door and went out onto the roof. From there, a view of the deserted city opened up. The unique hunter looked through binoculars and noticed that no more monsters were visible. Ari dragged the dead ogre to the trunk. The executioner lowered the binoculars and thought that he could go back down in a while to help the porters. The protagonist heard a sound and looked around. There was an explosion in the street. Hainel wondered what was going on there. The monster jumped out of a cloud of black smoke. Someone opened his mouth wide and called his comrades to attack. The tank raised a shield in front of itself. The guy realized that this was another hunting party. It turned out that Gia was in the tank's armor. The monster jumped on her. The girl turned the rifle over and pulled the trigger. She shot the ogre in the stomach. The monster opened its mouth in horror and screamed. Its brothers saw what was happening and rushed at the man. The man pushed one of them with his shield. The blow knocked the monster off its feet, and it fell on its back. Another member of the squad took advantage of the enemy's confusion and ran forward. 2 hunters engaged in close combat with the enemy. A pair of ogres approached them from behind. They opened their mouths and growled. One powerful shot took off their heads. The monsters fell dead. An empty shell casing fell to the asphalt with a ringing sound. The sniper lying on the roof was happy that he was able to kill 2 monsters with 1 shot. The squad members stood shoulder to shoulder. The protagonist was amazed at how ordinary groups of hunters fight ogres. Gia was wearing a protective helmet. Haino realized that she was playing the role of a tank. His eyes went white with shock, because he thought the girl was in the position of a healer or support. Ari brought her hands to her mouth and shouted that they were done with the loading. The guy was surprised that they did it so quickly. The man was holding a radar in his hands. The team member following him asked when they would go to the next point. The captain asked him to wait a bit and explained that he was looking for other monsters. A cluster of green spots appeared on the radar. The hunter said that judging by the amount of mana, there was another group of ogres nearby. The girl closed her eyes in disappointment, not wanting to fight anymore. There was a rusty building nearby. The awakened one asked if his comrade didn't want to earn money. The room was empty. The man said that the monsters were inside this factory. Purple gates were shining in the air. The captain suggested that the squad go and earn more money. A screeching sound was heard among the dilapidated houses. The porter was wielding a chainsaw. Blood was spraying from the body of a dead monster. The protagonist sat to the side and watched his comrade. Haino squinted and thought that he could not get used to this. The ogre was lying on the ground. The boy realized that he hired porters because hunting and slaughtering alone is very difficult, but for this he does not do the work he usually does. In the memory, Sunbeam and Ari looked at him with fear. The young man wondered what he should do, since the guys think he is strange. Cabbies appeared behind him when the unique hunter wanted to know how much his skills had grown. The girl closed her eyes. The executioner asked her to show the status window. A system window shone in the air. The protagonist saw that his level had increased by 5 points, and decided that hunting alone actually helps him improve his skills faster. Under one of the items, the number of points was written. Haino wanted to distribute the accumulated additional points equally. Looking at the status window, the guy transferred 10 points each to strength, constitution and magic, and the remaining 5 to dexterity. The last skill was healing. The boy noticed that he used it very often, but despite this, the ability level remained at B. The unique hunter narrowed his eyes and asked if there were any injured people nearby. Kibis was surprised at how confidently he was talking about such inhumane things. The executioner looked down and explained that he still thought that the healing skill was the only hope that could help him cure his father. The girl closed her eyes and remembered that after the appearance of that black substance, it did not have much effect. The protagonist said that he needed to continue raising the ability level. Suddenly, the heroes looked up when the ground shook beneath them. Black smoke appeared above the houses. Haino wondered what kind of explosion that was. The boy raised his eyebrows and remembered that Gia's group was in that direction. The boy picked up a rifle and told the porters that he needed to leave for a while. The unique hunter gritted his teeth. He had a bad feeling about this. About 30 minutes ago, the awakened one dealt a powerful blow to the ogre. The wounded monster fell to the ground. The girl asked if this was definitely the last enemy. She looked down and said that this was very small for a lair. The commander looked at the radar to check the data. There was a green spot on the screen. The man explained that judging by the scale of the magic spread, there was something much larger than an ordinary lair. The hunter pressed the button and added that the source of the magic was in the warehouse building right in front of them. A member of the squad said that he would go there alone to check everything. There was a low building ahead. The awakened one asked if it was definitely worth going there alone. His comrade replied that he had been doing this job for several days, so everything would be fine. There was a case next to the wall. After a while the team became worried about their friend. There was a mark with his name on the locator. Suddenly it disappeared. The man asked how this was possible. Gia closed her eyes and asked what it meant. Pressing the buttons, the commander declared that this could not be and asked his colleagues to stop because something was approaching them at high speed. The boys looked ahead in fear. Something flew past them. The body of their dead comrade crashed into the wall. The woman trembled with fear and screamed. The boy's bulletproof vest was covered in blood. The hunter looked into the darkness and wondered who was capable of such a thing. A tall black monster came out of the warehouse. The beast opened its mouth and screamed. The awakened raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what kind of creature it was. Suddenly, Gia's friend rushed forward. The girl swung her sword and wished death to the enemy. The blade of the blade approached the monster. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widened in shock. The monster grabbed her sword with his bare hand. He managed to break the weapon into small pieces. With his mouth wide open, the hunter called out to his friend and wondered how the enemy managed to break the blade. The beast swung its arm. It hit the awakened one in the stomach with all its might. Blood spurted out of him's mouth. The girl flew past her friend and fell to the ground. Gia looked back in fear and called her name. The woman lowered her head and lost consciousness. The steel shield fell to the ground. Tears welled up in the tank's eyes. She clutched her head and thought that they would all die if this continued. The awakened one opened her eyes wide and was afraid that she would have to be alone again. The monster extended its hand to her. Gia decided that even dying would be better than being alone. The man held out a shield in front of her. He turned around and asked his comrade to come to his senses. The monster opened its mouth and growled. The girl silently looked at her ally who had saved her. There were several dents on the shield. The hunter wondered where this creature got such strength from. A shot from a rifle rang out. The bullet hit the monster's head. The shell casing fell to the ground. Holding the weapon in his hands, the commander called on the enemy to leave his squad alone. Shots were heard from the barrel of the machine gun. The weapon needed to be reloaded, its owner cursed. The machine gun was firing again. The owner decided to reproduce a devastating shot. But the bullets seemed to bounce off the monster. Shell casings flew to the floor. The monster growled, its opponent cursed. The creature stood up to its full height in front of the two guys. One of them could not understand what kind of creature it was. The commander looked tensely into the face of danger. He cursed that he had wasted many bullets to no avail. His subordinate said that they had to somehow shoot the monster. The monster was approaching, making terrible sounds. The leader of the squad realized that the creature was not harmed, and the subordinate shouted that if this continued, they would not last long. The tank from their team held the shield with all his might, not understanding what to do next. The protection saved him from another blow. Its owner screamed that the shield could not withstand anymore. The commander, holding the weapon in his hands, turned around and looked at Hyman's body, thinking that of all the dealers, only he was left, and at that moment he was hurried. He looked at the fighter who was standing with his back to him and adjusting his helmet, thinking that he had lost his fighting spirit, so he decided to shout that they needed to do at least something. But at the same time, he continued to stand in confusion, not knowing what to do. His team members were calling him. The guy with the shield looked at him in confusion. Suddenly he seemed to wake up and ordered to run. The commander, starting to panic, shouted that they needed to break away from this creature and escape from this place. The body of one of the girls was motionless. The squad leader objected, pointing to Unjin and Hyman. He waved it off, saying that there was no time to think about the dead. He looked at the guy's bag, which contained flashbang grenades, and ordered them to throw them at once and run. The monster struck again. The tank cursed and agreed to this plan. The commander stood with his back to him. The guy shouted that he would do it when the shield broke. The squad leader turned around. The tank said that it would happen very soon. Jia opened her eyes in surprise. Hyman, sitting by the wall, made barely audible sounds. The monster made a terrifying sound. And after the attack, the shield was broken. The tank grabbed the grenades and shouted that the plan was about to be carried out. He threw them at the monster, shouting for his team members to cover their ears and eyes. The flash blinded the monster for a moment. The explosion was visible on the street. The monster wheezed, standing in the clouds of smoke. There was no one in front of him, which confused him. But there were drops of blood on the floor. He grunted with satisfaction. Someone passed by the sign 5F. Jia carried him in, asking her friend to be patient. Near the row of columns, she was searching for something excitedly. Her first aid kit was empty. The girl remembered hearing about such a case when she was learning first aid. She took a syringe and filled it. Then she gave the injection, warning her friend that it was a little painful and she should be patient. The girl grunted. Jia was glad that she was able to help. Then she nervously lowered her eyes, realizing that because of saving him, she separated from the commander, although she was sure that he saw where she went, so all that remained was to wait for him to come for them. The guy was breathing heavily. The two stood on the street. The tank asked the commander if they had broken away. He said that he thought so. Suddenly, he, replaying the moment of the explosion in his head, realized that Jia was not nearby and asked where she was, mentally not understanding why he had to do such stupid things. At that moment, he saw that she had left with him, but he had done nothing, and now he was mentally cursing that he had abandoned a living team member, and that he needed to go look for him. But suddenly, standing with his back to his subordinate, he said that there was no need to look for her. He asked again. The commander in his head was scolding him for staying alive. The commander looked ahead and answered the question that everything would be fine with the girl, because she, apparently, had dodged the explosion alone and he had seen her leaving, and he himself remembered that at the beginning he had said that they would not have time to save those who were wounded by the monster. Tank, hesitating, asked again and without waiting for an answer, agreed. The monster was making its way forward. The commander thought that it was good that the girl did not suspect anything and the monster only had to get rid of those two, because no matter what, Jia could not do anything alone, so it would not be a big problem. The creature made its way through the corridors of the building, wheezing heavily. The commander looked at the roof of the nearest building and said that it was time for them to leave, mentally adding that then no one would know the truth about him abandoning two members of his team. Haina looked at his binoculars in confusion. Jia began to worry that no one was following them. She turned around at the sound, not understanding what it was. There was someone behind the door, and she assumed it was the commander. But then the door swung open with a bang. Jia covered her face with her hand, coughing. A familiar wheeze was heard from the clouds of smoke. The monster roared, appearing right in front of them. Jia was shocked, not understanding how it got there. Then she looked at the drops of blood on the floor and realized that it was them. Jia lowered the visor of her helmet and told herself that she would not run away again. Clutching the handle of her shield in her hand, she said that she would protect Himin. The girl stood in front of the monster with a knife in her hand. Impatiently, she shouted for the abomination to attack. The monster roared. And the next minute, it attacked. Jia stood with her hand lowered, holding the weapon in it. She was trembling, barely able to say that she could still fight. The monster roared again and rushed to attack. Its paw was close to its target. The boy said that initially there was a promise between the hunters not to interfere in other people's work. Hanel stood with a rope in his hands, holding the monster back and saying that he would intervene here. The monster could not move its paw. The girl uncertainly assumed that Hanel had come to the rescue. She couldn't believe her eyes, looking at him and asking how he got here, while the guy began to understand that the situation was worse than he thought. His gaze fell on the motionless body of Himin, and he assumed that the two fleeing guys left the girls alone and simply ran away. But out loud he said that he saw strange tracks and followed them. The monster stood with its back to him, and the guy continued that he would try to deal with the monster first, and that Jia should stay away, next to her friend. The hunter pulled the rope. The monster broke it. The guy looked and couldn't believe his eyes. The weapon fell to the floor. Hanel barely realized that the creature had freed itself from his compulsion skill. The monster turned its muzzle to him and wheezed. The hunter did not understand how this was possible. His hand fell on the machine gun. The guy fired a burst. Jia asked him to be careful. The bullets bounced off the creature. The girl told her that long-range attacks were ineffective. The hands on the machine gun quickly reloaded the weapon. Jia's face expressed maximum shock. Hanel asked her to duck. The guy carried out a magical explosion. The wall of the building was destroyed by the blast wave. Standing not far from the explosion, the hunter reasoned that this way he could definitely damage the enemy. But a paw appeared from the clouds of smoke. It hit Hanel, hitting the weapon. It fell to the floor. The guy, clasping his hands to his chest, cursed, not understanding what kind of creature it was. The creature was approaching. There was not a scratch on him, as the hero noticed. The monster attacked. The hunter dodged, thinking that it was resistant to a certain type of attack. The monster swung again, but the guy dodged, realizing that he would have to strike with a melee weapon. The attack left a dent in the wall. Hanel thought that it was impossible to get close to the enemy, not understanding where such a powerful destructive force came from. Jia, sitting next to Himin, thought that this situation was not in her favor. The hero grabbed the handle of the gun, and at the same time, he pulled out a grenade. Then he threw it, thinking that there was no other way but to fight. Immediately after that, he aimed and fired the gun, dealing a crushing blow. The monster wheezed furiously. Hanel pressed the button, releasing the rope. The monster turned around, watching as the protagonist tried to use coercion again. The weapon fell to the floor. The lock clicked, and the protagonist was glad that he succeeded. The hunter used a chain strike. The monster roared. It unclenched its jaws and bared its teeth, to the delight of the hunter, who thought that the attack worked. The protagonist grabbed the rope, thinking that he needed to gather all his strength, and struck the chain strike. The monster howled. The guy wanted to finish it off with one blow. Jia, who was watching what was happening, thought that she could not believe that the guy had single-handedly battered this creature, recognizing the strength of his savior. And suddenly she noticed the monster trembling, thinking that he was acting strangely. Her was moving vaguely. She put her paw to her throat, and those watching wondered what was wrong with her. Hanel could not believe that he had let his guard down, and taking this as a chance, he attacked. The monster wheezed. Then he tried to attack. His paw passed by, and the hero did not understand what was happening. Jia attacked the monster from behind. She looked ahead, preparing to defend herself, and shouted to her comrade that it was time to strike. And at that moment she flew back from the monster's blow. She hit the wall hard. Hanel shouted her name, realizing that he could not miss the chance she had given him. And he rushed into the attack with a cry. The monster stood by the wall, destroyed by the explosion. The hero threw it off, pouncing on it from above and flying down with it. Then he used coercion. The rope wrapped around the wall, and Hanel grabbed it, holding on. His gaze slid over the monster, and he said goodbye to it out loud. The monster roared for the last time. It was falling down from a great height. There was a blow. Hanel crawled up to the floor, noting out loud that he thought he was finished. He looked at Jia, asking if she was okay. She answered yes. The hero wanted to use a healing skill on her, but she refused. Then, looking at her friend, she asked him to help her. She smiled, repeating that she was okay. The girl pressed the shield to her hand, and calling Hanel, thanked him. The hero held his hands on Himin's body, saying that they barely made it in time, because a broken rib pierced her lungs. The guy slightly turned his head towards Jia, continuing to say that he somewhat healed her friend thanks to his skill, so there could not be any big problems. The girl, closing her eyes, did not answer. He called her, but Jia did not answer. From her body, between the shield and her hand, a monster spike was sticking out. The bright sun illuminated the tower. Jia was laid in a body bag, and nearby, her friend's cries calling for her were heard. A gloved hand closed the lock of the bag, and in the background, The girl's friend called her again, blaming herself for the misfortune. Hyman struggled with all her might, and 2 specialists held her back, preparing to sedate the girl. Hanyo watched as Jia's body was taken away, and Hyman was sent to the hospital. He lowered his disappointed eyes. Gritting his teeth, he became angry, because if he had been a little stronger, everything would have been different. Hanyo clenched his hand into a fist, but a voice sounded nearby. Hanyo saw Hano behind him, who noted another meeting with the young man, although the situation was not pleasant. He asked what the girl had come for, to which investigator Lee Han-no replied that cases concerning the death of hunters were under the jurisdiction of the association. Watching as the body was placed in specialized transport, the investigator asked the young man if he knew the deceased and then expressed her condolences. They watched the car leave, and the investigator told Hano that the funeral of the deceased hunter would be held the next day at the association, but they were unable to contact any of the family members. She looked at her tablet, informing her interlocutor, since he was the first to report the girl's death, that the leader of the hunting team, which Jiao was a part of, had been arrested. Hanul introduced the men and continued the story about the setup of the group leader by a colleague and how the arrested leader claimed to be unaware of what had happened, which the investigator herself doubted, but reassured herself with the thought that all the details would soon be revealed. Hanul looked seriously at her interlocutor, turning to him. Hanul opened his mouth in surprise, hearing about the need to go to the association, since he was an important witness, but agreed. The multi-story glass building of the Hunters Association was illuminated by the bright sun. The sliding doors opened. Hanul, with a loud sigh of relief, walked out of the building. The protagonist sighed heavily because he wrote a report on the details of what happened, but also answered a bunch of questions as if he was not a witness, but a criminal. The guy exhaled again, saying that the culprit will receive due punishment for what he did. He imagined the face of the dead girl, wondering if this would make him feel better. Hanyo gritted his teeth, angry at himself for the past, but he was called out. Mr. Sungbum and Mrs. Ari waved, walking towards him. The protagonist embarrassedly scratched the back of his head when they reported on the work done, to which Hanyol apologized for the inconvenience they were forced to face, but his comrades assured him that everything was fine. Ari embarrassedly closed her eyes when Hanyol asked about possible oddities in the process of work, and Ari thoughtfully told how the transport and equipment were handed over in normal condition, and the orc corpses were sold to the association. Suddenly she remembered that there was one unusual orc, but the association itself said that it would buy his body. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, and Ari asked if it was a problem that they sold this corpse, since the association offered a good price for it, to which Hanel explained that there was no problem, since there was no factory conducting monopoly transactions now. The girl looked up at him and noted that in all her time as a porter, she saw for the first time how the association itself offered to buy the corpse of a monster, to which Hanel agreed. The sun peeked out from behind the glass building. The friends agreed to pay for good work in the evening and parted. There were files on the table when there was a knock on the office door, after which the guest was invited in. Above the nameplate, it sounded whether Captain Kim Sung-hoon had read the report sent to him, which he confirmed. The captain, holding the papers in his hands, noted that the case was very interesting, which was agreed by the investigator Hanul, who entered, saying how interesting Lee Han now was, who was completely unlike a simple hunter. The investigator, presenting the portal, shared information from the report of the research team, who searched the abandoned factory and found a gate to another dimension there. She, thinking about the monster, continued the story that the research team compared the orc's magic, and it turned out that it coincided with the magical reaction of another dimension. Looking back at the dossier with the hero's photo, Hanul noticed, asking how an F-rank hunter could defeat a monster alone that a team of 5 D-rank hunters could not handle. She frowned worriedly and said that the guy was probably hiding something, because it was illogical, and suggested detaining him and starting an interrogation, but the captain stopped her, since there was insufficient evidence. The captain moved forward and explained that at this point, it was just a guess. He glanced at the guy's photo, despite Hanul's objection, and then added that the right decision was to give him privileges so that he could take the test right away. Hanul tensed up and carefully asked what was next, while the captain spoke thoughtfully about how quickly the first leads had appeared. Sung-hoon interlocked his fingers, with his authority, giving Hanul permission to conduct a real investigation into the guy named Lee Hanul. He looked at the girl seriously and told her to bring more precise evidence next time, to which the girl answered affirmatively. The evening sky illuminated the brick balcony, where the lantern was not yet lit. The door next to the washing machine, leading to the bathroom, opened. The straw pierced the lid of the bottle of sweet milk, with a note in which the author of the message told about the final exam tomorrow and asked the recipient, who was Hanel, to keep their fingers crossed for him. Hanel read the note, not believing that the girl who wrote it already had a final exam, then wondered when he himself had taken this exam. He looked in front of him and decided to check how much his skills had improved, because there was no time for this at all then, and asked cabbies to show his status window. The bottle of milk hit the floor after cabbies showed the master's status window. Hanel sweated, indignant at what he saw. The status window indicated all the data about a person, from level, to the number of points of strength, constitution, dexterity, magic and strength, looking at which the guy did not understand how the changes that had occurred happened. He zoomed in on the system window and especially paid attention to the level number indicated as 33, because just recently the level was 22. The guy remembered the strange orc, wondering if the level had really increased that much after the battle with him. Hanel peered into the system window and continued to delve into what was written, because the rank of many skills had increased, but then he noticed that the level of treatment was indicated as M. Hanel asked the assistant what this meant, because it was not even the level A known to him, to which Cabbies explained that the limit in the level of treatment had been reached. The status window lit up with a bright light, from which Hanel covered his face with his hand, indignantly, and Cabbies announced that the skill had been upgraded. The guy, covering his face with his hands, said how he still did not understand what was happening. The status window announced that the skills of restoration had been upgraded to F, increased healing power to F. Frightened, Hanel asked the assistant to show information about the status of the restoration skill. The protagonist moved closer when Cabbies obediently provided the skill information, stating that it had been upgraded to rank E, which gave an advanced healing skill, consumed magic, and allowed him to heal external injuries, diseases, and also allowed him to get rid of impurities caused by magic. Cabbies closed her eyes and confirmed the guy's assumption about the possibility of healing his father with this skill. Looking at the hero's father, she once again said that with such a skill, there was a high probability of healing the man. The space filled with boxes. Under the office sign, Zielman asked the elder if he was sure about their plan. Zielman clarified whether this was too much, even though Hanyol had stopped responding, but Gukyeon told the noisy guy to shut up. The younger asked why they were moving the office, because they had recently done something similar to other debtors. The man with the box in his hands continued to get angry at his colleague, who clearly did not understand what he was saying. The younger one regretfully admitted that he would not be able to cope in a fight with someone who, according to his interlocutor, was awakened. Gukyeon exploded at the guy, ordering him to continue silently dragging the boxes. The elder one thoughtfully remembered that the guy had a girl working in the Hunters Association, to which he decided to clarify the purpose of the question. Zalman was shocked to hear the order to find out the inside information of the association, because it seemed that the elder had decided to accept the order of that hunter. The guy remembered the image of a strange hunter with a band-aid on his nose, noted his insanity and vindictiveness, because if he found out the name of the informer, the latter would not live. Gukyeon exploded with a shout at the younger one, waving his arms and threatening punishment, from which the guy apologized for his words, trying to avoid physical violence. Zalman tensed up and noted his bad feeling. A door appeared with words in the background that the girl had already left. Shivering from the cold, Yubi said that it was very cold outside. There was some kind of package with a note on the floor. Holding the package with the note in her hands, the high school student read that it was a cold-proof package. She read on the note the words that she should drink the contents warm and go to the exam, and most importantly, that she should not worry. Holding a tin can in her hands, the applicant said out loud that even Hanel supported her. Raising her hand up, she said that then she should gather her courage and go ahead. The building of the Seoul National University Hospital was visible. One of the doors was open. Looking somewhere down, the woman asked the guy what the matter was. Rubbing the back of his head, the hero replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. A little scared, the nurse asked why he came today in a suit. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor asked how his father was feeling lately. While there was a piece of paper and a pen on the table, the nurse replied that his father had gotten a little better last time. The unconscious man lay on the bed while the girl continued to say that after that there had been no more improvements, and his health was gradually deteriorating again. Standing not far from the heroine, the porter asked if she believed him. A little scared, she answered that of course she believed. A sign was visible near one of the wards, while the young man asked if she could make it so that literally no one would come in here for a short time, even if something happened in this place after a while. Frowning with fear, the medical staff asked in response what he was going to do. The executioner bowed his head to the interlocutor. Continuing to stand in this position, the man explained that now he could not explain everything in detail. Clutching the card in her hands, the woman asked if he wanted to do something for the patient that others should not know about. Looking at the guy, the dark-haired woman also asked if it was thanks to him that there were small changes in his father's health last time. A second later, she smiled and added that she would be happy to help in such a case. Standing not far from the boy, the nurse added that if any dangerous situation suddenly occurred, the protagonist should definitely inform her. Slamming the door, the woman wished him luck. Starting to cry, the medical worker thought that this was a violation of several points of the medical law, so she was very scared. Bowing her head slightly, the girl thought that she did not really understand what Hanel was going to do, but be that as it may, she believed him. The unique hunter rolled up his sleeves. Leaning over his father, the young man said out loud, "Let's begin." The protagonist, putting his hand forward, thought that first he should concentrate his thoughts and gather his mana on his fingertips. Frowning, he said the word recovery to himself. Standing next to his father, the hero received a message from Cabby saying that contaminated mana was recorded in the object. Straining his fingers, he received the following message that the source of contamination was being separated from the body of the object. The young man looked at the bed. The dark-haired man was surprised. Something black appeared on the bed. Looking at the eye that appeared, the sword master exclaimed what happened. Opening the eye wider, something uttered incomprehensible sounds. Clenching his jaw, the executioner cursed the monster. Keeping his paws on the bed, the monster continued to utter incomprehensible sounds. Looking at his father, the hunter received a new message that this creature was going to escape into the body again. Watching the indicators on the monitor, the man cursed the creature. The nurse turned around at some sound. The man pressed the button for emergency cases of the patient. A speaker was visible, from which came the question whether she had just heard the emergency call from the patient. Closing her eyes, the woman lied that she was sorting out the diagram and accidentally pressed the wrong one. Holding his hand in front of him, the boy cursed the monster. Looking at the monster, the porter shouted for it to untie already. Opening his eye wider, the spawn made strange sounds. Some bright rays appeared. Frightened, the guy thought that the monster seemed to be trying to suck out his mana like last time. Squeezing the threads in his hands, the protagonist thought that this time the monster would fail. Watching the spawn, the hero said that he had foreseen this. A screen with stat points and magic appeared, while in the background the guy was talking about how he had directed his remaining stat points into mana, so no matter how much the monster tried to suck out mana, it was useless. Holding the threads in his hand, the dark-haired man shouted for the thing to get out of here. The evil spirit was lying on the bed. A second later, the monster flew off somewhere. Surprised, Cabby said that it had fallen off. Watching the health indicators on the screen, the assistant exclaimed that he had succeeded and that thing had really come out. Looking at his hands, the young man said that he finally saved his father. The evil spirit was lying on the floor. A second later, the monster saw something in front of him. Other monsters appeared in front of him. The demons pulled the offspring along with them. Rubbing his forehead with his hand, the dark-haired man asked if this was really the end. Bowing his head, Hamel wondered how the monster had stuck to his father. A second later, the unique hunter turned around in fear. The father sat down on the bed. Standing in front of the skyscraper, the man thought about how he had finally come to the Hunters Association. Frightened, Coleman thought that no matter how much he thought, he had a bad feeling. A certain building appeared. The investigator also appeared, who said that she had received all the materials that the interlocutor had sent her. Looking at the tablet, she also said that she had not found any special leads so far and asked the interlocutor to continue collecting information regarding the protagonist. Suddenly, the investigator looked away when she heard someone ask what a certain guy was doing there. There was a girl who was responsible for measuring the protagonist's magic, to whom the guy was telling her that he had a small favor to ask. Standing in front of him, the worker asked what they were talking about, and the investigator thought that she had seen this man somewhere before. Pressing something on her tablet, the girl assumed that she found this man when the man was talking about how it was extremely inconvenient to talk in this place, and therefore they needed to go to a cafe. The device had an open page with information about Keelman. Looking at him, the girl tried to figure out what he was doing in this place. Opening her mouth, Hano thought that she should follow him to keep an eye on him. The hospital building appeared. Looking at the phone, the hero realized that the girl had passed her exams with flying colors. Opening his mouth, the guy greeted the nurse. The girl listened to his question about his father's condition, smiling. The TV was showing a program about the secondary lockdown of Anson City, and the doctor was saying that the man still needed to recover, but with his current health condition, he could be discharged. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he was glad to hear that, and realized that 3 days had passed since he had used the recovery skill on his father. Remembering that situation, the hero knew that immediately after using the skill, his father came to his senses, and the whole hospital was in an uproar. And all because from the very beginning no one could understand from a medical point of view what kind of illness he had. The nurse smiled when the guy thought that, fortunately, the hospital doctors simply thought that a miracle had happened and he would have to somehow repay the girl who kept his secret in order to avoid unnecessary problems. Opening his mouth, the father asked if the hero had arrived. Looking at him, the man said that he was going to be discharged today. Opening his eyes wider, the guy asked again and realized that he had apparently done other things. Closing his eyes, the young man noted that his father had only recently gotten better and asked why he wanted to be discharged at all, but the interlocutor explained that he simply did not want to stay here. With his mouth slightly open, the man said that he heard the nurses and doctors talking and that they were saying that all the symptoms of the disease had passed, and that now all he needed was rehabilitation exercises. Squeezing the exercise machine, the father also explained that he couldn't live alone peacefully because his son had been looking after him all this time and that's why he didn't want to tie the boy's hands and feet anymore. With his mouth open, the young man listened to his question about whether he had said that he had an apartment that he rented and also the words about his son not having time because of his work and the man could just help with the housework. the protagonist understood that all those stories were complete nonsense. Having imagined two people, the guy couldn't believe that everything he had to tell his father about himself in order to calm him down would come out like this. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he needed to come up with something else now. Suddenly, a folder fell to the floor when the father was asking if his son had any problems. The doctor, standing at the door, asked what he meant by his words about discharging him. The doctor, opening his mouth, said that this should never be done. The boy did not understand what he was talking about, but realized that it would help him too. The man, opening his mouth, asked if they had said that he was already completely cured. The nurse and cabbies, standing nearby, listened to the doctor's words that the patient still should not be discharged, because Chun Sam was a very important object for research for the entire hospital, and immediately after the doctor corrected himself and explained that he did not mean this, but that the man was a very important patient for them. Frowning, the doctor listened to the patient's words that if he was not discharged, he would have to continue to pay for the hospital expenses, and the doctor shouted that as long as he was here, they would take on all these expenses. They continued to look at each other. After shaking his hand, the man said that in that case he would stay in the hospital for another month, and the other man shouted that they were grateful that he would represent their hospital. With his mouth open, the hero did not understand what he was looking at. Light appeared coming through the open door. The young man lay down on the bed, saying that he was very tired. Closing his eyes, the guy tried to understand what to do next, taking into account the time he had worked. Taking the phone in his hands, the hero decided to first move out of the studio and find a normal apartment, and wanted to check how much money he had collected from the orc hunt. Opening his eyes, the guy realized that the money he had would not be enough and also realized that even the orc hunting place was closed now, and he needed to come up with some other way to earn money before his father was discharged. Suddenly, a message from a certain person appeared on the phone asking what the guy was doing. 2 more messages appeared telling him to go outside quickly, and the hero realized that this person was still as clingy. The moon was already hanging over his house when the hero finally decided to get some fresh air. The time appeared on his phone and the guy couldn't figure out where his friend was, because they had agreed to meet at 8 o'clock in the evening. Standing in the middle of the street, the hero was thinking that all those who first ask for a meeting and then are late for it themselves should just break their legs. Suddenly, someone hit him on the back of the head and called out. A friend, standing behind him, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Smiling, his friend asked him to stop talking and go inside. There was already food on the table and Sungjin asked if the hero had forgotten that it was his friend's birthday today. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that if it was his birthday, then he should just say so. Opening his mouth, his friend asked about his interlocutor's life and his father, who replied that he had already gotten better and therefore he would be discharged next month. Resting his head on his hands, the hero also noted that he now needed money to take his father home. Pouring a drink into a glass, his friend asked if the young man was really worried about money and asked him not to be upset. Then the protagonist asked how his friend was doing. Seongjin, with his mouth slightly open, asked if the young man remembered that after his father retired, his father opened a monster slaughter plant with the pension money. The hero answered negatively. Looking at the glass, his friend said that business was going well for some time, but because of a certain company, their plant also began to fall into chaos. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, asked if this company was one of the 10 largest enterprises in the country. The same one answered affirmatively. Having presented the building of this company, the comrades said that this time they had started to actively conduct business on monster raw materials, and in order to monopolize their business in this area, they used various dirty tricks and forced many factories located in the area to close. With their mouth open, the hero listened to his words about the rumors that this company hires gangsters to prevent their competitors from doing their work. Looking at him, the comrade explained that they also began to offer much better conditions than theirs for hunters who supply monster raw materials to factories, and therefore they take away all their raw materials. Having slammed his glass on the table, the friend said that this is precisely why their factory is suffering colossal damage, and also added that there were cases when they completely stopped supplying monster corpses to factories and therefore they had to close their businesses, and asked the question of whether there was a hunter somewhere who would sign an exclusive contract with their factory. The hero, propping his head up with his hand, asked him to stop dreaming, because what kind of hunter would sign such an exclusive contract with such a small plant? Holding a glass in his hand, the protagonist listened to his words about how if such a hunter were to be found, they could say with confidence that they would also be able to pay well. Looking at the glass, the young man listened to his question about whether he knew any hunters. Opening his mouth, the hero answered positively, but his friend did not believe him at first. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that in fact there was something that had not yet been said. Opening his mouth, the hero said that he was in fact a hunter. Pointing his finger, his friend laughed loudly and shouted that this was an extremely funny joke. The protagonist picked up his wallet, while his friend was talking about how the guy's sense of humor had improved a little during the time they had not seen each other. The young man put a certain card on the table, but his interlocutor did not understand and asked about it. It was a hunter's ID. There was a phone on the table. It was her mother calling. The girl looked at the mobile device. Smiling, she asked what happened to her mother, and immediately said that she had already checked herself for the correctness of her answers on the exam. Sitting at the table, the girl asked why her mother was constantly apologizing and why she was constantly crying, and immediately asked her to take care of herself. The phone was on the table again. A drop fell on it. The young man closed the door. Looking at the next door, the hero thought that he should say hello to Yubi one last time. Knocking on the door, the guy realized that he would not be home soon and asked if the girl was home. Looking at the door, the protagonist assumed that she had gone somewhere. Her workplace was empty when the young man thought that her absence was logical, because she had passed the exam and was now having fun somewhere with friends. On her desk lay papers with a guide to the educational process of porters. The northern part of the city of Chuncheon appeared. A danger sign stood in the middle of the ruins. Someone, shooting from a machine gun, shouted that they needed to hit the enemies in the head. Some part of the creature appeared. In front of the two fighters was a huge ant. Suddenly, the monster released something. This substance entangled one of the porters. Immediately after, he was pulled back. Using some weapon, the hero asked them to be patient a little longer. The blow of the chain broke this thread. Immediately after, the porter was freed. She closed her eyes. Suddenly, her comrade picked her up. Opening his mouth, the fighter asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. The girl said she was fine, her eyes wide, but she didn't understand why it was so cool. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and screamed, while the girl was thinking about how her comrade was especially cute that day. Suddenly, the enemy raised his limb to attack. Something was already flying at him. The projectile hit the opponent's body. Immediately after, the ant fell to the ground. A lot of dust rose after the fall. Suddenly, a hook flew through the dust. It began to wrap itself around the monster's limb. All of its paws were wrapped when the guy used compulsion. The creature opened its mouth wide, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, it fell to the ground. The young man, standing behind, asked if the porters were okay. Closing his eyes, the guy apologized for not being able to attract the monster's attention to himself, and realized that his friend was a real idiot. Remembering him, the hero remembered that because the city of Anson, which was the habitat of the orcs, was blocked off, he had to go to the hunting field that his friend had recommended to him. He remembered how his friend, smiling, said that they often worked with those monsters at the factory, and they were all just a little big. The monster, lying on the ground, screamed when the guy tried to understand how these enemies were just a little big. Taking the weapon in his hands, the hero realized that he had been a fool for believing Seongjin at his word. Blood splashes appeared in the air when the young man thought that after the hunt was over, he should teach his friend a lesson. It was already evening over the city. A porter's mask was lying on the ground and the guy said that they were finally done. There was also a box of crystals nearby and the protagonist added that they would have to work here like this for another 2 weeks. Taking the phone in his hands, the hero explained that a certain person should come to them soon. A truck drove up to them. His door opened and someone called out to the young man. Taisu, getting out of the car, asked how the guy had been doing all this time. Rubbing his head, the young man thanked the man for listening to his exorbitant requests. The same man asked him not to think about it, because he had no work lately anyway and all he needed to do was come every evening, give them the cargo and pick up the corpses of the monsters. Opening the trailer, the manager also noted that inside was a cargo with goods for a week, which they asked for and which needed to be pulled out to load the corpses of the monsters. Opening his mouth, the man asked if it was true that they were planning a hunt for the next 2 weeks, and the hero answered affirmatively and explained that he just urgently needed money. The companions had already taken the monster's limbs in their hands when the manager asked about the porters and the hero said that they also needed to earn some money, and so they said that they would help him with the hunt for 2 weeks. Closing his eyes, Taisu noted that it was extremely difficult to hunt huge ants alone, and the guy agreed with him. Then the man offered his help, and the hero also accepted his offer. Sitting in the car, the manager asked if all this needed to be delivered to the Songjin plant, and the protagonist answered in the affirmative. Leaving, the man said that in that case they would see each other the next evening, and the young man wished him a good trip. The porter, with his mouth slightly open, turned to the guy and said that they had a small problem. The hero opened his mouth wide. Looking at the tent, the young man asked why they only had one 2-person tent, considering that they had asked for 3 single ones. The protagonist, slightly bowing his head, listened to the porter's words about how there must have been some kind of mistake, because when they unpacked the cargo, they found that there was nothing else except this one tent, and the guy noted that their driver had already left, and so this really became a problem. With his mouth slightly open, the young man remembered that his porters had a hard time that day and made some kind of decision. They opened their mouths in surprise, listening to his words about how he would have to be on guard today and sleep outside while they were in the tent. A lantern appeared when the young man was saying that they did not need to worry, because they had both worked hard and asked them not to refuse and just go inside and rest. The two of them lay in the tent. The guy, with his mouth open, understood that he was sharing a tent with a girl and he was very awkward and was trying to figure out what to do in this situation, when she suddenly turned to him. The girl looked down and thanked him for saving her. Sungbum said that it was nothing special, opening his eyes wider. The hero, sitting outside, sneezed when the porter mentally asked for help. The sign for the record storage room appeared. The girl handed over her ID after being asked to do so. The employee, looking at her, asked what the case was, and she explained that the investigators asked him to deliver some materials to her. A room with servers appeared. The girl, turning her head, realized that what she needed was already nearby. Looking at one of the computers, she realized that she had found the right one. She put the flash drive into the slot. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought about how to do everything here faster. The flash drive changed color to green. Suddenly, someone grabbed her shoulder when she was thinking about how all she had to do was leave here and give everything to Chomin. The investigator smiled and said that she hadn't expected to meet her here. She listened with wide eyes as she asked her what she was doing here. The drive had been inserted into the device when the investigator was talking about how she was going to steal the association's internal information at the request of the young man, and that she was truly fearless. The girl looked down and apologized. Hanul, remembering their meeting, realized that she had suspected something was wrong back then and had been spying on him for several days, and it was hard for her to believe that he had decided to pull off such a ridiculous scam. Looking down, she also thought about the information that Coleman had asked her to steal. There was a report on the incident resolution on the device's screen, and the investigator realized that it was the content of the case about the hunter that the hero had reported to her about last time. With her mouth slightly open, she didn't understand why Coleman needed this information when suddenly the girl called out to her. Crying, she asked what they would do to her now. Holding a tablet in her hands, the investigator listened to her question about what punishment she would receive if this spread among the authorities. Gritting her teeth, Hanul understood that if the authorities suddenly found out about this, a major investigation would begin due to the leak of information, and if the hero's comrades also found out about it and went into hiding, then she would not be able to get more evidence on him. Opening her mouth, she said that no one would punish the girl. There was a camera hanging in the room when the investigator said that in return she would simply ask her to do something. The northern district of the city of Chuncheon appeared. The monster, with its mouth open, screamed. Two fighters looked at it. The hero, looking down, noted that due to the fact that they had already gotten a little used to hunting huge ants, killing them had become much easier, and his comrade agreed with him. Turning his head, the boy asked the girl to carry another defeated enemy. Looking at the heads of the others, she said that there was nowhere to put the corpses of the monsters. Looking at them, the protagonist agreed with her and noted that such a number might not fit into the truck that would arrive. Opening his mouth, the boy said that they might have a problem because of this, since there was still a lot of time left until the evening, when Taisu would arrive. Taking the phone in his hands, the protagonist realized that due to the fact that there was no signal here in the field, he would not be able to contact him and ask him to send them another truck. But if he just left the corpses, there was a chance that other monsters would come running. Looking at the porters, the boy also realized that they looked very tired from hunting. Closing his eyes, the boy suggested that they call it a day and go to the city to rest. Suddenly, the weapon fell to the ground. The girl, trembling, asked if it was true, because would they really be able to not eat those tasteless semi-finished products in the evening and sleep in a warm and cozy bed together in a tent, into which a cold wind blows at night. A building in this city appeared and the hero's words of agreement were heard. Their car appeared and the protagonist's question was heard about how long they had been waiting and also words of gratitude for giving him a phone. Opening his mouth, the guy said that he had contacted Taisu and that he himself would be able to deal with the corpses of the monsters that remained on the field. The girl, smiling, asked if they needed to go to the field in that case. Sunbeam asked if they needed to gather here before 8 o'clock in the morning and the young man answered affirmatively. The girl, taking her friend by the jacket, asked where he would like to go to eat. The protagonist thought that the two of them had become quite close lately. Turning around, the guy assumed that it was because they had been sleeping and eating together for a whole week, and even risking their lives. A sign for a bathhouse appeared and the young man decided to take a rest as well. There was a fan in the locker room and the guy said that it was very cool there. While sipping the drink, the young man realized that a sauna with a bathhouse was really a great thing, because while on the field he couldn't even take a shower. The phone was already charged. The hero asked about it and asked to give him a drink. Lying down, the guy realized that he would finally be able to use the phone calmly. The screen showed 27 missed calls. Suddenly a message appeared that all these calls were from his father. Opening his mouth, the guy realized that he had completely forgotten about him. Looking at the phone, the hero realized that it had started calling again and was trying to figure out how to explain to him why he hadn't been able to answer calls all this time. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist asked if he was calling about why the young man hadn't picked up and explained that he had to be on a business trip until the end of the week. The guy put the phone down. The hero opened his mouth and realized that this time he managed to get out of it, but he had a feeling that there were more and more lies. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist realized that at the moment the primary task was to buy an apartment. Opening his mouth wide, the young man listened to the scream from the phone asking where he had disappeared to. Bringing the phone to his ear, The guy asked what had happened, and his friend explained that because of him there was complete chaos at the plant. Opening his mouth, Sungjin asked if he really worked alone, and the hero answered affirmatively. Looking at the containers, the guy explained that because of him they had too much income, and did the protagonist really think it was logical that every day they received one container of huge ants from him, a lone hunter. The boy's eyes turned white when his friend said that their modest factory was having a hard time handling so many corpses and that many people couldn't go home because of it, and were working like crazy at night, and said that he was going to start delivering 2 containers starting the next day, and his friend asked again. Smiling, Seongjin thanked the hero for that. Holding the phone to his ear, the boy listened to his words about how if it weren't for him, he would have to worry about the factory running out of work and would have to close down, and also offered him a drink, and the hero agreed. The boy's glass appeared. Someone tapped a finger on the table. Sweat appeared on the man's face. There was a flash drive in the device, and someone said that this was what they needed. There was a smile on the man's face. Looking at the monitor, Gukyeon explained that with this information they would be able to make money. There was information on the screen about the hunter tail and his recovery, and the bandit asked the assistant to contact him and tell him that they found the one who reported him. The hero's car showed up a week later. The young man, stretching, said that they had finally finished the hunt and that they had all worked hard. The girl, exhaling, noted that she did not know how the 3 of them would cope, but everything ended successfully. Remembering how the monsters attacked her, she said that she thought she would die then, and the guy asked if she meant the situation when they had incorrectly disturbed the ant nest and the monsters began to attack them in a crowd. She also remembered the explosion and said that immediately after that, the protagonist dealt with all of them with a grenade, and thanks to this they were able to catch 3 trucks of monsters. Closing his eyes, the guy answered affirmatively, realizing that he should give them a bonus later. Remembering his job as a porter, the young man realized that he himself had had an unpleasant experience with not being paid normally, and since his porters were risking their lives, they could be paid more. It was already evening over the city, and the hero suggested that they all go their separate ways and also said that he would send their money immediately after it was received on his account from the factory. Night had already fallen over his house. Standing in front of the door, the young man talked about finally returning to his beloved home. Opening his mouth, the guy wondered how many days he had been gone. Looking at his neighbor's window, the hero noticed that her light was out and also realized that it was usually light at this time. Opening the door, the protagonist thought that she could have just been out having fun somewhere. Immediately after, the hero fell on the bed. Opening his mouth, he talked about how he needed to wash up and go to bed as soon as possible. Suddenly, his phone received a call from a friend. The young man put the phone to his ear and asked what he needed, and immediately said that he was tired and didn't have the strength to drink. Holding a piece of paper, his friend said that it was a pity and noted that payment had arrived for slaughtering monsters and he wanted to send it. Jumping out of bed, the hero shouted that he was already running. Street tents appeared. They clinked glasses, thanking each other for a job well done. Blushing from the alcohol, the young man said that alcohol helps very well after hard work. His friend, opening his mouth, reminded him that he had said that he was tired and didn't want to go out. The hero explained that it had happened before and also asked if he could sit here and drink alcohol with him now, because had they really stopped working at night at the factory? Smiling, his friend said that serving an important person for their factory was also an important part of the job. The guy realized that he simply didn't want to work. Holding the glass, the protagonist heard his comrade's request that he take this paper. It said that the hero received 80 million won, and Seongjin explained that it was a statement of money received from slaughtering monsters. The guy's eyes widened at what he saw. Picking up the bottle, the comrade noted that this money was only for last week and then they would count the rest. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked if this was definitely not all, and the interlocutor explained that this week there were many more huge spiders compared to last time. The guy's mouth opened wider after his comrade said that he would receive about 150 million won. Looking at him, Seongjin asked if this was less than he expected and noted that his father also added a little in payment, and the hero explained that the amount was incredibly large. The interlocutor listened with his mouth slightly open as he said that in that case he would be able to cover all his debts and rent a new apartment with that kind of money, and asked if he worked at such a pace just because of that. There was still a glass on the table, and when the friend said that he didn't think the young man had debts, he explained that he had to take out a private loan to pay for his father's hospital expenses. Recalling that situation, the hero said that he was going to return the money he borrowed, but for some reason his creditor stopped communicating, so he wanted to go to the office himself, but in the end they weren't there. With his mouth slightly open, the comrade listened to him say that they most likely fled. Looking at him, Sungjin asked if he had borrowed money from Gukyeon. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, asked how he knew. The friend, closing his eyes, said that his father had once borrowed money from this man and had managed to quickly collect the funds and he was already going to return them. But if the person wanted to repay the debt, then this person would simply lie low and then take large interest from the borrower. Then the hero asked what he should do in such a case. The comrade, taking the phone in his hands, explained that perhaps the man had not yet had time to change his shelter, which he had used earlier, and perhaps he was hiding there. The young man also took the phone in his hands. Gritting his teeth, the guy listened to the interlocutor's question about what he would do in such a case and answered that he would teach him a lesson. An old building appeared. The man was sitting at the computer. Opening his mouth, the bandit asked why everything had been going wrong lately. Throwing his head back, Gukhyun hoped that the hunter who had been entrusted with this job had not disappeared without a trace and also realized that Coleman had gone looking for him, but was not answering his calls. Someone knocked on the door. The man turned around and asked where his friend had been for so long. Rubbing his neck, the bandit said he was on his way. Suddenly, something flashed past him. His eyes widened. The guy went inside. The man, looking at him, asked how the hero knew about this place. The young man, frowning, explained that among the people he had shaken money from was his friend, and it was he who had told him about this place. Gritting his teeth, the bandit listened to his words about how bad he really was to lie down in such a pile of garbage. Suddenly, the man swung to hit. The hero stopped his fist. Frowning, the guy said he was not going to play with him. His hand began to glow blue when the bandit realized that he was awake after all. His hand was released, and he began to scream loudly. The young man, exhaling, told him to stop fooling around. The protagonist began to take something out of his pocket when the bandit screamed that he would tear him to pieces. The package landed next to him. There was money inside, and the hero explained that half of the outstanding debt was inside and that the remaining half would be paid next week. Turning around, the hero noted that he did not want to come here anymore. Turning around, the guy explained that if suddenly the situation forced him to come here again, then the bandit would not get off with just a hand. The man, looking up, remained silent. The assistant, opening his mouth, said that he returned. Standing in front of the broken door, Coleman asked about what happened here. Holding his hand, the bandit asked where the hunter went. Looking down, his comrade said that he brought him. The man stepped forward and asked if Gukhyun saw himself in the mirror. Opening his mouth, the bandit asked if the guest wanted to know the name of the hunter who deprived him of his license. Smiling, the fighter listened to the leader's words that he was not interested in money, only a condition. The bandit's hideout appeared. The girl was eating something. A package with some drink appeared. The investigator, sitting in the car, tried to understand what she had to do at all. There was a lot of trash inside the car, and the girl realized that she couldn't shift the responsibility to someone else because of this situation. Remembering that flash drive, she realized that it would be good to install a location tracking program in the drive that contained the stolen data to find out who actually stole the information. Opening one eye, she also realized that she had been in ambush for a week, but had not received any leads related to the hero. Suddenly, she noticed a guy on the street. With her mouth open, the girl could not understand what he was doing in this place. Her car was parked next to him, and the investigator realized that he was going upstairs. The car door opened when Hanul decided to follow him. Opening her eyes wider, she listened to the bandit's screams. Looking at him from behind, the girl realized that their conversation had nothing to do with the leak. As she went outside, she thought that the hero most likely had not known about this leak from the very beginning, and also realized that violence against civilians would now be added to his list of crimes. She received a call from the information department on her phone. Getting into the car, she said that she was listening. The man, with his mouth slightly open, said that while collecting data on the hunter Hanul, something interesting was found. Imagining a certain situation, the worker said that about a week before he registered with the Hunters Association, he suddenly deposited 8 million won in cash into his bank account. But according to the information, 2 days before that, he quit working at the factory after beating up his boss. The girl, looking down, asked if this money was some kind of retirement benefit or some kind of financial trick. She picked up the tablet when the interlocutor asked her to look at the data that was sent to her device. The photo showed the protagonist at a checkpoint, and the employee explained that this photo was taken from surveillance cameras located at the checkpoint in the field in the city of Sokcho, 2 days before the donation of funds, and also added that they had already checked the records of the porters who went to work that day. Introducing the protagonist, the man said that he did not submit a request to any hunting group, and based on their investigation, they do not know how he managed to pass the checkpoint, but it seems that he was conducting an illegal hunt in the field. Presenting the money in front of the young man, the employee explained that there is also a high probability that he sold the corpses of monsters on the black market, and thereby collected a sum of money. The girl, sitting in the car, said that if this suddenly turns out to be true, then perhaps the hero provided them with false information regarding the time when he became awakened, and the interlocutor agreed with her. In front of the car was a former hunter and a bandit's assistant. When the worker asked her if they needed to start preparing an arrest warrant for the protagonist, and suddenly the girl realized that these were the 2 people she was interested in. Opening her mouth, the investigator answered negatively and explained that there was still one unsolved piece of evidence. A certain box appeared. Exhaling, the guy asked himself if this was the last box. Looking at the bed, the young man said that it was time to say goodbye to this place. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he had had to live in this one-room apartment for quite a long time. 2 cockroaches were sitting under the bed, when the hero said that he had already fallen in love with this narrow space. The guy took the box in his hands. The door slammed shut. Immediately after, the young man locked the door. Looking at the neighbor's door, the protagonist tried to understand if something had happened to her. Looking at the phone, the hero realized that initially it seemed to him that she was simply not at home, but she did not even read his message, let alone answer. As he imagined her, the guy remembered that according to the manager, she had taken her bag and gone somewhere about 3 weeks ago. He exhaled, hoping that nothing serious had happened to her, and realized that he wanted to say goodbye to her before leaving. The roof of his house was visible. A large apartment building was also visible. The guy raised his hands and said that the move was finally over. There were many boxes on the floor as the guy said that it had taken him a long time to move all the boxes by himself, and now all he had to do was unpack all the things. The room had an exit to the balcony, and the protagonist said that he was lucky because he was able to rent this apartment for 150 million won, and that there was such a discount because the owner suddenly had to go on a long-term business trip to America. Opening his mouth, the hero also remembered that the owner had said that he would be able to make an advance payment for the rent even after the move was completed and that it would be hard to find such conditions anywhere else, and realized that he only had to move his father's things here after he was discharged. Suddenly, a call came from a nurse on his phone. Bringing the phone to his ear, the young man asked what happened there, and the girl said that they had big problems. Opening his eyes wider, the protagonist asked what happened there. His mouth fell open when the nurse said that his father had suddenly disappeared. The girl, looking down, could not answer the young man's questions about how his relative could have disappeared. The hospital building appeared. Walking along the corridor, the young man tried to understand how his father had disappeared and why there was so much noise in this hospital. Looking at the nurse, the hero called out to her and asked how it happened. The girl, looking down, explained that it would be better for him to see for himself first. The window in his father's ward was broken. There were also some shards of glass on the bed, and the nurse said that they had already called the police. Standing behind him, she also noted that the police were already treating the case as a kidnapping, and the protagonist asked when it happened, to which she replied that it had happened about an hour ago. Remembering some smoke, she said that there had suddenly been a fire in the hallway on the other side of the room, and while they were busy evacuating patients and putting out the fire, this happened. Presenting the panel, the protagonist asked if they had checked the CCTV cameras, and the nurse explained that the security team had checked the cameras. But at that moment someone had turned off the power supplies in the server room, and for this reason nothing had been recorded. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist could not understand who had done this and why, and immediately realized that this room was on the 6th floor. Suddenly, a call came on his phone and he asked the nurse to wait a bit. Holding the phone to his ear, the hero asked him why he was calling him now, since they had no business with each other anymore. The bandit, with his mouth open, noted that he shouldn't be so carefree now. Looking at the phone, the protagonist listened to him say that he sent him a video that he should watch. A photo of his father appeared on the phone. The man was tied to a chair when the boy shouted a question about what he did to his father. The bandit explained that his father was lonely in the hospital room, and so he wanted to take him away for a while to be friends. Gritting his teeth, the boy listened to him say that the price of friendship would cost him about 150 million won, and immediately added that for their rich awakened friend, this was too modest a price. The bandit, with his mouth open, told him not to do anything stupid and to come alone in the evening with the money to the place that would be sent to him, and also added that when he had to work in the organization, in his position he had to be responsible for restoring order, and therefore he had confidence in this regard. Grinning, the man said that in that case they would meet soon. The moon was visible. Ruins near the city appeared. Someone stepped inside. In the hands of the man was some kind of bag. The hero, looking into the building, asked if the bandit was there. Opening his mouth, the man noted that he had arrived on time. Standing by the wall, Gukhyun said that he had already begun to think about what to do if the guy did not show up. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked him to stop talking and asked where his father was. Pointing somewhere with his finger, the man noted that he was extremely impatient. Someone had wheeled his father out on a chair. Opening his mouth, the father asked if it was the hero and also asked what was going on here. Turning around, the bandit wondered if the man really didn't know. Gritting his teeth, the guy listened to the man's question about whether he really hadn't told his dad anything, and the hero told him to just try opening his mouth again. The father, opening his mouth, asked what they meant, because was it somehow connected with the large company he worked for? The bandit smiled and noted that this was getting interesting. The protagonist was still standing there when the kidnapper was talking about how he should know when to stop lying, because what kind of employee would he be? Chong Sam, with his mouth open, asked if his son had lied to him, and the bandit said that he would tell him the truth. Introducing the guy, the man said that he had taken out a private loan from them in order to cover the hospital expenses and that he would not have been able to pay the interest if he had been doing a regular job, so he risked his life and went to work as a porter. He also introduced the hero on his first hunt and said that he had somehow managed to become awakened and had hidden the whole truth from his father because he did not want to bother him while he was lying in the hospital. The protagonist, with his mouth open, shouted for him to stop. The bandit turned around and listened to the guy's question about whether they needed money. Covering the man's mouth, the kidnapper asked where his money was. Showing the bag, the young man explained that there were 30 packs of 150,000 won bills. Looking at him, the young man said that in that case he should go, but the man stopped him. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist listened to his words about how he was still awakened and it would be problematic if he did anything and therefore he should just throw the bag. Taking hold of the bag, the hero agreed with him. Immediately after, he threw it. It hit the man with force. The assistant, with his mouth open, called out to the leader. Taking hold of something on his belt, the young man remembered that he would be able to get out of this situation with the help of equipment that was discreetly hidden. Immediately after, the young man threw the rope towards his opponents, using coercion. The hook headed for Kalman. Suddenly, something blocked it. Immediately after, the hook fell to the ground. The boy's eyes widened as he tried to comprehend what had happened. Someone had put their finger on the trigger, as the hero realized that his chain had just been knocked off. Suddenly, a bullet flew past his cheek. Taking hold of it, the hero shouted a question about what they were doing. The man, looking at him, said that he knew it would happen like this. The barrel of the gun was smoking as the bandit asked if he really thought that he had to do all this without backup, and suddenly someone asked him not to shoot. The fighter, with his mouth open, explained that all the fun of the murder would disappear. The young man, rubbing his cheek, listened to the man say that they had not seen each other for a long time. Gritting his teeth, the enemy asked if it was because of the hero that they lost their license. Holding out a machete, the former hunter said that thanks to him, all their equipment was confiscated and they lost their means of earning money. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman asked him if he dared to cross his team's path. The young man, looking at him, realized that this man stole inside information from the Hunters Association. Remembering the hunter earlier, the boy realized that they were all E rank and he had only hunted with them a few times when he still had to be a porter, so he knew nothing about their skills. Looking at the bandit, the hero realized that even if he had just given them the money, they still would not have let him and his father go just like that. The protagonist took out his weapon. Looking at them, he understood that he would have to fight to the death here. Grinning, the fighter shouted that they needed to fight once. The guy's hand began to glow blue. The opponent's hand was covered with the same yellow glow. Their blades collided. Grinning, the opponent said that the guy really was no slouch. The hero frowned and remained silent. Suddenly, the enemy raised his fist to attack, indicating that the protagonist was still a newbie. The boy quickly dodged the attack. Looking at the smile, the boy did not understand why he was smiling if he had missed. Another fist attack was aimed at him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and realized that he had started all this from the very beginning, when the enemy said that the boy was open from behind. Immediately after, the hero fell to the floor. Rubbing his face, the boy realized that they had a better sense of combat than he did. The girl raised her hand above herself and used a fire push. Smiling, she said that he was finished, while the hero tried to understand how she managed to form mana of such a scale. A bright projectile was heading straight for him. His eyes widened. Someone opened their mouth and used a counterspell. Suddenly, the projectile in the air began to change color. The boy's mouth dropped open as he tried to understand why this ability had simply disappeared. The person with her mouth dropped open said that they had kidnapped a civilian and also stole the association's information. Pulling out her blade from its sheath, the investigator also added that the awakened who had their licenses taken away were not using their skills on monsters, but on people. Pointing her sword forward, she also said that according to the special law on the disposal of awakened, she needed to immediately arrest them at the scene of the crime. Hanul recalled the events that had happened, and blamed herself for not arresting Gukyan and the hunters a week ago. Although, no, if she hadn't allowed the information about Hanul to be passed on back then. The investigator looked at the confused faces of everyone present, realizing that none of this might have happened. The girl gripped the hilt of her sword tighter, admitting that it was her selfishness that was to blame. She gritted her teeth, deciding that this was why she had to fix everything. The huntress looked straight at Hanul, not believing her eyes. The investigator stood in a fighting stance, and the girl remembered that she was from the Hunters Association. Turning around, the swordsman called his employer a scoundrel. The man's face looked confused when asked how to understand this, he answered that he himself did not know. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman said that the investigator latched on to them immediately after the information leaked from the association, but decided that it did not matter, she would just have one more corpse. The confused huntress agreed with the leader of the group, because no matter how you look at it, there were more of them. The criminals rushed at the two enemies. Gritting her teeth, Hanul admitted to the protagonist that she did not particularly like him either, but since this was the situation, she would help him. The young man looked straight ahead in panic, agreeing out loud, and in his mind he tried to understand what was going on. Looking at the detective, The awakened one could not understand how she ended up here. The blades clashed with a ringing sound, and Hanul was still asking himself stupid questions. At this time, the third hunter pointed the gun straight at the back of the investigator's head. The scoundrel advised him to die by pulling the trigger. But then the protagonist's chain flew through the air, and the blade at its end cut the weapon in half. Catching the artifact, the young man reminded that he was also here, because not understanding the current state of affairs, he simply saw no other option than to help Hanul. The bandit clenched his teeth, asking out loud how it had come to this. Kalman looked at the gloomy leader in confusion, and clarified what they should do now. Glancing at the kidnapped man, Gukyeon ordered them to take the old man and get out of here. At this time, the hero's opponent swung the rest of the handle at him. The guy managed to dodge. At this time, the huntress extended her hand, and a cloud of plasma burst out of her palm. Hanul didn't have time to dodge it. But then Hanul shouted a counterspell, and a green flash absorbed the other's magic. The hero turned to his partner and thanked her, and in response he heard a demand not to let his guard down. Looking tensely at the enemies, the young man thought that they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but he was not the one who started the fight. The awakened watched the bandits run away with his father, and realized that it was useless to continue pressing them in the same spirit, while the huntress was cursing at the investigator. The scoundrel turned around when he heard the boy's scream. Hanul's eyes widened when she realized that these freaks had decided to take Chung Sam hostage and run away. She abruptly dodged another attack, reminding herself that protecting citizens remained in first place, and turned to her ally. Hanul turned around in surprise at the girl when he heard the demand to immediately stand next to her. Her figure lit up as the investigator added that enough chatter, and that they should hurry. The girl tensed her fingers, creating a binding spell. The energy of her magic caused cracks to appear on the asphalt. Then thin threads wrapped around the enemy's foot. The swordsman gritted his teeth and cursed. Frowning, Hanul ordered the boy to save his father, but he tried to object. While the villains were trying to break free from the magical hold, the investigator interrupted him with the words that for her, the original task was to protect civilians. She would cope with these guys, and the awakened one needed to run quickly. The boy raised his eyebrows in confusion, turning to the detective. Then he turned around, rushing forward, exclaiming that he relied on her. The leader of the hunters intercepted the weapon, and throwing it after the boy, he roared that he would not leave so easily. The knife flew at the back of the fleeing awakened one, but the knife fell to the asphalt. Hanul, who had just knocked the blade off course, shouted at her ally to hurry. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman muttered that this lady would not leave. Looking calmly at the criminal, the girl retorted that, unfortunately, it was her job to catch rats like them. Hanyo rushed forward while the duel flared up again behind him, and mentally begged his father to hold on a little longer. A block away from the scene, the bandits climbed into their van, trying to catch their breath. The hostage was thrown into the back seat. Turning to Gukyeon, his partner asked what they should do now. Panic appeared on Coleman's face when he reminded them that the association had figured them out. He said that nothing good would come of this. The leader covered his face with his hand, and when the interlocutor began to develop an idea about arresting those hunters, he demanded that he shut up and let him come up with a plan of action. Glancing at the bag, the man suggested taking the money first, getting into the car and returning to the office, and then laying low until everything died down so they could escape abroad. Chun Sam moaned when Coleman asked what to do with this man, and in response he heard that they would simply bury him under concrete, and that would be it. The partner glanced sideways at Gukyeon when he added that he had originally wanted to do so. The next moment, a chain flew through the air while the bandit asked the other why he was standing there like a pole and not starting the car. The chain wrapped around the man, pinning his arms to his sides. He looked at the weapon in panic, not understanding what was happening. Coming out of the alley, the protagonist demanded that his father be released. Looking at the villains with hatred, the young man added that they should do it immediately. At the same time, in the previous place, the swordsman cursed through his teeth. Looking at the sullen investigator from the Hunters Association, he couldn't believe that she was handling the three of them so easily. His partner looked at the leader with displeasure and demanded that he do something already. If those guys were running away, they wouldn't be able to get out of this, and he replied that he knew it himself. The detective stood in front of him in a fighting stance, while the scoundrel muttered that first they needed to do something with her, and then everything would be fine. The tank standing nearby clenched his teeth, agreeing with the boss. He put his hand on the cylinder hanging on his belt and said that the bastard was about to release it, and at that moment they needed to get out. There was silence for a few seconds. Then, with a loud bang, smoke poured out of the windows. Covering her face with her hand, Hanul shouted that this was mean. The smoke began to settle, and the detectives saw two opponents. The girl looked at their tense faces, not understanding where the third one had gone. The swordsman emerged from the smoke behind her. Turning around abruptly, the investigator realized what the hunters were after. But when another opponent tried to attack her unexpectedly, she was able to parry his blow. The guy said through clenched teeth that her opponent was him. Hanul chuckled, concluding out loud that they would not let her out of here so easily. At this time, near the car, while Hanul held the chain, the villain shouted his name. Looking at the hero, dumbfounded, the man could not understand how he ended up here. But then the young man shuddered and asked what it was. He heard a sound similar to an explosion. The bandit also shuddered. The next moment, a knife flew through the air. The awakened managed to dodge. He looked back at the weapon sticking out of the concrete. Tail cursed when he realized that he had missed. The hunter interrupted Gukyeon when he asked if he had come to help. The scoundrel's eyebrows rose as the boy reminded him that it was his fault they were in this mess. The hunter looked at his ally with anger and said that after he killed Hanyul, they would both be next on the list of the next to die. Tearing his weapon off his belt, the protagonist shouted that the swordsman was being too bold with his tongue. Clutching the metal in his fingers, the young man added that he would strangle Gukyeon with his own hands. The awakened one clutched the pipe in his hands and added that he would first tear this freak to shreds. Looking at the boy with irritation, the hunter called him a sucker. He rushed forward and shouted for him to die. Glancing at his partner, the bandit asked why he was standing there like a pillar. He demanded that the chain be removed immediately, otherwise they would not be able to get out of here. Hanyul parried the blows of the hunter's blade. He was getting more and more excited until the hero realized that he had been too hasty in shouting at the top of his lungs that he would tear his opponent to pieces. The sword was clearly stronger than a pipe. The scoundrel wondered where his self-confidence had gone, and the young man mentally added that in reality, with almost nothing at hand, he would not last long. Glancing to the side, the awakened one calculated what would happen if he did not deal with Tail as quickly as possible. The bandits were untangling themselves from his chain, which meant the risk of losing them. At that moment, the swordsman's foot landed in Hanul's stomach, clarifying where he was looking. The guy was thrown against the wall, and he cursed mentally. Wiping his chin, the hero muttered that he did not want to use this method, but he needed to kill this bastard. He called cabbies. The awakened one muttered something under his breath while the enemy tried to listen. Making the sword fill with magical light, Tail decided that it didn't matter. And rushing forward, he shouted that it was the end. But suddenly the main character disappeared. The villain's eyes widened in surprise, because his target was just here. And then he turned around abruptly. At the last moment, the hunter managed to parry Hanul's blow. Holding the pipe in the hero's hands with his blade, the swordsman could not understand how he suddenly appeared from the side, moreover, became stronger. The young man swung his fist to strike. All the air was knocked out of Tail's lungs. Clutching his chest, he began to fall, not understanding what had just happened. Swinging the pipe, the awakened one addressed the enemy. Looking menacingly at the swordsman, the guy said that because of a scoundrel like him, he had to spend his stat points. The hunter's face expressed panic. He did not understand what was being discussed. Blood splashed into the air. The protagonist asked his assistant if he understood correctly that he had additional attribute points that he had received while hunting for giant ants. Upon hearing confirmation, he asked to distribute them all into strength and agility. In response, he heard that the order had been accepted, and the attribute points had been distributed. Finally, the young man stopped, breathing heavily. Before Hanul could turn his gaze to the bandits, he heard a demand to stand still. Gukyeon held a knife to the throat of the awakened man's father, wondering if he wanted him to get hurt. Frowning, the guy cursed at the scoundrel, but he demanded that he calm down. With a mad smile, Gukyeon ordered that what he was holding in his hand be put down first, since he, too, was not particularly eager to cut his father's throat. When the pipe fell to the asphalt with a clang, the man praised the hero, adding that it should have been done that way from the very beginning. Holding the trembling Chun-Sam in his arms, the bandit asked his partner to start the engine right away. But suddenly he was blinded by a bright flash of light. A bright ball of light appeared above the boy's head, and Gukyeon couldn't figure out what it was. But the ball turned out to be a searchlight on the nose of the helicopter, from which came the announcement that they were surrounded. The bandit looked at the car in shock until they ordered him to release the hostage and put the weapon on the ground, and he couldn't figure out what to do now. Hanyul smiled grimly. He pulled the chain in order to free his father. The scoundrel began to make up excuses until the chain connected with a clang. The boy didn't pay attention to Gukyeon's words, focusing on his hand that held the knife. Then he activated the chain strike. The bandit froze in place with a confused face. Then he screamed terribly when his hand fell on the concrete. When the patrol car arrived, the helicopter flew away. The bandits were detained. The protagonist looked around in confusion, while Gukyeon screamed at his hand and the medics hurried to sedate him. The young man found his father on an ambulance stretcher. Hanul started to speak in confusion, but was cut off. Looking sadly at his parent, the awakened one agreed to talk to him later. After which he saw off the car with a gloomy look. A detective appeared next to the guy and clarified whether they were finished. Realizing that Hanul was standing next to him, the hero shuddered. With a confused smile, the young man thanked the girl. But suddenly, handcuffs appeared on his hands. With a sweet smile, the investigator announced that she was arresting Hanul on suspicion of violating the special law on awakened ones. The boy's jaw dropped when the detective added that he needed to go with him to the Hunters Association. The next day at the headquarters, clenching his fists, the main character cursed silently while he was asked the same question again. The man in the suit showed the recorded video and asked if the prisoner really had nothing else to say. Looking at the law enforcement officer with panic, the young man did not understand how he ended up in this shit again. At this time, Hanol and his boss were watching the interrogation, and he wished for the boy. After all, he was arrested right after such an incident, to which the girl replied that the law is the law. Sung-hoon looked down when he heard from the detective that the evidence was accurate this time, which meant the boy would not get away with it. The investigator remembered that according to the testimony of Tail and other hunters, they did this because they harbored anger towards Hanol, who denounced them to the association. Moreover, this information was provided to them by Gukhyun. Looking at the confused face of the awakened man, the man wondered how a mere private lender could steal the association's data. Looking at his partner, Sung-hoon mentally added that there was not a word about this in her report, so how the hell? At this time, Hanol was holding her phone in her trembling hands, where she received an unconfirmed video SMS. At the same time, the man's phone vibrated. Then he suddenly headed for the exit, saying that he would step away for a second, and the detective panicked. Sung-hoon went out into the corridor. He met the sender there. Showing a photo on the phone, the detective demanded to know who he really was, although he was more interested in where he got this video from. Raising his glass, the man replied that he did not even know. And pointing his finger at the investigator, Taisa added that he was already an expert in this matter. Glancing at the camera on the ceiling, the old man added that the cameras were very good these days. They even recorded your voice. Frowning, Sunbae demanded to stop talking uselessly and get to the point. Taisa's face became serious, and he asked since when did the association become an organ that turns a blind eye to the leakage of personal information, grants privileges to the hunter, and then secretly digs under him. The detective's face darkened when the old man added that if people found out about all this soon, there would be a big scandal, and he asked if he was really threatening him. But the manager immediately looked at him puzzled, and said that he was not so brave as to throw threats at the chief investigator. One could say that he wanted to make him one offer. The detective's eyebrows went up when he clarified what he was talking about. Taisa placed the flash drive on the table and explained that it contained the original video he had shown, and asked how about giving it to Sunbae and he would find Hanol innocent. The investigator gritted his teeth and looked at the flash drive, while the old man added that it was a good price to protect the association's credibility and his junior colleague. The door slammed loudly. Hanol turned to the chief, glad that he had come. She cast a surprised look at the man when she said that they would be able to confirm their suspicions very soon. He interrupted her by saying that the investigation was over. The detective opened her mouth when Sunbae added that he took responsibility for Hanol's innocence, and tried to argue with him. But he only turned around and demanded that they pack up, not letting the girl finish. The chief turned around with a gloomy look and addressed the detective. Her face showed panic when she heard the demand to look in on him in the office a little later. The door closed behind the protagonist. With anguish on his face, the young man muttered that he had just been arrested and dragged here, and now they said that it was all a misunderstanding and they were simply letting him go. This was already unacceptable. The awakened shuddered when he reminded himself that all the details of the case were almost confirmed, so if he was unlucky enough to be released now, he would have to prepare for a rendezvous with a prison cell. The guy did not notice the gaze after him until he decided that it did not matter why the association let him go, it was only for the best. Watching Hanyo go, the old man thanked the head of the association for accepting his offer, but the latter objected that he simply judged what would be best for his organization. Taisu raised his eyebrows when the senior detective asked him a question. As the hero was leaving, Sunbae asked why he was doing this for the boy, assuming that he would lose more than he would gain by helping him. The manager didn't answer right away. Then he replied that it was because of a long-standing attachment. At this time, the youth returned home. He fell face down on the carpet, grumbling that he was tired. The awakened one rolled over onto his back, adding that too much had happened in one day. He reached into his pocket, remembering something. Picking up his ID, the boy reminded himself that when the association released him, he had taken the test to determine his magic power and complete confusion. Looking at the data, Henyo realized that since his mana had increased, his rank had also been updated, and now he was an E-rank hunter, and someone's voice in his head was surprised by this. With a confused face, the hero for some reason began to justify himself, saying that because his magical power had increased significantly in the second dimension compared to the first, he had to make up associations, that he had developed some kind of passive growth skill, which he himself was not aware of. Having taken a sitting position, the young man thanked God that everything ended well, and the advance payment for the rent was returned to him, but the voice in his head continued to demand that he not flatter himself. The awakened one washed his face with water, muttering that all those freaks were caught, and he saved his father, but the inner voice continued to bend the line that it was not he who did all this. Unpleasant memories still began to surface, reminding that the guy himself was unable to save anything during this time. Hanel denied it, But his thoughts continued to spin that this was all because of his weakness. The hero exclaimed that this was not so. He clenched his fists. After which he simply broke the mirror and reminded himself that he needed to become stronger. By any means and paths, he had to cultivate strength within himself. The demon licked his lips with a laugh. Looking at the young man from the darkness, the stranger noticed that this toy was very interesting. Meanwhile, in the cradle of the country's defense, strict safety rules for the shooting range hung on the wall. An order came from the loudspeaker to set the weapon to single shots. The barrels began to release cartridges as soon as the order to start was given. The shots left holes in the targets. The girl continued to shoot over and over again. The cartridges jingled in her backpack. Yubi was breathing heavily when the speaker announced that all shooting zones had been cleared. The girl raised her tired eyes, and when the demand to empty the magazine sounded, she was glad that they were finished. Going back, she became interested in how her friend was doing. 2 months after the kidnapping incident, the elevator doors opened. The nurse greeted Henyo with a smile. Folding his hands on the counter, the protagonist asked how his father was, and the girl asked his name. With a joyful smile, the nurse replied that the discharge procedure had just been completed. All that was left was to leave the hospital room. The face of the awakened man was confused, and Miss Kim noticed that something had happened, but he denied it, because he could never say that he was afraid to meet his parent. After all, so much had happened to him. The guy went to Chung-sam's room, while mentally acknowledging that sooner or later his lie would be revealed. Closing the door behind him, Hanyol attracted the attention of his father. The hero looked down at the floor and began to apologize, but he was interrupted. All of the old man's things were already packed, and he wanted to get home first. The man warmly said goodbye to the nurse. The young man's look became confused when the attending physician almost cried when they left. Soon they moved from the hospital home. Letting his father go ahead, the awakened man said that this was their house. Jun-sam looked around and said that he understood. Then he turned his attention to the sofa. The man turned his gaze to the TV, noticing that all the furniture here was new. The guy did not look at his father, and when he asked if it meant that he had not lived here for a long time, but only recently moved in, he answered that it did. With a frightened look, Hanel admitted that he had been planning to tell him the truth for a long time, but in response he heard that the old man had guessed from the very beginning. The hero panicked when Jun-sam explained that he meant his lie about working for a large company. Recalling that conversation, the old man added that at first he wanted to ask his son why he lied to him. However, after thinking for a while, the answer came to mind on its own. In order to cover the hospital expenses of his worthless father, the boy took on a job that was hard for him to talk about. He didn't want to cause him unnecessary worries, so he made up stories about a house and a job. Jun-sam said that he continued to live like this, pretending that he didn't know anything, and then when he learned the whole truth not from his son, but from a third party, his heart almost sank into his heels, because unlike him, the latter was willing to accept the truth, even though he was not willing to tell it to him. The boy's eyebrows rose when he heard that the old man was so ashamed of having to dump everything on him that he simply could not look him in the eye. So Jun-sam asked him not to apologize to a worthless father like him. Tears streamed down the old man's cheeks as he hugged his son tightly, admitting how hard it had been for him all this time. The awakened one clenched his fists when he heard his father call himself a shameless old man who made his innocent son suffer. Tears streamed from the boy's eyes as well, and he admitted that he would never outweed his parent. While the cockroach was crying on the closet, Jun-sam couldn't believe why the boy was already crying, although he had gathered again that sweat was simply pouring out of his eye. Hanyo was peeling an apple, while his father said that he couldn't believe that his son was a hunter. It was such a great event, and then he became interested in something. Without taking his eyes off the TV, the hero clarified how he realized that he lied about working in a large company. The old man chewed an apple and reminded him that once his son himself looked in on him, saying that he had some business outside the office, and when he looked at his clothes, everything immediately fell into place. The young man's face expressed shock when he heard that an employee of a large company who went to meet with a client outside the office would not be dressed so sloppily, and he realized that he had screwed up on such obvious nonsense. Jun-sam got up from the sofa and noticed that time had already passed, and he needed to go out somewhere for a while. Heading towards the door, the man explained that he had arranged to have a drink with friends to celebrate his discharge, which surprised his son. The awakened one watched his father leave with a confused look, realizing that he would probably tell everyone in the area that his son had become a hunter. The guy put the apple on the tray, and deciding that he no longer had any reason to hide this fact, decided to tidy up a little before his parent arrived. The first thing he did was unpack the box of books. Hanel began to put the books on the shelves, muttering where and what stood. But the hero stopped when he took out the next volume. His gaze became surprised, because he had never seen this book before. The young man looked at the star on the cover, trying to remember if he even had one. Turning the pages, the awakened one noticed the feeling that this book was in the style of an 8th grader syndrome. Moreover, it was in English, although he immediately doubted it. The star on the cover lit up when the guy tried to read what was written out loud. Without realizing what he was reading, Hanel began to call out to Astaroth. Cabbies appeared behind her ward to try to stop him. But he continued to read the text of the summoning as if spellbound, not hearing what was being said to him. A creepy smile interrupted Cabbies' voice. The hero shuddered and turned around, finally hearing his patroness. But the next moment everything plunged into darkness. The young man looked around in confusion. His face expressed panic, because he had just been in his room. Something made him swallow. The awakened one turned around abruptly. A burning eye was looking straight at him. The guy grabbed his head and screamed in fear. The demoness licked her lips and admitted that she had gone a little too far. The stranger snapped her fingers, adding that if this continued, her toy would break before the games began. Hanel suddenly opened his eyes, and they asked him if he had come to his senses. The hero breathed heavily, not understanding what had just happened. The demoness towering over the boy explained that she was the being that had responded to his summoning and introduced herself as Astaroth. Her expression became pleased as she expressed her hope that they would get along. The protagonist looked up in shock. Astaroth smirked and apologized for what had happened. The girl closed her eyes and explained that she had been summoned for the first time in 10,000 years, so she wanted to have some fun. Hanel remembered the sign on the cover of the book and assumed that it was because of her. The boy raised his eyebrows in fear and asked who she was. The woman was surprised that he still hadn't understood anything. Wings appeared behind her back. She introduced herself as an ancient creature that ruled over laziness and idleness. Astaroth narrowed her eyes slyly and said that people usually called such creatures demons. The boy, with his mouth open in amazement, wondered what was going on here and tried to call out to cabbies. The girl clenched her fist and said that he would not be able to summon her here because this place was different from the ordinary world. The unique hunter fell to the ground and wondered how she knew about cabbies. The woman leaned over to him and asked if he really had no wishes. The red eye in her chest glowed. The ancient creature said that it could fulfill any of his requests. The executioner remembered the broken mirror in front of him. He opened his mouth wide and decided that in fact, there was a demonic creature in front of him. The protagonist frowned sternly and asked her to make him strong. In memory, Jia smiled. Hanyol imagined his tied-up comrade in Gukyeon's arms and explained that he wanted to gain the kind of power that would allow him to protect his loved ones. Astaroth raised her eyebrows and asked if he was ready to approve the contract. The guy asked what they were talking about, but the girl had already approached him. She took the boy by the head and kissed him. The unique hunter jumped back in fear and asked what was going on. The woman smiled broadly and called him humble. The executioner's pupils narrowed as the ancient creature explained that it was necessary to conclude a contract. The protagonist fell to his knees and felt something strange happening to him. Hanel asked what the demon did to him. Astaroth raised her hand and replied that what he felt should be perceived as pain from growth. A blue system window appeared in front of her. A message about access denied popped up on it. The system recorded an inappropriate user. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that it was useless. She licked her lips maliciously. The guy looked at her and wondered what the demon was trying to do. The young man squinted and felt himself gradually losing consciousness. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Having woken up, the unique hunter grabbed his chest and asked what just happened. There were no books on the floor. The executioner assumed that he accidentally fell asleep while laying out the books. The protagonist put his hand to his head and remembered a very intense dream he had. Hanel lowered his hand and thought about how he was thrown into an unknown space with a woman who called herself a demon while reading a book. The boy looked down when he felt something strange. There was ash on the floor, the origin of which the boy did not know. The unique hunter extended his hand and noticed that there was a note in it. On the paper was written a request to check the status window and a warning that he would need many victims. The executioner opened his mouth in surprise and wondered what all this meant. The protagonist looked up and asked cabbies to open the status window. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Hanel called out to his friend again. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of him. The boy raised his eyebrows in amazement when he heard that changes were recorded in the status window. Suddenly, the boy widened his eyes in shock. A system window appeared in front of him. The values of several of his characteristics increased greatly. A new skill called summoning appeared nearby. An additional red window with new skills appeared on the blue window. The unique hunter squinted suspiciously and realized that what seemed like a dream to him had actually happened. A red sign, contract with Astaroth, lit up on the system window. There was a turned-off TV on the dresser. The executioner nervously put the phone to his ear. Cabby stared at him with displeasure. The protagonist turned to her and asked how long she was going to be offended by him. The girl turned away and said that she was not going to communicate with a person who had made a contract with a demon. Hanel's white eyes widened and realized that his girlfriend had been angry for several days because of the contract with Astaroth. The guy remembered the demon's face and thought that, judging by her words, they had known each other for a long time. The young man looked down and decided that they might be related. The name Sungbum appeared on the screen, and a voice reported that the subscriber's phone was unavailable, the unique hunter called his friend's behavior strange. The executioner closed his eyes and wanted to call Ari. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, the protagonist smiled and asked if she could talk now. The girl with the wreath on her head asked what he needed. Hanyo replied that he just wanted to know what happened to Sungbum, who was not picking up the phone. The woman said that they needed to talk. A week later, the sun was shining on the sign of Starbucks coffee. Holding the phone in his hands, the guy understood why his friend did not answer the calls. In the photo, Sungbum was holding Ari in her wedding dress. In the memory, the girl pushed the groom in the shoulder. The young man was surprised that their relationship had reached the wedding. The unique hunter imagined how they slept in sleeping bags and decided that this simply could not be. The executioner closed his eyes and decided that it was not so important since they helped him find a new porter. Suddenly, Yubi approached his table. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw her. Next to the TV was a photo frame. It contained a photo from the wedding. Sungbum frowned tensely and asked if they did the right thing when they assigned those guys to their friend. Ari put her hands on the sofa and reminded her husband how harsh this world is for newbies. The girl imagined how the monster attacked the man and said that the porters would die if they suddenly made a mistake, and that the hunter could use them as bait for the monsters. Olga was tied with a rope. The woman remembered that their friend, despite his hard work, continued to take care of the porters. The man closed his eyes and said that it was very rare to meet such a hunter. Ari smiled slyly and explained that she really wanted to get even with the awakened one for what they had to go through. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement, and remembered that he had been promised to bring trusted porters. Her friend was sitting next to Yubi. Hainel realized that they were ordinary children in front of him. Squinting, the guy assumed that they wanted to set him up on purpose and asked how long Songwan had been working. The boy lowered his head in horror and could not find the words. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and explained that he was always nervous in front of hunters. The young man frowned in displeasure when the girl said that they had taken a 5-week course together at the Porter Academy. The unique hunter remembered his neighbor carrying the backpack and realized why she was gone for a long time. The schoolgirl raised her eyebrows in confusion when the executioner asked her about real experience. The student looked down and explained that no one wanted to work with them, so they had no experience. Sitting in front of them, the protagonist stated that as a result, he had 2 minors with no work experience. Yubi raised her eyebrows and said that they would be adults next month, and that they had only good grades at the academy. Henyo narrowed his eyes and asked why they chose to work as porters and did not want to study further. The girl looked down when the boy reminded her of her dream of going to university. Songwon gritted his teeth when the boy asked if their parents knew that they were going to work as porters. The boy frowned menacingly and said that he did not understand such people at all. He opened his mouth wide and asked if a hunter who made a lot of money could imagine what it was like to live in poverty. The girl frowned sadly, and the executioner asked who would give up higher education and voluntarily go to work as a porter. Clenching his fist, the schoolboy expressed indignation at being mistaken for little children all the time, and said that working as a porter was the only choice for people like them. The female student lowered her head when the protagonist asked if she also had money problems. Someone stood up and suggested that she leave. Hanyo opened his mouth wide and said that he had not made a final decision yet. The boy flinched in surprise when the hunter said that he would not stop him if he did not want to get a job. Yubi smiled happily. The guy raised his eyebrows and promised to take them as porters, but without any concessions. The boys widened their eyes in shock when the young man said that they would have to work hard. The sign of the coffee shop sparkled. The executioner welcomed his friends to his squad. The news about the gate to the other world was on TV. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear and wondered if it was the right decision to hire 2 high school students. Hainel closed his eyes and thought that he saw himself in them, so he did not want to send them to anyone else. The guy remembered the contract window and realized that the goal of his next hunt was not money at all. The young man took out his phone and saw a message from Yubi. In the correspondence, the girl asked how long ago her neighbor moved out, and told him how scared she was when a completely different person came out of his apartment. The unique hunter smiled when the girl wrote that she was very surprised when she found out that he quit his job as a porter. In her last message, the girl promised to see him tomorrow. The executioner knew that he would have to try hard. 2 days later, fog descended on the forest near the city of Sakcho. A shot rang out from a rifle. Several shells fell to the floor. Someone ordered his comrade to keep shooting to prevent the enemies from getting close. Yubi and Songwan stood back to back and continued to fire. The monster ran towards them. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The monster pushed off the ground. The beast opened its mouth wide and jumped at the boy. The student held his rifle in front of him to defend himself. The monster approached his face and growled. The porter closed his eyes and screamed. A trace of the blade's swing appeared in the air. Blood spurted from the monster's mouth. Standing with his back to his comrade, the protagonist asked if he was okay. Songwan opened his eyes wide and replied that everything was fine. Hanyol asked him to take the gun and continue shooting because the enemies were already approaching. Shots rang out one after another among the trees. There was a pile of corpses on the ground. The girl looked back and asked what to do with them. The boy asked her to leave the monsters where they were. The schoolgirl asked if they were not going to send them to the factory. The boy looked back and explained that he needed to conduct an experiment before that. There was an SUV nearby. The unique hunter asked his comrades to rest in it. A status window appeared in front of him. On a red background were 2 new skills that the executioner wanted to test. A dead monster lay on the ground. The protagonist hoped that this would be good for the victims that Astaroth had spoken of. Hanel pointed his hand at it and used Demon Summon. A spark appeared on the ground. It described a thin circle. Bright particles appeared above the Volak's corpse. Its blood rose into the air as if by magic. The boy opened his mouth in shock. The monster in front of him crossed his arms over his chest and asked why he had summoned it. A smile shone on its face. The boy looked up at it in amazement. The man grinned slyly and said that no one had summoned him for a long time. The monster raised his eyebrows and called the unique hunter's powers quite interesting. He clenched his fist and decided to test the executioner. The demon moved his hand forward. The protagonist did not have time to react before he received a blow to the stomach. Hanel opened his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening here. The powerful blow threw him far back. The guy fell to the ground and raised dust around him. There were many scratches on his bulletproof vest. The young man realized that he would have been in the next world long ago if he had not been awakened. The monster smiled broadly and asked if he was really going to stand there. The man made a dash towards him. The monster looked down at the hunter and said that at this rate he would soon die. The executioner raised his eyebrows in fear and wondered if they really wanted to kill him. The powerful blow raised a huge cloud of dust above the ground. The demon merged with it because of its dark skin. The smoke screen in front of him limited his view. A large crack appeared on the ground. The protagonist reloaded his rifle and called out to the enemy. Hanel opened fire and offered the villain to enjoy the bullets. The monster raised his hand in front of him when he saw him. The man pressed his foot into the ground and called the guy a fool. The monster jumped to the side to dodge the hail of bullets. The young man charged the grenade launcher with mana and asked if the enemy would like this. The unique hunter fired a shot and used a magical explosion. The monster gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. He managed to grab the projectile in his fist. The demon frowned and was outraged that the executioner thought to use such childish tricks. Suddenly, an explosion was heard on the battlefield. The protagonist looked at the cloud of black smoke and hoped that he managed to inflict at least some damage on the enemy. Suddenly, a hand burst out of the smoke right in front of him. The monster grabbed Hanel by the head and asked if he didn't know how to use anything other than a rifle. The man pushed the boy into the ground and called him a complete disappointment. The monster looked back and swung his arm. It threw the boy high into the air. The body of the unique hunter fell down. The demon looked at the cloud of smoke. The executioner was lying face down on the ground. The monster turned away and said that he was not going to teach such a boring man anything. The man suddenly turned around when the protagonist asked what he was even talking about. Hanel rose to his feet and declared that they were not finished yet. The monster's mouth opened in surprise and concluded that it had underestimated him. The boy took out a knife and asked him to be quiet. The young man threw his chain forward. The hook approached the demon. The monster bared his teeth and asked if that was all. He parried the folding knife with a few blows. The next moment, the unique hunter disappeared from his sight. The rope came unhooked from the bracer. The executioner was behind the enemy. The protagonist raised his weapon and dashed forward. The tip of the knife glowed. Hanel used a crushing blow. A smile appeared on the man's face. The blade of the dagger fell to the ground. The boy tried to plunge the knife into the enemy's body, but it broke. The young man's eyes widened in fear and realized that this was the end. The monster lowered its gaze and decided that Lady Astaroth was right when she said that it would be useful to teach a person. The hunter frowned and asked again what the demon had just called her. The monster realized that he had been a little late with the greeting. Kazuko narrowed his eyes and called himself an ancient creature responsible for the battles. The executioner frowned in displeasure when he learned that Astaroth asked the monster to test him and make him stronger, and realized that he was only a toy in his hands. Not far from the scene of the events, there was a car. Sitting behind the wheel, someone noticed that their friend was late. Yubi looked at the strange device. The boy asked what it was. Holding the remote control in her hands, the girl answered that it was a magic detector that showed the number and location of monsters. There was nothing on the radar, which meant that the heroes were in a safe zone. The porter looked up and explained that no one could appear here except for a couple of Volaks. The car windows glittered in the light. The student asked when the hunter would return. Empty cartridges lay on the ground. A broken knife lay nearby. The protagonist's mouth opened in confusion when Kazuko said that he received an order to train him from Lady Astaroth. Hanel recalled his status window and deduced that the reason his stamina and magic had increased was because of this. The boy was shocked that the demon had decided to make him strong like this. The monster raised his eyebrows and stated that he lacked the basics. The boy frowned in displeasure when the man explained that he was always shooting a rifle and was bad with a knife, which is why he couldn't use the ability given to him. The monster smirked and stated that hidden talents were a thing with no limits. The unique hunter looked up when the demon said that he liked him and wanted to make a contract with him. Kazuko frowned and decided to make him a better fighter. The sky above the forest was gray. The monster wanted to set the price of the contract. The executioner narrowed his eyes and asked what that meant. The man lowered his eyebrows and said that a contract always requires something in return, and asked if the hunter had not listened to Lady Astaroth when he made the contract with her. The protagonist answered in the negative, his mouth hanging open in surprise, and felt as if he had been tricked. The monster threw him a bottle and said that this would be enough for him as payment. Hanel sniffed the bottle's neck and realized that it was alcohol, and the demon explained that he had run out of booze. Closing his eyes, Kazuko said that he was interested in what people nowadays drank, and asked the contractor to bring him a bottle every week. When the monster suggested that they sign the contract, the boy remembered how Astaroth had kissed him, and hoped that it would not happen again. The man placed his hand on his head and asked him to come to his senses. Light particles appeared above the forest, and a scream was heard. A mark from a blow appeared on the top of the boy's head. The monster crossed its arms over its chest and said that the contract had been made. The demon bit his fingers with his teeth and said that it was time for the student to undergo the first test in order to become stronger. The unique hunter heard a loud whistle and jumped aside. The executioner asked what happened. Kazuko smiled widely and replied that he would see everything with his own eyes. The protagonist looked ahead tensely. The windshields of the SUV were tinted. Yubi was holding a locator in her hands. Several green dots appeared on the screen. The girl raised her eyebrows and wondered what it was. The dots began to approach the center of the area. The girl assumed that she pressed the wrong button. There were more and more sources of magic. The porter looked at the radar in fear and asked what it meant. The student pushed her sleeping friend and asked him to wake up. Songwon closed his eyes and asked what happened. Something was approaching from over the horizon. The boy looked ahead in confusion and noticed them. The Valaxes ran forward at a rapid pace. Yubi asked if they weren't supposed to be in the safe zone. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. The boys ran out of the car to get their guns. The monsters were approaching them. The girl fired and asked her friend not to let them get closer to the car. The animals ran forward despite the bullets. The girl frowned and realized that there were too many of them. Several Volax appeared right in front of her. The monster bared its teeth. It pushed off the ground with its paw. The monster jumped straight at the porter. The schoolgirl's eyes widened in fear. She opened her mouth in horror and mentally asked her mother for forgiveness. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the beast's head. Its dead body fell to the ground. The protagonist opened his mouth in fury and ordered his comrades to lie down under the car. Hand grenades flew into the air. One of them landed in front of the Volax. Several explosions were heard on the battlefield. Yubi covered her head with her hands. Hanel asked if everything was okay with them. Continuing to shoot from the rifle, the boy ordered his friends to get into the car and said that he would deal with everything himself. The empty magazine fell to the ground. The young man immediately reloaded the machine gun and asked his comrades to act faster. The unique hunter gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought that what was happening simply did not fit in his head. Some time ago, Kazuko smiled and said that he called all the monsters that were nearby here. The monster looked down at the student and said that the easiest way to grow in strength is to challenge your own boundaries. The executioner frowned angrily and decided that this was too much on his part, because there were other people here besides him. The grenade launcher ran out of shells. Several monsters approached the main character. The beast began to open its mouth. Hanel grinned angrily. The guy ran a knife across his palm and realized that he had no other choice. Volax approached him closely. At that moment, something struck him and threw him back. The black shadow opened its mouth wide. The ghost widened its eyes and asked who summoned it. A few minutes ago, a group of monsters ran forward, raising dust. The young man sheathed his dagger. Kazuko asked him what was wrong. The unique hunter took the rifle and said that there were other people here besides him. The executioner turned away from the mentor. The demon explained that this way his test would make much more sense. The protagonist frowned tiredly and wondered if he would be able to kill such a bunch of monsters. The man raised his hand and said that he had a small gift in honor of the conclusion of their contract. A status window appeared in front of Hanel. Another skill appeared in the red column. The boy looked at it in surprise and asked what it was. The monster replied that Shadow Demon was a skill for summoning low-class puppets. Kazuko lowered his gaze and added that these puppets affect the summon stat, points of which allow you to make summoned creatures more powerful. The demon said that they would help him become stronger. The unique hunter raised his eyebrows and wondered what kind of strange skill it was. Currently, the executioner looked forward in surprise. The shadow demon opened its mouth wide and screamed. The Valaxes froze right in front of him. The puppet hit one of them in the throat. The next blow landed on its fellow. The doll continued to beat the monsters with an evil smile on its face. The protagonist watched in shock, surprised at how easily the shadow dealt with the Valaxes with its bare hands. The monsters closed their mouths and backed away. Looking at the demon's back, Hanel wondered what would happen if his attitude remained the same. The puppet grinned maliciously and said that this would not be enough for her. The doll grabbed the monster with its hand. The shadow sank its teeth into the enemy's body. The monster bared its fangs and growled, watching what was happening. Suddenly, the Volax opened its mouth and rushed to attack. The beast jumped straight at the demon. However, it passed through him. The boy smiled awkwardly and wondered if this really happened. The hole on the ghost's body healed. The young man concluded that due to its peculiarity, normal physical attacks did not work on it. The unique hunter took out a knife and decided that now it did not matter to him how many enemies there were. The executioner frowned menacingly and realized that he should try to join the fight. A huge crowd of monsters surrounded the heroes. The windows of the car were broken. Yubi asked if it was too quiet around. Holding a rifle in her hands, someone noticed that no one was attacking the car. The SUV door opened. The girl decided to get out and check if everything was okay. The boy asked his friend to wait for him. There were severed limbs on the ground. The student asked what happened here. There were corpses of Volaxes around. The porter concluded that they were all torn to pieces. Without lowering his weapon, someone asked if their friend had killed them alone. The girl looked down and saw that these Volaxes looked like someone had gnawed them. The schoolgirl saw the squad leader nearby. The guys immediately approached him from behind. They had a shocked look. The main character smiled and said that it was safe now. Yubi could not believe that he managed to do it. The heroes opened their mouths in amazement. Hanyo said that he had to work hard. There was a corpse of a monster on the ground. The guy explained that they needed to deal with the bodies, and asked the assistants to bring the cutting equipment from the car. The girl lowered her eyes thoughtfully. The boy asked if E-rank hunters were always this cool. The girl suddenly shuddered when her friend asked what she was thinking about. The porter closed her eyes when a squad member asked her to share her thoughts. The boy took a step forward. The schoolgirl said that just recently his shadow looked very strange. The voices of heroes were heard under the gray sky. Someone assumed that his friend was just too scared and that she imagined something. There was a sign on the building that said Child Slaughterhouse. The worker covered his face with his hands in horror. Someone took a step forward. The rest of the people parted when they saw him. The beaten factory employee trembled. The man approached him and asked if this was the owner, who said that he would not sell his factory to TK Company even under threat of death. The worker fell at his feet and promised to give him anything. The scoundrel kicked him in the face and said that he already had a chance to do that. The director raised his hand and explained that he should have given up his factory when his younger brother offered to sell it. The man picked up a bat and asked why they had to play such clumsy games and get on each other's nerves. Tears welled up in the eyes of the factory employee. Blood splattered in the air. The metal bat fell to the ground. The scoundrel took off his gloves and asked how things went with the Songjin slaughterhouse. The director put the phone to his ear when he received the call. He winced when he heard the voice of the disgruntled manager. The stranger opened his mouth wide and asked if his colleague really wanted them all to get into trouble. There was a shipping container parked outside the factory. The man replied that he had already dealt with the Songjin factory. The worker's eyes widened in shock. The manager asked why the factory had a new hunter. The protagonist scratched his head in embarrassment. Threats to the director came from the speaker of the phone. The tense general manager stood behind him. Without turning around, the man asked him to gather absolutely all the materials he had obtained regarding the factory and place them on his desk. The villain opened his eyes wide and ordered him to do so immediately. It was the fourth day of the Volax hunt, and blood splashed onto the monster's body. There were purple stones on the base, and someone asked how many more corpses were left to be cut up. Yubi answered that this was the last one while operating the chainsaw. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and thought that it had not even been a week since the two of them started working as porters, but they had become great at it themselves. Henyo remembered the crowd of monsters running around and decided that it was all because of what they had to endure on the very first day. The guy looked at his status window. His level was listed under his name, and he was outraged that in 4 days of hunting Volax, his level had only risen by 1 point. The red window said that his shadow demon skill had risen to level 15. The unique hunter imagined the crazy puppet and realized that it helped him a lot with the hunt. The executioner wondered if the shadow was stealing his experience points. The girl put her hand to her mouth and shouted that they were done. The girl asked what her friend was doing. The protagonist turned around and said with a smile that he was doing nothing. The trunk of the car was open. Hanel said that this was all for today and decided to think about everything later. There was a huge sign outside the Seongjin factory. The worker handed over the documents and said that this was the payment for 4 days. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and noticed that the money was a little more than he expected. The employee smiled widely and said that they made an extra charge. There were trucks parked outside the building. The young man asked if this was really possible. Seongjin asked him not to worry about it, since they had to take care of their VIP client. The worker waved his fingers and added that his father ordered to assign the hunter to their factory. The executioner's eyes widened in surprise when he realized that it was a real bribe. The protagonist returned to his comrades and asked if they had waited too long. Their eyes turned white when Hanyeo said that he had finished the calculation and sent them their wages. Songwon immediately bowed and thanked him. The boy awkwardly closed his eyes and was amazed at his good mood. The boy began to wave his arms. The young man assumed that he was so happy because he received his first salary, which was more than the other porters. The unique hunter looked away tensely. Yubi looked at the screen of her phone in shock. The girl flinched when the executioner called out to her and asked if she was going home. The protagonist smiled and thought about the fact that the rental place for the truck was in the same direction as her house. There was a black car parked near the SUV. Hanyeo offered his friend a ride, and she agreed. The car window slowly opened. A camera lens appeared from inside. The boy, covered in cold sweat, wondered why his friend kept looking at his phone. The girl was holding it in her hands and not taking her eyes off it. The porter turned her head when the boy asked if everything was okay. The student clutched the phone in her hands when the unique hunter noticed that she was nervous. The schoolgirl explained that she did not know whether she should accept such money. The executioner closed his eyes and asked if that was the reason for her anxiety. A message about the account status appeared on the screen. Yubi stated that this amount was twice the usual amount, and reminded that she had only recently started working. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he had mentioned this during the contract process, and explained that the guys received money equal to their efforts, so they should not feel burdened. The girl smiled when Haino added that he was able to hunt alone thanks to them. The boy remembered her message about entering the university, and wondered why his friend decided to work as a porter. Wanting to know the answer, the young man opened his mouth and asked why the neighbor had chosen this specialty. Suddenly, the girl looked down. The eyes of the unique hunter turned white, and he realized that he should not have asked about this. The student lowered the corners of her lips and told her that almost immediately after the results of the final exam were released, her mother, who had left to earn money, called her. The schoolgirl remembered how she put the phone to her ear and heard that her mother had become ill at work, which is why she was hospitalized. Closing her eyes, Yubi explained that she had to drop out of university to earn a living and cover hospital expenses, and added that her family had a lot of debt, so this was the best option. The girl said that she could go to university whenever she wanted. The executioner looked down and understood what was going on. The protagonist remembered how he stood by his father's hospital bed. It was fixed to the panel. The girl noticed that it looked very old and asked when it was bought. The screen showed a navigator. Haino replied that his father gave it to him in honor of his demobilization. The schoolgirl asked if it was convenient for him to use, since it had many cracks. The student suggested that her friend buy a new model. The guy closed his eyes and decided that he really should change his phone. The car was driving along the road under the sunset sky. Yubi promised to recommend cool models to her friend. The lights were on in the windows of the house. The young man stretched and thought that he had no more plans for today and that he should sleep. The unique hunter looked up and noticed two people ahead. His father turned his head when he heard his voice. The stranger turned away and asked him to call next week. The executioner approached the father and asked if this was the head of the housing and maintenance office. Chun Sam suggested that they first return to the apartment to discuss everything. There was a TV on the dresser. The protagonist asked if his father was really going to get a job as a security guard in their building. Haino frowned worriedly and reminded him that the previous guard had run away from the stress of the job. The man looked at him and explained that at his age, there was no other job to be found, and he didn't want to live off his son who was constantly risking his life. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock and he mentally called him too stubborn. There was a broken phone on the table, and the young man wondered how he was going to live now. A week later, Yubi closed her eyes and yawned. The unique hunter looked back when he heard her and asked if she had a good rest. The girl wanted to ask if her friend had chosen a new model, but she saw an old phone in his hands. There was a note in front of the TV. Chun Sam looked down and sighed. There was a wish support savings book on the table, and the executioner explained that he had to spend money on something more important than a phone. The buildings of the TK company soared high into the sky. There were photos of the factory on the desk. The director turned down the corners of his lips and asked if the man named Hanyeo had really signed an exclusive contract with the Songjin factory. One of the photos showed the main character. The answer was yes. Holding the documents in his hands, the man suggested that only a person above rank C could catch so many monsters alone. His subordinate lowered his head and replied that this guy was only rank E. The scoundrel smirked and said that it sounded interesting. He adjusted his jacket and asked the employee to gather everyone else. The director raised his eyebrows and said that they needed to go to the factory. There was a sign near the destroyed building that warned of the danger of monsters. The porters saw the corpse of a monster in front of them. Their eyes turned white with horror. There were many spikes on the beast's head. Yubi was surprised that her friend decided to hunt huge ants alone, and decided that he should think about the other members of the team. The girl looked to the side. A shadow demon was devouring the insect's leg. The girl wondered what kind of creature it was. The young man stood behind the puppet. A status window was open in front of him. The level column showed the number 52. The unique hunter was upset that he was not growing at all. The red field said that the shadow demon's summoning skill had reached level 29. The dolls swallowed the ant whole. The executioner wondered if it really had an effect on his growth. The demon's level increased to 30. The protagonist decided that in order to raise his level, he would have to hunt either stronger monsters or without the help of the puppet. Suddenly, a warning popped up on the system window. It said that the conditions for the minimum improvement of the shadow demon were met. Hanel asked what this meant. The guy remembered Cabby's displeased face and realized that she was still upset with him because of the contract with the demon. The young man raised his fist to his chin and wondered what he should do. The voice noted that his shadow demon had grown a lot. The unique hunter looked up and recognized Kazuko. The man explained that when certain conditions are met, puppets can progress and change their appearance. The monster compared it to the evolution of Pokemon. The executioner's eyes widened in shock and he asked himself how he knew about Pokemon. A window appeared to select an appearance with 3 options. The demon asked the student to think carefully, because the selected option cannot be changed. The protagonist looked down and decided to choose something he was already familiar with. Hanel clicked on the option of low-class shadow demon. The system window glowed. A voice announced that the changes were complete. The puppet continued to chew on the corpse. The guy noticed that it had not changed in appearance. The young man reached out to the status window and wanted to transfer the collected points to the summoning. Kazuko asked what about his weekly tribute. The unique hunter raised his eyebrows in fear and realized that he had completely forgotten about it. The sun was shining on the ruined city. The executioner promised to give the offering within a day and asked his comrades to finish the job. There was a large sign outside the warehouse. Sitting behind the wheel, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. A black car was parked not far from his SUV. There were several similar cars parked behind it. The door of the SUV opened. Hanel asked his comrades to wait for him inside. The guy approached the warehouse and realized that he had a bad feeling. The young man pulled the door handle. The men in black suits frowned in displeasure. The factory workers bared their teeth, not wanting to let them pass. The unique hunter watched from the side in amazement. Sungjin frowned sternly and asked the villain to leave them alone. The man grabbed a metal bat. He swung it to hit the worker. The employee's eyes widened in fear. The executioner stopped the bat and asked the bandit to stop joking. The protagonist frowned and said that he almost got a man hurt. The worker raised his eyebrows in confusion when Hanel asked what had happened. The CEO stepped forward and asked what was going on. The man folded his hands behind his back and asked if it was the hunter. The boy gritted his teeth and asked who he was. The scoundrel frowned and said that the factory was in trouble. Sungjin gaped in surprise when the creditor explained that he owed TK a lot of money. The worker looked forward and said that they had no other choice since their main slaughtering equipment had been taken away. The CEO raised his eyebrows and said that it was not his problem and that their company had no obligation to care. The boy looked at him incredulously when the man said he had a proposition. The scoundrel handed the hunter a business card and explained that a man with a bright future had no need to work with such a worthless factory. The business card had the organization's contact information written on it, and the creditor offered the executioner to work for him. Sungjin gritted his teeth in displeasure when Jaeho added that the protagonist would have much better conditions in his service. Hanel knocked the business card out of the director's hands. The guy frowned angrily and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The worker raised his eyebrows in surprise when the young man said that he was not going to work with such scoundrels, no matter how much they offered him. The man grabbed the bat and asked how dare he talk to their boss like that. The unique hunter concentrated magic in his fist and urged them to attack. The creditor frowned and reminded him that using physical force from an awakened person against civilians is considered a serious crime. The executioner took a fighting stance and asked if he really thought he cared. Jaeho grinned in displeasure. He turned away and said that they would retreat today. There was a business card on the floor. The director suggested that the protagonist think about his offer again before things took a much more serious turn. The night sky was visible. The doors began to open. Hanyol, through the sweat on his face, said that he was very tired. Sighing heavily, the protagonist thought he was going to die while he sat with Sungjin all night, and he had to drink and listen to his complaints about what happened. Poking at the keys, the protagonist added that if he hadn't done this, he would have been offended, after which he decided that he would quickly wash up and go to bed. Opening the door, the guy told his father that he had arrived. Entering the room, the young man said that he was a little late because of something. At the same time, Chun-sam was sitting on the couch. Looking at the man's serious face, the teenager asked him if something had happened. Handing over the documents, the executioner's close relative asked to take them. The father explained that he had filled them out with great care, to which the hunter, with the corners of his lips raised in confusion, wondered what it was. There was a small book on the table. The sword master lowered his gaze thoughtfully. Hanel asked if Chun-sam was going to run a billiard shop, whereupon the latter, scratching his head, said that it had somehow turned out that way. The man extended his index finger and exclaimed that he had thought carefully about what he liked, and remembered the times when he played billiards with his friends, and so he had studied what commercial areas there were nearby. The close relative added that he had not found a normal billiard shop, so he had drawn up a document on business planning, and then the protagonist's pupils turned white, and he muttered that he did not think that his father would bother so much. Suddenly, Chung Sam raised his eyebrows. Noticing several bags, the man asked what kind of packages they were, to which he received the answer that they needed to be given to someone. After some time, an empty bottle appeared. Kazuko, closing his eyes, noted that the alcohol people had these days was not bad. Taking out another bottle, the demon decided to drink it. The protagonist, holding his personal card in his hand, thought that since the TK company simply left voluntarily, it meant that they were planning to turn something upside down. Through the sweat on his face, the guy realized that he should be ready just in case, and at that very moment the ancient creature said that it seemed that something was bothering him. Smiling, Astaroth's servant exclaimed that the best cure for anxiety was training. The youth widened his eyes in confusion when he heard that they were starting from tomorrow, and then wondered why things had turned out this way. The next day, a car showed up. Looking to the side, the teenager thought that he had come to the place that Kazuko had indicated. Looking towards the dark space, the executioner had a question. Squinting, the hunter could not understand where they were, and then asked if they were sure that they would be training here. Imagining a small fence, the sword master muttered that there was a checkpoint on the way here, and judging by the fact that there was no network reception here, they were in a field swarming with monsters. The demon, turning his head, clarified what he expected: meditation by the waterfall. Standing next to the ancient creature, Hanel answered negatively. Suddenly, the ancient creature bared its teeth. The protagonist turned around abruptly, hearing that their target was here. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard behind the protagonist, which stunned him. A thick smoke was visible. Suddenly, a monster appeared, and the boy realized that it was a crazy cow. Opening his mouth wide, the young man was very surprised that it was a field with crazy cows, and then Kazuko noted that it looked like it liked it. The monster opened its mouth, and at the same time, the teenager wondered what he should like, because this is a monster that needs to be hunted by a group, and it is not some Volax or an orc. The demon said that this is just the right option for training, to which the executioner, through sweat on his face, muttered that talking to a wall would be more useful than talking to him. Reaching for his pocket, the hunter wondered if it turns out that he has no choice but to fight, after which the ancient creature explained that using weapons is prohibited. The sword master asked if Kazuko was offering him to kill the monster with his bare hands, and he, holding a knife in his hand, replied that this was his second test from him. The yellow eye of the evil spirit appeared, and then the demon said that if he wanted to live, then he should move. Clenching his jaw, Hanel realized that there was no other way out. The monster suddenly jerked from its place, and the protagonist decided that he needed to predict the enemy's clear trajectory. Opening his mouth, the protagonist whispered that he was able to dodge. Suddenly, the monster swung its tail. A moment later, the evil spirit hugged the guy. The young man lowered his gaze in bewilderment. Taking hold of the enemy's limb, the teenager said that he could not detach it. Suddenly, a stone appeared in front of the executioner. The monster abruptly hit the hunter against the wall. The sword master opened his mouth wide in pain. A second later, Hanel fell to the ground. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought about his weapon. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away. It was visible how the guy was lying on the floor, and at the same time Kazuko noted that it was impossible to look at it without tears. The monster stood still, and the demon asked if he was letting this creature beat him, and also added that he apparently overestimated him. The ancient creature asked what the young man would do and whether he would just give up, to which he, opening his jaw, asked him to shut up. Lowering his eyebrows, the teenager exclaimed that he was actually trying his best, after which he used recovery. Grinning, Kazuko said that he did not know about anything else, but he liked his persistence. The demon decided to give one piece of advice, and then the executioner, raising the corners of his lips, asked again about the advice. It was visible how the evil spirits rushed from the place, and the ancient creature said that he had already said once that he lacked the basics. Kazuko imagined the hunter throwing the hook, and then explained that he usually attacked with magic, and such attacks were famous for their power. The demon added that it would be a good idea to try using magic in another direction, and at that moment the sword master opened his mouth. The monster quickly ran forward. Hanel raised his hands and understood what he had to do. Opening his jaw, the monster screamed loudly. Suddenly, an unusual aura surrounded the protagonist's palms. The ancient creature smiled slightly. The protagonist grinned contentedly, and Kazuko said that he had finally gotten it. The battlefield was visible. Curling his fingers, the boy thought that he needed to concentrate his mana. A protective barrier appeared in front of the young man. The evil spirit hit the magical shell. Suddenly, the unusual shield began to crack. The teenager's eyes bulged in confusion. The monster approached the executioner closely. After some time, it seemed like the hunter was lying on the ground. The demon crossed his arms and said that it was a good try, and it seemed like he had finally figured something out. The sword master's face was tired. Clenching his fists, Hanel muttered that although the shield had given in, he had a feeling that if he continued like this, something would happen. Covering his ears, the protagonist exclaimed that it was great. The ancient being looked at him and listened, and then he would continue. The protagonist extended his palm, and Kazuko thought that it could not be denied that this guy was still inexperienced. Narrowing his eyes, the demon added that, however, his hidden potential was beyond his expectations. The mentor crossed his arms and noted that their mistress Astaroth had found an interesting person, and she said that he was a cool toy. Sweat began to flow down the ancient being's body. Suddenly, his pupils turned white, and he asked what the mistress was doing here. The girl bared her teeth and said that it was boring to just sit still, so she decided to see how the work she had entrusted him was going. It was visible how the monster pushed the guy, after which Astaroth said that no matter how she looked at it, everything was very good. Closing his eyes, the teacher said that he was seriously surprised when she entrusted him with this young man, because over the long period of his life, visiting different dimensions, he had seen creatures with different abilities. Raising his eyebrows, the demon replied that this could also be. The teenager angrily clenched his jaw, and it was heard that he was special in many ways. Suddenly, Cabbies appeared behind the demons. Opening her mouth, the girl asked that maybe it was enough to play with her anal. Frowning, the unusual creature turned to the exile. Astaroth greeted her with a wide smile and then asked who was playing around here, adding that she was upsetting her by saying that. The demon explained that he was just fulfilling the guy's wish, causing Cabbies to suddenly close her eyes. Kazuko's pupils turned white, and it was audible that once he finished the job, he would return her precious toy back to her. The girl bared her teeth and asked again about the job. The devil's evil grin was visible, and at that very moment the unusual entity asked what she had in mind. Looking at Cabbies, Astaroth asked if she had heard of such a thing as angel fragments. The protagonist's face was serious. It was visible how the magic shield began to break, and the protagonist hoped that it would hold out a little longer. A moment later, the unusual barrier broke. Putting his hand on his cheek, the guy muttered that it was a failure again, but he was gradually getting used to making a shield out of mana. A huge monster was visible, and the system reported that an understanding of the magic shield had appeared. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of the young man, and it was said that the corresponding skill was being formed. The notification described the skill of Force Shield, namely, this skill allows you to form a shield consisting of mana to reflect an attack, and also converts part of the blow into mana and absorbs it. The teenager raised his eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The evil spirit rushed from the spot, after which the executioner realized that he did not even have time to think. The hunter sharply clenched his jaw. Stretching out his palm, the sword master decided to use the skill right now. A force shield appeared in front of him. The monster hit the magic barrier. The monster's mouth was visible. Hanel, looking at his enemy, noticed that he reflected his attack. The evil spirit sighed heavily, and then the protagonist thought that the monster was only thrown back. Squinting, the protagonist muttered that he would try again. Suddenly, a weapon was waved. The boy opened his mouth in bewilderment. Kazuko smiled, apologized, and said that was enough for today. Through the sweat on his face, the young man objected that he had just acquired a new skill, to which he received an explanation that he had thus achieved the goal of today's training. The mentor said that, in addition, his mana was almost at zero, and then the teenager's pupils suddenly turned white, and he said that this was so. The ancient creature, looking down, noted that this was precisely why he was ending their training here. The executioner turned his head, and it was heard that he needed to go, because he was eager to drink another bottle of something strong. Looking at the defeated monster, the hunter wondered what to do with the corpse now, because it was a pity to just leave it, but he did not make a request for the hunt in order to take the monster for himself. A large car was visible, and at that moment the sword master decided that he would simply hand it over to Seongjin, and he would somehow solve everything. After a while, a tall building appeared. Jaeho was sitting at the table. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate. Taking it in his hand, the creditor said that he knew it. A video of the protagonist's car appeared on the screen, to which the plant director asked if he had decided to do so. There was a small phone in the drawer. Holding the gadget to his ear, Jaeho heard that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then replied that he wanted to assign him a job. The creditor explained that the target was a Ranky hunter, and the man, grinning maliciously, asked if he was throwing the same thing at him this time. A combat arsenal appeared, and the soldier noted that he should prepare a bag of money, because he would do everything in the best possible way. After some time, a thick smoke was visible. The protagonist angrily clenched his jaw. His car was overturned. Looking at the girl lying on the ground, the guy wondered how this happened. 30 minutes earlier, the Songjin plant was visible, and it was also heard that this was the payment for the week. The worker closed his eyes and said that about that crazy cow, about which there was no notification, no matter how he would kill her, but it would be better if he reported it in advance, and only then brought the corpse. The young man remembered his frightened look and exclaimed that they had even come to their factory from the association for an inspection, and that was just crazy. The executioner turned his head sharply. Looking at the factory employees, The hunter asked if there was anything unusual after the invasion of those idiots, to which he received a counter question whether he was talking about the TK company. Opening his mouth wide, Songjin said that after he tried to put them in their place, no more incidents occurred. The worker added that they had stopped interfering at all, and work had become much calmer now, which made sweat run down the sword master's face. Closing his eyes, Hainel wondered what those freaks from the TK company were planning, and then said that he should be careful, and he went. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets, and reasoned that he should be careful for a while just in case. Yubi, crossing her fingers, asked if he had finished the calculation, to which she received a positive answer. The protagonist said that he had transferred money to their accounts, and therefore let them check the balance, and the guys, raising their hands up, were very happy. Raising his eyebrows, the executioner muttered that he had seen this for the umpteenth time, but the two were very happy during the calculation, after which someone said that he would go, and he said goodbye to him. A moment later, the hunter thoughtfully lowered his gaze. Looking at his stats, the sword master noticed that while continuing to hunt, at some point he had already reached level 60. Looking at the contracts, Hanyol said that he also sometimes summoned a shadow demon and eventually rose to level 21, although for this he had to transfer all his points to the summoning. The protagonist added that at least his defense was good now, and suddenly he turned around, hearing someone address him. The graduate scratched her head and asked if he could give her a ride today. A large car was visible, and the protagonist replied that he would certainly give her a ride home, and also whispered that, no matter what, he needed to continue working hard. The car jerked away. A sign for a factory was visible. The guy noticed another crossed-out sign. Biting his lips, the young man noted that many slaughterhouses in the area had closed. Continuing to drive, the teenager remembered that this place used to be a fairly large factory, and now it was simply abandoned. Raising his eyebrows, the executioner wondered if this had happened because of pressure from the TK company. Suddenly the girl asked what he was thinking about, to which the hunter, closing his eyes, clarified what it was, and received the answer that his face was very restless. A crossed-out inscription of the factory appeared, and at the same time the sword master explained that just looking at the factories where he used to work part-time, he gets some kind of strange feeling in his soul, although he did not have any positive memories of those times. Hainel opened his mouth and asked how she was lately, and whether the work as a porter was worth it, after which she happily exclaimed that it was all thanks to him. Raising her eyebrows, the schoolgirl said that when she first started working as a porter, she was terribly scared and did not know what to do, but she was lucky to meet him, and considered it a real success. The high school girl added that with such a salary, she now does not have to worry about living expenses and paying for her mother's medical expenses, and then the main character, winking, said that it was wonderful. Yubi reported that she had even managed to treat herself yesterday by ordering chicken delivery, and at that very moment the protagonist thoughtfully turned his gaze to the side. A rocket was visible in the side mirror, and the guy wondered what it was. The projectile quickly cut through the air. With his mouth wide open, the young man shouted the girl's name. The cartridge crashed into the car. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The car began to turn over. A moment later, the vehicle fell onto the roof. Light was visible on the roof of the building. It was visible how the hired killer opened his jaw. Grinning, the fighter exclaimed that he hit the target right on target. Holding a weapon in his hand, the villain said that his skills with a grenade launcher were simply 5 points. Putting his palm on his side, the guy noted that even an awakened one would not survive such an explosion. The girl, looking at him, asked if he didn't know that being careless was prohibited. The young man asked if she wanted to say that she didn't trust his skills, to which the lady narrowed her eyes and replied that she was simply suggesting that they finish the job for sure. Thick smoke was rising from the car. Flames continued to burn around the car. The broken door of the vehicle appeared. The executioner's mouth opened wide. The hunter remembered how he extended his palm and thought that right before the car exploded, he managed to use the shield, pointing it towards the warhead, and somehow protected himself from the explosion. Lowering his head, the sword master muttered that he was probably unable to reflect the wave received because the car had flipped over, and first he needed to calmly analyze the situation. Looking at the lying Yubi, Hainel wondered if she had lost consciousness from the blow during the car's somersault, after which he was glad that there were no serious wounds on her. A broken car appeared, and then the protagonist said that the weapon, the equipment, and the car itself were all in pieces, and what's more, the car was a rental. Taking out a sharp weapon, the protagonist realized that it was good that at least the knife he threw in the glove compartment remained intact, and even though it was cheap, it was still useful. Clenching his jaw, the executioner asked what kind of bastard came up with such a trick. Suddenly, the hired killer, standing on the transport, exclaimed that he was safe and sound. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked if it meant that he had been hiding all this time. Baring his teeth, the hunter wondered if he had done it. A moment later, the girl, standing opposite the sword master, said that she had talked about it. The lady, looking ahead, explained that it was forbidden to be careless. Winking, the hired killer noted that judging by the fact that this teenager had survived, he was far from simple, as they said. Clutching his knife tightly, Hanel wondered if he would be able to escape in this situation. The protagonist clarified what their goal was, to which the guy, grinning slyly, replied that nothing special. Pulling out a flare gun, the young man added that everything was very simple. Having fired a shell, the mercenary shouted that he should play with them properly. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. Thick smoke was visible. The killer clenched his jaw in displeasure. Noticing the shield in front of the protagonist, the enemy noted that he knew that he had a defense skill. The guy said that if so, he understood why the executioner did not die from the explosion, and then the latter, through the sweat on his face, could not understand who they were. Adjusting his glasses, the young man said that he thought they would have to get an extra fee, after which the hunter wondered if they were awakened hunters. Standing in place, the sword master muttered that he only knew about this through rumors, and he couldn't believe that he had to meet them. A second later, Hanel turned around. The girl tried to attack him. The opponent turned the knife in his hand, and the protagonist wondered when she managed to get close to him. The protagonist, leaning back, dodged the blow. Suddenly, sharp daggers appeared in the lady's palm. The mercenary threw projectiles at the executioner. The hunter abruptly put up a force shield. The sword master thought that it was close, and the killer, lowering her eyebrows, was displeased. Raising her leg, the girl noted that he had good reactions, and at that moment Hanel asked if she was in charge of close combat. There were drops of poison on the enemy's knife, and the protagonist noticed them when he blocked the attack. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist thought that he would most likely be finished if this lady even slightly touched him with her knife, and he was also shocked, because one had a grenade launcher, and the other had poison, and added that then let them shoot at him from a tank. The executioner touched the blade of his dagger. Suddenly, a shadow demon appeared next to him. The schoolgirl was seen lying on the ground, and at the same time, the unusual creature asked why he called it, to which he received an order to move Yubi's body to a safe place. The guy, opening his mouth in surprise, exclaimed that he also knew how to summon, and it turns out that he is far from simple, but from his appearance it is impossible to tell. The puppet took the high school girl in her arms, and the young man clarified that he really thought he could win using his summoning skill in this way, after which the hunter whispered that he was glad that these two did not pay attention to Yubi. Opening his jaw, the sword master asked to be silent. Clenching his fists, Hanel thought that he could fight calmly, and then objected that they should stop talking and attack. Frowning angrily, the protagonist spoke rudely about his opponents. The mercenary, grinning, said that this is super, because this is the kind of fervor they need. A thick smoke was visible. The killer laughed, waving his hand. Suddenly, several grenades appeared. One of the shells hit the ground. The enemy asked how long the protagonist planned to run, to which he, dodging the explosion, wondered if he would stand still if bombs were thrown at him. It was visible how the guy removed the pin of the grenade with his teeth. The girl, looking at her partner, asked him to throw fewer bombs, because it bothered her. The executioner, lowering his eyebrows, listened to him say that because he was throwing shells left and right, she could not get closer to him, and besides, he had a defense skill, and therefore his bombs would not do anything to him. Raising the corners of his lips, the young man objected that she knew how to deceive all the fun, and also added that he understood her. A green box appeared, and at that very moment the mercenary said that then he would have to use this thing. Gritting his teeth, the sword master could not understand how many bombs he had, and then added that he could not get close. Suddenly, Kazuko, opening his mouth, said that he saw that the boy was having fun, but he thought that fun would be a great test for him. Hanel's pupils suddenly turned white, and he wondered what kind of test he was talking about when he was in such a terrible situation. The mentor exclaimed that he should concentrate, because the enemy was advancing, and at that moment the opponent rushed towards the protagonist. The lady frowned menacingly, and the protagonist asked why the man had finished throwing bombs, and now this girl had entered the battle. Stretching out his palm, the executioner understood that her poison was dangerous, and therefore he should use a force shield. Suddenly, the demon suggested that he should take her attack with a knife and then jump back, causing the hunter to raise the corners of his lips in confusion. The enemy swung his dagger, and the sword master muttered that Kazuko was canceling his techniques at will. The teacher said that he had an eagle eye, and then Hanel raised his eyebrows in confusion. Drops of poison were visible on the blade of the knife. The protagonist held his weapon tightly, and then the ancient creature explained that therefore he should watch the attack until the very end, and only then fight back. A second later, the two forces collided with each other. Looking ahead, the protagonist noted that he had succeeded, and the demon exclaimed that he was a good man, and sometimes the right decision is not to dodge an attack, but to accept it. The mercenary looked straight ahead in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the executioner thought that then he should continue to counterattack. Smiling, Kazuko said that it was a good try. Suddenly, clothes appeared in front of the hunter, and at that moment the mentor said that he was still the same little boy. After cutting the things, the sword master wondered if she had intended to block his view with her clothes. Lowering his head, Hanel muttered that she had used her clothes as a shield and jumped back. Clenching his jaw, The protagonist wondered if the second enemy had increased the distance between them by any chance. Suddenly, a grenade launcher appeared. The assassin, opening his mouth, asked if he had forgotten about it. A second later, the mercenary fired a projectile. The grenade was quickly approaching the protagonist, and he realized what he was planning to do. The executioner abruptly extended his hand. A force shield appeared in front of him. The projectile abruptly collided with the barrier. With bulging eyes, the hunter clarified that it was his shield. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. It was heard that this look suited him very well, and the sword master, lying on the ground, wondered how this happened, because he blocked the attack with a force shield. Grabbing the grenade, the boy asked if his opponent was confused and wondered how he got blown away when he used the defense skill. Hanel looked up sharply. Loading the grenade launcher, the boy asked if he really thought they would fight against an awakened one without taking into account the presence of a defense skill, and then explained that they had brought charges that neutralized magic. Holding a dagger in her hand, the girl asked him to stop chatting. Gripping his weapon tightly, the mercenary said that she was very boring. The protagonist frowned angrily. Grinning, the assassin decided to see who would win. The grenade launcher's warhead rushed forward. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. Hanel dropped his jaw and screamed loudly. Tilting his head down, the enemy noticed that the man in front of him was awakened and wondered how many shells he had already fired at him, because this thing was not worth 2 kopecks, after which he said that if he were an ordinary person, he would have turned into mincemeat a long time ago, but now he could not be killed. Putting his finger on the trigger of the weapon, the hired killer noted that if he died in 2 counts like a good boy, then it would be much easier for both of them. The guy asked if his rival thought so, to which he clenched his teeth and exclaimed that he should shut up, and he himself thought that if this continued, his body simply would not withstand. The girl grabbed the handle of the knife with her fingers, and the main character suggested that if he tried to dodge the grenade launcher, she could find a convenient moment and stab him with a poisonous knife. Frowning, the hunter did not understand what to do, when suddenly Kazuko noticed that he had unnecessary thoughts in his head again. The ancient entity said that when he fought with the crazy cow, it was the same, while the young man grabbed his weapon with his hand and said that now with one blow he would send him to the next world. Astaroth's servant said that he always relies too much on what he is given now and does not think about what the ability he received actually represents, and the executioner bit the corners of his lips. The protagonist stuck his fingers into the brass knuckles, and the demon explained that therefore he cannot predict the future and understand how to act further, so at this rate he will have to remain a little boy forever. Bending his arm at the elbow, the sword master exclaimed that he knows this best of all. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the hired killer laughed and said that his opponent is a fool. The guy screamed that it was time to finish him off, then pulled the trigger, and the protagonist thought about using that very method. The girl frowned and remained silent. Gritting his teeth, the unique hunter grunted and realized that he only had one chance. The grenade launcher's warhead flew through the air towards him. Looking at the projectile, the protagonist thought about how he could neither stop nor dodge the missile. Magic particles flew around the knife blade, and the executioner realized that he could only resist it. The hired killer suddenly narrowed her eyes. Hanel pulled his elbows to the sides, and the girl was surprised that he rushed head-on at the missile even without using the defense skill, and then wondered what he was planning. Dodging the projectile, the fighter realized that at this rate, the explosion would hit her, so she needed to increase the distance. The guy grinned and decided to act now. Suddenly, the protagonist tilted his head to the side. Swinging his hand, the unique hunter exclaimed that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. The grenade launcher's warhead split into 2 parts. The girl's pupils noticeably diminished, and she mentally exclaimed that she could not believe her eyes. The protagonist clenched his jaw in alarm, while his opponent was surprised that he had cut the grenade launcher's projectile into 2 parts. The sword master approached his opponent, and she realized that he was aiming at her. With her eyes bulging, the fighter realized that she would not be able to dodge. At that very second, a bright trace of the blow appeared in the air. Raising his eyebrows, the guy did not understand what was happening. Having loaded the projectile into the grenade launcher, the hired killer cried out in displeasure. The executioner pulled his neck into his shoulders in fear. The warhead began to spin. Having fired, the young man shouted for the enemy to stay away from him. There was a bright flash, and the protagonist noticed that the shot's trajectory was unstable, and assumed that his enemy was confused and could not aim properly. At the same moment, Hanel jumped to the side. The assassin, dropping his jaw, was surprised that he had dodged. When asked how this happened, the protagonist frowned and said that his eyesight was good. A moment later, drops of blood flew into the air. The blade of the unique hunter was dirty, and Kazuko noted that it was not bad, after which he praised the student. The ancient entity assumed that something had reached him this time too, and the protagonist clenched his fists, and noted that it was all thanks to him. Looking down, the guy inquired about who had sent these 2. The radio vibrated in the bag, and the executioner noticed that someone was calling. Grasping the communication device with his fingers, The executioner did not understand what was happening. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man wondered who had been making fun of him lately. Opening his mouth, Jae-ho said that the promised time was approaching, after which he clarified why there was no call. From the radio, the director was heard asking whether the mercenaries had removed Haenel, to which he gritted his teeth and realized what kind of voice it was. The protagonist replied that it was a great pity, but unfortunately he was now safe and sound, while the signal on the communication device was shining brightly. Holding the radio in his hand, the unique hunter said that he had no idea with what intentions he was doing all this, but it would be better for him to remember one thing. A message appeared on the screen stating that the call was over. Throwing the phone on the floor, the man cried out in displeasure. Clenching his jaw, the creditor exclaimed that he could not believe that they had failed to kill only one awakened, and then added that now he would have to send others. A silhouette in the shadows appeared behind him, who said that judging by the director's face, the case was a mess. A red tie was visible on the man's neck, and he noted that his subordinate was not able to cope with even such a simple job, after which he assumed that his skills were no longer what they used to be. Jae-ho raised his eyebrows and looked surprised to see the CEO, when he suddenly exclaimed that he wanted to hear him out. The creditor said that everything would definitely work out if they gave him a little more time, to which the boss smiled and said that he had plenty of time. The director of the monster slaughterhouse stood with his hands down, and his boss explained that not only had he failed to close the plant, but he had also exposed himself after the target eliminated the hired killers he had sent. The boss inquired about what would happen to his position in the family battle for management rights if the truth came out, when suddenly beads of sweat appeared on Jae-ho's face. With bulging pupils, the man said that this could not be, when suddenly he was bid farewell and told that he had done a great job. The general manager opened his mouth in alarm and apologized, and then asked if he had been invited. The CEO asked if Sogwon was the department head, to which he closed his eyes and exclaimed that it was true. Sitting in his chair, the boss congratulated the guy, since from that day on he was promoted to the position of director, to which he was surprised and asked about Director Jae-ho. There were broken glasses on the floor, and the boss explained that there was no need to worry about that, since he had just vacated his position. The man lay face down on the ground, while the boss said that he hoped that the new director Sogwon would not disappoint him. A tall office building appeared. There was a sign on the door to the interrogation room. They asked Haenel how it was that they met with him every time some big case happened, to which he raised his eyebrows and said that it was indeed so, and he thought to himself that these people were the last people he would want to see. Placing his hands on the table, the protagonist asked if they would handcuff him this time. Closing his eyes, the law enforcement officer explained that the thing is that he is not a suspect now, but a victim. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked him to start telling his story. Haenel lowered the corners of his mouth as he was asked about what happened. The top of the protagonist's head was visible in the middle of the interrogation room, and he began to sigh heavily. Squinting, the unique hunter wondered how many times he had come here, and then noted that it seemed to him that he had already been everything that could be, because first he was a suspect, then an attesting witness, and now a victim. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist remembered that Yubi was in the hospital, so he needed to call her. Dropping his jaw in fear, the guy thought about how his cell phone had burned up along with the car. Standing outside the office building, the executioner decided it was time to do what he had been putting off for so long. The investigator held his phone in his hand and asked what was going on with the investigation into the CEO of TK Company that Haenel had reported. Jae-ho's business card was visible between his fingers, and the other person said that the man had been found dead after jumping off a multi-story building a few hours earlier. It seemed that the man was lying face down on the ground, and the law enforcement officer asked the speaker again. The other person explained that even though the police had declared it a suicide when they found a will in the CEO's office, there was a feeling that more investigation was needed, when Sung-hoon suddenly pulled the phone away from his ear and thought about the fact that TK Company had already put it away. Looking away, the guy said that everything was clear to him, and then asked that everything related to TK Company be sure to be reported to him. Looking at the evidence bag, the investigator assumed that there was indeed a point in continuing the investigation. 2 days later, Haenel was heard talking about what had happened to him outside the coffee shop. There was a phone on the table, and the protagonist explained that that was why he had called them here today, when he was suddenly interrupted. The unique hunter asked what it was, to which Songwon raised his eyebrows in alarm and began to speak. Yubi looked down in disappointment, while her school friend said that if he understood the story correctly, he was currently being targeted by the TK Company, and the day before yesterday, he was attacked by awakened hunters hired by that organization. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that it was true, after which he added that that was why he wanted to tell them something. The comrades widened their eyes in confusion, while the executioner said that in the current situation, he could not guarantee that something like this would not happen again, and then added that in the worst case, like 2 days ago, not only himself but also the two of them could be in danger. The sword master noted that if they wanted, they could terminate the contract with him and look for another place, to which the girl closed her eyes and tried to object. Bowing, the guy exclaimed that he was grateful for everything to Hunter Hanel. Turning her head, the high school graduate called out to her comrade, when suddenly the protagonist turned to her. Lowering his face, the unique hunter explained that she also did not need to force herself to stay, after which he added that he was very sorry for causing her trouble. Taking the protagonist's hand, Yubi said that everything was fine. Looking down, the girl noted that on the contrary, she was the one causing trouble all this time. Recalling how the bandits threatened her with a knife, the future student recalled that every time she was in danger, he always extended a helping hand to her and protected her. The guy opened his mouth in bewilderment, while the neighbor admitted that this is why she now wants to help him. Squinting, the schoolgirl noted that even if something like 2 days ago happened, she was sure that he would protect her. There were glares on the phone screen, and Yubi noticed that he bought a new one, after which she exclaimed that she had recommended this model to him last time, to which he remained silent. Smiling broadly, the neighbor said that even the case was beautiful. Suddenly, the girl screamed that Hanel's eyes were red, to which he was confused and raised his eyebrows. There was a glass of coffee on the table, and the graduate said that he shouldn't cry over such trifles, to which he cried out that he hadn't cried, and the interlocutor asked him not to lie, because she had just seen tears start to form in his eyes. A bright sun appeared in the sky, and the protagonist muttered that he was very proud of her. Closing his eyes, the unique hunter noted that even though he had managed to somehow quietly get out of it before, this time he thought that he needed to explain everything clearly to his father. Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated, while the protagonist remembered that he was currently busy with his billiard room. Putting the smartphone to his ear, the sword master greeted Seonjin and clarified why he was calling him, and then wondered what he needed to do right now at noon. It seemed like people banged glasses against each other. Holding a shot glass in his hand, the executioner asked why the guy was drinking alcohol in broad daylight, and whether he was working today, to which he replied that there was simply a reason. The factory worker asked if it was true that he had been attacked by hired killers the day before yesterday, when suddenly all the liquid flew out of Hanel's mouth. The protagonist asked how he knew this, to which the interlocutor smiled broadly and said that rumors spread quickly in their field, and what's more, an investigator came to their plant. The young man banged his head on the table and began to apologize loudly. The unique hunter raised his eyebrows in alarm, not understanding what was happening to him, to which he replied that it was because of their plant. Lowering his face, Seonjin said that it was because of him that he got involved in such a dangerous business, and then exclaimed that he was really very sorry. The guy explained that he relaxed and did not think at all that those people could attack him, to which the protagonist lowered his chin and called out to the interlocutor. Straightening his back, the plant worker cried out that that's why he decided to become a porter, to which he was asked again. The young man admitted that he never thought he would end up in a training center again at his age, and then said that he was going there tomorrow, when suddenly the sword master's eyes turned white, because he didn't understand why he had decided that. The executioner asked about his job at the factory, to which he grinned and said that, to be honest, things had been going well lately. A worker appeared between the trucks, and Seonjin noted that thanks to Hanel, their factory had somewhat returned to normal, and yesterday the hunters who had previously signed a contract had contacted them and offered to renew it. The guy explained that therefore everything would be fine with the factory without him, when suddenly the protagonist looked away and thought about the fact that the Hunters Association had started acting after his testimony. The unique hunter thought that if this was so, then he could breathe a sigh of relief for a while, after which he closed his eyes and asked why it was the porter, out of the blue. The young man wrapped his fingers around the glass and said that he just wanted something like this to never happen again, and his interlocutor didn't understand what he was talking about. A memory appeared in which the guys were talking to the employees of the organization, and Seonjin explained that their plant, or rather he, had no strength. The protagonist's overturned car was visible, and his comrade said that this was why he not only got him into trouble, but also put him in danger. The young man asked if he thought that he wasn't a good friend after that, to which he spread his fingers and exclaimed that they were friends, so they should help each other. Seonjin closed his eyes and explained that this was why he decided that it would be better for him to get a job as a porter and expand his connections, after which he cried out that he was joking. The factory employee dropped his jaw and remarked that he simply thought that he knew practically no one in his area except those who worked with their factory, and then added that he had come to the conclusion that he should work as a porter for a while and make new acquaintances. Remembering the men in suits, the young man said that even though those scumbags from the TK company had gone underwater, no one knew when they would attack their factory again, and after that time, it seemed to him that it would not be easy to get rid of them. The interlocutor said that this was precisely why he was going to prepare himself to protect what was dear to him, to which Hanel looked up and called out to his comrade. The friend remarked that no one knew, but perhaps he would be able to become awakened, to which the protagonist curled his lips and thought that this man usually only knew how to show off, but sometimes he said weighty things. The unique hunter admitted that he was in a state of shock, but at the same time praised his comrade, to which the latter closed his eyes and asked if he had only just realized it. The roof of the building appeared, and the protagonist could be heard praising his interlocutor, and then offering him to get drunk. Lowering his head, Kazuko asked whether his mistress really still needed this. Grinning, Astaroth replied that this was precisely why she was addressing him now. The subordinate said that she herself knew perfectly well that they could not arbitrarily interfere in the human world, to which she clenched her fangs and said that she knew this, and then added that they had him. The glare of the sun reflected off the windows of the residential building. A blanket hung from the bed, and heavy sighs were heard. Hanel pressed his chest to the floor, to which the ancient entity remained silent. The mentor raised his eyebrows in confusion, surprised by his appearance, and noted that he was too lazy to even crawl to the bed, although he came to him, and he was sleeping. Suddenly, the master called out to the young boy, when suddenly he opened his mouth in alarm. The protagonist was surprised by the appearance of the demon, while he folded his arms and said that since he was an avid lover of something stronger, he could not say anything special, but he thought that it was better for him not to overdo it. Twisting his lips, the unique hunter wondered whether his head ached because of a hangover or because he had not yet sobered up, but he did not understand what this creature was doing here. Lowering his jaw, Kazuko suggested getting down to business. Looking up, the executioner wondered about what business. Frowning, the ancient entity said that he had one request for the guy. A sign appeared on the pole, which said that there were 82 kilometers left to Soho. Yubi asked if everything would be okay, to which the protagonist looked away and clarified what she was talking about. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that it had simply not been long since the incident, so she thought that they should take care of safety for now. Lowering his chin, the executioner said that at a time like this, they needed to show themselves even more confidently, after which he added that only in this way would those scumbags not underestimate them and would not be able to act hastily. The young man noted that, moreover, because of what happened, he suffered losses, so now he needed money, because as the neighbor knew, all the equipment and the car had completely burned down, to which she raised her eyebrows in alarm. The girl said that if everything was like that, then nothing could be done, while the protagonist closed his lips and thought. The unique hunter's eyes turned white and he asked what the request was, to which the other replied that it was quite urgent. Lowering his head, Kazuko said that one person who was among them at the top needed magic stones and the corpses of certain monsters, after which he added that unfortunately they could not invade the human world to such an extent. The demon explained that this was why he wanted to entrust him with hunting monsters, to which Hanel covered his mouth and was surprised that he had received a request from the most ancient entity. Opening his jaw, the protagonist agreed, but clarified what price he would be paid for it in that case. Raising his lip, the mentor asked him again, to which he replied that he himself said that when they make a deal with people, they must pay a price corresponding to this deal. There was an open bottle on the table, and the protagonist noted that because of this, he bought him expensive alcohol every time. The executioner frowned and asked what Kazuko would give him in return, to which he remained silent. The demon smirked and laughed, saying that it was not bad. Looking straight ahead, the ancient being explained that the original purpose of their contract was to make him stronger, so if he fulfilled his request, he would give him something that would help him get even closer to his goal. The teacher asked if the little boy was interested, to which he pursed his lips and wondered if the teacher would tell him what he would give him in return. A magical glow surrounded the demon's hand, and suddenly the boy agreed and asked what kind of monster he needed to catch. The teacher showed him which one, to which the boy's eyes widened. Hanel's car stopped, and a loud, confused question was heard. Yubi wrapped her fingers around the straps of her backpack, wondering if they were hunting a mid-level monster today. Reaching his hands into the trunk for his gear, the protagonist asked if it bothered her that the monster was of a mid-level, to which she exclaimed that it was. Lowering her chin, the neighbor noted that they had only hunted low-level monsters before, such as Volaks or giant ants, and now suddenly a mid-level monster. Remembering how Songwon had turned away from them, the girl said that after he left, she was the only one left to carry them. The high school graduate said that this was not a group hunt, so it would be difficult for him to handle it alone, to which he placed his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to worry so much. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist admitted that he was quite sure that he could catch the devil alone, which was why he had made such a decision. Recalling how Kazuko smiled and said that he had no choice but to catch him, the unique hunter said that, moreover, he had once encountered the devil when he was a porter, and he also had one friend who guaranteed him success, and his words could be trusted. The guy closed his eyes and noted that even if something happened, Yubi would protect everything, so she didn't have to worry. There was a knife on the trunk lid, and the girl asked about the weapons and equipment he usually used. A memory appeared of the old man raising his eyebrows in surprise and asking if everything was broken, and the protagonist said that Vera had just gone to get new equipment, but because they had a lot of orders, they told him that he would have to wait a little. The young man noted that there was also a problem with the documents for the weapon, so he quickly took what would be suitable as a replacement for the previous equipment, to which his partner curled her lips and muttered that she understood everything, and wondered if everything would be okay. A gray veil of smoke was visible above the forest. Yubi was holding an auxiliary device for hunters in her hands. Walking ahead of the schoolgirl, the guy noticed that no matter where he came to this place, There was always a solid fog, and she wondered about what her friend's true face was, although she had already thought about it somehow. Hainel had a backpack on her back, and Yubi said in her thoughts that, according to him, he was a completely ordinary E-rank hunter. Remembering how she and her school friend followed him on his heels, the girl did not understand where there would be an E-rank hunter who would act alone without a team, and besides, his skills were much higher than those of ordinary E-rank hunters. A creature without eyes appeared, and the schoolgirl remembered that this summoned creature was completely different in type from those summoned creatures that hunters who owned the summoning skill used. The future student lowered her head, when suddenly she was called. Suddenly her eyes turned white, and she responded loudly, and the protagonist asked if there were any signals on the magic sensor. The locator screen was blank, and Yubi reported that the device had not shown any reaction yet. Squinting, the girl noticed that she was curious about something. The schoolgirl asked why that monster was called the devil, and whether it was because of its external similarities, to which the hunter turned his head back and said that she was talking about this. A memory of the portal appeared, and the guy explained that in fact, in appearance, it did not particularly resemble a devil, and it was just that the area where it was first discovered was called the Devil's Mountain Pass. The sword master noted that there was one interesting fact about this monster being in second place in the ranking of the most disgusting monsters, so this should be taken into account, to which the companion raised her gaze and asked him again. 3 dots appeared on the device's screen, while the protagonist said that she would most likely want to puke somewhere when she saw him. The girl screamed that the magic sensor had reacted, to which Hainel narrowed his eyes. 3 silhouettes were visible through the gray fog, and the schoolgirl screamed that there were 3 ahead, and they were approaching them. The monster slammed its paw on the ground. There were sharp fangs in its mouth, and the guy did not understand whether they had smelled them. Holding the bone in its hand, the monster began to scream loudly. The high school graduate screamed in fear, her eyes bulging, and her partner noted that he had told her that he was in second place. The young man screamed that she did not need to panic, but should just shoot, when suddenly the companion grabbed the machine gun with her hand and screamed that she understood him. Bright traces of bullets appeared in the air. The creature's head had 2 eyes on one side. At that very moment, the monster opened its mouth wide and screamed. Yubi's eyes turned white, and she exclaimed that it seemed to her that they only made them angrier. Frowning, the protagonist explained that these were the monsters that were very vulnerable in terms of pride. The creature clutched the bone tightly with its fingers and grunted loudly. The girl's pupils bulged in alarm. The undead pounced on the hunter, and his friend tried to call him. The creature's claws slid along the bone. The sword master grinned contentedly and began to speak. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that this was precisely why they used this very useless pride. Light came from the windows. The action took place the day before the demon hunt. Kazuko stood behind the protagonist and watched him. Hainel held a sickle in his hands and said that he did not think that he would use this thing again. Kazuko opened his mouth in surprise and said that the protagonist had different equipment, and the boy replied that it all burned up because of the previous incident. The protagonist then looked at the backpack and said that they should wait for him to make new equipment, so he was taking the old one now. The demon smiled and said that he had a good idea. Hainel opened his mouth in fear, because when Kazuko said that, it meant that nothing good would happen. He then looked at the protagonist, and said that he would make his training a little stronger. After a while, Hainel was hitting someone with a sickle. He hit the monster in the face with the weapon. The monster opened its toothy mouth and growled. The protagonist lunged. He aimed for the monster's throat. The protagonist struck, but something confused him. The monster jumped back and dodged. The boy frowned and said that he could not believe that the monster reacted so quickly and dodged, because it was an average level. He picked up 2 weapons and thought about how Kazuko had once again set some strange conditions for him, telling the protagonist to only use the knife and the hook, but adding that he could only use the hook for defense. Hainel clenched his jaw, thinking that he could certainly use some more defensive skills, but he had come here because of the grumpy demon. Another monster appeared on the horizon, making 2. One of them gripped his weapon tightly, and the protagonist realized that it was planning to swing. The protagonist looked closely. The monster swung its weapon. Hainel rose up on his toes, preparing to jump. He jumped and swung. The blow hit the monster and upset its balance. The monster fell to the ground and screamed. Then it opened its mouth wide, seeing the oncoming attack. Hainel bared his teeth and struck, blood splattering everywhere. Then he grabbed the knife, thinking that this was an opportunity he couldn't miss. Blood spattered out again. The monster started screaming, vomiting blood. The second monster looked at its dead kinsman in shock. It immediately opened its mouth wide and screamed. The monster approached the protagonist, preparing to attack, and the protagonist could only think that they were probably angry because he had tricked them. The protagonist frowned, seeing the attack approaching in front of him. The monster froze in place, because it was being attacked from the side. It immediately looked to the side in surprise. Yubi was horrified. Hainel narrowed his eyes, hearing the sounds. The girl attacked the monster. She fired her weapon, and the protagonist looked at it, and realized that the monster was aiming at her. The monster opened its mouth wide, preparing to attack. The protagonist threw something forward. A dark drop appeared on the floor, and the young man shouted the name of the shadow demon. The shadow demon immediately rushed forward. The monster was terrified by this. The shadow demon jumped on the monster's face. A drop of sweat rolled down Yubi's face as she watched the pools of blood in horror. The protagonist cut the monster in half. The monster fell to the ground. Hanel immediately turned to the girl. He ran up to her and asked if she was okay. They both looked at the shadow demon in fear. The protagonist smiled and said that he would definitely protect her. The girl also smiled and thanked him. The protagonist's mouth opened tensely as the system notified him that he had successfully handled the tense situation. The system window opened. The protagonist had gained a passive skill that made the user as agile as a cat and absorbed the shock of falling from a height. Hanel lowered his head and wondered if he had gained a new skill after saving Yubi. The girl looked at him with displeasure and asked him where he was looking so absent-mindedly. But the boy did not answer the question. He closed his eyes and said that he was just thinking for a while. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek, because she was about to ask something serious. However, suddenly, many enemies appeared on the radar. They both looked at the radar and the protagonist said that other monsters heard the sounds of their fight. Hanel took a sickle in his hand. In his other hand, he took a knife and said that the rest was over. He walked forward with the shadow demon and exclaimed that it was time to play for real. The action moves to a foggy forest. A dead monster fell to the ground and Hanel asked if this was the last one. Yubi opened her mouth wide in shock, because the protagonist said that he killed 20 monsters in the end. Then he stretched and said that he was tired as a dog, and the girl looked at him and thought that, of course, she already knew that Hanel was strong, but these were not low-ranking monsters, but mid-ranking ones. Yubi lowered her head and looked at the monster, thinking that on top of everything else, the protagonist hunted with old weapons, and even alone. She opened her mouth wide and mentally said that this was not even what scared her now, because she would have to cut up these monsters alone. The protagonist turned around and told her to leave half of the 20 monsters as they were. The monsters lay on the floor. Yubi began to wonder if he really wanted to throw half of them away. Hanel opened his mouth in excitement, and wondered how he could explain this to the girl, since he couldn't directly tell her that he had made a contract with the demon. A red glow could be heard from behind him. The girl opened her mouth wide in fear and called out to the protagonist. Kazuko was already standing behind the protagonist. He was smiling and saying that he saw that the protagonist had already fulfilled his request. The young man turned around and mentally exclaimed that there was no help from this horned man. Sweat appeared on Yubi's face. She asked who he was. Hanel closed his eyes and said that he was his servant. Kazuko frowned and began to complain, but the young man immediately interrupted him. The protagonist bared his teeth and said that because of the demon, he was in an awkward position now, so if he wanted to take his monsters, he should close his mouth. Kazuko raised his eyebrows in annoyance. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that the problem was that his servant had to regularly absorb the corpses of monsters. Yubi put her fist to her chin. She smiled and exclaimed that she had half the work then. Sweat appeared on the boy's face and he said that she was too openly happy about having to work less. Yubi immediately turned away and said that she would go and get to work, and at that moment Hanel was thinking that, no matter what, Yubi did not seem to suspect anything. However, the girl frowned, thinking that, as she had assumed, this was the protagonist's true face. Kazuko put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He grinned and was very angry, asking how the protagonist could call him some kind of worthless servant. The hero turned around in horror. The forest was all in fog, and screams of some young man were heard from it. The action moves to the Songjin factory. Yubi was looking at her phone and happily shouting that she had received her salary. Hanel closed his eyes and said that he was fine. He had just tripped and rolled on the ground a bit. The girl opened her eyes wide in embarrassment, because her stomach growled loudly. She put her hand to her head and said that she was hungry, because she had been moving quite a lot. The protagonist opened his mouth and offered to have dinner, because she was very hungry. They got into an armored car and the young man said that dinner would be on him. The girl's lips trembled and she timidly said the young man's name. She saw the sign and was stunned. They went inside the hotel, where everything looked very luxurious, and so the girl asked if they were sure they had come to the right address. Then she looked at the protagonist with desire and exclaimed that this was the best hotel restaurant in their country. Hanel smiled and said that she had worked hard today on her own, so the reward should be good. Yubi raised her hands happily when the protagonist said that she could ignore the prices and order whatever she wanted. The protagonist smiled, mentally saying that he wanted to come here once too. A moment later, the boy looked stunned. The girl at the reception told him that they couldn't enter. She smiled and said that their hotel required a dress code in the evening this season. Hanel's mouth dropped open because the manager told him that his clothes didn't meet the dress code. The protagonist stared into space, thinking that he had completely forgotten about the dress code. He turned around in horror when he heard Yubi call out to him. She looked at him tiredly as he told her that they couldn't enter because of the dress code. Suddenly, A man opened his mouth wide and shouted an apology and asked the protagonist to wait. The boy turned around. The man in the suit closed his eyes and asked the protagonist's name. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said his name. The man opened his mouth wide and apologized for his tactlessness. The man bowed and said that he was the head manager of this restaurant, and his name was Taemin. The protagonist remembered the appearance of the crab monster he fought a few months ago in the center of the city with the opening of the gate to another dimension. He also remembered how they saved a man, who turned out to be the protagonist. Hanyo went to fight the crab monster alone. He opened his mouth in surprise, because the head manager said that he would like to repay the boy for helping him, and therefore he would be served the best dishes in the VIP room of their restaurant. Yubi beamed with happiness. He closed his eyes and timidly agreed to the offer. The receptionist rolled her eyes in surprise, because she was instructed to escort the guests to the VIP room and not take money from them. After a while, there were empty plates on the table. The girl was holding cutlery in her hands and happily shouting that this was not all and that dessert would be served soon. Yubi put her hand to her cheek and exclaimed that she had only seen this on an internet broadcast before. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked her to eat his dessert because there was no more room in it. The head manager entered the room with a tray in his hand. The protagonist turned around and asked if something had happened to the manager. Taemin raised his eyebrows and replied that they had just had an important visitor suddenly. He imagined the appearance of the dark-haired girl and said that this was an honored guest from Egypt. The action still takes place in this luxurious restaurant. Someone is eating steaks and praising the food in the restaurant. The dark-haired girl smiled and said that this country is truly incredible, and therefore the girl cannot believe that they managed to maintain an administrative basis after the incident with the opening of the gate to another dimension. A girl with glasses named Miriam interrupted her. Tayurana was eating steaks, and Miriam asked her to stop with empty talk. Miriam raised her eyebrows and asked if the Egyptian had forgotten the purpose for which they had come here. Tayurana closed her mouth and said that someone like this Egyptian should speak with caution in such an open place. The girl immediately threw her fork on the plate. Miriam opened her mouth in surprise and called out to her, and the Egyptian replied that she had lost all appetite. She turned to the bodyguard and ordered him to stand still. Tayurana turned her back and asked the guard how long he was going to follow her. The girl frowned and walked forward. Meanwhile, someone was sitting in a toilet stall. The stall suddenly opened. The protagonist ran out and said that he had eaten too much. Haina looked in the mirror and said that on the way home they need to stop at the drugstore. Meanwhile, Tayurana walked and said that Miriam annoyed her. The Egyptian closed her eyes and said that she always only talks about complicated things. The girl opened the door to the toilet. In front of her, she saw the protagonist. She opened her eyes in shock and asked who it was. Haina opened his mouth and began to think about what was happening. The protagonist grinned and wondered what the girl was doing here and whether he had gotten the wrong toilet. Then he looked at the sink and said that it was indeed the men's toilet. The young man closed his eyes and mentally said that she was a foreigner, so she could have gotten confused. The girl's gaze was empty. She was saying something, but she did not know Korean. He thought about the misunderstanding, and so he tried to explain to the girl in English that this was the men's toilet. The young man opened his mouth wide in excitement and mentally exclaimed that he didn't know English at all. Security immediately ran up to them and they began to wonder what had happened. The protagonist's face was sweating. The guards looked at him and said that this young man was strange, since it was said that only those with the dress code were allowed into the restaurant. The guard immediately pointed a gun at him and exclaimed that Hanel was suspicious. The protagonist raised his hands and thought that it had only gotten worse. Miriam entered the toilet and wondered what all the noise was about. Tayurana raised her eyebrows in excitement. She didn't want all this, and the guard meanwhile said that this suspicious man was trying to get closer to Mrs. Tayurana, so they were trying to find out who he was. Miriam raised her head and looked at the sign above the entrance. The guard turned around excitedly when he heard the order to put away the weapon and step aside. Miriam looked at them calmly and said that there had been a mistake. Moreover, one should not point guns at a civilian without thinking. It could lead to diplomatic problems. Besides, Mrs. Tayurana did not need protection from the very beginning. Hanel stood behind them and watched them, wondering what was going on. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted, asking for forgiveness. Miriam bowed deeply and said that there had been a big misunderstanding on their part. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that there was nothing to worry about, because anything can happen. Tayurana raised her hand and asked Miriam what it all meant. The Egyptian woman raised her head and looked at the sign above the door, at Miriam's request. She saw the sign and immediately realized that this was a men's restroom. Tayurana opened her mouth wide and immediately shouted an apology, but Miriam immediately stopped her. Miriam was still bowing before the young man and telling the guests that she should not bow her head for such an occasion. The girl said that she would become a leader who would manage them. The Egyptian woman opened her mouth in excitement and turned to the girl. The protagonist was still standing with an empty look and was thinking that he did not understand what was going on at all. Then the protagonist looked around the toilet and said that he thought it was a little awkward that the girls were standing in front of the door of the men's toilet. He watched them go and mentally said that many incomprehensible incidents had happened to him in such a short time. The Egyptian woman immediately turned her head away from the protagonist, and so he thought that this was somehow very strange. He looked at her with his mouth slightly open. Tyrana lowered her head a little. The protagonist raised his hand with the thought that he was glad that this was over. He stretched and said that he needed to return to Yubi. The action moves to a large chemical energy plant. A stranger is holding a phone. He is reading a news story about a monster raw material plant going through hard times as there is a fierce competition for a successor. A man in a red tie said that they are doing useless nonsense. A man was walking forward, and someone was shouting at him from behind to stop. A stranger opened the door to an office. The man was looking at another man. Sagwan appeared behind him and said that this man entered without permission. Sung-hoon showed his ID as the leader of the investigator team of the Hunters Association. The man in the red tie frowned and asked what the investigator was doing, and Sung-hoon said that he wanted to ask a few questions. The director of TK, Soo-hyuk, frowned upon hearing this. The action takes place in the office of the executive director of TK. Soo-hyuk looked at the investigator and asked what he wanted to ask him. The investigator reached into his pocket for something important. He showed a photo on his phone and asked if Soo-hyuk recognized the man. The photo was of a dead man. According to the investigator, it was determined that he fell from the building, but for some reason the police quickly closed the case, declaring it a suicide. The director narrowed his eyes and wondered what this had to do with him. The investigator narrowed his eyes too and remarked that it was strange, since according to their investigation, the man was the director's direct subordinate. Then he remembered another incident and the protagonist, and said that just a few days before this incident, another suspicious incident had occurred in a different place. Investigator Sung-hoon frowned and said that they were very curious about who was behind all this. The director bared his teeth and let out a displeased cry. His gaze darkened greatly and he said that he hoped Sung-hoon had brought a warrant, since he was talking like that. Sung-hoon looked at him calmly, and replied that he had only dropped by today to say hello. The investigator immediately turned around and said that he would stop there for now. The company director frowned and asked what the investigator's name was, but Sung-hoon replied that he thought the director didn't need to ask his name again. Soo-hyuk frowned and quietly called him a name, since the investigator had promised that he would hear that name until he was sick. The door slammed shut. Suddenly, the phone smashed to the ground and the director started screaming. He slammed it on the table and shouted that after that piece of trash, Director Lee, died, he was no help anyway. Suddenly, he raised his head silently. Soo-hyuk opened the drawer of the suitcase. He picked up an old flip phone. The director smiled. He saw a contact for someone named Mahmoud in the phone book and said that there was some help after all. The sun was visible behind the roofs of the multi-story buildings. The protagonist looked down excitedly. He was holding some kind of red eye in his hand. Kazuko smiled and said that it was a demonic eye that he promised to give to the protagonist last time, but the young man said that it was not about that, but about what this demonic eye was. Kazuko closed his eyes and said discontentedly that this is why he is a human, because he does not know anything. The demon smiled and pointed to the center of his chest, saying that demons like him have a demonic eye in their body from birth. He looked at his yellow demonic eye and said that this eye is the source of demonic power. As he grows, all the power accumulates in this eye. Hainel looked at the demonic eye in his hand in shock, because according to the demon's story, when a demon collects power for 2,000 years and then dies, the collected power crystallizes and turns into what he is now holding in his hand. The protagonist looked at him and said that judging by his words, the demon eye is not so easy to get, and therefore he wondered where Kazuko got it from. The demon's eyes lit up and he said that he simply finished off the first person who came to hand. Hainel's mouth dropped open in surprise and wondered if there really was no problem at all if you kill someone. The demon looked at him and said that he himself did not know what the young man would do with this eye. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face. Kazuko said that he knew that a person could absorb this eye and accumulate power in it, but he did not know about the method of absorption. The demon lowered his head and said that the protagonist himself should work his brains and figure out how to absorb this eye. The young man looked at the demon with displeasure while he talked about bringing him a thing that would help the young man become stronger, but there was no talk about telling him how to use it. Kazuko, leaving, waved his hand and said that if you think about it, the most logical thing to do is just eat this eye. The protagonist looked at this eye carefully. The protagonist brought the eye to his mouth, but the system immediately ordered him to stop. Cabbies frowned and looked at him worriedly. She closed her eyes and said that he was still as reckless as before. The young man widened his eyes and thought that he was glad to see her after a long time, but Cabbies asked him what he would do next if he swallowed this eye. The protagonist squeezed the eye in his hand, and the girl told him that if he treated the demonic eye so thoughtlessly, he could put his life in extreme danger. He looked up in shock and asked if she really knew a safe way to absorb it. Cabbies closed her eyes and said that she did know. She lowered her head and replied that it would be difficult to swallow the eye right now. Hanyo looked at her with displeasure when she said that it required some preparations. She opened her mouth and said something. A week later, they were in a foggy forest. The protagonist rode an armored car to a mountain forest in the southern part of Gangwon province. He was shivering from the cold, and Yubi was walking behind him. She was breathing steam and asking him about who they were going to catch in this mountain forest. Hanyo turned around and became nervous, not knowing what to answer her. Suddenly, a green armored car arrived. The wheels of the car stopped. The side mirror lowered and a stranger called out to the protagonist. Taisa smiled happily and asked the protagonist how he had been doing all this time. The youth narrowed his eyes and said that he could not call because some circumstances came up. The old man got out of the car and said that he remembered what Hanyo had asked him for. Taisa looked at him and said that it had been a lot of work. Then he opened the back door of the car. They all looked at the contents of the armored vehicle, and Yubi was the most shocked. Inside were boxes of bullets. There were also boxes of larger calibers. There was also a bazooka and charges for it. Yubi opened her mouth in shock and exclaimed that these were all bombs, rocket launchers, one solid explosive weapon, and therefore she wondered where they were going. Taisa opened his eyes wide and asked if Hanyo hadn't told her anything, but the young man replied that the time was not right. A drop of sweat rolled down Yubi's cheek and she asked who they were going to catch with such ammunition. The protagonist looked at her and said that today they were going to catch golems. Someone took a step forward. A screen with a green pattern was visible. The protagonist looked straight ahead and someone said that they would now explain how to use it. He watched as the man talked to Yubi, who was especially carefree today. The guy opened his mouth in horror, thinking that he was nervous during the last golem catching, but now the girl for some reason was calmer than him. She smiled while the protagonist thought that she had already matured and was used to working as a porter. The hunter sweated and decided that she could handle it on her own. A bright dot appeared on the screen when the sensor reacted to mana. Yubi looked down and reported that the enemy was ahead, about 250 meters away. A bright dot was approaching them. Taisa looked straight ahead and said that they should get ready. He held the weapon tightly as the distance to the enemy quickly closed. The dot was right in front of them. The girl sweated and said that there were 25 meters between them. There was a dense forest in the distance. The man looked at the device and assumed that the equipment was malfunctioning. They were standing in the middle of a wide area. The man's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he looked down. He turned around and shouted loudly for his comrades to be careful. The young hunters gasped in fear as the ground beneath them began to shake. Cracks appeared in the road and Taisa shouted that the enemy was below. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered in front of them. The hunters raised their hands, shielding themselves from the debris. Hanyo gritted his teeth and frowned. Black smoke rose around them. The young man looked up and a huge shadow fell on him. A massive monster stood in front of him. He sweated in horror as he looked at it. The creature was made of rocks and sand. The man curled his lips and said that they had miscalculated a little. The sand golem resembled a pile of rocks. The hunters began firing their guns, deciding that they would have to exert themselves a little. Yubi raised her weapon, attacking the enemy. The man looked straight ahead and told his comrades not to hesitate. The bullets bounced off the enemy's body, and the hunter said that such attacks were like a mosquito bite to a person for him. Suddenly, the golem abruptly raised its arm. Its limb was right in front of the girl. The young man opened his mouth wide and used the force shield skill. He protected his friend by creating a magical barrier. Yubi sweated as her friend ordered her to retreat. The hunter grabbed the gun and shouted for the protagonist to hold on a little longer. He aimed at the center of the monster's body. Then he fired, shouting that this should be used against such enemies. A huge projectile approached the monster. Then a loud explosion thundered, and black smoke appeared in the air. The girl looked straight ahead, surprised that her partner had hit the target. A large hole appeared in the golem's body, and Taisa said that it was not over yet. He looked up and assumed that he had aimed incorrectly. Suddenly, a shadow fell on him. The monster was approaching him, and the man cursed. The bullet flew forward. Another powerful explosion occurred. Hanyo held the gun in his hand, asking if his comrade was okay. Another hole appeared on the golem's body. It had a mark from the last attack, and Taisa said that he was okay, but so was their enemy. Suddenly, the tear in the monster's body began to heal. The golem's body returned to its original state. The protagonist sweated in horror at this regeneration, and his partner said that such a monster cannot be killed with normal attacks. There was a bright yellow light deep in the enemy's body, and the man said that golems use the environment around them to regenerate their body, so it is useless to fight them unless their core is destroyed. Yubi asked with a scared face what they should do then. The man opened his mouth and asked if she saw how he just made a huge hole in the enemy with that heavy weapon. There was a box of ammunition on the ground. The hunter picked up the gun and said that they needed to collect all the explosives and find the core hidden in the monster's body. He grabbed the gun with both hands and looked through the scope. They all raised their weapons as Taisa concluded that they would shoot until the core was destroyed. The sand golem stood in front of them. There were thick clouds above the forest. The air was filled with smoke from the explosion. The grenade quickly flew past. The hunters did not stop shooting. Sparks were constantly emitted from their attacks. The bullets hit the enemy's body, creating an explosion each time. The monster's wounds were smoking. Hanel opened his mouth in fear as the golem appeared in front of him. The monster swung its limbs and threw the hunter's back. The boy raised his hand, asking if everyone was okay, and the girl answered yes. The protagonist furrowed his brows and said that they had been relentlessly attacking the enemy, but it had not moved. The enemy stood motionless in front of him. Taisa looked up and informed the boy that this was the last rocket launcher from the truck. The girl held a grenade and a bomb in her hand, which were also the last of their arsenal. The box was almost empty, and the protagonist realized with horror that the explosives were also running low. The holes on the golem's body began to heal, and the man said that they would not have to bother so much if they knew where its core was. The man sweated in surprise when the protagonist asked if the core contained mana. An enemy approached Yubi, while the hunter said that they could find it if they had a high-level magic sensor. Hanel's eyes shone brightly. He looked at the monster and used the magic analysis skill. There was a bright light on the golem's body, and the boy guessed that was where the core was. Taisa turned around as the protagonist shouted for his comrades to aim for the left side. He raised his gun and aimed. Then he fired, shouting that even he didn't know about it. The projectile was approaching the enemy. An explosion thundered from the impact. Thick smoke rose around the monster, and it screamed loudly in pain. The boy opened his mouth in shock. In the middle of the smoke, the core was visible. It was connected to the golem's body. The man turned around and shouted that this was their chance. The hole in the enemy's body was already starting to heal, and Taisa added that they needed to quickly destroy the core before the golem hit it back. The boy grabbed the gun. He gritted his teeth and fired. The bullet rushed towards the core. Suddenly, the enemy began to fall. The monster fell to the ground. Black fog filled the air. The enemy's body still had the core. The outer shell was rapidly regenerating. Rocks fell from the monster, and the protagonist realized that the enemy had sacrificed his arm and quickly reinforced the ground around the core to protect it. The weapons fell down, and the hunters were completely out of supplies. Yubi sweated in excitement when her comrade asked her for the last hand bomb. Hanel ran forward. He headed towards the enemy, ignoring the cries of his partners. The monster raised his hand, and the boy thought that the enemy clearly had a weak point. The protagonist held a bomb in his hand. He then threw it, deciding that they could win if they got closer. The projectile emitted light mana. A loud explosion occurred. Taisu and Yubi looked ahead tensely and called out to their comrade. There was dark smoke in the air. Suddenly, a rope appeared, emitting bright mana. It wrapped around the golem's core. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that he finally caught it. Hanul grinned, tightly gripping the rope. The ligaments began to break, causing the enemy to scream loudly. Everything around turned red. The monster's body was covered in cracks. Then the golem fell apart and fell down. The protagonist turned around and said that he was fine. He then looked at the golem's core in his hands. The item in his hand was exactly what cabbies asked for. The Hunters Association. Someone was walking forward quickly. A black-haired man walked forward. Hanul was sitting in the office, and Sunghoon loudly asked what was going on. He frowned and demanded that the girl explain the situation. On the screen was a man in closed clothes, and she said that this photo was taken 24 hours ago in Seoul. The assistant looked down and added that the man's name was Mahmoud. He is from Iraq and is an awakened and international terrorist, who is called the Fire of Allah in the Middle East. Sunghoon gritted his teeth when Hanul said that his last location was Egypt, but they could not find out the circumstances of his return to Korea. There were photos on the screen, and the investigator ordered to gather all possible forces and find him. There were scars on Mahmoud's face. The stones fell down. The hunter's mouth opened wide. Taisa put the gun on his shoulder and said that hunting had become much easier because the protagonist found the location of the cannonball. Hanul's mouth opened in confusion when the man praised him. He had a cannonball in his hand, and the hunter said that it usually breaks during the hunt. The young man laughed awkwardly when his friend told him that for this reason, it was usually easier to lose a bunch of bullets than to earn money. Yubi's sweat dropped as Taisa said that golem cores usually contain high-level mana, so the price per kilogram would be the same as gold. The protagonist's eyes turned white when he heard this. The man's sweat dropped and concluded that Hanyo wasn't after the money since he didn't know about it. The young man closed his eyes when his comrade asked how he accurately determined where the enemy's core was. The man looked straight ahead, and the protagonist replied that he had a skill that detected mana. He presented a table and thought that when he made a request to the Hunters Association for information about the young hunter the day before yesterday, there was definitely no such skill. The girl looked at her friend and reported that the sensor detected the mana of another golem. The young man turned around and replied that he understood. There was a gray sky above the forest, and Taisa concluded that Hanyo was not an ordinary guy. There were crystals and cores on the bundle. The man looked down and guessed that it would be about 100 kilograms, so the boy would become rich. The protagonist began to shake in shock when he remembered the current price of gold. The girl happily raised her hands when her partner said that they would drag the car and the boy would rest for now. The protagonist calmly looked at them and said that he would wait for them. Suddenly, cabbies appeared next to him. There were gold balls below, and the hunter asked what he should do now. He held out the demon eye to her. The spirit closed her eyes and said that if a person absorbed this object, the process could end up being fatal. Haino frowned and said that he did not care because he had already prepared himself enough. Cabby sweated and said that the protagonist was very reckless in such things. She put her finger on the screen in front of her. The boy looked at her tensely when she said that he should try to hold out. Suddenly everything around went dark. The boy looked straight ahead, not understanding what had happened or where he had ended up. He remembered seeing the demoness and thought that he had experienced something similar before. He raised his hand and thought that the most important thing now was the demonic eye. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror, not understanding where the item he had just had disappeared to. A black tentacle was visible on the floor, and someone's voice said that penalties were incurred during the absorption process. Something quickly flashed through the air. The protagonist turned around abruptly. He opened his eyes wide and asked what it was. Behind him was a huge red eye. The pupil was long. Black tentacles stretched forward. They tightly grabbed the boy's shoulders. The demonic eye stared at him. Haino gritted his teeth and screamed that he would not let himself be taken away so easily. The tentacles emitted a red aura until someone's voice stopped talking about the penalty. The hunter opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what was happening. The creature's body was tightly squeezing his hands and absorbing his mana. The boy looked at the demon's eye, thinking that his strength was getting weaker. He clenched his teeth tightly and realized that the curse of movement was affecting his mind. The boy's eyes turned red, and an unknown voice said that the analysis was complete. The golem's cores shone brightly, and someone said that the process of minimizing penalties was beginning. A bright light appeared in front of the protagonist. The system notified about the successful formation of the mana absorption skill. Cabbies opened her mouth and said that he needed to act now. Haino bent his fingers. He pushed off the floor with his feet. Then he swung his hand to use the skill. The hunter pressed his palm to the demon's eye. Black tentacles squeezed his body. The boy frowned and screamed loudly. The eye turned black and white. Then its outlines blurred. Haino stood there with his hand raised as the enemy in front of him disappeared. He was covered in sweat, breathing heavily as the system reported the successful absorption of the demonic eye. The spirit looked straight ahead and asked if the hunter was okay. There were rocks below, and the system reported the formation of a new skill. The boy looked at the girl and replied that he was fine. One of his eyes was red. Cabbies closed her eyes and asked what was wrong with the boy. The hunter's eyes slowly closed as he thought about how his head was spinning. There was a purple object on the floor. The boy's eyes were closed. Then he suddenly opened them. He stood up, breathing heavily as beads of sweat ran down his skin. Haino looked at his hand, not understanding what had happened to him. There was a shadow on the floor as someone suddenly said that the hunter had finally woken up. Kazuko stood behind him with his arms crossed. The demon smirked and assumed that the protagonist had successfully absorbed the demonic eye he had given. Then he turned around and added that their contract was now over. The boy looked after him, stunned. The man did not turn around, saying that even by his standards the hunter had already become quite strong, but it was still a little early for him to feel it himself. Haino looked at the other man in amazement, who said that he would be able to find out all the rest of the details after he woke up. Kazuko looked straight ahead, saying that he should discuss the rest with his mistress. The demon then waved his hand goodbye. The protagonist froze in surprise when the man called him by name for the first time. He broke out in a sweat and asked what all this meant. Suddenly, someone smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Astaroth crossed her arms, standing behind the boy. She smirked and said that she had been watching him all this time. Haino's eyes turned white with horror, and the demoness said that it was time for them to talk about their contract. A large building was visible. Someone slowly opened their eyes. A hospital room was visible. The protagonist touched his head. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. The nurse pulled back the curtains and said with a smile that it was time to change the patient's floor. The boy opened his mouth, looking at her in shock. He sweated and awkwardly greeted the girl. Suddenly, the tray fell to the floor. The nurse opened her mouth in fear. A loud scream was heard behind the door, and the hunter asked her to calm down, because the other patients might get it wrong. The doctor bowed to the protagonist, who thought that they had finally explained to him what had happened to him. He remembered lying on the ground in front of his comrades who had taken him to the hospital, and 4 days had passed since then. The doctors were holding back the boy's father, who had immediately arrived at the hospital and caused a small pogrom. The news about the Hunters Association was on the screen. Since then Haino had been normal. He talked to his father on the phone about how he would be discharged tomorrow and go home. A system notification appeared. The young man opened his mouth in shock and guessed that his level had increased 40-fold due to the absorption of the demonic eye. The system provided information to the protagonist, who thought that his mana points had even increased with the summoning. The names of the skills appeared on the red screen. Then the system notified about the demonic eye skill. The protagonist looked down and thought that it was worth testing. His eye began to change color. It turned red. Suddenly, the young man began to see the silhouettes of other people behind the wall of the hospital room. He looked closely at the outlines and thought that mana was emanating from this person's body, although he could not smell the weak mana of the unawakened with the help of the magic observation skill. The young man sweated and came to the conclusion that this was something like a skill for detailed detection of mana in a living body. Cabbies appeared next to him and said that the hunter succeeded in the end. She closed her eyes and said that she was very worried about him, but she was glad that everything was okay. Hanyo looked down when the girl said that his brain might not be able to handle the excess mana and he would never wake up. The spirit stood in front of him, and he asked if she knew what angel shards were. She turned around abruptly with a surprised face. The protagonist frowned when she asked how he knew that. An abandoned building was visible. Someone took a step forward. Mahmoud looked around. He was standing in the middle of a dark room. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly and asked who was there. His hand began to emit golden mana. Someone entered. Sung-hoon looked straight ahead and said that he was the one who sent the Iraqi a message asking him to come here. The man gritted his teeth and asked what happened to the original owner of the phone. The investigator looked straight ahead and said that he was glad that the terrorists could speak English and therefore did not need a translator. Mahmoud created a flame in his hand and told Sung-hoon to answer his question better. The guards raised their guns. The investigator, with a calm face, told them to put it down. He opened his mouth wide and loudly asked if he needed to repeat it again. Then he reached inside his jacket and said that these guards didn't know at all that you have to think with your brain first. Suddenly, something fell to the floor. It was a flash drive. Sung-hoon frowned and said that there was an account in there with TK's hidden lubricant fund, and it could be used anywhere in the world. Mahmoud grabbed the flash drive and the interrogator added that there was a lot of money in it, and the Iraqi could insert it into his phone and check it himself. He closed the roof and the interrogator said that the account would only be activated after he sent him the key. Sung-hoon grinned when Mahmoud asked why he had given him the flash drive. He replied that the Iraqi finally wanted to have a conversation. The man's eyes widened and he asked if he could carry out terror in this country. Mahmoud looked at him seriously, and he added that it had to be as powerful as possible. The apartment building stood under a gray sky. The front door opened and a voice announced its arrival. Haino's father came out into the hallway to meet his son and ask if he was okay. The boy raised his hands and waved them, assuring him that he was okay and that there were no abnormalities. The father exhaled, explaining that he had learned in general terms what happens to the awakened. The guy, slightly tensed by his words, wanted to add something so that he wouldn't worry so much, but he stopped mid-sentence, hearing the announcer's voice from the TV announce the beginning of the program Personal Experience of a Hunter, and immediately asked if his father had really watched this program. A splash screen appeared on the screen and the man, smiling awkwardly, confirmed his assumption. The two were sitting in front of the screen, on which a half-destroyed building was visible. The host was saying that he was currently in the habitat of the Monster Stalker lands, where the Form Guild was hunting. Then he added that today they were using special equipment from their company K for terrestrial live television broadcasting. The father looked at his son carefully, asking again what was special about the live broadcast, after the latter admired what he had heard. The guy, remembering the lack of network on his phone, explained that on the hunting field, due to the obstruction of electromagnetic waves, the entire wireless network outside is blocked, so usually when filming on the field, a recording is made, and the edited material is covered outside. The protagonist looked up at the interlocutor and added that most videos only show edited scenes of active hunters and this is the reason why live broadcasts are not filmed very often. At this time the reporter noticed the commander of the Form Guild. A microphone was brought to him and a question was asked about his determination regarding the future hunt. The guy with brown hair enthusiastically answered that their guild, as always, plans to conduct a safe and productive hunt. The reporter moved the microphone towards himself and asked the next question, that recently there were a lot of disputes about their organization. The girl, squeezing the microphone tighter in her hand, clarified that she wanted to hear the commander's personal opinion about the disputes. He was confused, and the reporter took the initiative and said that the others had finally arrived. The guys with the boxes were standing a little further away. Suin asked if these people were part of the commander's team, but he grinned and answered that they were not. Then, winking, he clarified, saying that they did not mean anything, because they were just porters, and he would like to introduce the members of his guild. The girl looked at him with displeasure, saying that the porters were also an integral part of the hunt, and asked a question to hear a positive answer. The commander grimaced, trying to refer to the curiosity of the reporter's mistress, but did not answer the question. The tip of the spear hit the ground. The reporter tried to answer the question that the leader of the group asked after saying that the film crew had come to film a live broadcast of the hunt. At that moment, one of the porters froze. The spear wounded him, and he dropped the box from his hands. The film crew immediately turned around at the noise. A shadow appeared in the sky. The porter's hand fell to the ground. Someone screamed, asking why the Earth Stalker was here. The commander screamed at his subordinates, scolding them for inaction. Someone raised a weapon, under his order to shoot. Then the commander found the manager with his eyes and scolded him for saying that the zone was safe. The guy lost his face from nerves and replied that he warned about minimal danger. The spear pierced the air. While the manager said that it was the commander's order to set up a base here, he furiously ordered him to shut up. The second porter fired a machine gun, and the commander screamed at the interlocutor, accusing him of trying to shift all the blame onto him. The film crew stood in a stupor. The commander was still screaming when someone's hand fell on his shoulder. Suin, standing behind him, said, apologizing that now is not the time for this and it is worth saving people. While the spear caught up with the third porter. The reporter excitedly continued to say that at this rate everyone will die. The commander simply pushed her away, and towering over the fallen girl, cursed. Then, frowning, said that he should not worry about the expendable material. Then, turning away, added that if they did not want to die like that, let them stand silently. But suddenly he turned sharply and began to shout at the cameraman, asking what he was filming and demanding that he put the camera away. The last thing the viewers saw was his bulletproof vest. The screen showed interference. The two at the TV were perplexed. Hanel sat without a face, under the voice of the announcer that a small incident had happened and demands to give an advertisement. He thought that although he had some concerns, they had screwed up badly. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek when his father asked if all hunters behaved like this. His son tried to calm him down, saying that it was an unforeseen situation and not all of them were like that. Then, looking at him, he added that the Form Guild was always doing bad things and there were arguments about them abusing their power, so they decided to take part in the broadcast to clear their image. The screensaver appeared on the screen again, and the father asked if his son treated his porters and other people the same way as that commander, and he denied it. The boy, sitting on the floor, explained that he himself was a porter before waking up. An image appeared in his head when one of the porters, in the past, was in danger. Then the image of another one lying face down. This made him wonder if he treated his people well and if he had acted recklessly last time, creating a dangerous situation. Hanel sat there in confusion, but answered his father's question so that he would not worry, reasoning to himself that now he should pay more attention to this point. The next day, clouds gathered over the building of the KTV Broadcasting Company. Screams were heard behind the door of the first department of hunters. The boss was scolding the employees for the live broadcast. He shouted loudly that they themselves asked to give them expensive equipment, but in the end they only filmed worthless porters. The cameraman and reporter stood in front of him with their heads down. He continued, asking what they would do if there were complaints, because their company cooperates with the Form Guild, and the broadcast was broadcast throughout the country. The cameraman tried to object that not everyone entered the live broadcast and they returned safe and sound, but the reporter interrupted him, turning to the team leader. She, raising her head, said that he himself saw what was happening in the Form Guild and how the hunters treated other people on the field. The operator tried to stop her, asking her not to get excited, but the girl, ignoring him, said that people died trying to get through to the boss, reproaching him for his exclusive interest in the Form Guild. Then she looked closely at the team leader and asked him directly if he had been bribed. At these words, the operator covered his face with his hand, and the boss asked how dare she talk to him like that. A minute later, the two were standing with boxes of things, put out by the door. Suin, standing next to her colleague, upsetly apologized to the operator, but he waved her off, saying that he was too angry with her now. The girl threw the box on the ground and said that he knew why she took this job. The colleague exhaled, saying that he was going to quit anyway because of everything that was happening in the company, and asked what she planned to do next. Suin, braiding her hair into a ponytail, answered that she did not know. Then, she lowered her hands and, looking somewhere up, declared that it was possible to try to conduct personal broadcasts, maybe even revelations. At night, in a half-ruined building, a light was visible on one floor. A fire was burning in a barrel. The leader of the group addressed everyone, calling them brothers and saying that the time they had been waiting for so long had come. A man in a cap stood facing his listeners, saying that today they would lose many brothers, but all of them would be remembered forever as those who sacrificed their lives for the sake of faith. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, saying that on that day they would show the whole world the greatness of Allah. His face was focused. A guy with a scar on his cheek said that it would happen today. They would cleanse the city with the fire of Allah. The crowd of listeners supported him with religious slogans. The leader smiled. The wheels of the car screeched to a stop. The sliding door opened. A foot stepped onto the asphalt. The man looked at the roof of the high-rise building. Then he frowned and ordered his subordinates to begin. The sliding doors opened slightly. The guests who had just arrived were greeted by the host, who said that they were early. Sung-hoon, grimacing, turned to Soo-yuk, mockingly asking why he had personally come out to greet them, who interrupted him with displeasure, asking where the warrant was. The investigator triumphantly picked up the paper, showing it to the director and clarifying that it was a search and confiscation warrant. Suyuk, looking at his opponent insolently, warned that he had better make an informed decision. The green-haired girl passed by him, saying that the police officers were already entering the building, and the investigator added that they would listen to the director's detailed story in the interrogation room. He peered into Suyuk's face, silently noting that the director was too calm, considering the fact that he was being investigated on a large-scale basis, and said out loud that he had too carefree an expression on his face. The director looked up at him and replied that it was understandable. The investigator stood there confused. His interlocutor added that he didn't leave stains behind. Sung-hoon glanced at his phone screen. He was being called from the information department, and he didn't understand why now. The investigator turned away and picked up the phone. They told him that they were in big trouble. Suyuk kept his eyes on his opponent's back. He asked in confusion what had happened. The receiver answered that it concerned the terrorist Mahmoud, whom he had asked to find last time. Sung-hoon asked about the location of this person. The guy on the other end of the line hummed nervously. The green-haired girl ordered her subordinate to collect all the documents, and she went to the server room. The investigator's face distorted. The receiver said that the last place Mahmoud was seen was the TK Company building, where they were now. The whole world turned dark for him, he asked again. He noticed a person in the window above and called out to him. It was Mahmoud. He hissed in displeasure and asked the investigator if he was awake. Sung-hoon recognized the terrorist and called him by name. The guy grimaced and said out loud with a scar that he had too much trouble. The investigator, without taking his eyes off him, wondered what this guy was doing here and decided that it was necessary to urgently evacuate civilians. Suddenly he was called, with Suyuk standing behind him. He, smiling, ordered the investigator to take his people and leave immediately. At this time, the green-haired girl reached the server room and announced this out loud. In front of her eyes was a homemade bomb. Her eyes widened. At that moment, the terrorist pressed the button on the remote control. Time seemed to freeze in the TK Company building. An explosion thundered. The investigator was knocked down by the shock wave. He turned around, shouting at the director and asking what was going on here. Then he saw stones and blood on the asphalt. He said, smiling, that he was touched. The man held a smoking gun in his hands, aimed at his interlocutor, and clarified that even in such a situation, he cared about the safety of the suspect he was going to arrest. Sung-hoon bent over, pressing his hand to his chest. His enemy said that if he knew about it, he would pay taxes better. The investigator slightly removed his fingers from the bleeding wound, not understanding why there was no strength in his body. The enemy noticed this and asked again that he was surprised, adding that he himself was in shock, meaning a bullet that could incapacitate an awakened one. The cartridge case was lying on the ground. Suyuk added that it was a heavy magic projectile and no matter how cool an awakened one he was, it could inflict a fatal wound. He had to try hard to get one, but the effect was obvious. The investigator looked up at him, asking why he was doing this. The director, putting away his gun, said that he does not like to leave traces behind, and the entire investigation team of their hunting association was destroyed as a result of a terrorist attack, while the explosion helped burn all the evidence, and if they put a little pressure on the media, this incident will be hushed up and forgotten. At this time, Mahmoud extended his hand to Suyuk and said that he managed to fall into an absurd trap, regretting that the enemy looked quite strong, but he was disappointed and added that he would kill him painlessly. His hand seemed to light up. Mahmoud stood with his back to the enemy, feeling that a gun was aimed at him. He asked how to understand this. Suyuk, without putting away the weapon, said that he heard that he did not leave traces, then remembered that he spoke Korean at the time and assumed that the enemy simply did not understand. A red dot lit up on the terrorist's hoodie. The director said that he had better not do anything rash, because his subordinate was aiming a rifle. His eyes widened. He asked Mahmoud if he wondered why and answered that if the contractor survived the job, he would become a thorn, and if he killed him here, he would become a hero who detained a famous terrorist. Mahmoud turned his head halfway and asked if he really chose this reason. His finger was on the trigger, and the director said that it was time to finish what he had started. He was about to say goodbye to his opponent when a bullet pierced his hand. Pain pierced his body and reflected in his eyes. He screamed. The terrorist, calmly watching what was happening, called him a fool and said that it was stupid to think that they would not find out about his inept tricks. The body of the subordinate lay with a knife in his back. Mahmoud said that all of his client's people were killed by his brothers. Then, they took their place. He grabbed the director by the tie. With his other hand he reached for him, saying that it was time for Suyuk to go to the next world. He frantically tried to stop him, saying that without him they would not get the money, mentioning the flash drive. The terrorist asked again, showing the object in his hands. The terrorist confirmed that he had the activation code. But Mahmoud crushed it in his hands. His face was close to the director's face. He asked why. The director answered with a question. Did he really think that his group had gotten close to him because of money? His hand approached Suyuk's face. He continued that if he really thought so, then he clearly lacked brains. A bloody body lay on the asphalt. A scream was heard from the side. There were piles of ash on the ground. A voice addressed the terrorist, calling him brother. He said that the other brothers were ready. and asked what to do now. He decisively answered that they should burn everything, leaving no ashes. Mahmud held the radio to his face, saying that it was time to wipe this city off the face of the earth. Under the clouds towered the glass building of the hunter's department store. The doors opened and the man turned to Soin. He frowned worriedly and asked her if this was the right decision, to which she asked again. The reporter closed her sleepy eyes and listened as he said that what they were holding in their hands was worth more than half of their retirement allowance, to which she replied that it was fine and that he should not worry and trust her. The girl continued that it was an investment of sorts, and that they would immediately get the money back, and Hanel stretched, holding out that he was finally done. He became nervous and the thought was spinning in his head that he had to give away a fortune again, and he also didn't think that after hunting golems, his chain would break, and maybe he had handled it too roughly then. The protagonist remembered how the dwarf's workshop director was so angry that it had only been a short time since the last repair, and he was bringing the chain in for repair again, and it seemed like he had some strong feelings for the weapons he made. Hanyo looked at his knife and thought that it was fine anyway, so he only changed the blade and brought the chain in for repair, and by the way, it was a good thing he bought gifts for Yubi and Taisa before coming to the department store. The guy put his hands in his pockets and started to say that it was time to go, but he froze in place. He slowly turned his head. Strange sounds were coming from behind him, beyond the buildings. He received a message on his phone about a sudden disaster. Several terrorist attacks had occurred at the same time in the center of the TK Company building. Hanyo looked at his phone with agitation. The protagonist looked at the burning buildings and couldn't understand what was happening. Windows in the company's offices were shattering, black smoke was pouring out everywhere. Guns were firing. Masked men were attacking, shouting that it was in the name of God. They had angry grins and kept shooting. Bullets were hitting the police car, hitting employees who were taking cover. One of the police officers asked his partner when reinforcements would arrive, while the latter was calling Sergeant Cha on the radio. The first man looked at the second and learned that reinforcements were not coming, and he became indignant. They looked at the burning building and discussed how other places had also been terrorized, so they were short-handed, and one of them was told that they would have to wait a little longer, despite the fact that the first terrorist attack had occurred here. There were wounded men lying on the ground and the men continued to talk. One asked about reinforcements from the Hunters Association, since they had received information that some of the terrorists were awakened, and another replied that people from the association had been here before their arrival, but that contact with them had suddenly been lost. One of the policemen punched and cursed. The terrorist continued to attack while he was saying that at this rate all the people in that building would die. Bullets continued to fly from their guns. Suddenly a rocket launcher shell landed and everyone was ordered to duck. There was a powerful explosion, everything was covered in gray smoke. The policeman coughed and was about to ask if everyone was safe, but he stopped mid-sentence. Hanel was standing with his back to him. The hero looked ahead and asked if the policeman was okay. He reached into his pocket and said that it was dangerous here and they had to leave. Then he added that he was a hunter and showed his ID so that the police wouldn't worry. The officer looked at the card while Hanel said that he would deal with the terrorists. The man, looking at the back of the defender, thought that the guy didn't have any equipment on him, even though he was awake. He imagined the terrorists' faces and thought that it was dangerous to go against them, armed with heavy artillery, with bare hands. Hanel turned around in surprise, because at some point the policeman began to say out loud that it was very inconvenient for them, as those who were supposed to protect civilians, to ask for this. The man bowed and said that they were relying on him. The hero looked at the damaged police car and listened to them report that there were still people who were unable to leave the building. The officer, sweat running down his face, did not stop and begged to rescue them, starting to talk about a reward, but the guy interrupted him, telling him not to worry. The man lowered his head, and the protagonist calmly said that he would definitely save the people, and then gave the order for the sergeant to try to evacuate those nearby to a safe place, and the man accepted it. Hanel's fists gradually began to glow red. The hero thought about the weapon and testing the power that Kazuko gave him while the terrorist loaded the rocket launcher. The terrorist fired, shouting that it was in the name of God. The projectile flew straight at Hanel. The guy just grinned in anticipation, one of his eyes already turning red. There was an explosion, thick clouds of smoke rose in the air. The man asked Soin to go back because the place was dangerous, to which she reassured him that everything was fine and they needed to go faster. He squinted nervously and said that this was the site of a terrorist attack, to which the girl replied that this was exactly why she suggested going, because it would be an exclusive special report. They stood in the crowd and looked at the buildings. People were confusedly asking what was going on, but the employee told them to leave quickly. There were barriers around. Soin thought that the reporters were probably not there yet, and the police officer kept shouting that there was a terrorist attack going on here, and this was not a performance, but a very dangerous place. Another officer approached Sergeant Cha and reported that they had evacuated all the residents of the area. Soin looked at them and listened as they began to discuss the hunter, whether he was okay. After all, he helped them buy time to evacuate, and on top of that, he was rescuing people from the building. The girl called out to them and asked if the hunter was still at the scene. The reporter turned around after the police officer replied that he was. He was trying to calm the situation and began to address the citizens. She turned to her partner and told him to get that thing out, but he did not understand her. The man asked what thing, to which she replied that the one they had just bought, pointing to the suitcase. They opened it. First, the team spread its legs. Then they turned on the propellers. The record button on the camera lit up red. The quadcopter rose into the air. Soin looked at it while her partner controlled it. The man furrowed his brows, asking the girl if they were doing the right thing now, to which she replied with displeasure that he should stop already. The reporter smiled and added that he should just believe in her. She looked at the flying device and said that she was sure that this would make a great report. A burst of machine gun fire rang out. Empty cartridges fell to the ground with a thud. The terrorists ducked to the ground. One of the criminals straightened up and fired his machine gun. The bullets ricocheted off the wall. Suddenly, the man's body trembled, and he thought that his brothers were dying at his hands. Someone grabbed a stone from the ground. Hanel, throwing, used a crushing blow. The terrorist's head jerked when the stone hit it. The man cursed, spreading his arms angrily. However, at the same moment he had to step back as another rock whistled past his face, and he promised to finish off his opponent. The ground heaved from the impact. The man's body fell next to the machine gun. Hanel looked down sadly, saying that he had dealt with those at the exit. Near the gaping hole, a sign was heard that the protagonist could not stand the TK company, but people's lives were at stake, so nothing could be done. The main character was reflected in the sight, muttering that it was time for him to enter the building. Another terrorist grinned, looking into the sight, not understanding whether the protagonist was a sniper of this country. His finger was on the trigger. The man fired, saying that it was all over. The bullet flew into the back of Hanel's head at full speed. At the last moment, he dodged. The main character turned around, not understanding whether he had left another one. The terrorist recoiled in fear, not believing his eyes that his victim was able to react and dodge so quickly. The grenade launcher was picked up when the terrorist thought that he imagined that the enemy had just looked in his direction. Hanel pointed the weapon at the enemy. A shot rang out, and the protagonist used a magical explosion. The terrorist began to sweat, thinking that not only had his enemy dodged the bullet, but he had also figured out his location. The grenade flew through the air. There was an explosion, and smoke filled the space. The weapon fell to the floor, and the protagonist thought that the guy was the last one. Hanel remembered the scarlet light, and how after absorbing the demonic eye, it felt like his body had become much lighter. He put his hands in his pockets, muttering that the sensation seemed to have become sharper. Another explosion rang out. Hanel looked indifferently at the collapsed wall, and said that everything inside was worse than he thought. His eye glowed scarlet as the protagonist decided that he now needed to find survivors. One of the victims glowed red as Hanel realized that the man was still alive, and judging by the amount of mana, he was awakened and was badly injured. The protagonist frowned as he realized that he had seen him somewhere. An explosion of golden light was heard behind the guy. Hanel turned around in displeasure. The terrorist grimaced, saying that his opponent was fast. Mahmoud raised his shining hand. He clenched his fist and said that he did not know who his enemy was, but since he had killed his brothers, he should not even think about sleeping peacefully. Hanel frowned, not understanding why this was happening now, as luck would have it. The device's light glowed red. The operator, closely watching what was happening, heard a question asking if he had caught anything. The man pressed buttons, saying that it looked like two awakened people were fighting inside the TK building. Suin leaned over to the device warily, wanting to watch for herself. Hanul and Mahmoud appeared on the screen. The girl looked thoughtfully at the camera. The operator opened his mouth tensely, heard whether it was possible to broadcast it live on the internet. The quadcopter hovered in the air when the man asked again about the live broadcast. Smoke filled the space. Hanul wiped his cheek from the soot. He looked at his opponent through the smoke, not understanding where such power came from, because it was impossible to allow his fire to touch the guy even once. Mahmoud calmly looked ahead, asking why his enemy did not attack, but simply dodged. Hanul exhaled through his teeth, hearing that at this rate he would soon turn to ashes from the fire. The protagonist turned to one of the victims and thought that if he acted hastily, then that person could also fall under the flames. Hanul looked out from around the corner, not understanding what to do. The girl looked at her boss lying on the floor. Hanul turned around, hearing the girl calling her Sanbei. Mahmoud chuckled. His hand with a golden light reached out to the side. The protagonist clutched his dagger, not understanding what his opponent was going to do. The terrorist opened his mouth and summoned a hurricane of flame. The golden light grew in his hands. The space was filled with fire. The protagonist squinted, suspecting the worst. Hanul turned around in fear at the skit when she heard the warning to be careful. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Mahmoud smiled contentedly, while Hanul cursed in his mind. He frowned in fear, realizing that his opponent was specifically aiming at defenseless people. The space exploded and was covered in smoke. The pillar was destroyed, a cloud of black smoke rose. Hanul closed her eyes, tears appeared in her eyes. The girl opened her eyelids and looked forward. The protagonist covered her with his body. Hanul frowned menacingly. The woman's eyes widened in shock and she asked what he was doing here. The boy gritted his teeth and said that he wanted to ask the same question. The bullets continued to bounce off the protective field. The man was unconscious. The young man asked his friend to take him away and leave. Looking forward, the unique hunter said that he had repaid his debt from the last time. In the memory, Hanul protected him by raising her sword in front of her. The executioner grinned angrily and asked her to leave as soon as possible. The girl opened her mouth, but remained silent. She took the man by the arm and thanked her comrade. The villain gritted his teeth in displeasure when he learned that the enemy had defense skills. The protagonist frowned in irritation. The villain realized that he had miscalculated when he thought that he would die in the fire trying to escape. Mahmud opened his mouth wide and said that such skills would not be able to withstand the power given by the great god. The terrorist raised his hand. A ball of light energy appeared in front of her. The awakened one unleashed a wave of fire on the enemy and wished for him to turn into ashes. Hanul gritted his teeth and wondered what it was. The flames melted the iron. The boy realized that the enemy's firepower had become stronger. The man grinned. The young man did not understand who was really standing in front of him, since his attacks were not at full strength before. Energy crashed into the force shield. A shadow demon appeared behind the master. The puppet opened its mouth when the unique hunter asked him to deal with the enemy. The villain looked away tensely. The spirit came closer to him. The villain was surprised that his enemy had so many talents. Mahmud raised his hand and declared that these cunning tricks will not work on him. The terrorist clenched his hand into a fist. A wave of fire enveloped the doll's body. The shadow turned to dust. The system reported that it would take time to revive. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror and wondered why it didn't work. The force shield was at its limit. Cracks appeared on it. Hanul opened his eyes wide and thought that there must be some way out of this situation. A bright light illuminated the space. The guy gritted his teeth and realized that these flames were also some kind of mana clots. A red aura enveloped the man's body. The young man realized that the fire uses the mana that is inside the body as a mediator and releases it through a skill. The unique hunter raised his hand. A blue aura appeared around it. The executioner decided to use another ability. Continuing to attack him with fire, the villain noticed that he was holding up much better than he could have imagined. The villain tensed his fingers and decided that this fight should be drawing to an end. Mahmud looked forward sternly. The stream of fire began to wriggle. The terrorist felt as if something was being sucked out of him. The protagonist looked down. The system reported that the absorption of firestorm mana had begun. Hanul opened his mouth in shock because he could not believe that it was real. The boy clenched his fingers and wanted to completely deplete the enemy's mana. The system recorded a resonance reaction between the force shield and the absorption of magic. A system window appeared in front of the young man. A new skill was formed. The window showed the inscription Reflection F. The unique hunter raised his eyebrows and wondered what it was. When the system asked if the user wanted to reflect Fire Hurricane, the executioner smirked and said that he should not ask about it. The man opened his mouth in fear when he noticed that the enemy's skill began to glow. The villain looked at his hand and saw that his Fire Hurricane had stopped. The force field turned yellow when the reflection skill was activated. The villain looked ahead in horror and asked what it was. There was a huge hole in the TK Company building. Suddenly, another explosion was heard from there. Suyin covered her face with her hand as the room filled with black smoke. Ash rose high into the air. A car was parked in the middle of the smoke. The man asked if his friend was okay. The girl closed her eyes and said that everything was fine. The cameraman turned down the corners of his lips when the woman asked what happened to the video. The camera had fallen due to the wind pressure, so the video was cut off. The reporter began to cry and hoped that his equipment had not completely broken. The journalist looked up and wondered what was going on. Her friend reminded him that the broadcast was in real time, so the video could be saved. Black smoke was pouring out of a hole in the building. The protagonist lowered his hand and squinted. Nothing could be seen from behind the curtain. Hanul opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. The boy remembered the system window and thought about how he immediately used the new skill he had acquired in such an emergency. Mahmud fell to his knees. The young man didn't even suspect that everything would turn out like this. His eyes turned white. The unique hunter wondered if the power of his skill really depended on the strength of his opponent's attack. The blade of the knife shone. The executioner realized that he had spent almost all of his mana. The terrorist trembled. The protagonist decided that he needed to end it all right now. The man looked up at him and asked if this was really how he would end. A shot rang out from a rifle. Hanul raised his hands as the bullets flew past him. A helicopter circled above the building. The people sitting in it wanted to save their comrade. The guy gritted his teeth and wondered what it was. A rifle barrel appeared from the door of the helicopter. It landed on the floor of the building. Someone ordered the others to take Mahmud. The young man hid behind a piece of wall. The unique hunter looked out from behind him and realized that he would have quickly dealt with the enemies if he had a gun or a chain. The villain took his friend by the arm and said that they needed to leave here right now. The terrorist gritted his teeth and asked what happened to the other brothers. The bandit replied that they were the only ones left alive because there were major problems with the plan. Looking at the helicopter, the villain said that they did not have time to explain and added that they needed to leave here as soon as possible. At that moment, the helicopter exploded. Mahmoud's eyes widened in horror. His comrade reloaded his rifle. The villain opened fire and shouted that he would buy his friend some time. The terrorist stood behind him. The man asked him to leave here. The red eye flashed. Blood splashed in the air. The villain turned around when he heard the scream. The glove was covered in blood. The stranger in the falcon costume said that she had finally found her target. Mahmoud gritted his teeth and asked if she had been following him all this time. The installation behind the girl rose up. The awakened one lunged forward. She grabbed the enemy by the throat. The bird's eyes lit up. The woman asked if the enemy remembered what happened in their country because of him. The protagonist was still hiding behind a nearby piece of wall. Hanel looked out from behind it and noticed that the sounds of gunfire coming in that direction stopped as soon as an explosion was heard. The stranger lifted the terrorist into the air. Looking at her back, the guy thought that it was some kind of military suit of physical enhancement, which was rare in their country. Suddenly, the girl turned around. The young man opened his mouth in fear and assumed that they were not each other's enemies, since he had not been attacked yet. The man gritted his teeth and called on the enemy to finish him off quickly, since this was what she had been waiting for so long. The one awakened with the bird mask answered that it was not like that at all. Her rocket launchers ignited. The woman lunged forward, pulling the villain with her, and declared that this should not happen in this place and not now. The unique hunter covered his chest with his hand. The stranger flew high into the sky, leaving a bright trail behind her. The executioner looked after her and wondered who it was. A bright flash sparkled near the sun. The TK building was destroyed. Police cars and an ambulance stopped nearby. The protagonist scratched the back of his head when the officer thanked him and said that without his help, everything would have ended completely differently. Hanyo looked away when someone asked what all this meant. Hanol approached the emergency services worker and asked what happened to her partner. Sung-hoon had an oxygen mask on her face. The doctor explained that at the moment they did everything they could, but his wounds were too deep. The girl's eyes widened in horror when she heard that there was no hope of saving him. The man's face was covered in sweat. The paramedic suggested that only an awakened with healing skills could help here. The woman's mouth opened in surprise when she heard this. She immediately glanced at the guy and remembered that she had seen information about such an awakened in the files. The young man smiled awkwardly. The investigator realized that this was exactly the one she needed. The unique hunter put his hands on the detective's body. The executioner wiped the sweat from his face and said that he did not have enough mana to perform a perfect healing, but this way he could avoid a critical situation. Watching him from the side, Hanol asked if her partner was definitely not in danger. The answer was affirmative. The girl shuddered tensely when the protagonist called it unusual that she would ask him for such a thing. The woman bowed and said that she was very sorry. The investigator closed her eyes and explained that she had made a big misunderstanding towards him. Hanol asked what she was talking about. Remembering his astonished look, the detective replied that she felt something was wrong when she first saw him and conducted an investigation to accuse him of dealing in the black market. Hanol said that she came to the conclusion that he was not at all capable of such machinations. The guy opened his mouth in shock and realized why he was dragged into the interrogation room. Throwing up his hands, the young man said that everything was fine and thought about the problems that would be inevitable if he was associated with the association. As the unique hunter was about to leave, the girl put her hand on his shoulder. She raised her eyebrows and asked her comrade to go with her to the association to draw up a report. The sun was shining over the skyscrapers. The executioner was indignant that they were trying to drag him into something again. There was a large apartment building on the street. The protagonist fell onto the bed, face down in the pillow. The phone lying next to him vibrated. Hanel immediately grabbed it. Without opening his eyes, the guy asked who was calling him so early. The young man remembered how Mahmoud summoned the flame and said that he was very tired because he stayed in the association until the night because of the incident yesterday. The name Yubi appeared on the screen. The unique hunter put the phone to his ear and asked what happened. The girl shouted that something unusual had happened. The executioner looked away and asked what they were talking about. The protagonist glanced at the door and promised to call his friend back a little later. Hanel closed his eyes and wondered who could come to his house so early. The man standing behind the door greeted him. With a smile on his face, the man asked if they could talk. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and wondered who he was. He had a business card in his hands. It had the logo of the Palagon Guild on it. Looking up, the boy remembered that this guild was very popular in their country, and asked what they wanted from him. When the representative of the organization wanted to talk to him, he was suddenly pushed away by a girl. The unique hunter looked at her in amazement. The woman said that she was very worried that this could be the wrong address. Her eyes sparkled. The stranger asked if the executioner was a member of any guild and offered him to sign a contract with the Hike Guild on much better terms than anywhere else. She cast a displeased glance at the man, who asked if Hike really had such bad trade ethics. The stranger gritted his teeth when the girl said that such a talented hunter should go to a guild that is in the top 10 best, and not some unknown organization. The Hike and Palagon representatives started arguing right in front of the protagonist. Suddenly, someone lowered the corners of their lips and asked them to stop. The woman closed her eyes and asked what kind of show they were putting on here. Frowning, Hanel realized that there were now 3 of them and asked the last guest who she was. The stranger handed him a business card for the Palganwi Guild and said that they could provide more satisfactory conditions. The guy opened his mouth in confusion as the representatives of the 3 guilds began to find out which of them he should sign a contract with. The elevator doors opened. Suin lowered the corners of her lips and asked everyone to step aside. The reporters pushed their comrade into the apartment when they had a chance to leave the guild representatives behind. The door slammed shut immediately. The girl closed her eyes and was glad that they were able to get rid of the uninvited guests. The young man widened his white eyes and asked who they were. The woman closed her eyes and apologized when the unique hunter accused them of breaking into someone else's house without permission. The executioner sighed heavily when he listened to the reporter's story. A video from TK Company appeared on the screen. The protagonist learned that yesterday's terror was broadcast live via drone and became a sensation, spreading across various communities as a hot topic. There were many comments under the video. People began to theorize that Hanel was a unique awakened. Someone wrote that the person in the video lived in his house. The guy was angry that his personal information was exposed to the public. Remembering how the guild representatives crowded in front of his apartment, the guy realized that they came to hire him because of yesterday's incident. The heroes folded their hands in front of themselves, and Suin explained that they did not know that things would become so serious. Her companion closed his eyes and said that he knew in advance that they should not do a live broadcast. The girl added that she thought that people's faces would be blurred. The young man opened his mouth in horror and assumed that Yubi called him to warn him about this. The woman asked him to stay home for now because even all the broadcasters were focused on him. The unique hunter grabbed his head and thought about how he tried to act quietly so that something like this would definitely not happen. The journalist raised her eyebrows and said that she had come up with something in connection with this situation. The executioner's eyes widened in confusion when Sun suggested doing an online broadcast. The sun rose over the Hunters Association. There was a mug on the table. The representative of the association expressed gratitude for the time they were given. Hanul looked up and asked if the guests had any inconveniences during their stay in their country. Miriam lowered the corners of her lips and replied that everything was fine thanks to her. She raised her eyebrows and added that Mrs. Tyrana was also doing well. The girl narrowed her eyes and was surprised that they had personally come to Korea to participate in an international cooperation forum. The investigator asked if Egypt had not been keeping a closed stance all this time. The woman frowned and said that there was some kind of diplomatic reason for all this. She had a mug in her hand. The detective decided that this was not a topic to bring up over a cup of tea and wanted to ask the question directly. Hanul frowned and asked where Mahmoud was now. Miriam looked at her and froze. The girl put the mug on the saucer and said that she did not understand what was being discussed now. The representative of the association frowned sternly and asked her not to pretend, because Egypt knew about the terrorists better than anyone else. A stranger in a falcon costume appeared in the memory. The investigator asked if the military suit that was seen yesterday was not a special development of a test type that was secretly manufactured in Egypt. The woman smirked and replied that she did not know anything about it. Miriam stood up from the table and explained that she came here to drink tea, and not to participate in an interrogation. The girl looked around and asked if the association should not be grateful to them, even if these guesses turned out to be true. She looked up and said that they helped to reduce the damage from the terror that occurred in the very center of the capital to a minimum. The detective gritted her teeth in displeasure when the woman said that she had to go. The elevator doors opened. The phone in Miriam's hands rang. Tyrana opened her mouth wide and said that she had been thinking a lot about something. Sitting in front of her laptop, the girl explained that they needed to discuss it. The video showed Mahmoud and the main character fighting. The woman asked her assistant to come right away. The news was on TV. Suin raised her eyebrows and suggested that her comrade should not miss the chance and open a kind of window for communication, since he had become a topic of discussion among the public. The hunter winked at the camera. The girl added that many people show their abilities to ordinary citizens or guilds through videos or broadcasts. Hanel's eyes turned white when the woman suggested that he create his own brand and engage in activities that will help increase its value. The guy looked at her in amazement, and thought that it was because of them that he became a topic of discussion. The reporter adjusted her hair and said that she was a TV producer and could prepare everything regarding the broadcasts. The young man decided that everything did not go according to his original plan, and he had no other alternatives. Lowering his head, the unique hunter suggested that this offer did not look so bad and asked if the journalist was really asking him to hire herself. Suin scratched her head and replied that it was not necessary and that he had the option to refuse. The girl said that she had a good instinct and that they could make a real sensation out of him. The executioner frowned tensely and thought that he did not believe it. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked if she was so sure of it. The woman frowned decisively and confirmed it. Hanel sighed heavily and decided to agree with her plan. The reporter looked at him in surprise. The reporter's sweat dropped when the boy said that he would only think about an official contract after seeing the public's reaction. The young man looked away. The heroes promised to try their best. There were several cars in the parking lot. The unique hunter realized that he needed to find an office. There was some noise outside the house. Representatives of different guilds were standing waiting for something. The girl smiled and suggested that the others surrender, since the executioner would definitely be taken by Hike. The woman closed one eye and expressed confidence that he would join Palganwi. The man gritted his teeth and thought that these two had already become very annoying to him when they started discussing his guild. The phone in his hands vibrated. A message with a link appeared on the screen. The girls looked at the phone to see what was there. The awakened one poked at the screen and opened the live broadcast. The reporter set up the camera, and soon said that they could begin. The protagonist waved and said hello. Yubi looked at the phone in surprise. Hanel called himself an awakened who fought a terrorist, and became a topic of discussion after that. The guild representatives stared at the screen. The guy said that he decided to hold a broadcast because there are people who want to know him. He opened his mouth wide and wanted to talk about what interested the audience the most. The young man frowned and admitted that he was a unique awakened who was able to control more than 3 skills. A lot of comments appeared in the chat. The hunter realized that he had reached a point from which there was no turning back. The girl pointed to the notebook. The executioner looked at it and wondered what skills could be shown in such a small space. The protagonist noticed abrasions on his friend's hand and asked what happened to her. The woman replied that she was injured by debris at the scene. Hanel put his hand to her wounds and used the recovery skill. The journalist looked at her healed hand in amazement. In the chat, people were actively discussing the streamer's powers. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that he was broadcasting live from his home, so he would only be able to show this skill, and promised to demonstrate the rest in the next broadcast. The young man stretched his arms down and decided to show his hunting gear. Miriam approached her colleague, and Tayurana asked her to look at the screen. The hunter's stream was open on the laptop. The girl frowned and explained that this was the same person who brought Mahmoud to a state of half-death yesterday. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, awakened, and asked if it was not surprising that he managed to deal with a terrorist who was hunted by several countries. She raised her eyebrows and asked if a person with such talent could not help solve the problem their country was facing. The Egyptian representative looked at her silently for a while. Tayurana smiled happily when her colleague called it a great idea. Miriam looked at her through her glasses and said that they should organize a meeting. Hanul was looking at the computer screen at the time. The camera lens started to shine. The broadcast ended. The main character closed his eyes and asked what the viewer's reaction was. Suin smiled and replied that her comrade was rising higher and higher in internet search queries. There was noise and shouting behind the door. Hanul said that they were generally enough to assess the situation. The reporter stared at him in surprise. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and decided to sign a contract with them, since the audience's reaction was positive. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if this was true. Closing his eyes, the young man asked them to prepare for the fact that the next broadcast would take place on the battlefield, and warned that it would not be easy to escape from there. The woman promised to try hard. The hunter frowned worriedly and wondered if he was doing the right thing. The knocking on the door stopped. The executioner found it suspicious. Suddenly, someone hit the door hard. The protagonist's eyes turned white when the guest shouted that it was the Hunters Association. Hanul opened the door and asked what was the matter. The boy closed his eyes and reminded them that he had visited them just yesterday. Hanul stepped forward and asked him to come with her for a while. The girl smiled awkwardly and explained that providing false information to an awakened person was a crime. The boy raised his eyebrows in fear and remembered that the association did not know about his uniqueness. The blue sky hung above the house. The next day, the sun illuminated the association building. The screen showed a unique hunter. The investigator asked if he did not inform them about his abilities because he was afraid that it would cause him some difficulties. The executioner frowned excitedly and confirmed this. The detective asked why he decided to reveal this fact on live television. The man said that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. Hanul closed her eyes and explained that her friend was a celebrity who had suppressed a terrorist attack and a unique awakened one, of which there are not many in the country. The reporters opened their mouths in fear. The girl asked how her partner was doing. The association employee introduced his colleague in an oxygen mask and replied that his recovery was going smoothly and that he would soon regain consciousness. The woman called this good news. At that moment, someone entered the room. The man approached his friend and asked her to go out to the lobby. The investigator asked what happened. The lobby was empty. The employee replied that someone wanted to meet the detective. Miriam looked back when Hanul entered the room. The awakened one put her hand to her head and asked what brought her here. The girl opened her mouth wide and said that she had a proposal. The huntress raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what was going on. The woman looked at her indifferently and replied that Mahmoud was indeed with them. She bowed her head and promised to hand him over to the association if their demand was met. The investigator's eyes widened in shock and reminded her that such interference could become a major diplomatic problem. The Egyptian representative narrowed her eyes and replied that this was an informal conversation because they did not want to create problems over such a matter. The day of the terrorist attack was shown on TV. Miriam decided that the association could not refuse such an offer. The detective clenched her fist when the girl suggested that she calm down all the negativity directed at them. Hanul angrily clenched her teeth and asked what their demand was. A sly smile appeared on the woman's face. The huge building of Seoul University Hospital was outside. Sung-hoon's facial muscles twitched. He opened his eyes and saw the awakened one. The huntress came closer to him and asked if he was okay. The man asked what this place was. There was an four drip nearby. The girl replied that they were in the hospital. The woman peeled an apple and jokingly called her friend a malingerer. The investigator asked what happened to Mahmoud. Hanul looked down and replied that they had detained him just recently. In the memory, the heroes broke into a warehouse. The awakened one told about the terrorist being in a terrible condition. The detective asked what they were talking about. The bandit had no toenails. The huntress explained that he was dying when the Egyptians handed him over to them, and added that it was advantageous in any case compared to what they had requested. Sung-hoon widened his eyes in amazement and asked what request they were talking about. The black car stopped. Hanul said that she had also put forward several conditions. The door of the car opened. Someone pushed the main character and his fellow filmmakers out of there. Hanul fell to the ground and asked what had just happened. The guy looked up and asked what kind of place this was. There was a huge mansion ahead. Its doors opened and someone said that they were really looking forward to the guests. Miriam smiled and said that she didn't expect to meet him again. A smile was shining on her face. Suin approached her comrade and asked if they knew each other. The young man replied that this person had cleared up the misunderstanding. The unique hunter remembered how they met in the restaurant. The journalist raised her eyebrows in amazement and asked if this was some famous person. The girl opened her mouth wide and apologized for not introducing herself. She raised her eyebrows and called herself the head manager of the Horus Guild. The executioner's eyes widened excitedly, not understanding what kind of guild this was. The woman suggested going inside and talking about everything in more detail. The heroes followed her. The main character looked back and asked if his friend knew anything about this guild. Suin raised her eyebrows and replied that Horus was a large Egyptian guild that was managed at the national level, and its master was the daughter of the Egyptian president. The reporter closed her eyes and added that they had come to Korea to attend a cooperation forum. Miriam remarked that she knew quite a lot. The girl looked back and asked what kind of relationship the awakened one had with these people. The journalist's mouths opened tensely. Hanul replied that they were helping him with his personal broadcasts and that they had not yet signed an official contract. The woman pulled the door handle and said that her guest had lured some truly outstanding people to his side. The manager opened the door to a spacious office. It was empty. Miriam concluded that her colleague had not yet arrived. Suddenly, the jet accelerator caught fire. A stranger in a military suit landed in the middle of the room. She was wearing a mask in the form of a falcon. The girl pressed the button. The young man remembered seeing her during the terrorist attack. The unique hunter's mouth opened in amazement when she took off her helmet. Tyrana smiled and said that they had met again. The executioner awkwardly frowned and realized that this was the one he had encountered in the restaurant's restroom last time. The awakened one looked at him with a smile. The manager stated that she had come just in time. The girl turned to her and said that she had just handed Mahmoud over to the association. Miriam sat on the sofa and suggested that they get straight to the point. The woman opened her mouth wide and said that she would speak directly. The protagonist shuddered in shock when he heard that Horus needed him. A smile shone on Tyron's face. The manager offered Hanel to join their guild. A blue sky hung over the mansion. The falcon helmet lay on the sofa. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked if they really wanted to accept him into Horus. His eyes turned white with tension. The young man reminded that an international contract can only be concluded with the consent of the Hunters Association. Miriam raised her eyebrows and asked why. In his opinion, he was only recently detained by the association, and now he was sitting here. The unique hunter opened his mouth in shock and wondered if they had already discussed everything. The girl put an envelope on the table and suggested that they finish the difficult conversations. The executioner looked at the documents in amazement. The woman explained that these were the conditions that their guild could offer, and asked the guest to read them before continuing the conversation. The manager raised her eyebrows and said that the decision was up to him alone. She looked at the protagonist from behind her glasses. There was a huge hospital on the street of the city. There were pieces of melon on a plate. Sung-hoon asked if they really exchanged Hanul for Mahmoud. Hanul looked down and confirmed this. The man asked if it was so easy to hand over a unique awakened to a foreign guild. A terrorist was shown on TV. The investigator asked how to deal with everything else now, even if it was done to put out a fire that broke out. The detective covered his face with his hand and asked what would happen if the media found out about this. The girl closed her eyes and said that they should not worry too much. The woman frowned and explained that they had made some clear demands to Horace. The boy looked at the documents in surprise. Miriam turned to him and asked if there was some problem with the contract. Suyin brought her hand to her mouth and whispered that she knew the terms of this contract, so the principal amount, dividends, and the guild's attitude itself were on a completely different level compared to the organizations in their country. The manager raised her eyebrows and asked if they had any questions regarding the contents of the contract. The boy looked down at the paper and said that it said that they were hiring him as a special participant. The girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously. She opened her mouth wide and said that this could be considered some kind of special treatment for him. The unique hunter looked at her in amazement when the woman said that they would not interfere with any personal schedule except the official guild schedule. The executioner frowned and suggested that his employment would be similar to freelancing. Miriam confirmed this. The reporter looked at her friend and said that he had absolutely no reason to reject the contract. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and wanted to ask one last question. Sitting opposite the manager, Hanel asked why they decided to give him such conditions if there were people who were more suitable for this. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and said that she was not sure with the answer. The cameraman sat tensely in the next chair. Miriam explained that one of the reasons is that they have a unique awakened in front of them, but besides that, there are also a number of other circumstances that they cannot tell. Tyrana licked her lips happily. The manager said that the main reason is that she liked the guy. The young man opened his mouth in amazement when he learned that most of the contract reflected her intentions. The hunter frowned in excitement and wondered if Tyrana had offered such a large contract just because she was interested in him. The executioner closed his eyes and decided that, judging by the terms of the contract, he really had no reason to refuse. There were documents on the table, and the protagonist wondered why he felt so uneasy. Hanel picked up a pen and decided to surrender to the will of fate. The guy handed the documents to Miriam and thought that he needed to focus on the current situation. The guy frowned sternly and agreed to the contract with Horace. The manager smiled happily and called his decision wise. Tyrana looked at her and reminded her of something. The girl snapped her fingers. The guild employee brought a box into the room. When it was on the table, the young man asked what it was. The awakened closed her eyes. The woman explained that it was a gift from her in honor of joining the guild. The unique hunter looked down and thanked her. The executioner opened the box and looked inside. There was a hook on a chain. Miriam raised her eyebrows and explained that it was one of the unique items that their guild owned. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. Suyin frowned in surprise and realized that it was an item that even a master-ranked hunter could rarely obtain. The reporter asked Horace where she got it from. The manager frowned and suggested that they let it pass. Hanel raised his eyebrows in excitement and asked why they would give him such a rare item. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that it was a sign of good nature from Ines. Tyaran, and besides, there was no one in their guild who could operate it yet. The guy looked up and confirmed that he knew how to use this type of weapon. The woman smiled and asked him to accept the gift. The young man took the hook and assumed that this was some kind of test to check his ability level. The unique hunter looked at the chain and noticed that it was much lighter and stronger than he thought. His hands were enveloped in a light aura. The executioner wanted to put mana into the hook to test it. Cabby shuddered in fear. Light particles enveloped the protagonist. The hook began to glow. Hanel squeezed it in his hand with force. The girl approached him and said that this could not be. She raised her eyebrows in amazement. Bright lightning appeared in the air. The system detected an unknown unique item. The guy looked at the sparkling chain in fear. The young man narrowed his eyes when the system recognized the item called Enkidu. The demon grinned and was glad that it had finally begun. A bright light illuminated the houseplant. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The unique hunter looked down, not understanding what was happening now. The executioner gritted his teeth as the system stated that Enkidu required additional mana. The chain seemed to melt in his hands. Cabbies opened her mouth wide and asked the user to add more mana to the item. The protagonist looked around. The woman explained that he would be able to overcome the hook if he put a large amount of mana into it at once. Hanel looked at the weapon and wondered if he would have to do that when it was sucking mana out of him. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Cabbies asked him to act faster. The boy remembered that she was always right. The young man tensed his fingers and squeezed the handle of the hook. Lightning flashed in the room. The mana was neutralized. The chain turned into clots of blue energy. It enveloped the owner's shoulders. The absorption was complete. The unique hunter sat on the couch with empty hands. The executioner's mouth dropped open in horror when someone asked where the unique object had disappeared to. His lips began to tremble, and he said he didn't understand anything. Cabbies closed her eyes and asked him to roll up his sleeve. The protagonist followed her advice. A long rope tattoo appeared on his arm. The girl squinted in displeasure and said she knew this would happen. The lights were on in the windows of the house. Sitting on the couch, Hanel asked her friend to tell him everything. The woman closed her eyes and asked what exactly they were talking about. The guy raised his arm with the tattoo. At that moment, a hook appeared in it, and the young man asked what exactly had happened to him. The unique hunter remembered sitting in front of the Horus people who said they knew nothing, and explained that it seemed like some kind of test. The executioner imagined Kabi's surprised face, and added that he understood something from her reaction. The protagonist grabbed the ghostly chain. He frowned sternly and asked if Enkidu was somehow connected to the angel shards. The girl had looked scared in the past. Haino realized that she had also been reluctant to answer his questions last time, and asked why she was hiding it. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked why he needed to know about the angel shards. The boy's mouth fell open when Kabi asked how he knew about them. Some time ago, the boy narrowed his eyes tensely when the demon suggested talking about the contract. Astaroth smirked and reminded him that a contract with such a creature requires a fee. Kazuko turned away from the student. The girl stated that she had fulfilled the contractor's wish to become stronger. Her eyes lit up. The ancient being said that it was time to receive payment for this. The unique hunter frowned angrily and asked if she really wanted his soul. The woman closed her eyes and stated that no one wanted a mortal soul. Astaroth smiled widely and explained that she only wanted one thing. She furrowed her brows decisively and wanted to get the angel shards. The executioner narrowed his eyes in confusion when the demon said that this would be the payment for fulfilling the contract. There was a TV on the dresser. Kabi closed her eyes and asked if the ancient being didn't tell him anything about the angel shards. The protagonist confirmed this. In the memory, Astaroth left, saying that he would find out everything himself when the time came. The girl frowned sadly when Haino asked her about the shards after regaining consciousness in the hospital. The woman lowered the corners of her lips and replied that the fragments were a legend from a fairy tale. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. Feathers swirled above the clouds. It turned out that in the distant past, a creature that violated the ban descended to this world as punishment, and its powerful force broke into fragments. The eye on the necklace lit up. Kabi said that the fragments were part of the powerful force of an ancient creature. The girl lowered her head and added that they possessed simply incredible power. She closed her eyes in disappointment and suggested that Astaroth was simply using his contractor to collect all the pieces together. The young man opened his mouth wide and reminded her that he had already made a contract with her, so he would still have to find all the Angelo fragments. The woman lowered the corners of her lips and said that she did not expect any other answer from him. The unique hunter asked how to find them. Standing in front of him, Kabi replied that she did not know anything about it. The girl remembered how the hook glowed and explained that Enkidu for some reason showed the same reaction as the energy of the angel fragments. The executioner's eyes widened in shock and realized why his friend was so surprised. Miriam was sitting in front of the laptop. A smile was shining on her face. Kabi assumed that the Horus Guild was somehow connected with the fragments. 2 days later, a huge wall was built around the Pandang district in Songnam City. An SUV was parked nearby. Hearing that from this day on, other people would be working with them, Yubi trembled and asked if such a decision could be made suddenly. Suin stood behind her. The girl reminded her of how she called her friend 4 days ago, but he suddenly hung up and started broadcasting, and said that she was very worried about him. The schoolgirl was outraged that her neighbor brought some strangers here. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked her to calm down. The cameraman standing nearby asked if it was always like this, and Taisa answered in the affirmative. The porter with the glittering eyes suggested that they get along with the reporter, and she agreed. Hanyo scratched the back of his head and apologized to his older comrade for hiding his unique ability from him. The heroes looked at him and said that they had known about it for a long time. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and asked how they knew. Yubi remembered how the shadow demon ate the monster, and explained that it was too obvious when they hunted together. The man introduced the Fang monster and said that everything became clear on its own when he submitted a request for the results of its mana measurement. The boy's eyes turned white, and the heroes agreed that he was very inept at hiding the truth from them. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked who they were waiting for. The unique hunter closed his eyes and said that he forgot to tell them one more thing. A helicopter appeared over his head. The executioner said that they would not be alone today. The guys looked at the sky in amazement. The helicopter blades were spinning at an incredible speed. Its chassis touched the ground. The glass sparkled in the light. Representatives of the Horus Guild got out of the helicopter. Tayurana closed her eyes and asked why they came here, because all the business in Korea was finished. Smiling, Miriam reminded them that they caught Mahmoud and formally participated in the cooperative forum, and asked her friend not to complain. The heroes looked at the arriving guest in bewilderment. The manager said that they started doing this because of her stubbornness. The main character waved his hand at them. 3 days ago, there were documents on the table. Someone asked if these were all the conditions of the organization. Hano closed her eyes and explained that they wrote everything down to the smallest detail, because they also have their own circumstances. The girl read the document and stated that she understood their demands in general terms. She showed a sheet of paper with dashes and asked if this was in order to conduct reconnaissance in a place where monsters lived, where a large number of missing persons appeared. The woman asked if ordinary civilians could not handle such work. The investigator raised her eyebrows and replied that this could be an extremely delicate matter. Miriam opened her mouth in surprise and asked what this meant. The detective presented interdimensional gates and told them that there had been a lot more of them recently, and that they posed a great threat to half of their society. The manager narrowed her eyes. The awakened one decided that they knew about this better than they did. There were many papers in the folders. Hanul explained that the recent incidents could be related to the interdimensional gates, and that they could expect big problems if civilians found out about it. The TK building was destroyed. The investigator added that they were entrusting this matter to Horus, who had no particular connection to their country, and that they were experiencing a severe shortage of manpower. The detective looked up and said that these were their terms of exchange. The girl lowered the corners of her lips, wondering if preserving the old society was more important than one unique awakened, and agreed to these terms. There was a sign in front of a high wall. There were ammunition containers by the car. Holding a tablet in her hands, the woman explained that their goal was to find the missing people in a place called Paradise, and find out the reason for their disappearance. Mary asked if anyone had any questions. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and wondered why they had to do this. Haino remembered how the hook in his hand had glowed, and decided that this hunt must have been some kind of test of Enkidu's abilities. Yubi approached him from behind. The girl raised her eyebrows in concern and asked if her friend was not going to explain everything to them. Tayurana put on her suit. The schoolgirl told him that she had been in the news a lot lately and asked what she wanted there. The guy closed his eyes and admitted that he had signed a contract with Horus. Hearing this, the student widened her eyes in shock and asked what kind of news this was. The manager opened her mouth in surprise and asked if there were any problems. The porter frowned angrily. The young man asked her to calm down, and replied that everything was fine. The unique hunter scratched the back of his head and asked how they would communicate with Mrs. Tayurana. Miriam smiled happily, and replied that she was also going to go hunting. The executioner looked down and realized that her voice was coming straight from his head, like the voice of Cabby's. The girl lowered her head. She raised her eyebrows and called herself awakened. The woman narrowed her eyes and added that her abilities were not of the combat type, but of the thinking type. Adjusting her glasses, the manager explained that she could transmit all information to the rest of the team in real time using her telepathy skill. The protagonist's eyes turned white with fear, and Miriam apologized for slightly confusing him. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked who Cabby's was, and Haino realized that she could read minds. The guy closed his eyes and said that this was slightly personal information and that he did not want anyone to read his thoughts that were not related to combat. Looking down, the woman realized that she had been tactless and explained that she used this ability to protect Mrs. Tyaran. The manager bowed and promised that such a thing would not happen again. The young man raised his eyebrows in fear and asked her not to apologize for this, and decided that she simply had incredible abilities that he should be careful with. Suin, standing behind him, shouted that they had finished preparing for filming. The sun was shining over a high wall. There was a sign on the wall that said Starbucks Coffee. There were several glasses on a tray. Someone asked when the Palagon Guild would surrender. The guild representatives were heading to the table with a tray. The girl said that such thoughtless waiting would not change anything anyway. The man frowned angrily and reminded her that she was also waiting for an answer along with him. He took out his phone, to which a new message had arrived. The women surrounded him to find out what was going on. A new broadcast began on the main character's channel. The red light came on. The drone was hovering high in the sky. Hanul raised his eyebrows and asked if everything would be okay. Suin picked up the camera. Miriam asked her comrade not to worry about anything. Turning away, the girl said that their guild does not hide the abilities of their hunters, and added that Mrs. Tayurana showed a little interest in the live broadcast. The woman smiled and said that she wanted to take revenge on someone. Hanul's eyes widened in shock. The manager said that she could imagine her face right now. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and decided that he had better not anger her, otherwise something terrible might happen. The young man looked back. Yubi was standing behind him. She was holding a rifle. Miriam assumed that she really liked such a gift. Standing next to Taisu, the unique hunter thought about how much money this equipment cost him and said that porters rarely have the opportunity to hold such equipment in their hands. The executioner noticed an old machine gun in his comrade's hands and asked if he was sure he wanted to go hunting with him. The man replied that everything was fine and that he was more used to it. The old man looked up. In front of them was an arch with the inscription Paradise. The paint had almost peeled off, revealing rusty iron. There were ruined buildings around, and the communication between the team members was sometimes interrupted due to interference on the field. Suin put the radio to her ear and asked how the live broadcast was going. Standing by the helicopter, the operator answered that now people are discussing not only the Awakened One, but also the Horus Guild, so the reaction is simply fiery. The reporter followed Tyaran. Her partner said that most of the comments were about her. A drone was flying in the air. The journalist was surprised that they managed to link several devices together to broadcast directly from the battlefield. The girl closed her eyes when the man advised her to record the live broadcast itself, so that she could later edit it and post it on the internet. Suddenly, the main character stopped. The woman asked what happened. The camera lens was glaring. Hanel said that they would have to pause the broadcast for a while. Suin warned him that the audience reaction was in full swing. The boy looked ahead and asked his friend to pay attention to something. The reporter looked up and shuddered. There was a backpack on the ground. There were traces of blood next to the weapon. There was a human corpse lying nearby. Miriam lowered the corners of her lips and concluded that they had found the people who had gone missing. The heroes were standing right in front of the dead soldier. All the remains that were nearby were packed in black bags. Tyrana took one of them in her arms. The manager explained that they would take the corpses out of the field and hand them over to the association, since this was the best option in such a situation. The boy looked down and asked how this could have happened. Suin looked at the black bag. Taisa told him that every year, many awakened and porters die in the battle against monsters. The journalist looked down sadly. Unfortunately, this was a common thing in their time. The man opened his mouth wide and said that there was something strange here. The equipment was lying on the ground. The old man concluded that it belonged to experienced hunters, but there were no signs of resistance or battle. The manager closed his eyes and assumed that either they were attacked suddenly, or they met such a strong enemy that they could not even engage in combat. The unique hunter looked away. Taisa said that such a team could well fight back the monsters that inhabit this field. Yubi was holding a locator in her hands. The executioner asked what happened. There was nothing on the radar. The girl explained that the device had recently stopped working. Weak signals appeared and disappeared on the screen. The protagonist asked how this was possible. There were green spots on the radar. The schoolgirl said that these signals were too weak for monsters, but too large for noise. Miriam stood behind the heroes. The porter suggested that it looked like someone was teleporting from place to place. Something flashed in the air when a strange signal appeared not far from the heroes. The girl's eyes widened in fear. She opened her mouth wide and asked everyone to be careful. Hanel looked back. The woman shouted that something was approaching here at high speed. Yubi looked at the detector. Suddenly, a huge spot appeared in the very center of the radar. The monster was right behind the girl. The schoolgirl turned around in horror and wondered what it was. Two giant claws flashed in the air. They crashed into the rifle. The guy protected his friend, raising his weapon in front of her. The young man frowned and asked his comrade to step back. There were no eyes or mouth on the monster's head. The unique hunter pushed it back and decided to increase the distance between them. The executioner raised his rifle to counterattack. In that same second, the beast disappeared. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear, not understanding how this could have happened. Taisa frowned and called out to him. Hanel looked back and saw the monster behind him. Its pupils narrowed. A shot rang out from the flare gun. A wave of fire rushed forward. The monster shook its head and squealed. It dissolved into thin air again. The lights on the military suit lit up. Tyrana summoned a sword in her hand and declared that Miriam had given her all the information. The guy understood all her words, as if their meaning was transmitted directly to his brain. The young man closed his eyes and assumed that this was the setting the manager had spoken of. The beast raised its paw in front of itself. Taisa loaded the rifle and asked why everyone was frozen in place. The man opened fire and shouted that they needed to kill this creature as quickly as possible. A crack appeared on the monster's head. It opened its ugly mouth. The monster spread its paws in front of the heroes. The unique hunter opened his mouth in fear and asked what it was. The old man narrowed his eyes and explained that they had to work hard to avoid being put in body bags. The beast stuck out its tongue. The manager explained that it was a high-ranking banshee and that if it screamed, all of its brethren would come running. The locator lay on the ground. There were many weak signals on it. Taisu advised his comrades to prepare for battle. The shells fell to the ground. Another shot rang out from the rifle. The monsters were advancing from all sides. The executioner frowned angrily, continuing to fire. The monster approached him, not getting hit by a single bullet. The beast opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. Suddenly, it teleported high into the sky. The protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought about the enemy avoiding all of his attacks with his ability. Another banshee appeared behind him. Hanel jumped back to dodge his attack. The boy pointed a gun at the enemy. The monster evaporated as soon as the boy opened fire to kill. The unique hunter looked back and asked what kind of creatures these were. The monsters stuck out their tongues. The executioner was outraged by the fact that they suddenly disappeared if you tried to attack them, and then suddenly pounced. Taisa frowned and replied that these creatures approached their prey, hiding their mana from them, and attack by teleportation. There was nothing on the locator. The man explained that this was their doing, and added that the problems do not end there. The beast teleported behind the protagonist. The old man said that in a fight against it, you always need to watch your rear. Hanel looked back and asked how to fight them if they always dodge attacks. The manager sternly knitted his eyebrows and explained that you need to catch the moment right before they teleport, when they are vulnerable for a short time. Tyron's armor sparkled. The boy asked how to find out where the enemy was going to teleport. The girl lowered the gun and said that she trusted everything to her colleague. The rocket launcher caught fire. The woman rose high into the air and wished her comrades a great hunt. The young man looked after her in fear and asked how one could rush at the enemy so recklessly. Miriam approached him from behind and said that she would be fine. The unique hunter raised his eyebrows in excitement and said that one cannot rush at the banshee alone. The falcon's eyes lit up. The manager reminded that Ms. Tyrana was the master of the Horus Guild and one of the strongest hunters in Egypt. The awakened one approached the monsters. The monsters opened their mouths and screamed. The girl clutched the hilt of the sword in her hand. She approached the enemies closely. When the woman swung the blade, the beasts teleported. Banshees appeared behind her. Red lightning ran down their arms. Miriam smiled and told her friend the direction of attack. The princess of Egypt flashed her glowing eyes. The rocket booster sparkled. Light particles appeared in the air. The monster's head flew off its shoulders. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock and wondered how she managed to accurately determine the direction of teleportation. Master Horus waved her hand. In her hands was a sacred sword. Hanel assumed that it was a unique item. His eyes turned white when the manager said that now was not the time for admiration. The girl smiled and said that 3 more monsters were heading this way. The heroes noticed a bright flash in the air. The beasts bared their claws. The woman asked the squad to hold on until Tyrana dealt with the rest of the banshees. The guy looked up and realized that the awakened one was able to instantly react to the teleportation thanks to the telepathy skill. The young man clenched his fist and assumed that he would be able to deliver an effective blow if he used the new weapon. An energy chain appeared in his hand. The hook flew straight to the monsters. He ended up next to one of the monsters. All 3 beasts immediately disappeared. Red lightning enveloped their bodies. Thesa clenched his teeth in irritation. The unique hunter grinned. A member of the squad promised to buy time for him to use his skill. Cabby smiled when the executioner handed her control over Enkidu. The hook flew forward. His chain sparked in the air. The man continued shooting at the banshees. One of them opened its mouth wide and bared its teeth. The monster raised its paws. Its back was open to attack. A wave of energy flew through it and the other monsters. The beast shook its head in horror and squealed. A sharp blow cut its body in half. The heroes looked at the sky in fear. Tyaran turned around. Miriam grinned and decided that this looked interesting. The protagonist confidently frowned. A bolt of lightning flew through the air. The banshee stuck out its tongue. The monster's body was struck by electricity. Looking ahead, Hanel understood that it was too early to do anything. Directing a stream of energy at the enemy, the protagonist told cabbies that another one had appeared. Lightning rushed forward. The projectile began to accelerate quickly. The monster watched as the attack flew towards him. The arrow passed through the monster's head. The discharge changed its trajectory. A moment later, the lightning turned in the opposite direction. The electric projectile hit the banshee in the chest. Sweating, Suyin tried to describe what she was seeing. Miriam said with her mouth open that it looked like something. Looking at the lightning, the boys said that it looked like a human chain. The day before, Hanel asked him while looking ahead if it was true that if he followed the Horus Guild, he would naturally be able to find clues to the angel fragments. Cabbies closed her eyes and said that it was definitely true. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist noticed that something was wrong with his friend. Looking at the system screen, the protagonist listened to the lady's words that he should take a look here. The message contained an offer to transfer the ownership rights of a unique item called Enkidu. Pressing the button to accept the offer, the boy could not understand what it meant. Smiling, the girl said that the ownership rights of the unique item were being transferred. Making a surprised expression, the boy noticed that a blow had passed by him. Looking at the tattoo, the young man asked cabbies about what just happened. Holding the human chain in his hand, the boy noticed that it had changed its shape. Holding the new weapon in his hands, Hanel heard it say something. Sweating, the protagonist asked if the girl was this spear, to which she replied that it was, so she had the ability to control this weapon. Opening his mouth, the protagonist listened to the words about how this item could now freely change its shape. Looking at his new equipment, the guy thought that this was the power of the angel fragments. Lightning tore the enemy's body apart. The 2 halves of the body flew apart. Looking ahead, Yubi suggested that their work was done for today, to which Taisu agreed with her. Looking at Tyrana's face, the man said that from some point on, these guys began to manage to deal with monsters even before the others managed to come to the rescue. Looking down, the girl asked if banshees always looked like this. Looking at the remains of the monsters, the lady noticed that immediately after death, their bodies dissolved into thin air like dust. Looking at the purple crystal, the old man explained that such creatures were rare, but after their death, they left behind magical stones. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she understood. Looking ahead, Taisa asked the assistant to collect all the stones. Frowning, the man said that one thing had been bothering him lately. Hanel exhaled from his lungs. Clenching his fists, the protagonist asked if this was the last enemy. Crouching down, Tyrana assumed that their work was done here. Making a disappointed expression, the protagonist thanked the cabbies for the work she had done, to which she expressed her joy that she could now personally help her master. Feeling something touch his hand, the guy heard someone praise him. Turning his head, the young man realized that it was Suin. Smiling, the reporter said that she had remained unharmed thanks to the protection from the porters and Miriam. Holding a camera in her hands, the journalist said that she had recently been contacted by radio. Beaming with happiness, the photographer said that the broadcast had become a sensation. Recalling the statistics of requests, Sun added that the live broadcast with Hanel had risen to the first place in the ranking of requests. Closing her eyes, the reporter said that for some reason the live broadcast was interrupted. Remembering the face of her assistant, the journalist assumed that the server had turned off due to the large influx of viewers. Sweating, the main character listened to the words that there was a possibility that someone had deliberately overloaded the server. On the street, a question was heard about where Taisu and Miriam were now. Some conversations were heard in the abandoned building. The man furrowed his brows and asked the woman what she was up to. The woman opened her mouth and said she didn't understand what they were talking about, to which the old man replied that such tricks wouldn't work on him. Sweating, the manager said that he had felt something strange ever since the lady had appeared here, and this place called Paradise was considered a low to middle class area. Imagining the faces of the two girls, Taisa couldn't understand why such big shots had flown here on a plane from the Hunters Association and were conducting some kind of search. Recalling the previous enemy, the man noticed that banshees, which were considered high-class monsters, had appeared in the low-level area. Looking ahead, the manager said that he didn't believe that this was just a coincidence. Smiling, the woman was surprised that an unremarkable manager could surprise her like that. Looking askance, Miriam noticed that her interlocutor was quite smart and close to Hanel. Recalling the fighter with the burning hand, she turned to the listener. Imagining the face of her partner, the lady asked Taisu if he thought everything that happened to the protagonist before his arrival here was a simple coincidence. The lady smiled suspiciously. Lowering his head, the man asked what she was getting at. Raising his eyebrows, the girl explained that this was a kind of test for the protagonist. Imagining a dark portal, Miriam added that it was better to interpret this as a test necessary for what would happen next. Destroyed buildings were visible. Hanel stamped his foot and turned to Miriam. Smiling, the girl listened to the question of how she knew about the Banshee's approach. Closing his eyes, the young man listened to the words about her searching abilities not being based on mana, but on mental energy. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if the lady could fix the exact location, to which she replied that she only had an approximate direction. Looking up, Taisa was sure that their new ally was planning something strange for the protagonist. Remembering the lady's face, the manager thought that during their last conversation, she was talking incomprehensible nonsense, so it was difficult to judge what was on her mind. Looking ahead, the man decided that he should first observe the situation, but it would be better to warn his friend. A creature began to emerge from the ground. Opening his mouth, the young man shouted for everyone to stop. The boy turned his head. Looking at the ground shaking beneath him, Hanel could not understand what was going on. The strange creature began to glow. The protagonist looked down at his feet. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. Rock fragments were visible. The protagonist was lying face down on the ground. Holding his head, the boy could not understand what it was. Remembering how he used the force shield right before the explosion, the young man understood that it reflected the shock wave. Looking at the cracked ground, the young man was unhappy that the explosion was reflected into the ground under his feet. Making a frightened expression, the hunter remembered that the ground began to crumble and fall. Turning his head, the boy saw Tyaren, who wanted to catch him. Imagining how a rock fell on his head, Hanel was disappointed that he did not remember anything after that. Raising his head, the protagonist tried to figure out where he was. Looking ahead, the protagonist assumed that he was in an underground subway tunnel. Opening his mouth, the boy thought that this explained why the explosion suddenly began to destroy the ground. Looking back, the young man remembered Tyaren. The girl was lying among the rubble. Looking at the armor of his ally, the boy shouted her name. Yubi looked at the place of the explosion. The girl looked down. Suddenly, the young lady felt someone grab her hand. Frowning, Taisa told the assistant not to come closer. Turning to the boss, the lady said that her friend fell next to Tyaren. Looking from under his brows, the man asked the interlocutor to look around. The girl noticed an incomprehensible substance. Looking at the incomprehensible creature, the manager explained that it was a trap set by a monster called a trapper, so any careless step would cause new explosions. Looking at the column of dust, Taisa said that they should be grateful to Heniol, who protected them with a shield, because the trap is capable of destroying even the soil. With a frightened expression, Yubi listened to the words that something terrible could happen to a common person if they stepped on a trap. With her mouth open, Suin asked what a trapper was. Introducing a dark monster with no face, the manager explained that the monster was a type of banshee and was of the same high class. Introducing the creature behind Yubi, the man added that trappers set traps like mines, unlike banshees that hunt by instantly moving and disguising their mana. Looking ahead, Miriam stated that she had no idea why high-class monsters were here. Sweating, the girl asked what they should do now. With her mouth open, Taisa said that trappers' traps were impossible to disarm or find with a mana detector, so the only way out was to visually recognize the traps and try to avoid them. Looking at the large amount of debris, the man added that its presence would make their task much more difficult. Turning his head, the manager addressed Miriam. With a confused expression, the lady listened to the question of whether she could contact Hanel and the princess using telepathy, to which she replied that he continued to try, but the large amount of debris blocked contact. Looking ahead, the manager was annoyed that they could not do anything. Looking at the stone slabs, the man stated that their friends would have to find a way out on their own. The girl kept her eyes closed. In front of her, the lady saw a guy who was saying something incomprehensible. Sweating, the protagonist asked the victim if she could hear him. Smiling, the girl was glad that the protagonist was safe. With wide eyes, the guy heard the question of whether they were in some kind of underground cave. Raising his hand, the young man realized that without Miriam, they could not understand each other. Looking away, the young lady noticed something. Looking at the broken part of the armor, the princess realized that the shockwave had broken its engine, causing them new problems. Smiling, the girl tried to explain to her friend that they first needed to get out. The guys looked at the large blockage. Looking ahead, the partners were sure that they heard some sounds. Looking at the approaching trappers, the fighters realized that they were their enemies. Sweating, the hunters were annoyed that they were attacked now. Clutching the human chain in his hands, Hanel was ready for battle. Taking her blade in hand, Tyrana decided that the fact that they did not understand each other would not be a big problem. The girl, opening her mouth, realized that the first thing they needed to do was combine their forces. The hero, frowning, also understood this. Opening his mouth, the monster made a loud sound. There was light in the dark tunnel. Shots were heard from the gun. The bullets were flying straight at the monsters. Continuing to shoot, the main character was dissatisfied with the number of enemies. Baring his teeth, the protagonist understood that one such gun would not be enough for them. Clutching the chain in his hand, the guy decided that it was time to use his new weapon again. Opening her mouth, the princess turned to her ally. Looking at the chain strike, the girl said that she would take these monsters on herself. Looking at the faces of her partners, the young man could not understand what she was doing. Making a surprised expression, the young man could not understand how she could jump forward so abruptly. Looking at his partner, the hunter understood that in this case, the chain strike would intersect with the line of fire. Looking at the lightning approaching Tyran, Hanel called out to her. The lady dodged the blow at the last moment. Making an amazed expression, the girl could not understand why her ally was making such blows, because it was very dangerous. Looking at the assistant, the protagonist asked her to step aside. Standing with her back to the monster, the girl tried to suggest waiting a little in order to deliver the right blow with the chain. Trapper began to tremble. The creature's belly swelled. A moment later, the monster spat out a projectile from its mouth. With her eyes wide open, Tyrana watched as the projectile flew right in front of her. Looking at the incomprehensible substance, the Rebecca could not understand what it was. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist realized something. The guy watched as the mine began to glow. Opening his mouth, the young man told his partner that she needed to move away from there as soon as possible. The ball began to swell. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered. Questions could be heard on the street about whether they were going the right way. Stepping forward, Taisa declared that this was the right direction, to which someone replied that they were going in the opposite direction. Looking at the phone screen, the man said that he checked an old map of the area and found that there was an old subway right below the place where their comrades fell. The manager looked down and assured everyone that if they went down into the tunnel nearby, they would be able to find their friends. Looking at the mines, the hunter expressed doubt that they would be able to reach the subway, since there were a lot of traps on the street. The guys noticed something ahead. Raising his eyebrows, the old man realized that he felt some kind of vibrations. Turning his head, Taisa listened to screams about something in front of them. A column of dust rose in the distance. Opening her mouth, Yubi assumed that this was the place where Hanio fell, to which the man replied that something exploded below. With her eyes wide open, Suin listened to the words about this being a sure sign that the protagonist and the princess were still alive. Opening her mouth, Miriam assumed that the guys were fighting the Treppers underground. Opening his mouth, the manager said that it was time to make a decision. Turning away, the old man said that now that the battle had begun, they had no way to help their comrades. Frowning, the lady asked what her interlocutor meant by that. Looking ahead, Taisu explained that they now needed help from the Hunters Association. Sweating, Yubi said that it was impossible to send a request for help without an exact location and without the ability to communicate. Looking at Suin, the manager said that she would help them figure it out. Looking at the drone, the man explained that it was enough to use the device that the girl had launched at the very beginning, since then she would be able to contact the outside through her comrade. Looking ahead, Taisa added that in that case, all the conditions would be satisfied. Sweating, Miriam said that the final decision would be up to the reporter. Hanel opened his mouth. Looking at the opponents, the protagonist realized that these creatures could use mines even from a long distance. Looking at his friend who covered her face, the protagonist thought that due to communication problems the guys could have suffered much more seriously. Remembering Miriam's face, the guy remembered that in the recent battle this girl acted as a mediator, so it was possible to fight much more effectively. Baring his teeth, the young man was unhappy that this time they were like ballast for each other. Looking at the enemies, the young man noticed that recently there were only more trappers. Astaroth smiled widely. Looking forward, the demon said that her partner got into a rather unpleasant situation. Raising her eyebrows, the girl realized that the problem was in the language. Raising her hands, the exile said that this was really unfair. Turning his head, Hanel listened to the words that Astaroth was going to give him a small gift. Smiling, the demon wished to enjoy the new opportunities, after which the system reported that a system intrusion had been detected. The protagonist looked at the red notification. The message said that a new ability called oral translation was available to the protagonist. Sweating, the boy was surprised that he now had the ability to translate. Opening her mouth, Tyrana shouted at her comrade to get ready. Looking at the opponents, the princess shouted that they were preparing to attack. Making a worried face, the young man said that he understood everything. Turning around, the huntress asked her ally what he had just said. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that he now understood the foreign language. Looking at the trapper, the lady suggested that they sort it out after the battle. The sounds of battle were heard in the tunnel. The tentacles of the monsters lay on the ground. The monster opened its mouth. A moment later, the creature's head was cut off. Baring her teeth, Tyrana was glad that she had dealt with one of her opponents. Turning around, the girl heard screams about a new group of enemies coming from the right. Opening his mouth, Hanel declared that he would deal with them himself. Lightning rushed forward. Raising her eyebrows, the princess watched as the monsters were torn apart by her partner's weapon. Looking away, the lady thanked the protagonist for his help. Looking at his ally, the protagonist thought about how not long ago they had been problems for each other, because they spoke different languages. Looking from under his brows, the guy understood that just one ability had radically changed the situation. Looking at the open mouths of the monsters, the young man understood that at this pace they would easily deal with the remaining units. Frowning, the young man turned to Tyrana. The boy began to clench his fist. Holding a chain in his hands, the hunter commanded to begin the attack. The trapper showed his teeth. A moment later, the monster fell to the ground. Looking down, Hanel asked if this was the last monster, to which the princess replied that it looked like it. Raising her head, the lady noticed something. Looking at the ceiling, the girl assumed that more would appear soon, so they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Walking forward, the protagonist heard his partner call out to him. Opening her mouth, the lady asked how he could suddenly speak Arabic. Remembering the red notification, the protagonist thought about what to tell his friend, because it would be strange if he told her that he suddenly had a new skill. Introducing his two patronesses, the guy was sure that information about them would be very difficult to digest in his head. Remembering the text from the message, the young man was surprised that he heard Tyrana speak Korean, although she perceived his speech in Arabic. Covered in sweat, the boy said that it was all thanks to his adaptive ability of telepathy. Smiling, the huntress listened to her comrades say that he simply needed time to adapt. Looking away, he explained that he had not told Miriam about this because he did not know how long it would take. Opening his mouth, the young man wanted to add something. Looking from under his brows, the boy expressed his desire to personally introduce himself to his ally. Closing his eyes, Hanel admitted that it would sound strange in this situation, but he really wanted to greet the princess himself if he had the opportunity to speak Arabic. Looking forward, the girl said that she was also very pleased to meet him. Frowning, the lady asked not to call her Tyran, as it was too formal. The young lady opened her mouth. Making a sweet face, the princess asked to be addressed by her name Tara. Making a surprised expression, the protagonist thought that this was an affectionate nickname. Smiling, Tyrana asked her friend not to address her as you, as that was the princess's order. Beaming with happiness, the girl listened to the protagonist address her by her new nickname. Opening his mouth, he wasn't sure if it was okay to address the princess like that. Looking at the sign to the exit, the guy decided to think about it after they left this place. Looking ahead, the young man said that they had found the exit from the station. Looking at the pile of rubble, the young man noticed that the path was slightly blocked, but together they would be able to quickly clear the rubble. Smiling, the lady suggested that they start as soon as possible, as then they would be able to contact Miriam. The boy looked into the distance. Looking at her friend, Tyrana asked where he was looking. Sweating, Hanel thought about the strange feeling he had recently had. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist noticed something. The princess called out to her friend, squeezing his hand. With a worried expression, the lady asked if he was okay. Turning his head, the protagonist heard a question about what had happened. Looking into the depths of the tunnel, the guy shared a premonition that there was something on the other side. Imagining a dark portal, the young man added that it was something very dangerous. Someone's screams were heard among the destroyed buildings. Opening his mouth, Tysa screamed that he was simply being mocked. With a worried expression, Miriam listened to the words of the interlocutor about the fact that in this zone, it turns out, dimensional gates were opening. Closing his eyes, the man said that he should have guessed about this back then, when the banshees with the treppers appeared here. Raising her eyebrows, Yubi asked her uncle if these gates were dangerous, to which he replied that they were very dangerous. Looking ahead, the manager explained that this thing was not only dangerous, but also very scary. Introducing the giant insect, the old man added that monsters that only a master-ranked hunter could defeat came out of the dimensional gates beneath the city center a few days ago. The woman bared her teeth as she listened to the words about how they were currently isolated from the rest of the world and did not understand anything. Sweating, Suyin listened to the question about asking for help, to which the reporter replied that she would ask again. Conversations could be heard outside. A man with his mouth open listened to a question on the radio about whether they had managed to request help from the association. Looking at the subordinate, the girl asked him to pass the radio to her. Holding the radio to her ear, Hanul introduced herself to the person on the other end of the line. Looking at the cars, the lady said that their team had finished preparing and could come to help in about 20 minutes. The journalist's assistant frowned and asked to tell them the details after their team arrived at the site. There was not a ray of light in the passage. The name of the station was written on the sign. The protagonist looked out in fear. Tayurana called out to him with a smile. Without taking her eyes off the guy, she wanted to ask why they came here, to which the guy quickly covered her mouth with his hand. The enraged monsters growled loudly. The guys carefully looked out. The protagonist pointed forward, asking the girl to look there. Having looked closely, they noticed a whole herd of monsters in front of them. Tayurana exhaled heavily, asking where so many of them came from. Her face suddenly changed from the bright portal, asking the guy to look forward. Haimel pursed his lips, answering that this was the gate of dimensions. The princess wrinkled her nose in anger. Stones broken off from the blows of the monsters lay on the ground. The girl looked down, saying that they would first get out of here, contact the association, and take action. She then shook her head in different directions, adding that it would take too much time. Tayurana looked deep into the gate, saying that if they left the gate as it was, it would expand even more. Without turning away, she continued that much stronger monsters would then crawl out from there and a major disaster would occur in this area. Hearing the word disaster, the protagonist's eyes widened. Without taking her eyes off the portal, the girl said if they did not close the gate now, when suddenly Hainel interrupted her, asking how she knew all this. The princess filled her chest with air, after which she replied that they were in exactly the same situation now. She looked up, saying that this fact was not disclosed abroad, but in their country, at the moment, dimensional gates were forming in different places. The girl continued to look closely at the portal, adding that this is why she knows very well that if the gate is not locked, the situation will only get worse. The protagonist was very surprised, thinking with horror about the expansion of the dimensional gate. He suddenly noticed a strange sign in front of him. Looking closely, the guy read that in front of them was a map of the nearby area. Hanul looked at Tyaren, asking her to go up and contact Miriam, to which she asked, and he. The protagonist lowered his head down, asking her not to worry. He suddenly raised his confident gaze forward, adding that he had come up with a great plan. There were 2 cars parked on the road nearby. Hanul looked at the tablet screen, saying that Hanul and Tyaren were somewhere here. The guy came closer to her, saying that before they contacted the girl, they heard the sounds of an explosion at an even further point from that place, to which Hanul swiped her hand across the screen, saying that most likely the guys went in that direction. She narrowed her eyes, adding that if they continued to go in that direction, then they probably needed to go here. She pointed her finger at a point on the map, Baekgun Station. The girl turned her head back, shouting that it was time for them to move. Suddenly, she stopped, hearing a gentle voice behind her. Sweat was running down Miriam's face from excitement, and she thanked Hanul for coming to the rescue. Hanul glared at her, replying that if the manager hadn't punched her in the gut, it would have been even better. She remembered the angry monsters, adding that it was also their fault that it all turned out this way, since they hadn't provided enough information, so they would consider themselves even. She looked at the manager, asking if she hadn't been able to contact the princess, to which Miriam turned to her, saying that she was trying to reconnect with telepathy. At that moment, her eyes widened, hearing screams in her ear. The girl quickly put her hand to her ear, asking if it was Tyaren. Miriam began to look around, asking if the princess was okay, to which the girl replied that she was fine. Tyaren exhaled heavily, adding that she had to work a little to clear the debris on her own, and they had also found a dimensional gate. The manager's face became covered in sweat and surprise. Hearing this, Hanul shouted that things had gotten complicated. Continuing to talk, Miriam said that first they would pull the princess out of there, and then they would deal with the dimensional gates, when suddenly Tayurana interrupted her, saying that it would be too late then and that there was one good idea. Hanul came closer with interest. Tayurana introduced Hanul, saying that the guy came up with her, but for everything to work out. The girl looked at the water, continuing that they needed help. It was very dark in the pipe. There was a bullet attached to the wall with tape. The protagonist came closer to it, saying that this was the last one, because that was where the hand and rifle grenades ran out. Lost in thought, Hanul remembered that he had lost his gun during the fall, but fortunately he still had the grenades with him. Something suddenly burst out of the ground right in front of him. Looking closely at the skin, the guy thought that no matter how much he looked at these things, he could not get used to them. Taking a step back, the protagonist said that thanks to them, they managed to form a plan. He went forward, saying that now one powerful blow, when suddenly he heard a strange rustling sound. The guy turned back sharply in fear. He instantly managed to dodge the strong blow. Right in front of Hanel stood a tall monster. Taking a closer look at it, the protagonist wondered if it was Ban Sha. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror, thinking that while he was installing grenades, he did not notice anyone approaching. Ban Sha, with his mouth wide open, began to scream loudly. The guy tried to cover his ears from the excessively loud sound. Something in the dark passage also began to tremble. From the strong pressure from within, the stone walls flew off easily. Many monsters instantly crawled out. Hanel's face changed sharply, thinking that this was the end. Frightening sounds were heard in the tunnel. The protagonist quickly stepped on the ground. In front of him, he heard a loud slide on the ground, approaching him. The protagonist clenched his teeth in fear. His gaze was directed straight into the sharp mouth of the monster, while he thought he was in trouble. Turning sharply back, Hanel began to try to escape as quickly as possible. After some time, the heavily breathing guy stopped in place. Kazuko came up to Astaroth from behind, calling out to her. He scratched his neck in embarrassment, saying that he was talking about what was made from the corpses of monsters that she had talked about a few days ago, and everything was already ready, when he suddenly asked why she needed it. A crazy smile appeared on Astaroth's face. Without turning around, she asked if Kazuko knew such an expression. The curious Varvara had her nose torn off at the bazaar, although she could still tell him. Kazuko got scared, answering, "No need," because he thought that it looked like something that was not worth knowing. Astaroth continued to smile through her teeth. She introduced the frightened protagonist, saying that the most interesting part would soon begin. The monster rushed forward with a loud scream. A bright beam rushed past it and cut off its head. Hanel sighed in relief, thanking Cabbies for her help. The guy turned his gaze to the side, thinking that Cabbies, of course, deals with those creatures that come closest, with the help of Enkidu. He looked closely at the screaming monster, continuing to think that if this continues, then eventually. The protagonist hit it with all his might. He loudly called out to the shadow demon, who immediately appeared next to him. Hanel looked at his back, asking him to earn the guy some time. The shadow demon smiled madly, answering, "No problem." The guy looked at the weapon, thinking that it was a little earlier than planned, but now there are no other options. He looked at the fighting shadow demon, who was stalling for time. Hanel began to pull out the bullet, thinking that he would fill it with mana as much as possible. He looked at the battle with horror, thinking that it should work as it should. The protagonist turned to the growling Ban Sha, realizing that he only had one chance. Something began to flash sharply in front of the shadow demon. Enveloped in mana, Ban Sha began to scream even louder. The shadow demon looked at the guy, shouting that the monster was heading towards him. Hanel gritted his teeth, shouting that he had just the thing. The guy quickly pointed the gun forward, adding that everything was ready. He grabbed the gun tightly. At that very second, the protagonist pulled the trigger. A bright bullet was quickly moving towards the enraged Ban Sha. The guy cut off the monster's head, activating a power strike. The bullet continued to fly forward at great speed. Another monster was standing near the stone wall. Something was attached to it with tape behind it. Taking a closer look, the protagonist noticed a grenade. The bullet immediately crashed into it. A second later, a loud blinding explosion was heard. A light strike hit the monster in the face. There was a bullet attached to the wall nearby. The protagonist stretched out his hand, deciding to activate the force shield. The girl looked at the building in front of her, thoughtfully thinking that Hanel should have come out already. She felt a strange vibration beneath her. The stones under her feet suddenly cracked into small pieces. The ground suddenly exploded. Tyrana began to cover her face from the dust with her hand. Clumps of dust rose high into the air. The princess opened one eye in confusion. The protagonist began to cough heavily. Frowning, he said that he thought he was going to die, when suddenly the girl turned to him with a smile. She narrowed her eyes, asking what happened, and didn't they think that he would go up and then kill all the monsters with one shot? The guy looked up at her, answering that some circumstances arose below. Tyrana looked at the destroyed ground, saying that the plan, of course, had changed slightly, but it seemed to have worked out anyway. She became lost in thought, saying that at first, when Hanel suggested blowing up the ground here, she didn't understand why at all, and didn't think that he would create a real explosive chain using the remaining explosives and those strange boulders. The princess continued to look at the ground, adding that it was impressive. At that very moment, a huge tentacle burst out from under the ground. An enraged monster appeared in front of them. The guys were stunned, simultaneously asking how this was possible. They continued to look at the approaching crowd, asking if they had really broken through the rubble and climbed up. The protagonist gritted his teeth, wondering if he really should have acted according to the original plan, since he no longer had the strength to fight them. Suddenly, tires squealed in the distance. 2 cars quickly stopped in front of the guys. Hanel began to peer into the windows of the cars. A girl appeared from inside, saying that they were just in time. Hanul grabbed the weapon, saying that it was time to get to work. Pointing the weapon forward, she ordered to fire. The soldiers peered out from behind the cars, trying to aim at the monsters. The girl held the weapon tightly in her hands. The monsters rushed forward with loud, deafening screams. Hanul turned her gaze to her soldier, asking how much longer, to which she heard the answer that it was almost ready. Something iron clicked behind her. The boys set the heavy weapon on the roof of the car, shouting that they were done. Hanul looked at the rotating barrel, shouting for them to fire. Bright traces were left in the air from the quickly flying bullets. The monster opened its mouth wide and began to scream loudly. A few seconds later, its head was completely torn apart by strong blows. Hanul looked at the crazy weapon, wondering what was going on, because although they asked for help from the association, they did not think that it would arrive so quickly. Someone behind him called out to the guy in a deep voice. Taisa smiled, saying that thank God the protagonist was alive. Hanul came closer to him, asking if anyone would explain to him what was going on here, since they had only recently called for help. The man looked back, saying that he had convinced Miriam right after the guys fell down, and judging by his intuition, it was obviously the right decision. Suddenly, someone abruptly threw a weapon into the protagonist's hands. Yubi smiled, saying that the guy's rifle was broken, so he clearly needed the weapon more than she did. Miriam looked at the flask, shouting that it was ready. She looked at Tyaren, saying that she had taken emergency measures, so everything would be fine for a while. The princess and Hanul looked ahead with a grin. A huge crowd of monsters stood in front of them. A bright explosion appeared between the rocks ahead. Bullets flew out of the gun barrel at high speed. The monsters screamed loudly in rage. Hanul clenched her teeth, shouting for no one to stop. Miriam clenched her teeth. She looked up, noticing that monsters were also approaching from there. Tyrana fired forward, asking to entrust them to her. With a light movement of her hand, she cut off the monster's head from its shoulders. The girl looked forward, shouting that she would take on everyone approaching from the air. The protagonist clenched his teeth, thinking that he was holding on for now, but all this was only temporary if nothing was done about the interdimensional gates underground. Monsters with long tentacles rushed forward. The guy looked at Hanul, called out to her and asked when the requested help would arrive. Without losing her goal, the girl asked that huge thing. She raised her head up, saying that she should appear any minute. The girl turned her head back sharply, shouting for everyone to hide behind the cars right now. A bright flash appeared in the air. The elongated iron figure continued to accelerate. Hanul continued to look at it, saying that the giant would soon reach the ground. She raised her hand up in front of the main character. The girl looked at the watch on her wrist, saying now. Hanul looked at her in surprise. The iron tube fell on the monsters at great speed. The entire space was immediately illuminated by a bright white light. The main character's legs could no longer stand on the ground, and he rose into the air. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion was heard. A question was heard from the side, whether everyone was safe, to which the guy removed his hand from his face, answering, I think yes. A deep depression remained in the ground from the impact. Hanul looked forward, saying that this was a new ballistic missile invented in the troops. She was lost in thought, and began to explain that after the recent incident with the interdimensional gate, they decided to make a weapon for such situations. The girl looked at the surprised guy, asking if he wasn't talking about this kind of help, to which the guy replied that he was talking about her, thinking that according to his assumptions, they would send them explosives or artillery reinforcements. Water suddenly burst out from under the stones. It began to completely fill the space where the monsters were. Hanul looked at the incoming water, saying that it probably drowned all the underground monsters that survived the explosion. She raised her eyebrows, saying that she was very surprised, because she couldn't even believe that the guy thought of destroying the structure inside the subway with explosives, as well as creating a huge water flow using the rivers and streams adjacent to the station, thereby flooding the entire subway, and she was sure that he did not have that much information while underground. Hanul was lost in his memories, answering that he was just lucky to find a map. The guy closed his eyes, adding that things had gotten a little more complicated in the process, but the plan had still worked. The guy remembered the gate, saying that they had eliminated the emergency, but now they needed to figure out what to do next, when he suddenly received the answer that the association would introduce professionals. Hanul looked at the guy coldly, saying that they were even. She quickly turned away, trembling, ordering everyone to get out, while the guy wondered if the investigator was referring to his help last time. Yubi, standing in front of the car, asked the protagonist to go faster. Astaroth smiled maliciously. The stones suddenly began to shake unnaturally. They broke into small pieces with great force. Hanul turned around in horror at the roar he heard behind him. In front of him stood a huge black monster with a red eye on its chest. Astaroth leaned her head on her hand. The eye glowed brightly, and she said that now the real test would begin. The protagonist looked up in fear. A mad smile with sharp teeth was visible on the face of the black monster. Tyrana's face changed, saying that it was impossible, because the gate could not expand so quickly. The girl put her hand on the gun, saying that if they had time to open their mouths in surprise. Hanul confidently began to shoot forward, continuing, "It was better to start shooting." Bullets flew out of the cars with a whistle. The black monster only mocked them. Tyson narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had clearly seen this monster somewhere a long time ago. At that very second, the monster released its sharp claws. Ignoring the attacks, it slowly walked forward. In an instant, it threw the car up into the air, behind which the people were hiding. Yubi looked after the flying car in fear. Hanul managed to dodge a strong blow at the last second. Having turned over many times, the car fell to the ground. Tyrana ducked down, saying that there was a person inside, and then asked Hanul to buy her some time. The soldiers continued to attack the monster with bullets. The protagonist also continued to shoot at it. The black monster opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly, and the guy realized that the bullets were almost useless. He immediately clenched his hand into a fist. Taisu opened his eyes wide, shouting that he remembered. Swinging, Hanul activated the chain strike. The man looked at his back, ordering him to stop. The magic chain in due time approached the monster closer. At one point, it abruptly cut off the monster's hand. The hand with huge claws fell to the ground. The guy turned back, thinking that he still felt uneasy, while Taisa said that it was too late. The man rolled his eyes, saying that it was a phantom, and he did not immediately recognize it, since it looked slightly different. He looked at the monster's arm, adding that the phantom had excellent regeneration, so the severed arm would be restored in no time. Noticing the dark storm, the old man said that now there was a real problem. Raising his head with clenched teeth, Taisa said that due to such colossal regeneration, the severed body part would turn into a new specimen. Suddenly, a huge silhouette of the monster appeared in front of them. Bullets quickly rained down on the ground. Yubi looked at the ground in fear. Hanul grabbed her weapon tightly, shouting that the situation was already dire, and now it had become even worse. Hanul dodged the blow, asking how he knew that this would happen. Tyrana clenched her teeth, asking how she could help then, if the monster could not be cut off. The protagonist turned to Taisu with horror in his eyes, asking if there was any way out. The man looked at the monster, saying that it was a raid monster that needed to be hunted by a group, and it would continue to regenerate and split until it was destroyed. He looked back and added that the best option was to eliminate the phantom by gathering many people and gathering a lot of firepower before it split, and asked if the investigator had brought any heavy weapons. Hanul took aim, saying that it wouldn't appear out of nowhere, and they were just supposed to save them in the first place. Yubi ducked, asking if they should retreat to reorganize their people and equipment. Hanul gritted her teeth, saying that it couldn't be done, because if they left the monsters on the field, much more serious problems could arise. The enraged monsters advanced on the people with a mad grin. The protagonist frowned, thinking that at this rate, they didn't stand a chance. He looked at the water, thinking that he needed to come up with something. For example, they still had impressive and non-standard firepower that would make up for the lack of manpower. Having come to his senses, the guy called out to Hanul, asking if she could use that missile again. The girl was very surprised, asking if he was joking now. Remembering the strong blow to the monsters, she said that this missile was designed for fixed targets, and to hit such monsters. She closed her eyes, adding that if he explained the circumstances of the association, then maybe it would work. Hanul opened fire on the monsters, shouting that any option would do for them now and they needed to do something. The monster opened its mouth wide. Hanul was confused, answering that then she would right now. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the car flying high into the air. The phantom effortlessly flipped the car. Some yellow liquid suddenly flowed out of the broken window. A second later, the car exploded loudly. The investigator's pupils shrank significantly, and she asked why, as luck would have it, her, when suddenly the guy asked her if there were any problems. The girl continued to look at the car, answering that the equipment with which it was possible to call the missile was in that car. Hanul got scared, asking if without her the missile would not fire now, to which Hanul shouted, "Of course not." Her face changed, adding that they could not say with certainty whether they would be able to hit or not, and without the equipment, they would not even be able to set the landing coordinates. Looking at the phone screen without a connection, she added that even if they received the coordinates, it would be impossible to send them to the association due to radio interference, without having special equipment with them. The protagonist looked at the thoughtful girl, saying that if they could report at least minimal information about their location to the association, they would be able to help somehow, but it would be impossible to contact them, and if the monsters left this area. Suin raised her head, answering that they would still be able to get in touch. Hanul turned her head in surprise, asking what she was talking about. Suin frowned, saying that they had one last device left. She continued to look at the girl, continuing, which would be able to in real time. The girl presented a quadcopter, saying, to transmit the location of the monsters and their situation beyond the field. The device's camera was aimed at the ground. A diner romance. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. There were bottles on the table, and a male voice said that he had been waiting in front of the door since 5 o'clock in the morning that day. The representative of the Palagon Guild cried bitterly and added that then some girls came and started cutting in line, and before he could put forward the conditions, the hunter Hanel had already been hired by the foreign guild Horus. Bowing his head, he finished saying that the world was too unfair, and there were 2 girls standing in front of him. The representative of the Hike Guild raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked how long they would listen to this drunkard's whining, to which her friend replied that he was laughable. The representative of the Palganwi Guild exhaled heavily and added that it really was sad about the hunter Hanel, because he had so much potential, anyone would want to take such a talent for themselves. The representative of the Hike Guild remembered the battle with the monster and said that her colleague was right, of course, because the broadcast was abruptly interrupted. It was not possible to clearly see how the hunter Hanel used the chain, but this skill was still impressive. And as soon as she exhaled heavily, the representative of the Palganwi Guild said that it was so, adding that the Horus Guild had provided him with a unique item, after which she asked if that was why he joined them, and who knows, if so, then they were no match for Horus from the very beginning, after which she asked why the broadcast suddenly ended, to which her interlocutor replied that it was unknown. But it seemed to her that the problem was not in the equipment. At this time, the representative of the Palagon Guild saw a vibrating phone on the table. When he picked it up, the girls leaned towards him and asked what was there. Hanul launched a live broadcast called Urgent Live. The network broadcast how the guys fought a powerful monster. It was all broadcast through a drone that was flying in the air. Hanul frowned in fear and said to herself that this time she would not be saved by just a written explanation. Hunters Association, the sun was shining in the clear sky. The door suddenly opened sharply. One of the guys opened his mouth in surprise, and the other, seeing this, asked what was wrong. Turning around, he asked if he was not in the hospital, to which Sung-hoon exhaled heavily and replied that he himself would have liked to rest longer, but apparently it was not meant to be. After this, the guy was asked to explain what happened, to which he, quickly pressing the buttons on the tablet, replied that he wanted to display a video on the screen. A few seconds later, the main character's broadcast appeared on the big screen. The head, seeing this, suddenly remembered Hanul, who was holding the phone to her ear and shouting for them to do something there, and asked if this was really a live broadcast from Hunter Hanul, adding that they were informed to cover him for security purposes, to which his subordinate replied that they did not yet know what happened, but apparently they somehow managed to reconnect through the server. Suddenly, the leader saw Hanul on the broadcast and asked in surprise if she was there with the rescue team. But how did they end up there? What was going on? To which the guy replied that they had just recently received a request for help. It seemed to be from the team of the Hunter Hanul, and judging by the video, there were victims, and a car was destroyed, so they were now trying to understand what kind of monsters they were fighting. Sung-hoon watched the broadcast with horror in his eyes and said to himself that Hanul was stupid, after which he asked himself if she had really gone there on purpose because of what happened a few days ago. While he was thinking about this, something vibrated in his pocket. The guy took out his phone and asked himself who else wanted what from him. A notification appeared on the phone screen that he had one new message from an unfamiliar number. A few seconds later, the guy looked at Sung-hoon and asked what they should do now. Without thinking twice, the leader opened his mouth and firmly replied that they needed to immediately request support from the missile headquarters and calculate the coordinates of the missile's fall based on the video from the drone. As he said this, huge monsters appeared on the screen. Frowning, Sung-hoon added that they should now mobilize all available forces to help Hunter Hanul's team. At this time, thick smoke was coming out from under the overturned car. Bullet after bullet flew out of the machine guns. The guys shot and shouted that they couldn't let the phantoms in here. Soon brought the radio to her ear and reported to Hanul that they had good news. Remembering her partner, she said that he had just called the number she gave him while he was outside, and the association immediately responded that they would provide assistance. And when asked what the outcome was and whether they would launch the missile right now, the girl furrowed her brows and replied that the missile would be ready in about 10 minutes, so it would take a little longer due to the coordinate calculation. Hearing this, Hanul continued firing, asking discontentedly if they were really saying wait 10 minutes, since they were already holding on with all their strength. The monsters continued to advance, laughing. Taisa suddenly furrowed his brows and shouted loudly for everyone to be careful, because the phantom was attacking again. As soon as he shouted this, the monster raised its huge hand. Its quick strike landed right next to the frightened Hanul. The girl closed her eyes and said that the phantom was a terrible creature. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over her. The monster stood above her and laughed. At that very second, it rushed to attack. But suddenly, a quick magic strike whistled through the air. The monster's hand was cut off. The protagonist stood behind the girl, asking her if she was okay, to which she replied yes, after which she thanked her savior. But unexpectedly for them, another monster began to appear. Less than a second later, another phantom appeared next to the phantom. Taisa shot back at the monsters, asking discontentedly if it was Haniel again, to which he turned around and replied that there was no other way out, after which the old man said that at this rate the situation would start to play in their favor, So he repeats once again that they cannot use attacks after which some part of the phantom's body would fly off, because then it would continue to separate. The protagonist looked at the monsters with frightened eyes and thought about their separation after cutting off a part of the body. After a short pause, he asked if he could use a normal attack, to which Thesa glanced back out of the corner of his eye and replied that he was not sure how much it would help because of their good regeneration, but they would not be able to reproduce, after which he asked why the boy suddenly asked him about this. But before he could finish speaking, a bright glow appeared in Hanel's hand. He waved his hand and used the chain strike technique. The magical attack rushed towards the monsters, and the protagonist at this time asked Cabbies for help, who replied that he could rely on her. Horror appeared in Thesa's eyes from what he saw, and he asked what the boy was doing, since he had told him that from such an attack. But before he could finish speaking, Hanel opened his mouth and replied that there was no need to worry, since he still had an ace up his sleeve. After these words, his magical chain began to change its shape, and Cabbies said that the transfer of the rights to use Enkidu's unique item was complete, so Enkidu changes its shape. At that very moment, the chain became like a ball. In its new form, it quickly flew to the monster. At that very moment, the chain dealt a powerful blow. The phantom screamed in pain from such an attack. The monster fell on its back with a crash. Sweat poured down the protagonist's face as he explained that he had used the power of Enkidu's unique item and changed the shape of the chain, adding that it would not eliminate the phantom, of course, but it would buy him some time. When the old man said that the boy was right, he immediately clenched his fist and declared that he was moving on to the next attack. Suddenly, his heart began to beat faster in his chest. Horror filled the boy's eyes, and he wondered what this feeling was. The outlines of his comrades became blurry, and the protagonist realized that his body was not moving. Tysa turned around and worriedly asked what was wrong with Hanel. At that very second, the protagonist's eyes began to close, and the old man rushed towards him, screaming.